Okay, so getting into the new origin of Venom, this is kind of cool, right? Because I don't know if I should say this, but I had it on good authority that the Web of Venom, the Venom, the Vietnam Venom story, was only one half of the equation, and that like time needed to be given in order for the other half of the equation to come out and explain the whole thing. So I was like, okay, I guess I can wait. I really don't want to, but I guess I can. But the other half of this equation comes in the form of Wolverine, Captain America, Weapon Plus #1, and the reason why is this is designed to basically illustrate that like Venom is part of the Weapons Plus program, and that's a huge change. That's a massive shift from like what we expect in terms of like the history of this character. And the way this comes about with regards to this one and then the actual Web of Venom one shot is this basically picks up with like Captain America sort of going through and musing about his own experiences, about how he became the super soldier, so on and so forth. And then he's met by the arrival of Eva, the vessel of Phantom X, and then like a hologram of Phantom X himself. Now, the reason why this matters is because Phantom X is technically Weapon 13. Now, he first appeared back in New X-Men issue number 128, and he was actually part of Grant Morrison's whole run with regards to like reworking the entire Weapon X mythos, right? Like the history of Wolverine. Weapons Plus was always a very clandestine and almost completely unknown organization in the realm of Marvel Comics, right? Like the only real explanation we got in terms of Wolverine and Weapons Plus came by way of the little tidbits that we got from Chris Claremont's run, and then Barry Windsor Smith's Marvel Presents Weapon X. And that was basically it. That's all we ever really got. We got small little bits after that, but we never really got a cohesive story in terms of how it all came together, how it all functioned, and all that kind of good stuff. And that was until Grant Morrison took over the X-Men. And what he established in his run was that Weapons Plus was this overarching program designed for the purpose of essentially killing mutants, or at least capturing them and then containing them. And then that was basically the answer until you got into Daniel Way's Wolverine Origins, and then you got like, you know, Romulus and all that kind of crazy stuff. But regardless of the scenario, the way this was going to play out was like this. Captain America was the test bed, right? The idea was to create Weapons Plus and then basically create weapons, super soldiers, whatever you wanted to call them, that would serve the purpose of containing and controlling the mutant threat. Abraham Erskine was taken from Germany to the United States by Nick Fury and the Howling Commandos, and then in turn he was brought to the United States government. He created the super soldier serum, or at least adapted it, and then it was injected into Steve Rogers. Now the problem was that Abraham Erskine died right off the bat, but for the most part it didn't really obstruct the intention of Weapons Plus, because the idea was to send Steve Rogers into World War II and see how combat effective he would be. And if he would prove to be combat effective, he would be brought back, but a sample of the serum would be extracted. It would be used to create new super soldiers. They would all be reconditioned, including Steve Rogers, and they would go forward under the mission of basically containing and controlling mutants. The problem with this was that Captain America was frozen in ice, and he was believed to have been dead. And so that forced Weapons Plus to scrap the whole project, and then they started picking up with Weapons 2, 3, 4, all the way up to Weapon 8 and Weapon 9 and 10, and then beyond. Now, for the character of Phantom X, he was Weapon 13, and Weapons Plus, as it traditionally existed, at least to say, the time up to and at the point that Wolverine escaped, was basically like the classic version. After that, it basically kind of dismantled and then sort of became like a reworked version of itself that operated out of like Canada's Department H, I think it was, and then it was just sort of off the books, clandestine, as it normally was. And the result was that when Phantom X was brought in, nobody really knew who he was. Like we don't know what his real name is. I mean, it's kind of Jean-Philippe. It's kind of what it's assumed to be, but that's not an absolute answer. But unlike Wolverine, he was conditioned in like what was essentially an artificial reality, right? Like a man-made artificial environment, so that his mind would never really know the difference. And then he was trained to more or less become an assassin. Ultimately, he ended up escaping. But what this says here, and what he's revealing here to Captain America and to Wolverine, is that over the course of his time where he's been away from Weapons Plus, he's been tracking down and pulling at all these different clues and strings to find out what was really going on and how far the mystery of Weapons Plus goes. And that's when he drops the revelation to Steve Rogers, you're part of it, right? I mean, this hologram basically reveals Steve Rogers was Weapon 1. And that's one of the cool things, right? Because again, it's hitting at what Grant Morrison established. It's one of the reasons why Grant Morrison's run on New X-Men was so significant, because it changed up a ton of things, not just with regards to the X-Men, but with regards to the Marvel landscape as a whole. And so what this does here is it actually sort of jumps back to 1945 with this young kid. And this young kid's basically just, you know, idolizing Captain America, listening to all the different radio broadcasts, things like that. And he's actually there being picked on, but he's there at the time when the broadcast is given that like Captain America appears to have died in an explosion, and it's basically the end of his character. Now, and so again, it kind of becomes this cool thing, because you sort of get these jumps through time, right? You jump to 1953, and you end up finding out this young kid is a guy named Younger, however you want to pronounce it, and he's obsessed with becoming the new Captain America. It's the one thing he wants the most, is to be the new Steve Rogers, but ultimately he's constantly turned down and constantly told, you can't be this guy, you're not good enough, until he loses his mind, he shows mental instability, and then he's told, now you're ready, like now you can become the new Steve Rogers. And that's one of the big differences here, is that when Steve Rogers became Captain America, it wasn't because he was crazy. crazy, it was because of the fact that he was like, I really want to do the right thing, right? Like I really want to become a good guy and I want to serve the best purpose that I possibly can. And so it was really more of like a moral compass. But there are small little things that go on here. I mean, for example, like when Wolverine and Captain America enter this old Weapons Plus facility where these animals are basically being experimented on, which really encompasses a brunt of the operations between weapons 2 through 9, we end up finding out that there's equipment here from like Obadiah Stane's corporation, Oscorp from Norman Osborn's corporation. There's a lot of stuff here that was used by Weapons Plus from a lot of these organizations that are traditionally associated with villains. You also end up having like the headband of Luke Cage, right? So like Luke Cage is now part of the Weapons Plus program. It's one of the things that's put on there, right? Like the Venom program, the Power program, right? So Luke Cage initially came out as Power Man. Like it's these cool things where it basically ties into like the whole history of the entirety of Weapons Plus, hitting Venom and basically saying he's a part of this whole thing. And so because of that, when they get in there and basically like they're attacked by this giant bear, we end up finding out, of course, that much like the other programs in Weapons Plus, their bear was genetically modified and almost became sentient and ultimately was destroyed. We end up finding out, kind of jumping again back to 1974, that when you had Carol Hines, you had Dr. Abraham Cornelius, and you simply had the Professor Truitt, I think was his name, that this guy Junger was part of the project that originally created Wolverine, right? So like he's been there throughout the entirety of the whole thing, and he was always trying to become the new Captain America. He was always trying to become the newest project for Weapons Plus, and that is until Wolverine and Steve Rogers show up where this newest facility seems to be located at. And when they get there, we end up finding out that Junger basically modified himself. He's got this kind of sewn together Captain America suit. He's got the healing factor of Wolverine. Everything's sort of popping off here. Now, of course, when you have like Captain America and Wolverine fighting against him, the newest individuals who are running Weapons Plus at the moment are watching the whole thing unfold and then basically blow the lab, right? Because it's kind of like we need to destroy this whole thing as opposed to letting our evidence fall in the hands of like the X-Men or the Avengers, right? Because if the X-Men or the Avengers got their hands on all this evidence and basically said Weapons Plus is still around, Weapons Plus still functions, then like the whole world is going to know about it. The whole world's going to be aware. The irony of all this is that if the world was aware, it wouldn't really matter. It wouldn't really matter at all. Now, the reason why I say it wouldn't matter is because in the Wolverine Captain America 1, or the Captain America comic, we ended up finding out that Nick Fury was part of the Weapons Plus project, or at least helped to oversee it. While he wasn't really like a director of it, he did have a hand in it. And so when you jump to this Web of Venom one-shot, you end up finding out that like in the early days, of course, when you ended up having this sort of this dragon symbiote composite, it was essentially frozen in ice and stuck on Earth and eventually discovered by S.H.I.E.L.D. And when it was, with Nick Fury overseeing the project, they extracted a sample of this material, not knowing what it was, from this giant, symbiote dragon, and then in turn bonded it to like Rex Strickland, these guys who were part of the original platoon that had been talked about during Donny Cates' run on Venom. And so with that being the case, like they were sent out for the purpose of using the symbiotes to see how effective they would be. Now, this whole thing happened during the Vietnam War, but that's why I say it wouldn't have mattered, because what you're talking about here is you're talking about Nick Fury, and Nick Fury doesn't really specify who it is he answers to. I mean, it is kind of like the World Security Council, or at least in the Ultimate Universe it is. And this one, it was to a degree until the events of Fury's Secret War, when you ended up finding out that the Security Council was replaced by life model decoys. And since then, Nick Fury had been running S.H.I.E.L.D. on his own up until that point, sometimes beholden to the president, sometimes not. But what he seems to indicate here is that those who are running Weapons Plus are those who he's answering to, because they're the ones who were basically working with Fury with regards to this great big huge project. And so because of that, this was essentially a Weapons Plus experiment. That's exactly what this was. Take whatever this material is, if it can be weaponized and be used to create super soldiers bonded to human beings, and then send them out into the Vietnam War, have them face off against some Viet Cong soldiers and see how these symbiotes work. The problem with this is that when that happened, the symbiotes seemed to go crazy, right? And like immediately started attacking everything. But what would happen is the members of the platoon, Rex Strickland and these guys, would pass out, then they would wake up next to a pile of dead bodies because the symbiotes basically consumed them, right? Because these symbiotes, as they existed back then, were functioning based on the leftover wills of Null, the symbiote god, the kind of last command he gave them, which was essentially consume and destroy things, kind of expand the empire. And so it was a cool little moment because these guys have just kind of been frozen, right? So when you follow the chronology of the symbiote, where Null eventually initially created them and used them to expand his own empire, and then Null was eventually defeated, and the symbiotes retreated to a section of space, took over an entirety of a planet like you saw in Brian Michael Bendis' Guardians of the Galaxy, and then reformed themselves to become good guys. For these symbiotes, that never happened because they were never part of that group. They've just kind of been frozen and locked away all this time. And so because of that, when all this sort of explodes, Nick Fury basically goes to Wolverine and says, like, we are going to go hush this up. We're going to quiet this up as best we can, because what we don't need is the world to figure out that this is what we've been doing. And so as they stumble across the path of these bodily remains that are left over, they end up coming across Rex Strickland himself, who basically says, hey, look, my symbiote bailed on me. Things popped off. I have no clue what's going on here, but like, you guys have to get me out. Only for the real Rex to show up and say, that guy's a symbiote pretending to be me, right? So like the ability to shapeshift shapeshift, the ability to pretend to be other people, all the way down to the point where it seems to fool Wolverine. Now, this is one of the things that Donny Cates kind of toys with, because in Marvel Comics, Wolverine's ability to detect whether a person is or is not someone else is really kind of predicated on his ability to have encountered them before, right? So if he had met Rex Strickland once before and then showed up here, then he'd be able to sniff that out and say, that's not Rex. But with Wolverine having never encountered a symbiote before and having never met Rex before, he wouldn't know the difference. But with that being the case, suddenly they're set on all sides by all these different symbiotes, which have essentially taken over the bodies of the other members of the platoon, which again falls in line with what we've seen in Donny Cates' Venom run so far. And then in turn, he and Wolverine seem to be the only ones that are really left alive. And of course, this leads into Nick Fury basically, revealing that he's there, and all three of them kind of face off against these symbiotes as best they can. Rex Strickland flees for his life. Wolverine tells him to get out of here, and it's one of the crazy things because in that moment, the symbiotes end up taking Wolverine and bonding themselves to him, and then Wolverine becomes Venom for a very, very short moment in time. Because of that, it ends up resulting in Rex Strickland coming back, taking the Venom symbiote off Wolverine using fire, and then that's when it's revealed this version of Nick Fury is a life model decoy. Now, at the outset, you could look at this and you could say, okay, so this is basically just like Donny Cates taking the easy way out, but no, it's not. And the reason why is because it falls perfectly in line with the events of Original Sin. Those of you guys who read that story back when it first came out a few years ago, Original Sin basically showed this revelation that Nick Fury and his Infinity Formula had actually been running out. The Infinity Formula had been gone for some time, and he had to have consumed it on a regular basis. When he stopped doing that, it stopped slowing his aging, and so he just ended up aging up and becoming very, very old. And so what he did is every single time we ever saw Nick Fury, he was running around with life model decoys. So it basically fits in perfectly in line with what Marvel has been doing over the last, however many years, especially when it comes to Original Sin. And so when that happens, Nick Fury basically says, look, I appreciate everything you guys have done here, but the world can't know about this. The world does not need to know this is what we did, because if they do, then suddenly every major governmental agency is going to want their hands on this symbiote technology. We don't need that. And so because of that, what he basically says is, your service has been respected. I appreciate everything you guys have done, but now you guys have to die. And it starts counting down. This timer starts counting down to 0, starting from 1 minute. And in that time, between Rex Strickland and Wolverine, they take out as many symbiotes as they possibly can, but in reality, they're not really doing a whole lot against them, right? Because these are more powerful than your standard run-of-the-mill symbiote that we saw with Venom. And so what ends up happening is that the symbiote that goes to attack Rex Strickland ends up feeling remorse for the things that it did. And so it bonds itself to Rex, and then basically tries to shield him from this explosion of the life model decoy, but it doesn't work. And so as a result of that, basically Rex Strickland is totally incinerated, and then the symbiote takes over his physical form, tying in, yet again, to what we've seen in the Venom ongoing series. And so as a result of this, it ends up being one of these things where it's like, do you want to go out and hunt aliens? It's basically Nick Fury talking to Rex Strickland again, all this taking place in the 1970s or so. And the response of Rex is yes. So basically, again, it kind of explains the backstory, the origin of the Venom symbiote program, the fact that the Venom symbiote was discovered by Nick Fury and the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., that it was co-opted and brought into Weapons Plus. So it was part of the same project that created Deadpool and Wolverine and Captain America and all these guys. It's a huge, huge change to the landscape of Marvel with regards to a lot of the characters that exist out there. To take all these various characters and to roll them all up and tie them all in. If I'm being honest, I think they're doing this because this is how they're going to bring Wolverine and the X-Men into the Marvel Cinematic Universe. They're basically going to say all these guys were part of Weapons Plus. After Captain America was frozen in ice, Hydra is part of S.H.I.E.L.D. or what have you. They created mutants in the whole 9 yards. They engineered them, whatever the case is. But this is where all this stuff stemmed from, which is kind of ironic because that's the video pitch that I had 6 months ago. Okay, so I don't know how many of you guys have been tracking this, but Donny Cates, he went on Twitter a little while ago and said that Absolute Carnage was supposed to be the definitive Carnage story, right? The greatest Carnage story ever told. And I believe him because with his run on Venom, everything he's done on Venom, it's been nothing short of spectacular. And the way this first part ends, I'm excited to see what happens. But for those of you guys who are kind of jumping into this for the first time, a couple things I would suggest here. The first is to go back and watch our videos on Venom, and we'll have we'll have all the videos down in the description. We'll probably do a full story video out of it, so you kind of have you're caught up on essentially everything. But then we'll also I also suggest you guys watch my video on Carnage Explained. That way, between those two things, you can get caught up. I did call Carnage Venom a couple times, but people knew what I meant, so it's all good. But yeah, so this is amazing. Now, here's the cool thing about Absolute Carnage. If you choose not to do that, to really get caught up on Venom, to really get caught up on the history of Carnage, you can still kind of go into this and be okay. I think it'd be better knowing all that stuff, but you could still be okay, because in true Donny Cates fashion, we get this sort of explanation of things that have happened up to this point, right? So basically we get this idea that at one point in time, in the very early days of this universe, right, before there was any real life in it, and all you really had were the Celestials, and presumably after they won their war with the Aspirants, you had Null, the symbiote god. Now, of course, as we were told in the first run of Venom, the first volume of Venom, that Null, the symbiote god, was this being that was just sort of out there, right? Kind of existed in this void, this little pocket space inside the universe, created these symbiotes to essentially serve as his agents, right? To kind of spread his influence and chaos throughout the universe. Now, once he was finally defeated, once this major battle took place and he was finally locked away, this is when Donny Cates kind of ties into what Brian Michael Bendis did, right? Because if you go back and you read Guardians of the Galaxy by Brian Michael Bendis, he introduces the planet of the symbiotes, this idea that the Venom symbiote that runs around Earth originates from this particular planet of the Clintar. That's their actual name. The name of these symbiotes is called the Clintar, that it originated from that planet. Where we had previously just believed this is where the symbiotes were, and according to Brian Michael Bendis, that the symbiotes basically existed as like space knights, and then they would bond themselves to a host, and they would go on and perform great deeds. That if something like the Venom symbiote bonded to someone like Eddie Brock, who was filled with anger and wrath, that it would twist the symbiote, it would warp it beyond its original purpose, and it would essentially become a bad guy. What Donny Cates had gone back and done is he had said that's not necessarily true. Now, the symbiotes were created out of evil, and the planet of the symbiotes is as much a prison as it is a location, in the sense that once Null was defeated, he was locked away inside of his own planet, or I guess inside this planet of the symbiotes, and the planet itself is just a giant ball of symbiotes that exists out there in the universe somewhere. And so once he was defeated, they kind of began changing their tune, essentially became good guys, and willingly locked him away as best they could. Now, the issue with this is kind of one of the cool things that Donny Cates goes into, is if you go back and you look at the history of Venom and the various symbiotes, so like Toxin, Carnage, so on and so forth, Shriek and whatnot, you had this idea where whenever a symbiote left an existing host and then went to a new host, they would basically maintain information about their previous host, right? It's one of the ways that the Venom symbiote was able to dodge Spider-Man's spider sense, right? Like, Spider-Man was the first one to hold the symbiote and then cast it off at the advice of Reed Richards of the Fantastic Four. And so when it left him, it felt betrayed, and then in turn bonded itself to Eddie Brock, who was already pissed off at Peter for costing him his job, but it took the knowledge of Spider-Man with him, right? So like the knowledge of Peter's identity, the knowledge of Spider-Man's spider sense and how it functions and how to get around it. That's one of the reasons why Venom was so capable and so dangerous back in the day. And so the result is that what Donny Cates is kind of building on here is saying that like every time a symbiote leaves a person, that it leaves a little imprint of itself, a tiny little bit of itself. Now, again, this is existing knowledge. This really isn't anything that Donny Cates has built off of, or I guess really created out of his pocket. What Donny Cates did is he came back and he said, these little codexes, these little itty bitty symbiote imprints that are left on a person's DNA, if they're all brought together, they can be used for the purpose of waking up Null on the symbiote planet and then bringing him back to life, kind of resurrecting him. And that really seems to be the motivation, or at least one of the big motivations behind the Carnage cult. Now, what Donny Cates has kind of been tinkering with, kind of been toying with, is this idea that Cletus Cassidy wants to resurrect Null for the purpose of killing him and taking his place, taking all of his power, and then controlling all the symbiotes across the universe. And to be honest, Carnage becoming God seems pretty insane, but that's really what happens here, right? Like, Carnage essentially becomes God in this bit, and that's what's kind of nuts, is because what it does is it switches over to Eddie Brock. Now, Eddie Brock is really kind of recounting all this stuff, right? Like saying all these different things and talking directly to Dylan. Now, again, in our first volume, we learned about the character of Dylan. We learned that Dylan is actually the son of Eddie Brock, but Eddie's basically led Dylan to believe he's simply his brother. And this is just because of the fact that Dylan is a son that Eddie never knew he had, right? That was just kind of dropped off at his father's house by a woman he was with at one point, who ultimately ended up taking her own life. But because of the fact that his father was so abusive, Eddie wanted to get him out of there, right? He wanted to get him away from that life and have him live a normal life. The downside of this is that as they're making their way in New York City, suddenly like all these different, digital billboards are met with like these wanted posters for Eddie Brock himself. And so like the whole world is aware of who he is. The whole world is aware that like he's a dangerous man that needs to be captured. Now, this is the cool thing here, because when this happens, you basically have Cletus Cassidy, who kind of pops out of nowhere and then sends Eddie and Dylan flying over into really in like the way of this oncoming subway train. Now, this is one of the cool things here, is because when Eddie was talking to Dylan about who Carnage was, Dylan was kind of like, you know, the eyes and ears of like the new person, right? Like the new reader. He was kind of the new reader in the story, in the sense that people who are just jumping onto this don't really know the history of Carnage. They don't really know the legacy of Carnage. They don't really know the madness that came with Cletus Cassidy, the willful abandonment, right? Like just murdering with abandon all these different people that he came across for no other reason than the fact that he could, right? It wasn't like he was trying to become some super criminal to amass great wealth or to attain absolute power, and he did all these things because he just wanted to, because he just wanted to arbitrarily take people out. That's the kind of villain that Eddie's talking about right now. And that's, again, a villain. That's one of the things we talked about in our video on Carnage Explained. It's one of the kind of villains that you never really see. A villain who just shows up and just arbitrarily takes people out for no real reason whatsoever, aside from the fact that it's a nihilist and it just loves it loves madness and carnage. It loves its own namesake. And so, again, like what we end up finding out here is that where Eddie and Dylan were running away from some man in a suit, that where Cletus Cassidy was the one who pushed them in front of the train, the man in the suit was actually the Venom symbiote. Now, for those of you guys who are kind of playing catch up here, there came a point during their first fight with what was essentially this giant dragon, this really old Grendel suit. It wasn't really Null, the symbiote god himself, so much as like a facsimile of Null, kind of like a taste of what would happen if Null ever came back in like full and true form. Not really as powerful as he could be, but certainly powerful enough to like wreak havoc in the city of New York. And of course that story culminated with Eddie Brock grabbing the Venom symbiote and because fire is a weakness of the symbiotes, pushing Null, or at least his facsimile of Null, into a furnace, but also seemingly killing the Venom symbiote in the process. And so the result was that they were separated for an amount of time. Now, following this, what you had were basically two stories being told about Eddie Brock and then one about the Venom symbiote. The symbiote itself got its story in the War of Realms, right? It was basically dealing with everything with Malekith and so on and so forth, Malekith's dark magic, which we'll talk about here in a second, but then you basically had the story of Eddie trying to make his way and figure himself out. And that was one of the cool things about this, is because when the Venom symbiote shows back up and wants to bond itself to Eddie, the response of Eddie is, no, I don't want to. Like, I don't want to go back to this life again. And that's an important thing, because when Eddie first got the Venom symbiote, he saw it as a tool to be used to defeat Peter Parker, aka Spider-Man, for costing him everything. He was hell-bent on revenge and anger, and that was basically it. And then you started running into these stories where Eddie Brock began to sort of change his tune, where he began to become like a different kind of character. He became anti-Venom for a little while. He began to basically become like a good guy, almost like the reformation of Flash Thompson, right? The high school bully of Peter Parker who lost his legs in the military and went on to become Agent Venom. It's a cool thing in this scenario, because what Eddie Brock has discovered is a thing that really, as the reader, we kind of always knew, but Eddie was never really able to figure out for himself, that he's highly capable, that he's a very, very capable person. Now, the guilt of Eddie's past life, the idea that he and his friends had hit a kid when they were younger, his father got him off, these are the kind of things that have sort of driven him, that kind of made him the villain. But the idea of coming back and trying to reform, trying to be a better person, means casting off that past part of his life, which includes Venom. Being able to settle down, being able to raise a son, and to have some small measure of peace is the guiding force behind Eddie. The problem with this is now Carnage is back, and this is no small thing, because when Carnage arrives here, like, all hell begins to break loose, right? Because you're talking about Cletus Cassidy, who for all intents and purposes should basically be dead, toting the power of one of the original symbiotes as it was created by Null, the symbiote god, basically meaning it's more powerful than Eddie Brock, it's more powerful than Venom. So this is one of the cool things that's interesting here, because it's sort of a tribute of sorts, at least in the first part. I mean, not fully on in terms of the entirety of the story, but in this first part here, it's a tip of the hat to Maximum Carnage. When the Carnage symbiote bonded to Cletus Cassidy on the blood level, and he became just way more powerful than both Eddie Brock and Spider-Man, he was a force to be reckoned with. We're essentially dealing with the same concept, except amplified even further. It's a symbiote joined to Cletus Cassidy on the blood level, but it's a more powerful symbiote than both Venom and really like any other one that we see out there right now. So this is an exceedingly dangerous, incredibly powerful Carnage that's running around out there right now. And like, it really shows, because he basically one punches Eddie Brock. He punches him in the face. He breaks his orbital bone, his brain is hemorrhaging. I mean, in like one fell swoop, Eddie Brock's been taken out. That's the kind of Carnage that we're dealing with. Back in the day, it was really more like Carnage's durability, right? His ability to create all kinds of different sharp appendages and so on and so forth, and his insanity that made him almost unpredictable. That's really what made him such a huge force back in the day. And this one, it's just like the sheer force of the symbiote he wields, the power he possesses, is enough to take out Eddie Brock in one hit. And so what Eddie does is respond in kind, doing the only thing he can do, grabbing the electrical lines of where the subway train was, and then grabbing Carnage, and then just electrocuting the piss out of him. And basically it destroys the Carnage symbiote, in the interim, but all it really does is it's really just kind of like temporarily send it into chaos. And that's basically it. It's a stopgap measure. And Eddie knows this, right? Eddie knows this is a stopgap measure. He knows there's no real way, as far as he's aware, to defeat Carnage in the traditional sense. And again, that makes sense because in the Maximum Carnage storyline, it really took the combined efforts of Spider-Man and Venom to pull it off. Now, even the first time they met before Maximum Carnage, it took the combined efforts of Venom and Peter Parker, Spider-Man, to defeat this guy. And so again, we're dealing with a super amped up, very powerful version of Carnage. And so as a result of this, the Venom symbiote shuts down the mind of Eddie Brock, puts him in a catatonic state while he basically heals his body, and then takes him to the one place where they can get any real measure of help. And it's a cool thing because we all knew this was coming. We all knew it was only a matter of time before this happened. What ends up happening here is that once they arrive to this location, the symbiote wakes up Eddie Brock and they knock on the door of an apartment. And when this happens, somebody answers the door, and that's when we end up finding out the person the Venom symbiote took Eddie Brock to, the only real person he'd be able to get any help from in this situation, or at the very least, the only one who would listen to him, is Peter Parker, Spider-Man. Okay, so we are getting back into Absolute Carnage, and here's the thing. So the original Absolute Carnage, or I guess the first issue, was split into 3 parts, and for the most part, it looks like it's what they're going to do from the issues going forward. I have not read the physical issue number 2 yet, so I'm not 100% sure. I've been on vacation for the last week, driving the Pacific Coast Highway, which was amazing. But kind of getting into this one, and then we'll actually do the 3rd part of the first issue later on this week, so we'll kind of wrap everything up. And the last one was really like the return of Cletus Cassidy, right? And that was a big thing that was people were really expecting and had really been told to us in the events leading up to Absolute Carnage. It was kind of the big takeaway from it, right? I mean, Cletus Cassidy is the original Carnage. He's a fan favorite, has been for a long, long time, and it's one of those things where unless it's Cletus Cassidy playing Carnage, people are kind of iffy about it. The only real exception to that is Norman Osborn when he was the Red Goblin. That was really, really cool. We'll actually talk about him here in a little bit. But what this does is it picks up with Peter and Eddie Brock, and then of course, Eddie's son Dylan, all basically getting together in converse. And the reason why is because again, when it came to Carnage first popping up, of course it was Spider-Man and Venom who fought him, and then you went into Maximum Carnage, which was Spider-Man and Venom fighting him again. And the idea is that with someone like Carnage, it takes the two of them to succeed because Carnage is so incredibly strong, right? The fact that the symbiote is bonded to the blood of Cletus Cassidy is what really amps up his powers beyond what you normally see with like Venom or anybody along those lines, anybody that normally wears a symbiote. And so it makes sense that you would see Eddie kind of team up with Spider-Man. Now, for long-time Carnage fans and really long-time Spider-Man fans, this kind of has to be a bit of a hit into the nostalgia feels, right? It's kind of like, man, this kind of feels a little bit old school. And that's why it's kind of a cool moment, is because a lot of things have transpired in the life of Eddie Brock that Peter Parker didn't know about. For example, Peter Parker does not know that Dylan is the son of Eddie. Now, of course, when Eddie sends Dylan away and says, hey, look, go do something else, just don't be here, it's adult talking time. You guys all remember that from when you were kids. It's a chance for Eddie to basically sort of kind of let his guard down, right? And just sort of let the whole thing kind of be out there and say, hey, look, like he's my kid. And this isn't really even about me. It's not even really about me stopping Carnage. It's about like stopping him to make sure that my kid's safe, right? Because if Carnage gets his hands on my kid, he'll kill him. And it's really just protecting people outside of myself. And that's why it's a really important thing, right? Because Eddie's been a bad guy. He's been a good guy. He's been a victim of circumstance. Spider-Man's seen a lot of things transpire with the character of Eddie. And this is kind of the newest take for his character insofar as he's out there and coping with a few things. And it works. And it's really cool to see because it kind of makes Spider-Man a little softer to him and say, okay, I guess I can kind of get where you're coming from. But then suddenly they're met with a news broadcast and there's this mass grave that was essentially dug up out in the middle of nowhere. And initially it's kind of like, whatever, man, nobody wants to see this. They turn it off. Eddie Brock starts freaking out. Spider-Man's like, what the heck is going on? And he was like, everybody who's ever been a symbiote is buried out there. Like they're in that mass grave, right? And that's one of the big things that we recall from what we've been told, both during the prelude stories to Absolute Carnage and by the interviews that Donny Cates has done himself, that you have this circumstance where Cletus Cassidy is basically going around and grabbing what are called these codexes, right? These little codices pieces, and it's designed to basically like kind of recreate the whole, right? It's sort of been that way ever since Null popped up, in the sense that like when Null was there, he was the guy that created all the symbiotes. They function as a cohesive unit, and following his defeat, they've kind of been separated ever since. And it's the Carnage symbiote basically grabbing all these different iterations of either itself or Venom, and then just combining them all into a singular unit, which will amplify his power even further, and then presumably try to take on Null and then, you know, destroy Null and then become like god of the symbiotes, which makes sense. It'd be actually really cool to see if Carnage like took over all the symbiotes and became their new god. But it's a cool little thing here, because what you get is this revelation, you know, where Eddie's freaking out and he's kind of panicking. The big thing to really come out of this is he's saying like Annie's body is buried out there somewhere. Now, for those of you guys who have not been keeping up with Donny Cates' run on Venom and really aren't longtime readers of the Spider-Man comics, the person he's referring to, Annie, she's actually a character that appeared back in Amazing Spider-Man 375 in 1993, and this is Annie Weighing. Now, Annie Weighing is actually the second person to host the Venom symbiote, and in fact, she used the name She-Venom at one point in time, but she's also the biological mother of Dylan. And for those, and the reason why I say Donny Cates' run is because in the early part of his run, when you basically got the introduction of Dylan's character, it was Annie was pregnant with Eddie Brock's son. She didn't want Eddie to know because, of course, he was Venom. He was a bad guy at the time, and so she basically gave birth to the kid, dropped it off at the father of Eddie Brock's house, and then just kind of left it there, and then eventually she went and jumped off a bridge and died. But the idea behind it is that basically his ex-wife is out there, and that she can basically be used by Carnage to become one of his henchmen or what have you. It's kind of a crushing thing, and that's the reason why Eddie starts to freak out. Now, again, this is one of the cool things about his character, because if we're talking about like 1990s Venom, Lethal Protector, you know, and we're just sort of like, you know, he's out doing his own thing and being a bad guy, he probably wouldn't have cared about that. But the nature of Eddie is that over the years, his character has become a lot more dynamic, has become a lot more intriguing, and he's grown a lot in terms of what writers have done with him and kind of how he views the world. But it's a cool thing because it's kind of like, okay, so like the notion that Eddie Brock has a lot more on the line than Carnage is back, let's fight him, it's cool. It's something that I'm really, really digging about the way his character is being handled. That's why I love the Venom run from Donny Cates so much, because it's almost kind of seems to be more focused on Eddie than it is on the symbiote itself, right? I mean, the Venom symbiote's super popular. That kind of makes sense. And so in response to this, with everything kind of popping off the way that it is, there's some burglars that bust in and Spider-Man takes care of them quick, fast, and in a hurry. And it's kind of like, okay, you know, cool, whatever. And then he's like, we need to go see a guy that could basically help us get this stuff sorted out. And of course, that's when they basically go back to Rex Strickland's safe house. Of course, Rex Strickland being one of the previous hosts for the Grendel symbiotes, kind of the precursor to Venom, basically. And then of course, they're essentially talking with the Maker. Now, this is kind of a cool moment because the idea of the Maker meeting Spider-Man is a cool little thing, right? Because in Marvel, they never actually met before. Like they've never really met. I mean, even with Spider-Man there during the events of Secret Wars, like his dealings were with like Miles Morales and with the Molecule Man Owen Reese. And of course, you know, Reed Richards from his main universe, but like that was basically it. You know, the Maker kind of being out there and being part of the equation and everything. It's kind of a cool little moment here because, you know, when you have Eddie show up here, one of the things we end up learning is, again, the mysterious benefactors, the people that Maker works for that we don't really know who they are. It's basically like, hey, they had a lot of interest in using the Carnage symbiote or even the Venom symbiote itself. They want to know how to like use them for their own ends, either weaponizing them, using them for new technologies, whatever the case happens to be. But like they've been working on a means to extract the symbiote from individuals already and then do it in a way that's safe, that can preserve the life of the person who is infected. And so it's kind of a cool moment here because when this happens, you basically have like Spider-Man talking to him, but then also bringing in his godson, Normie Osborn. Now, Normie Osborn, okay, this character's interesting. He almost kind of has the Franklin Richards effect in the sense that like he first popped up back in like Amazing Spider-Man 285, and then like nobody really did anything with him after that. Not for a long time. Normie Osborn really had his big moment during the Red Goblin storyline, and we never actually covered that, the go down swinging storyline. We never actually covered that, and I feel like we should, if for no other reason than the fact that like it ties in pretty neatly with Absolute Carnage. But basically, Normie Osborn is the son of Harry and the grandson of Norman. So Norman Osborn, as most of you guys know, is the Green Goblin, right? And the big moment he had over the course of his entire publishing career was throwing Gwen Stacy off the bridge. And in certain circles, there's still a debate that goes on over who actually killed Gwen Stacy. If it was the Green Goblin who killed her before Spider-Man got there, or if it was Spider-Man shooting his webbing into her foot and then like her neck snapped, right? Because it goes both ways. There's an actual onomatopoeia in the comic that says like snap, right? Like her neck snaps. And then in the same comic, you know, the Green Goblin's like, I killed her before you got here. So there's fans that kind of go either way, and really kind of the argument rages still to this day. But following that, really like the next big moment, I would say, in the history of Green Goblin, like the really huge landmark kind of character shifting moment came during the events of Dark Reign, right? You come out of Secret Invasion, Tony Stark is kicked out as director of S.H.I.E.L.D. after the fact that, you know, Skrulls have been replacing humans and various superheroes, and Tony Stark didn't know. And so he's replaced with Norman Osborn, who had a key piece of information that turned the tide of the Secret Invasion war that basically led to humanity winning. And so he dismantles S.H.I.E.L.D., he basically creates Hammer, and he goes forward doing villain things because he's a bad guy, and then tries to like basically conquer the United States and then eventually the world. Now, ultimately, he's defeated, he's thrown in jail, and then along the way, the Green Goblin kind of bothers him a little bit, kind of harasses him, and then ultimately he recalls Hammer, makes his escape, and then he was kind of free floating after that. And then you go into basically the Red Goblin story, which is kind of an attempt to bring Norman Osborn back, but then modify him, right? So give him the Carnage symbiote and basically become a combination of the Green Goblin and the Carnage symbiote, which is basically Red Goblin. And it was a cool thing, but during that story, what he did is he had actually kidnapped Normie and then basically, you know, put a piece of the symbiote into Normie Osborn and then turn him into what was called Goblin Child. And it was kind of a cool little segment. It was a cool little thing. It didn't really last long enough to see where it went, just because of the fact that we were coming up on the end of Dan Slott's run, and that basically went into the new era of Spider-Man with Nick Spencer. But it was a cool little thing. It was a cool moment and a cool bit of storytelling. But that really Norman Osborn has just kind of been in Ravencroft ever since, right? You know, ever since the events of the Red Goblin story when he was defeated, he's just kind of been locked up and imprisoned. But that's why Normie Osborn is here, is because of the fact that he held the symbiote at one point, that codex is there. Now remember, the codex is really Donny Cates' way of explaining how it is that the Venom symbiote could leave Peter Parker and then go to Eddie Brock and then still remember everything about Peter Parker, right? It plants a little piece of itself, a little memory, a little tiny knowledge fragment, a little nugget of information, and Peter leaves it there, and it always happens from one host to the next. And so it's basically Carnage going around and trying to take each one of those individuals into himself and capture their codex by default. And so initially the idea of the maker is, well, if this kid's been exposed to the codex, then let's basically take a blood sample and see if we can't find a way to, you know, find a weakness or you know, what this codex means, and if we can use information there to take out Carnage. Of course, the response of Spider-Man is absolutely not. I'm not going to let some crazy guy who's an alternate reality version of Reed Richards take a blood sample off of my godson, because I don't know what this guy's going to do with it. If he's going to create like 1,000 clones of this kid, who knows? Like, this guy's kind of bonkers, and in reality, he's right. The maker is kind of crazy, but as a result of this, the maker's like, well, then fine, get me somebody else. Get me anybody else out there that you know of off the top of your head right now who's held the Venom or the Carnage symbiote, and then bring them here. And there's only one person that these two guys are aware of. There's only one individual that these two guys know that they could basically find, locate, bring them back, and then use that person as a means to achieve this goal. Okay, so the power supply for my eGPU fried, my MacBook Pro had a hardware failure that I had to take it in and have it shipped off for repair. Everything's failing in my home right now. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we're covering part 3 of Absolute Carnage. In part 2, really parts 1 and part 2, because remember, the first issue split into 3 parts. The first 2 parts, it was basically panic mode, right? It was the idea that Cletus Cassidy had essentially returned. Now, the way that Donny Cates had written this is that Cletus Cassidy had been coming back for a while. It's just that right now, Eddie Brock just realized what was really happening, right? He just realized that like Cletus Cassidy's made his return. And I love the way that Donny Cates wrote that, right? Because for the person who's kind of getting into Carnage and doesn't really know anything about the character, it's like, cool, a new symbiote. For people who are familiar with Carnage, it's like, cool, an old symbiote, and a lot of people are going to die. But it's one of these things where kind of like your dedication and your sort of time spent with the character of Cletus Cassidy over the years is kind of rewarded, right? Because like this is the return. This is like the joke if the Joker got the Venom symbiote, right? Like a crazy person becomes Venom and then like loses their minds. But the idea behind this is that we're basically dealing with them going and grabbing Norman Osborn. Now, we talked about this in the last video, and we'll kind of refresh it a little bit for those of you guys who are you know, kind of coming into this. So if you're watching the full story version of this, we'll kind of be repeating ourselves for a second. But the idea behind Norman Osborn becoming really the Red Goblin, right? The Carnage and the Goblin concept was to kind of try to reinvigorate Norman Osborn, right? To kind of like give him a new status quo after the events of Dark Reign. In reality, you don't really need to, right? There are some villains out there in the realm of comic books, the Joker, Lex Luthor, characters like Norman Osborn, who's probably, well, he's not certainly the most iconic Spider-Man villain, I'd say he's probably the most important. And so what they did is Marvel basically said, let's give him the Carnage symbiote and then in turn have him bring back the Green Goblin, so he basically becomes the Red Goblin. And it was really popular for a little while, right? Like it's one of the more popular stories involving the various symbiotes. I would say it's more popular because it involves a symbiote as opposed to just the Green Goblin himself. But again, he's a legacy villain, right? So it's one of those things you don't have to really change a lot often. What you end up having here is Spider-Man and you have Venom, who basically race off to grab Norman Osborn. And this is kind of an important thing here, right? Because with Norman Osborn as the Red Goblin, I wouldn't say he pushed the symbiote to new heights by virtue of like his intelligence and so on and so forth. It was really more like merging with the Green Goblin and the Venom symbiote that kind of pushed it to new heights. But Norman Osborn is not an unintelligent guy. And the real question, the idea behind this is that with Venom really realizing what's going on and this idea that Cletus Cassidy is running around and tracking these codexes, right? Like trying to kill the various individuals who have been symbiote hosts. The question is, we kind of have to save Norman Osborn. Now, it's interesting here because on the surface, you would say, well, then let him die, right? Like just let Norman Norman Osborn die. And it's one of those funny things because it's really more of the moral quagmire of Venom and Spider-Man. What kind of superheroes would they be if they just let Norman Osborn die, right? I mean, that's kind of the issue that you run into here. What kind of heroes would they be if they let this guy die? And that was basically the end of it. And so again, it's kind of intriguing because in the midst of all this, suddenly you end up having Spider-Man who goes nuts. And this is one of the more important things that Donny Cates is doing here. Again, we talked about this in the first couple parts and it bears repeating here, but the idea is that in years past, right, going all the way back to like, even you go to like David Michelini's original like Venom Lethal Protector, but like you go all the way back to like when Carnage was first introduced, and even before that when Venom was introduced, and all the various symbiotes between them, right, like Scream and Riot and all those guys. The way this always worked, and it was kind of etched in stone by Venom, is that when a person becomes a host, the symbiote can leave, right? Like if by, you know, by whatever manner and whatever means, if the symbiote leaves, the symbiote takes memories of that person with them, right? So that was the case of Venom, knowing the identity of Peter Parker. The Venom symbiote had bonded to Peter, it was cast off in Web of Spider-Man 45, and then it bonded itself to Eddie Brock, taking the knowledge of Peter Parker's identity of Spider-Man with it. And so the reason why that's important is because what this does is it basically allows Donny Cates to build on that concept and say, actually what happens is for all those individuals who have been a host of the Carnage symbiote, it leaves back, or it leaves behind itself a kind of sample, right? Like a kind of little genetic code that the Carnage symbiote, that Cletus Cassidy can tap into. Now, the big question to ask here, and this is kind of the big thing to come out of this, can Venom do the same thing? Can they tap into and can they basically control the minds of other individuals by using that genetic code? One of the other big changes that Donny Cates is making here is Carnage's ability to spawn more symbiotes. What Cletus is doing here is basically creating these little mini pods, and then they're forcing themselves into various prisons, going into the bodies of those particular prisoners, and then basically creating more symbiotes, so to speak. Now, it's kind of interesting here because these aren't really Carnage symbiotes in the traditional sense, which is to say they're not really like duplicates of himself. They're really more akin to like children. And that's why this is cool, because if you look at this, it looks like you literally have Donny Cates building up this army of soldiers, more or less, for Carnage, who in turn can allow him to try to defeat Null, the symbiote god. That's kind of where I hope this is going to, that you end up having Carnage and Spider-Man and Venom all teaming up to face off against Null and then like truly and successfully defeat him. Like, it'd be kind of cool, but it's kind of one of these funny things because as that goes off, you know, as this begins to go down, you end up having, of course, the sound system that's triggered. And then with the sound system being triggered, as we know with symbiotes, they hate like loud sonic vibrations. And so where Eddie goes to take them out, it allows him and Peter to basically team up and try to face off against the forces of Carnage. But that's where things begin to go awry, because at the outset, you simply expect it to just be Cletus Cassidy, right? Like you expect it to just be him and go walking in, because the reality of this is that you go back and you look at like Maximum Carnage, the Maximum Carnage storyline, you go back and look at the time that like Eddie and Spider-Man first fought Venom before Maximum Carnage, and you're talking about a symbiote out there that's stronger than the two of them, right? So Cletus Cassidy alone would be enough to overtake and to basically defeat Spider-Man and Venom. And so this is designed to illustrate one or two things, or possibly both. The first is that it's designed to basically show that like all these different characters are designed to show up and basically cause absolute pandemonium, right? Like bolstering the numbers of Carnage's forces. The other half of this, and this is what I think is actually a little more interesting, is that Cletus Cassidy is getting arrogant. I can send my forces forward and have them do it for me. Now, in reality, if Cletus Cassidy is getting carried away with himself and if he's being arrogant, then it's with good reason, because you basically have like all these different forces that are pretty much overtaking Venom and Spider-Man, and they're doing a pretty darn good job at it, right? I mean, that's kind of the nature of things, is you're talking about these exceedingly strong and powerful versions of Carnage, really like more of the Grindles than anything else. They're just kind of ripping things up. And so in the midst of all this, where Peter kind of gets, thrown to the side, he's met by the arrival of Cletus. And that's when things really get scary, right? Because Cletus is a man without reason. And that's what makes Cletus so dangerous, is because of the fact that he's a believer, right? He believes that what he's doing is right. He believes that what he's doing is the correct thing to do. And you can't sway him from that belief. He's a guy that just cannot be changed. And so what happens when you give a person who cannot be changed the power to force change onto other people? They're going to do exactly that. They're going to basically create a litany of reasons for why you're wrong and then force their entire perspective onto you, right? So either you can reject it or you can accept it, but you're not going to be able to get them to change what it is that they're doing. And that's what's so cool about this, is because you basically have like Venom fighting off against Peter, and it's one of these cool little moments, because when that happens, Venom actually sort of chastises Peter for a second and says, stop being clever, stop being funny, stop cracking jokes. This is time for business. And that's an important thing. But one of the things that Dan Slott established during the original Spider-Man Renew Your Vows as part of Secret Wars is there's a reason why Peter does this, but there's no reason to do it here. One of the big questions people had all the time for years and years and years, Peter would crack jokes in the middle of fights. And people always sort of attributed that to the fact that Peter was just a character who would joke around. But there's a reason for why Peter does this. So really, it took decades to get to the point where we could actually get an explanation to it. But during the original Renew Your Vows, Dan Slott stated that the reason why Peter does that is because it throws his enemy off, right? It frustrates his enemy and makes him angry because the enemy believes Peter doesn't respect them, right? Like, I'm not taking this fight seriously because you're not really anybody to worry about. This is business as usual, and you're of no real concern to me. That's the message Peter puts off, right? The other idea is to kind of keep things loose and to keep Peter from getting carried away, keep him from getting like super overexcited and to kind of keep him grounded and in the moment. But it's as much to like screw with the other guy. The issue with this is that with Cletus Cassidy, that don't work. That dog don't bark, right? Because Cletus Cassidy doesn't take the bait. That's the nature of it. Cletus Cassidy is about as crazy, you know, or not really as crazy. He's crazier than Spider-Man. So like cracking jokes, going on about nonsense, it doesn't really work. And that's why Venom says it's not the time to be clever. It's not the time to be funny. It's not the time to like crack jokes and be your usual self. This is the time to be serious, because if we're not, we could die here today. And Peter knows that, but Venom doesn't know that Peter knows that. It's just Peter's way of doing things. This is kind of how Peter is. And so following this, the two of them are basically like knocked out of this cell, you know, sent flying out into the hallway. And that's when Peter basically begs for Carnage not to kill Norman Osborn. And that's when he says, I'm not here to kill him. I'm here to add him to my forces. It's literally Carnage absorbing Norman Osborn into himself and basically turning Norman Osborn into one of his various henchmen. Now, Norman Osborn does not have the Grendel insignia on his forehead. And the indication here is that Norman Osborn is something wholly new. Like it may be that he's something wholly different and wholly new. Probably not. He's probably just like all the other ones, right? There's nothing really special about him. But I have a hard time believing Donny Cates wouldn't have him depicted in this manner if he wasn't different from everybody else. So I'm really excited. I'm really curious to see where it goes. Okay, so we are a little behind on Absolute Carnage. And you would think that we would be caught up, right? Like you think we would have it all caught up and everything, because I really love this event. But I took a vacation all last week except for like 2 days, and one of those audios was already just kind of out there. So now we're actually getting back into the thick of things, right? Like actually getting back into the meat and potatoes of recording. A lot of you guys are probably also wondering why I haven't done full story videos recently. I'm actually saving them towards the end of the year, and then I'm just going to kind of like do a month where I just dump a whole bunch of full story videos from what we've done so far, and just kind of go from there, right? So Absolute Carnage will probably come out in like November, and then there'll be like a few others here and there. So yes, Absolute Carnage Part 2. Okay, so what Donny Cates has basically written so far is this story where things are in dire straits, right? I mean, and here's the funny thing about Absolute Carnage is in this issue, and this really, technically it's the second issue, although it's like the fourth part more or less, it almost kind of feels like Spider-Verse meets like Carnage. I mean, we're not dealing with multiversal versions of Carnage, but it does feel like that insofar as anybody who's ever held a symbiote is basically being tracked down by Carnage and being consumed. Now, this is one of the things that I kind of wanted to toy with in the last video, and we kind of want to bring to light in this one, is that really Norman Osborn is not fully under the control of Carnage, right? And it's something that a few of you guys pointed out in the comments of the last video. For those individuals who were totally under the control of Carnage, they have that little spinny spiral thing on their face. For Norman Osborn, he doesn't have that. Now, why he doesn't have that is not explicitly given to us, right? Because looking at this off the top of our heads from what we've seen so far, those individuals who Carnage has consumed are under his control, right? But the individuals that we've seen him consume so far, at least in the first few issues, have just been those that he's basically taken a portion of himself and put it inside of them. So we don't really know, at least at the moment, at least at the time I'm making this video anyway, like suspend your disbelief for a second. But the idea behind this is that it doesn't look like Norman Osborn is totally under the control of Carnage. And this is cool because it allows Norman Osborn to basically maintain himself, right? It allows him to kind of keep the personality that we've all kind of come to know and love over the years, the kind of rebellious guy, the guy that like, you can't tell me what to do, because what you basically have here by virtue of Cletus Cassidy and Carnage is you've got two roosters in the henhouse. That's essentially what's going on, and one of them's gonna have to go. That's basically what's taking place here. Now, of course, for Spider-Man and Venom fighting off against these massive numbers of Carnage forces, there's no way they can win, right? And it would be a foolish measure to try and stay. It would be stupid. I mean, there really wouldn't be any sense in it, right? They're throwing away their life for something dumb if they were to stay here. Now, remember, Spider-Man does not know all the changes that have gone on with the Venom symbiote. He doesn't know everything that's happened here. And so this is important because for Eddie Brock himself, of course, having come into contact with Null basically sort of expanded the powers of his symbiote, which in turn granted him, of course, the power of flight by use of wings. Spider-Man doesn't know all this stuff, right? So he's kind of coming into this thinking, this is Venom as I've always known him. We're standing at the top of like, you know, Ravencroft Asylum. If we jump off, we're probably going to be dashed to pieces on the rocks. We're screwed. We're basically going to die. And it's cool because Eddie Brock basically flies them to safety. safety. Now, this is where the Norman Osborn part begins to come in, because where you have, Norman Osborn asking the question, why aren't we going after them? The response he's being given by Cletus Cassidy is, well, because there's other people for us to go after. Now, this is kind of a cool thing, because Norman Osborn's stance is, well, we got to take out Spider-Man and we got to take out Venom because they'll come back and they'll catch us later on. And in reality, he's not wrong. The funny thing about this is that they're actually looking at the same goal from two different perspectives, right? So like Norman Osborn is looking at this from the perspective of like what we saw with Dark Reign. Take out the heroes right off the bat, like get them out of there as fast as you can, and there'll be nobody to stand against you. Cletus Cassidy, on the other hand, seems a little more subversive, right? His stance is, we won't go after them. We'll just amass our forces to such a huge amount that we don't need to worry about them, right? So like when they come calling with whatever forces they have, it won't make a difference. It's cool in terms of how their approaches work because both of them have merit. Now, the problem with this comes when it's Venom and Spider-Man, kind of transitioning back to these characters again, when it's Venom and Spider-Man and it's what do we do next, right? Like where do we go from here? Because they're both in pretty dire straits, right? I mean, this is basically their worst nightmare, right? In a lot of different ways. It's the worst thing they could have seen happening. The most insane character they've ever come across, bonded to one of the most powerful symbiotes in existence, probably the most powerful short of Null, the symbiote god himself, is now running amok in the city of New York and marshaling his forces. It's pretty bad. It's pretty terrible. You're talking about a crazy guy. So he's leading the show. He's running the show here. And then he's creating a whole mess of people, like a whole army of people who can avoid Spider-Man's spider sense. It's the most horrifying thing ever because at any point Spider-Man could die and he'd be dead before he heard the sound that killed him. So it's one of these crazy scenarios. Now, for Eddie Brock himself, things are a little bit different. The cool aspect is that because of the fact, and this is really what Donny Cates seems to be going with, and it can kind of go two different directions, right? But Venom himself can kind of feel the forces of Carnage. It doesn't mean he knows he can pinpoint them exactly where they are, right? Like he's no Molly Walker from Heroes, but it's one of these things where he can kind of feel the fact that they're out there and they're kind of making their way towards him. So it almost kind of seems to be an empathic thing. How it is that he picks up on that again, it can kind of go a couple different ways. It can go by way of the fact that all these forces are being marshaled by a Grendel symbiote, which is kind of the precursor to the symbiote of Eddie Brock and of like the Venom symbiote and all that kind of stuff. We can kind of go that route, or we can go the route that I think is a little more interesting, is that basically Carnage is spawned directly from Venom. And so because Carnage is spawned directly from Venom, and because Carnage bonded with Cletus Cassidy on the blood level, even though he's using a Grendel symbiote, it kind of seems to carry over, and it allows Eddie Brock to basically feel the offspring of Cletus Cassidy in the form of all these different forces out there. So it's kind of a cool little moment here, but ultimately they end up settling on the idea that Spider-Man is essentially going to marshal the Avengers, right? Because remember, Spider-Man is an Avenger, and he has been since the New Avengers by Brian Michael Bendis. It's one of the things a lot of people tend to forget, that Spider-Man is kind of, he's out there and he does his own superhero thing, but unless you're reading an Avengers story that involves him being part of the team, it's easy to forget that he is a member of the team. The issue with the Avengers comics, as you usually see them, is that they often focus on the core Avengers rosters, right? The ones who are there day in and day out. Now again, it's kind of a cool little show by Donny Cates, because in this day and age, in the age of crossovers with Marvel, it's the one question a lot of people would ask is like, why doesn't Spider-Man get a hold of the Avengers, right? So like he nips that right in the bud. Like we'll call Captain America, we'll call Wolverine, those two guys specifically because they dealt with a Grendel symbiote in the past and they kind of know how to defeat them, or at least have a much better understanding of how to face off against them. The problem is that in the middle of all this, suddenly Eddie Brock basically gets a call from the Maker, Reed Richards from the Ultimate Universe. Now the idea here is that Reed, this version of Reed, the Maker, has kind of just been safeguarding Dylan, right? The son of Eddie Brock, albeit Dylan doesn't know. And so one of the funny things is that he, literally the Maker says, I've been combing through the FBI's database here, and like Anne Wei-Ying was not in the body in like the mass grave that was dug up, right? Like she was, her corpse was never there. And that was a big concern of Eddie Brock, because remember, we talked about this in the last video, that Anne Wei-Ying was basically his ex-wife, more or less, right? I mean, it was one of these things where Donny Cates kind of threw it in there and said that she was pregnant with Eddie's child, and just, we never knew. But it was one of those things where basically she was the Venom symbiote for a little while, and then eventually it drove her crazy, Eddie Brock drove her crazy, a whole bunch of things drove her insane, and she jumped off a building to her death, right? Like in between that time period, that's when Donny Cates came in and said, actually, she was pregnant with Eddie Brock's kid, and the result is that kid is here now. The issue with this is that if Anne Wei-Ying, having been a host for the Venom symbiote at one point, did not have a codex in her body, then the question is, who has it? And what the Maker says is, she passed it off to Dylan. Now, this is a very important thing, because what this means is that a codex can leave a person and go to someone else. In reality, this is a way out for Donny Cates, because what he could do here is at the end of the story, he could basically say, all the codices are now inside Carnage, and where Carnage would seek to rule as the right hand of Null the symbiote and kind of bring darkness to the universe, Null would kind of be like, no, and then just kill Cletus Cassidy, take everything and take all the codices to himself, and then, well, everybody would probably end up dying anyway because he would be returned to full power. But the fact remains that a codex can be passed from one person to the next. Now, we don't know if the codex is a physical thing. I mean, we know it's written into a person's DNA, but as we know, when it comes to offspring, it's not like a mom gives birth to a child and then all her blood goes into the child and all her DNA goes into the child and she loses everything about herself. It's more or less just kind of copying her DNA and the father's DNA into that baby, and there's kind of a combination of both. And so this creates a really interesting scenario here, because normally you would look at that and you would say, well, the codex just kind of copied from her into Dylan, but instead it just went into Dylan entirely. So it's kind of a cool little revelation here. I mean, there's a lot you can extrapolate from these small little things. And that's why Donny Cates is such a great writer, because you can bring these small little bits and pieces into this stuff and just kind of throw it in there. Now, from here, of course, you basically deal with Eddie Brock facing off against like all these Carnage Grindel guys who are all running up on him. It's like as fast as they can. And so it's kind of, it's like a cool moment because it's like Venom's last stand. And so it's pretty badass. I really dig this because here's the thing. Here's the thing. All right. Donny Cates' Venom is cool because the way he writes it, I feel like Donny Cates writing Venom is about the most awesome he's been in a few decades. And I say that understanding what it is that I'm saying, right? I mean, it's basically saying like Venom hasn't really been cool since Lethal Protector by David Michelinie. And I would kind of agree with that. Right? I mean, there've been some cool moments, but Venom himself being cool, I don't think has really happened for a long time. And I'm talking about like when things like Scorpion, when Max Gargan was Venom and stuff like that. I mean, I guess maybe, I guess fans of Flash Thompson of Agent Venom will probably get pissed off about that. I don't really care. I never really liked Agent Venom all that much. I was never a huge fan of him. Like, I mean, he was cool and it was a cool concept, but I'm old school. Eddie Brock all the way, right? Like I dig Eddie Brock as Venom. And so Eddie Brock as Venom hasn't really been that cool because he hasn't really been Venom for a long time. But still, the fact remains, it's one of these awesome little, these little moments, because what it does is it switches over to Miles Morales and to Scorpion. Right now, again, Scorpion was a previous host for a Venom symbiote, which means that he's basically got the codex inside of him, right? I mean, Matt Gargan being Venom, that came during Dark Reign, right? He was one of the Dark Avengers, or at least one of the dark guys out there, right? Like the Dark Avengers with all the villains playing good guys, essentially. And so this was a cool thing because you end up having like Miles Morales holding his own against all these guys. Now, this is an important thing to talk about here, because for those individuals who are new to Miles Morales, they would look at that and they would still see him as like the new kid on the block. And in a lot of ways he is. In comparison to like how long Venom's been active and how long Spider-Man's been active and how long Cletus Cassidy has been active, he is kind of the new kid on the block, right? Even looking at like other Spider characters, right? Like Miguel O'Hara, Spider-Man 2099, looking at like Kane, looking at Ben Reilly, looking at a lot of those characters who are out there. Yeah, I mean they've been there and they've been there for a very, very long time. So really Miles is the new kid, but Miles has a lot of experience under his belt that really helps him catch up, right? The entire events of Spider-Verse, right? Fighting off against the Inheritors, Spider-Verse 2. I mean, there's all these cool moments, these cool storylines that he's been a part of where he's faced off against some pretty heavy hitters. So grabbing a lot of experience, rolling it under his belt, the entirety of Secret Wars by Jonathan Hickman, all the events that transpired in there. So he's grown up pretty fast and gain a pretty solid understanding of what he's capable of. And so again, using his shock, all that kind of cool stuff, facing off against these guys, he's able to hold his own to a degree, more than you would expect, which is kind of cool for little Miles. Like, go Miles! You got it, little buddy. Like he's doing a great job. But of course, Matt Gargan tries to escape and Venom forces him back in again. The issue is that as soon as that happens, they're basically met by Carnage, who's like, okay, cool, snatch this guy up and drag him in. And I'm sorry, by actually, it looks like Norman Osborn, to be honest. He doesn't really have the thing on his head. But they basically end up snatching him up, and of course they manage to impale him, but of course he ends up getting away when Miles goes to attack. And this is one of the crappy things that goes on here, because what takes place is that where this is revealed to be Cletus Cassidy, and it is actually him going through and trying to capture Matt Gargan, we end up having him capture Miles Morales. And this is kind of a big moment, because we haven't really seen him capture a Spider character yet. And so that's why it really seems to feel a lot like Spider-Verse, because it kind of seems to be moving in the realm of the Inheritors. The question to ask here is, what will Miles do in relation to beefing up the power of like, Carnage's forces? Like, will it kind of be spread all throughout them, or will it just beef up the power of Cletus Cassidy? How's all this going to work? The other thing to bear in mind here is that there's a lot of information that Miles has, a lot of places to get to, right? Like the spider folks out there, what was the multiversal Spider-Man team? I don't remember what they were called. Nobody read it, so Marvel canceled it, but I guess I'm not alone in that regard. But nonetheless, there's a lot of cool things that could come out of this, a lot of information that could be extrapolated and could be extracted by Cletus Cassidy essentially from Miles Morales on how to defeat these various characters, on how to take all of them out. As far as I'm aware, Miles does not know that Eddie Brock has a son, Dylan. And so as far as we're aware, I mean, I know that Carnage kind of knows, but there's nothing to lead Carnage to know that Dylan is the one with the codex, right? I mean, we don't really know that yet. I mean, I guess he's just kind of tracking him down inherently, but still, it's a cool moment, right? I mean, because what this does is it goes into the one shot of Miles Morales being taken over by Carnage. It's a cool moment. Like, the story's pretty solid. Like, I'm really digging it so far. Okay, so Absolute Carnage just keeps getting better and better. This story just keeps getting ridiculously good. It's absolutely insane. And what this one does is it gives us like one of the coolest moments ever in the history of Venom and all that good stuff. Now, initially this picks up after issue number 2. I'm still debating on whether or not I'm going to cover the tie-ins. I'm not 100% sure. That's one of the reasons why I'm doing this issue by issue, is because if we decide to cover the tie-ins, we can do that later on just by like, you know, or at least after this is done, like covering that video and then throwing it into the playlist and then just kind of being done with it. But it is cool because this comes in the aftermath of basically Carnage taking over Miles Morales. Now remember, Carnage is going after everybody who has in any form or fashion either come in contact with a symbiote, which grants them a codex, meaning that the symbiote leaves its DNA behind, or a person that he could add to his ranks in order to basically bolster his abilities and use them as a means to achieve his goal, right? So it's really kind of twofold. Technically, there wouldn't be a reason for him to grab Miles Morales, but Miles Morales is a spider person and very capable in his abilities. And so using him to his own ends, that allows him to basically go against Spider-Man and the rest of the superheroes a little more well-armed than he was before, instead of just relying on a huge amount of forces for him to use at his disposal. Now, in reality, like for the most part, in comparison to Earth superheroes, numbers trumps powers almost all the time. The only exception you get with that are like characters who can like warp reality or who have powers that have a huge area of effect, right? A huge AoE. So like if you're talking about somebody like Storm who can control like all the elements, well, the numbers don't really matter, right? Because she's just like, you get lightning and you get lightning and you get lightning. Everybody gets lightning, you know? Whereas with someone like Iceman, he can just like freeze a ton of people at one point. But somebody like Wolverine has to kind of like hack and slash his way through each individual person, right? So like, you know, numbers for the most part will trump people with huge amounts of abilities. That's why stories like this are always kind of intriguing. But Eddie Brock has to essentially leave Miles Morales behind, right? But this is kind of a funny thing, is because the symbiote sort of starts to turn. Now, this is what I love about Donny Cates' handling of the Venom symbiote, right? The fact that Donny Cates is sitting down and he's writing the symbiote in a way to where it's its own distinct character. This is why I say, I think Donny Cates' run on Venom will turn out to be one of the greatest runs on Venom ever written, right? I mean, because you look at it and it's like, okay, so you get these cool progressions, things like that, but the idea of Eddie Brock and the symbiote fighting against each other in the sense of the symbiote's just like, we need to kill as many of the forces of Carnage as we can, and that includes Norman Osborn. Eddie's response is, no, we can't kill him because it's not under his control, right? He's operating under what Carnage wants him to do, not what it is that he wants to do. And the response to Venom is, it doesn't matter. And that's kind of I kind of side with Venom on this one, right? I mean, I'm curious which side you go with, but I side with Venom on this one. Like, sure, he's not operating of his own accord, but it doesn't make him any less dangerous, right? It doesn't make him want to kill them any less, right? I mean, he's like, his desire is to kill them, like to take them over, incorporate them into the Carnage symbiote, and then to kind of expand their numbers, right? Like, knowing that he's not able to operate under his own accord, it doesn't matter, right? Like, he still wants to take them out. And so that's why it's kind of like, you know, you do what you got to do, right? People who win wars are ones willing to do whatever it takes to win the war, not the ones who take the high ground, right? So it's kind of cool, right? Like, you got to fight fire with fire. The Allies against the Germans, for example, right? Like, both sides killed. And we saw how that worked out. So it's cool when it comes to this, because what ends up happening here is Eddie actually tries to turn his back on the Venom symbiote for a minute, because the symbiote goes and tries to kill Norman Osborn, and the response of Eddie is, you can't. Like, if you really want to kill them, fine, go on ahead and do it. Like, go on ahead. Like, I'm gonna go save somebody. Like, I'm gonna go be a hero. And this is interesting because what it does is it pits the symbiote in a way to where it basically has its own moral struggle. And that's what I love about this, is because the symbiote is now as much of a person as Eddie Brock is, right? The symbiote's in a spot where it's like, okay, yes, like Norman Osborn can't operate of his own accord. Basically, he's doing what the Carnage symbiote tells him to, you know, as part of the Grendel and all that kind of cool stuff. He's not operating of his own will. And yes, he still wants to kill us, but it's killing him the right thing to do. And ultimately, like, Venom settles on the fact that it does not believe it's the right thing to do, and in turn ends up rebonding to Eddie, grabbing Matt Gargan, grabbing Scorpion, whose spine was broken by the forces of Carnage, and then flees. Basically takes off and goes back to Rex Strickland's safe house, which is of course again where Eddie Brock is operating out of. Now again, remember, like when this whole thing went down, basically Eddie Brock told Spider-Man to get out of there and like to go find the Avengers, right? To like bring the Avengers together. And so of course that's exactly what Spider-Man did. Now of course we get Wolverine and we get Captain America, two old school members of the new Avengers when Brian Michael Bendis wrote them. We also end up getting Ben Grimm, who again is a heavy hitter and is kind of what they need. And then we get the mind of Bruce Banner. And the reason why they need them, or why they need him, is because when it comes to human biology, for the most part, like you do kind of have a hierarchy, right? I mean, you got Reed Richards, Valeria Richards, Dr. Doom at the top, who trade like the #1 spot depending on who's writing the story, and then you kind of start going down from there. But just because someone is like the third smartest person in the world does not mean they're overall the third smartest person. Reed is the smartest person in the world across the board. That's true. But when it comes down to like specializations, like Bruce Banner takes the cake when it comes to human biology, especially gamma radiation. And so he's the guy that kind of takes that stance. When it comes to technology, it's Tony Stark. Like it's these cool little things that you kind of see with these specialization of characters that can sort of lend themselves to telling a particular type of story. And that's what's been going on here, is that the science behind the Maker in terms of curing the son of Venom of his codex works, right? Like the codex is now gone from the son of Venom. I'm sorry, gone from not the son of Venom, gone from Normie, from the son of Norman Osborn. And so it basically, I'm sorry, the grandson of Norman Osborn. But it works for the purpose that it serves, because what it means is this technology can be used to basically cure all the various superheroes of their codices. Now, what it does is it removes 1/2 of the reason why why Carnage would want to take them, right? I mean, if these various characters have been hosts of the Venom symbiote in some form or another, and a codices was left behind on them, then in turn, like Carnage would want to take them in order to get that codex. With that codex being removed, now Carnage doesn't have a reason, at least as far as that goes, to take them. But the power and the knowledge of Captain America, the power of like Wolverine, the power of Ben Grimm would still serve as an asset, meaning Carnage could still take them if he chose. So again, like there's still motivation there for him to basically capture these guys and snatch them up and run away. And so as a result of this, you basically end up having having these different guys kind of thrown into these tubes of sorts that are designed to basically remove this codex from them. Now, a really cool moment happens here, because when this takes place, Spider-Man walks up, starts talking to Eddie Brock, and it's a really sort of heart-to-heart conversation. And this is interesting because what it shows is that there aren't really any hard feelings between Peter and Eddie Brock, right? And indeed, there really weren't. I mean, ultimately, it was Eddie that kind of came down to constantly tracking down and constantly wanting to take out Peter. But at the end of the day, it's one of these things where they're basically allies. And this is why stories like this are so cool, is because what it means is that going forward, Eddie Brock could become, and probably will be, a tried and true good guy, right? Like, I wouldn't be surprised if you started seeing Eddie Brock on more like Avengers stories, different things like that, because of how capable he is and because of the fact that he's essentially turning over a new leaf. The issue with this is that when Peter basically asks Eddie, are you going to tell Dylan about the fact that you're basically his father, that Eddie for an instant seems to not know, and then ponders it, and then in turn, the real Eddie comes running up out of nowhere. And he's like, dude, Peter, get away from that guy, only for us to find out this is not Eddie Brock. This is Carnage, and it is amazing. I love these twists and turns, man. Like, I love what Donny Cates is doing with this. Dude, Donny Cates, man, this guy, I swear to God, man, this guy's like right up here with Hickman for me. Like, the writing styles, totally different. The ability to create epic stuff, exactly the same. Like, it's amazing. Dude, Donny Cates, man, everything this guy writes is gold. Like, it's oh my God, it's incredibly nuts. Like, it's Donny Cates, kudos to you, man. I am digging what I'm loving what you're laying down, man. This is awesome. Because in turn, like, Carnage basically summons all of his forces in and starts attacking every single one of these guys. And the response of Venom is like, look, like I told you what would happen. I told you we had to take these guys out. I told you we had to kill them. And I told them what would happen if you were a half measure, if you didn't do what needed to be done in order to win. And that's ultimately the coolest thing about this, is it's like those who can't do what needs to be done in order to win lose. And that's just the way it is. It's always that way, right? Like, you know, it's cool to take the moral high ground, and it makes you feel good at the end of the day, but at the end of the day, you lose. And that's just the way it is. So I guess if you're okay with losing, then the moral high ground is fine. If you're not okay with losing, then do what it takes to win. And that's the response of Venom. If you're not willing to do what it takes, if you're not strong enough to do what it takes, then I will find someone who is. I will find someone who's strong enough to be able to take this threat head on and not have any reservation about killing the very various forms of Carnage that are running around out there. And so in response to this, the Venom symbiote abandons Eddie Brock and bonds itself to Bruce Banner. Following that, like, Carnage is kind of like, I don't know who this loser is, whatever, who cares? Let's focus on the things that need to be focused on. But instead, he basically craps his pants when he comes face to face with what I think is probably one of the most cool characters that we've ever seen in the history of comics, Venom Hulk. Okay, so we are continuing our coverage on Weapons Plus. And here's a funny thing about this, right? Weapons Plus is probably the most important comic book that Marvel's releasing right now that no one's reading. And it's kind of a shame because there's so much going on in this whole Weapons Plus comic. And here's my bet. I would bet all the money in my pockets to all the money in your pockets that this is all going to go towards the Marvel Cinematic Universe in some form or fashion. What other reason is there to release and basically revamp the entirety of Weapons Plus if it's not going to be incorporated into the Marvel Cinematic Universe? It doesn't really make any sense, right? Because nobody was really asking for it. And that's one of the things we talked about in the first video. Nobody was really asking for like a revamp of Weapons Plus. It just came out of nowhere. Now, Marvel could be doing it of their own volition, but I feel like this is going to be a Marvel Cinematic Universe kind of thing. But the idea behind this in the first Weapons Plus that we had talked about, and this is one of the things that kind of came out of this, is Weapons Plus was historically, it was kind of a weird thing, right? Like, Weapons Plus was originally just a Wolverine thing, and that was really all it was. Then it turned into, with Grant Morrison's run, it turned into Weapon 1, which was Captain America, running all the way up to Weapon X, which is Wolverine, and that's when the official Weapons Plus program came to an end. Unofficially, it continued on, right? You got Deadpool, you got the Stepford Cuckoos with, that were basically clones of Emma Frost. You got all kinds of stuff that came after Wolverine. But the officially sanctioned Weapons Plus program, as it was operated as a joint venture between Canada and the CIA, was basically disbanded. Like, it was essentially gone. And so the funny thing about this, and what this did, at least in the first video that we did, is it basically established that Weapons Plus was alive and well, right? Like, it was keeping on. And the extent of it, we didn't know, and we still don't know. But the crazy thing about this is that what it does is it basically has like this Weapon V facility, right? And it's interesting, you could call it Weapon 5, and that really kind of seems to be the case. It sort of seems to be like a dual meaning between Weapon 5 and like Weapon Venom. But what it does here is it basically says, okay, essentially, like, during the events of Absolute Carnage, when, Cletus Cassidy and his various mini counterparts, more or less, were kind of terrorizing throughout the city of New York and attacking various places, that what Cletus Cassidy has also been doing is striking at the heart of these various facilities. Because remember, the overall theme behind Absolute Carnage is that Cletus Cassidy is going after anybody who's ever worn a symbiote, right? Because anybody who's ever worn a symbiote gets this kind of codex that's basically bonded to their genetic material. And in turn, Cletus Cassidy, in order to increase his strength to become this wildly powerful being for what seems to be the purpose of going toe-to-toe with Null the symbiote god, all really seems to be rooted in this idea of gaining like these codices, right? These little codices that have been bonded to people. And so what ended up happening is somewhere along the line, he attacked this Weapon 5 facility. Now, what this does is it jumps directly to Clayton Cortez. Now, here's the thing about Clayton Cortez, right? I would say about a year ago, Greg Pak had this really, really cool idea that Marvel just kind of wasted. And the idea behind this was to essentially introduce something called Weapon H. Now, Weapon H was a cool idea. Like, when it first popped up, it was a cool idea. But like, I was considering covering it. The problem was I was looking at the entirety of the Marvel landscape at the time, and as soon as I saw that come out, my immediate thought was, Marvel's not going to do anything with that. And the reason why is because what it ended up turning into was Marvel doing like this grand reshuffling, right? So it was like during like the old, Dan Slott Spider-Man run, when Peter Parker went back to being Spider-Man, and it lasted like 12 to 14 issues, and then we got Secret War. So it was like, okay, so Peter Parker's back, but none of it's going to matter because we're basically getting Secret Wars, so you're going to have to wait until Secret Wars is done to see what happens with all of this. Of course, then we end up getting all new, all different amazing Spider-Man and so on. But, looking at this, I was like, okay, I've seen this a million times, right? Like, some character is introduced basically at like the precipice of what's going to be like a huge reshuffling at Marvel, and usually Marvel ends up wasting them. And that's what they did here, right? They wasted Clayton Cortez. The idea behind this is that William Stryker had his own kind of Weapons Plus program going on, not tied into like the overarching Weapons Plus thing, but basically his own sort of Weapons Plus idea. And that was really predicated on the notion of, we got to kill mutants, so we'll just use Weapons Plus technology in order to do it. And so what ended up happening is William Stryker gathered together the genetic material of essentially the entire X-Force team at the time, and then in turn had them all bonded to Clayton Cortez. Now, there was Weapon Beta and then Weapon Alpha, or at least Weapon H Beta and then Weapon H Alpha, or whatever you want to call it, H Beta, H Alpha. It was kind of a weird thing. But the idea behind this is that Clayton Cortez is basically Weapon Alpha, Weapon H. He was the prime version. And this is a guy who essentially has adamantium bonded to his skeleton. He's got the Incredible Hulk concept, right? So it's not unlimited strength, but it is like an insane amount of strength. And then he's also got Wolverine's claws, right? So he's a merger between two of these characters, along with some other characters too, right? Like Domino, different things like that. And this is an amazing idea. Like it is a super cool idea, but Marvel being Marvel wasted it. I imagine as time goes on, he may become more prominent, but the reality is that Weapon H is largely just a Greg Pak concept. That's really all it is, right? It's just only Greg Pak's thing. And so as a result of this, it's kind of crazy. For those of you guys who are new to comics, I want to talk about this for a second. For those of you guys who are new to comics, Marvel Comics operates very similar to like the WWE from wrestling. You have a character who hits their peak, usually the championship belt, and then for the most part, they just kind of fall to the wayside to make room for the new guys. And that's basically what happened with Greg Pak. He's an incredible writer, an amazing writer, but the idea here is that he basically peaked, for lack of a better word, with his run on the Incredible Hulk. But because it was selling so well, Marvel's just kind of like, do your own thing, man. So he just sort of gets shuffled off to no man's land, but has total control over what he wants to do, right? So he's like Starlin with the Infinity Saga. But the idea here is that Clayton Cortez, you know, some 6 minutes into this video, the idea is that Clayton Cortez ends up arriving back at his family home, or at least where his family's kind of residing at. Now, this is an important thing, and the reason why is because after he became Weapon H, and after he fought the Incredible Hulk, Wolverine, and then essentially left them and went to go do his own thing, he started going from Eagle Star facility to Eagle Star facility and essentially wiping out all the records of himself. And the reason why this matters is because Eagle Star was the group that Clayton was part of before he was forced into Weapon H. And Eagle Star was basically just kind of like this military contracting team, right? These guys who would just go out and take care of these various schemes. And that's actually where you end up getting into this little segment here, is that you end up in this scenario where Clayton's basically confronted with like his old boss, where it's like, we were supposed to wipe out the whole village, you didn't, so on and so forth. You know, and essentially they're there to basically capture him. They're there to like to grab him and bring him in. And the reason for that comes by way of a guy named Dr. Andrew Breen. Now, we'll talk about Andrew Breen here in a minute, because at the moment he's just kind of there, and he becomes more important as the story goes on, or at least once we get towards the end. But what he does is kind of give us this timeline of Weapons Plus. And this is a very important segment here. And the reason why is because in the first video it was kind of like, okay, here's the timeline of Weapons Plus based on what we know. And what this does is essentially clear all that up. And the cool thing about this is it really kind of goes back to what we originally talked about, right? This idea that what you had in the early days is you basically just kind of had this idea that existed out there, that Weapons Plus was basically the reason for the creation of Captain America. But the problem was that once Captain America was believed to have been dead, then the question became, what do we do next? And so that kind of went into what we talked about previously, where you had these weapons projects that were being created, Weapons 2 and 3 and 4 and so on and so forth. But the big thing was that in 1965, and this is what we kind of talked about in Absolute Carnage, it's sort of been hinted of, but it really kind of gets consolidated here, which is pretty nice. But in 1965, essentially S.H.I.E.L.D., led by Nick Fury, along with a handful of others, ended up coming into contact with what was basically the Grendel. Now, of course, those of you guys who were following Donny Cates' run, and those of you guys who were following Absolute Carnage are aware of this. But for those of you guys who are not, the Grendel's kind of like this leftover remnant, more or less, of when Null, the symbiote god, was kind of rampaging throughout the universe, right? And so the idea was that it was essentially frozen on Earth and just kind of stuck there. This led into the concept of the Sim Soldiers, right? So the idea of like Rex Strickland and so on and so forth over at Donny Cates' Venom run, as well as what we saw in the first Weapons Plus video. And this idea was that when, you know, with this kind of culminating with Russia's Department X, which basically gave us like the Winter Soldier, it gave us the Red Room, which produced women like Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, and so on and so forth. Because of the fact that Weapons Plus was for the most part only really focusing on Russia, when they came across the Grendel, what they realized was the threat this Grendel posed. And so as a result of that, what they ended up doing was basically extracting sections of the Grendel off, right? Like these small little bits here and there, which were essentially, you know, the precursor to the Venom symbiote. And what they ended up doing was bonding it to guys like Rex Strickland, right? So this goes into that whole thing. Following that, what we end up learning here, and this is what we didn't know before, what we ended up learning here is that where it was previously believed that Weapons Plus, at least as part of it, you know, being a kind of government-sanctioned organization, was essentially gone, the reality is that's not the case. That Weapons Plus still appears to be a government-sanctioned organization, albeit operating in like a super deep clandestine way. But characters like Anti-Venom, like Flash Thompson, he's a byproduct of Weapons Plus. What this is doing is basically grabbing the entire Venom mythos as it exists, both by way of what Donny Cates is doing, as well as people before him, with the introduction of like Flash Thompson as Agent Venom and so on and so forth, and is consolidating all of it down into a singular timeline. And that's a genius idea, because what this basically means is that every iteration of the Venom symbiote as it's appeared in Marvel Comics as part of any kind of military team or any kind of specialized operations team like Agent Venom has all been sanctioned and secretly controlled by the Weapons Plus organization. And this is cool. Like, this is really awesome, because from there, like, what it means is it literally kind of brings it all together, right? And that's one of the things that Marvel's been focusing on a lot recently. It's creating more cohesiveness. Not only that, what we also end up learning is that while Urquhart, who's basically the direct supervisor, or at least was the direct superior of Clayton Clayton Cortez when he was part of Eagle Star, while they had essentially gone underground and they still exist as a team, they're now simply referred to as like Mars Team, as opposed to like the Eagle Star Group or anything like that. It's a way to kind of cast off the previous name and then sort of operate as kind of a Black Ops wet work team and essentially stay off the radar without anybody hitting them up for like contracts or anything along those lines. But the idea here is they were the ones that were originally at the Weapon V facility when Carnage first attacked in the beginning of the story, and then they basically made it out, by the skin of their teeth, but they're launching this attack yet again. And that's why they're bringing in Clayton Cortez, because Clayton Cortez is a heavy hitter, right? Like he's a big hitter. And so that's when you kind of end up switching over to Cletus Cassidy, who's actually sitting at a bus stop. And the idea here is that Cletus Cassidy is ultimately drawn to these guys. And this is a cool little bit of a revelation here, right? Because this is one of the reasons why tie-ins can oftentimes really expand and make a story a lot more interesting. The Cletus Cassidy is traveling all over the world to find anybody who's ever hosted the Venom symbiote. And the fact that these former Eagle Star turned Mars Team guys are basically sim soldiers, meaning that they're harnessing the power of the Grendel, means they all have codices. And so as a result of that, Carnage is going after them as well. And that's the cool thing, is it's not just about superpowered beings. And it's interesting to see, because when this bus comes cruising in, right, this bus comes flying in, Cletus Cassidy of course is on it, but he's killed everybody there. And this is one of the funny things that goes on, is because what this really shows is that in terms of the government's perception, or at least Weapons Plus's perception of Carnage and what it is that he's capable of now, they're painfully ill-equipped, right? They're painfully unprepared. And the reason why is because all they really know about what Carnage is capable of at the moment is what they've seen in the various footage from the Battle of New York, because they're not really there, as well as the existing knowledge they have when it comes to the symbiotes. But remember, the Grendels are cut above the rest. This is not just your regular Venom symbiote. These guys are really bred, and really the Grendel concept itself is really designed to be like this kind of uber symbiote, which of course serves the will of Null the symbiote god. And so with Carnage walking around with this sort of power, and then in turn these sim soldiers walking around with something akin to this power, their initial thought is, okay, so symbiotes are basically weak to sonic and fire, so we'll use that. Neither of which work, right? I mean, neither of those bring him down, and Carnage just comes running out. And it makes sense, right? Like the entirety of Absolute Carnage would be kind of a bust if it's just like, so all they need is fire. Okay, well then just go get Pyro from like the X-Men and just watch how fast he kills Carnage. Like Pyro shows up and he's like, somebody give me a lighter, or bring in like Ghost Rider or anybody who can manipulate any kind of hellfire, and they would totally destroy Carnage. And so it's cool to see that that's not the case. Instead, what you get here is this pretty knockdown, drag out fight between Weapon H and Carnage itself. And this, while this it's not the grandiose thing ever, this is really Marvel just kind of proving a point and showing us where Carnage is. And the reason for that is because when you read the Absolute Carnage event itself and you see him face off against various characters, it is interesting, but you can kind of chalk that up to the nature of Carnage, right? There really isn't a whole lot that's happened there that's just like, okay, so just here's how far he is above everybody else. You haven't really seen a whole lot of that yet. And the reason why is because a lot of the conflict that you've seen has really been confined to like the Spider-based and the Venom-based characters, right? So it's been confined to like Miles Morales and to like Spider-Man and to Venom and things like that. But these are characters that while they are powerful in their own right, seeing Carnage face off against the Incredible Hulk was more of Carnage outwitting the Incredible Hulk as opposed to outfighting the strength of the Incredible Hulk. And so again, it's kind of cool in that regard. But what you're seeing here is a knockdown, drag out fight between what's effectively the Incredible Hulk and Wolverine merged into a singular person and Carnage. Now again, there are limitations here, right? Clayton Cortez does not have infinite strength. It doesn't really go on that way. And then that's when you start getting to what's going on with Dr. Breen. And Dr. Breen, what he's been doing is that where he's been putting eye drops in his eyes. And the idea here is that he had some sort of, vision impairment or something along those lines, that he needed those for, hence the reason he was wearing glasses. The reality is that he's been dropping the Grendel into his eyes. And the reason why is because he said he wanted to see the world the way the Grendel does. And this is kind of a cool thing, because what it does is it basically says that like you've got the Grendel out there, this Grendel symbiote thing more or less is out there, and little pieces of it have been siphoned off over the years, and that's where the sim soldiers come from. But essentially it sees the world in a different way insofar as it's governed by a singular ideology. And that's what Breen had picked up on. Breen had essentially gone insane. It's really what this is. Like he's absolutely lost his mind. But the idea here is that all he sees when he puts, has the Grendel in his eyes is God is coming, right? Like God is on his way here. Everybody's basically going to die. And it's essentially all kind of pointing to this notion that Null the symbiote god is going to return, which makes the most sense. It's really the direction everything's going in. And Absolute Carnage would kind of be a bust if like Null never returned, right? If it was just like, no, he's not coming back, he's just been dead this whole time, that'd be kind of a bust, right? It'd be kind of disappointing. And so it's cool to see that kind of thing showing back up here. The result of this is that because of the fact that Clayton Cortez had never actually worn a symbiote itself, and because Clayton Cortez doesn't really care, right? He's kind of out doing his own thing. He ultimately just ends up leaving Mars Team to itself, right? He's just kind of like, whatever, I'm gonna leave. And he ends up taking somebody with him and basically bailing out. and that's basically it, right? Like he grabs the stepmom and they end up leaving. It's kind of a funny thing because the stepmom hates him, but to see them kind of reconcile is interesting, but that only really matters if you're reading Weapon H, right? If you're not reading Weapon H, none of that really matters to you. It's not really relevant to you. The idea and kind of the big takeaway that seems to be coming out of this is Weapon H, it looks like Clayton may end up joining the Avengers, but that's the nature of it, right? The nature of this is that this guy's trying to go out and do his own thing and doesn't really want to be bothered with the rest of the world. He kind of wants to just stay off the radar and stay hidden. And so it would make perfect sense if he didn't, if it was just like him fighting Carnage, which is kind of a cool little thing. In reality, if that's the case, all this is really designed to do by Marvel is to get, you know, him out more into the public eye and get people to read his comics more. But it is a cool concept, right? Because this entire conflict was basically being monitored by Weapons Plus. They were watching this whole thing go down. And ultimately, Weapons Plus sees it. It's just an interesting concept. But at the end of the day, they're like, we've got other things we want to worry about, namely Weapon 30, right? Like Weapon XXX. And this is kind of a cool thing because it's like, okay, so like what other weapons are they focusing on? But the overall gist behind this is that it still continues the kind of mystery behind the idea of Weapons Plus. It continues the mystery behind what's going on with it and how all that's kind of unfolding. Here's kind of a cool thing here is this guy, this person who's overseeing it is actually just drinking from a Captain America mug, right? And it's kind of a cool thing because while you do have one of his guys off to the side who's basically reporting to him, my question, and this would be really, really awesome here, if it turned out to be Steve-O, evil Steve Rogers from like Secret Empire, that would be amazing. It'd be like this amazing revelation where he's basically rebranding and reworking and running the entirety of Weapons Plus behind the scenes. I would love that. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and in the aftermath of the last video that we did, which was the King in Black and it had Null, and we ended up finding out that the Silver Surfer was kind of this voice that was coming in at the end of it, I was cruising through the comments and a lot of you guys were kind of like, okay, like what's up with the Silver Surfer? So what I figured we'd do here is go back and cover a story that's actually really important to understand the Silver Surfer as he exists now as part of the King in Black event, and that's a story called Silver Surfer Black. This basically is the first time the Silver Surfer encounters Null. So this takes place quite some time before the King in Black event. But I wanted to cover this here so you guys basically have a better understanding of what's going on with Norrinrad's character. So what this initially does is it kind of picks up sort of a refresher for the Silver Surfer, and that's the way these comics usually go, right? For a character like the Silver Surfer, whom you don't really see all that often. With somebody like Iron Man, Captain America, you don't really get a refresher when it comes to this, right? It's largely just kind of relying on your knowledge of previous issues because you see them all the time. But with somebody like Silver Surfer, it's kind of like, you don't really see him all that often, right? And so it kind of gives us a little bit of a rundown in the sense that he's the Herald of Galactus, that he kind of goes along and does his own thing, but it also ties into like the old Jack Kirby and Stan Lee and even the post Fantastic Four first appearance stories that focus heavily on the nature of the Silver Surfer, which is to say the kind of morality that comes with him knowing that he's basically a guy who leads Galactus to worlds that in days gone by would normally have been devoid of life, but that in this day and age he largely just takes him to whatever planet he needs. And in this instance, with these different worlds that have been consumed by Galactus, there was one world in particular that was interesting in the sense that when the Silver Surfer showed up as kind of a harbinger and basically said like, your world's gonna die, you know, so get out while you can, that the people on that world actually came together and sang songs as praise to Silver Surfer. They almost kind of saw him as a god. And it's this kind of morality that he consistently struggled with, right? This idea that he's basically ending the lives of entire civilizations on various worlds because Galactus needs to consume, right? It's the role he plays in the universe. And so it's one of these things where it kind of gives us this little bit of a moral imperative for his character, which will become important later on, because of course we pick up in the aftermath of the initial Guardians of the Galaxy story. And a lot of that kind of came out of Infinity Wars, which was a terrible story. In effect, in the aftermath of this, like Thanos was dead, that in the Black Order, or whatever you want to call it, of Thanos kind of showing up and basically opening like this dimensional rift that started sucking in all these various characters. And you guys can find that video from the Guardians of the Galaxy down in the description. The Silver Surfer was effectively sucked into this dimensional rift. And it's one of the ways that Marvel plays things kind of fast and loose when it comes to that sort of thing happening. By and large, as far as I understand it right now, when it comes to like black holes here in the real world, we don't really know what happens, right? All we know is that matter just kind of gets broken down on the atomic level, and then it ends up being trapped inside of a black hole, right? There's theories that black holes are portals to other dimensions. There's theories that black holes basically open up into white holes and on other sides of the universe. So they're just something akin to like a wormhole, a teleportation device. In effect, it allows you to sort of bend the barriers of space and time to leave one or to enter from one part of the universe and arrive in a different part of the universe, that we don't really know exactly what goes on there, right? It's just at this point theoretical science. And so the result of this is that Marvel kind of plays it fast and loose. Sometimes black holes really are dimensional portals. Sometimes black holes are just gravity wells, right? Like if you go and you read Annihilation, there's a point where Rocket Raccoon tells Thanos that if he keeps on freaking out, they're going to drop him into a gravity well and he'll just be in there forever, right? Because a black hole's not enough to kill Thanos, but it is enough to keep him trapped, and he'll just be stuck in infinite darkness forever and ever and ever and ever. In essence, infinite life, right? He'll never be able to die. So we kind of see Marvel playing it in different ways depending on the situation. In this scenario, Marvel treats these kind of dimensional rifts or artificial black holes or what have you as basically dimensional barriers, right? That where the Silver Surfer is able to use his power to kind of get a lot of people out there and to essentially save them, at least to some degree, trying to race out at the same time. He's ultimately trapped. And the result of that is he wakes up in this place where there really is no light whatsoever. Now, based on hindsight, on what we know about Null and things like that, he's basically woken up in the realm of Null. But there's a little more going on with regards to this place he's waking up in than is initially given to us. And we'll find more about that as time goes on. But what he starts to realize is that in this place he's in, that of course there is eternal darkness, but there are these moments, or at least, you know, a huge amount of darkness, but there are these moments when like a light will flicker into existence and then it'll disappear. Then it'll come into existence and then it'll vanish, right? Stars are literally blinking in and out just consistently. Now we know a lot of that has to do with the fact that Null prizes just kind of oblivion, right? The idea of darkness, death, things like that, that there is no light in this realm that he lives in. And so that's why we're kind of able to look at this in hindsight and know that it is in effect the place that Null calls home. But Silver Surfer finds this place hugely unfamiliar, right? And so he does the only thing he really can do, which is to don his surfboard and then to take off, right? And ultimately come across this place that he sees as being some sort of planet that has at least a small flickering of light on it, and then basically arrive there and find out what's going on. The problem is that as soon as he gets there, he's immediately met with this colossal doorway and these sentinels that basically stand guard, right? These three individual beings there who almost act as you know, guards of this place. And so what's kind of crazy is Silver Surfer approaches it the way that he normally approaches things. And it's kind of interesting to look at him because when you see him over the years, especially in more recent years, he has a lot more personality than he used to, and he's very much an adventurer. But when you look at it like in this situation, it's a lot of curiosity. That and the fact that he's seemingly in a very, very weak state, given the amount of energy he had to expend in order to try to get out of this gravity well. The fact that it was an exceedingly difficult thing for him, and ultimately he ended up just tiring out and acquiescing and allowing himself to be sucked in, that at this point he does the only thing he can do, which is coming to them for help. The problem is that when he talks to them, he's like, I mean you no harm, you know, do you have a master? They kind of start speaking to him, but the language, and this is something kind of interesting, the language is something he sort of picks up on. And it's interesting because we haven't really seen a language like that before. And so it really just kind of goes to the nature of Silver Surfer having traveled so consistently, but there's also a bit of a clue there, and we'll find out what that clue is here in the future videos that we do. But he registers this in saying that, like, you know, you're like, what they effectively said is our master is God. And so it's kind of like, okay, this is kind of wonkers, you know, kind of wonky here, kind of bonkers. And so they immediately attack the Silver Surfer. And right off the bat, it's like, okay. And that's one of the things where Silver Surfer was always written in an interesting way, where on one hand, if you're a villain or some kind of being out there and you come across him for the first time, he almost appears a little naive. And it's very easy for people who are unfamiliar with the Surfer to perceive his curiosity as naivety, right? To believe that he just doesn't really know what he's getting into. But he's nobody's fool, right? And when it comes down to it, the Silver Surfer has it where it counts. That's why like the old school stories, right? The old school Silver Surfer stories written in like the 70s and the 80s were really amazing if you sat down and actually looked at them for what they were, because he had a huge amount of power. And it was kind of this thing where unless he was approaching somebody like Thanos and he was kind of like, okay, I have to be on my guard, he would show up to you and just kind of be like, huh, like you're interesting. But if he chose to pick a fight, you would regret it fast. It was nuts. They were nuts stories. I love those old Silver Surfer stories from back in the day. But he's immediately on guard and just immediately calls for his board. And it's kind of like, okay, like at this point, it's bobbing and weaving. The thing about this though is that while it is a combination of Silver Surfer being in a weakened state, these guys are also exceedingly powerful. But notice this, the goal of the Silver Surfer is not to destroy them. The goal of the Silver Surfer is to incapacitate them. And that's why you don't see him just obliterating them or attacking them or something like that. What makes this even more, you know, a little more difficult is we don't even know if he could if he tried. And not even the Silver Surfer seems to know whether or not he could actually destroy them. Because when he's fighting this battle, it's not just the midst of fighting them, it's the midst of fighting them and what they're capable of, right? So like being able to manipulate the ground, different things like that, right? These guys are exceedingly powerful. But ultimately, with this fight going on, Silver Surfer realizes they are fighting to the death, right? Their goal is to destroy him, not to incapacitate him. So it's like, okay, enough is enough, right? This is your last chance. Yield or I'm going to destroy you. And so one of the cool things about the Surfer is that because he's been around for so long and because he's faced so many enemies from so many different places, it's very, very easy for him to pick up on the weaknesses of people as they exist out there. And in this place where there seems to be constant darkness, where their goal is to kind of suffocate him in this realm of darkness, then it's okay, right? Then essentially their weakness seems to be light. And so in this fight that he's engaging in, as they begin to overwhelm him, as they begin to take him over, he does the only thing he really can do, which is to create this kind of artificial sun, which just lets off this huge amount of light and seemingly just incapacitates him, right? Just takes him right out. But it does come at a cost, and that's why his hand looks shriveled and dark. Now again, we'll learn more about that as we go through these different videos, these different stories, but it's this cool moment where once this light is dawned in this place, suddenly we realize it's not some kind of a hellish landscape, right? This is a lush and beautiful place. And that's when Surfer realizes these people are probably not native to this land. They may be, but as far as he can tell, that they're individuals who seem to have been conscripted into their role by whatever force it is that happens to live here. And so you get this really, really amazing moment where this door opens up, right? This door basically, this great big huge place opens up and this hand just reaches out and grabs him, right? And says like, hello, little son, like, well met. And that's one of the crazy things is Surfer does this monologue, right? He says like, what dwells beyond this gate has the power to enslave gods, to unmake the stars in the sky. A long forgotten voice in the back of my mind screams as I'm taken by this black and I'm snatched in here. And this voice says, be careful, traveler, here there be dragons. And that's when you basically end up having Null, who snatches Silver Surfer through this void, pulls him into this doorway and seemingly traps him inside his own dimension. And this is the first time that we end up having the Silver Surfer ever encountering Null in the history of Marvel Comics. And what follows after this is absolute madness because it gets ridiculously insane, especially when we get into the involvement of Galactus. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and you guys really enjoyed the first part of Silver Surfer Black. You guys really seem to love that, so we're going to continue this. But a couple things, because I was reading your all's comments, a couple things to keep in mind. The conclusion of the main King in Black story, where Silver Surfer shows up again to fight the King in Black, and he's like all black and different stuff like that, that takes place after this story. This story is when Silver Surfer first meets Null, the symbiote god. So this takes place long before the events of King in Black even begin. So as we're kind of jumping back to the past, and then we'll jump back to the present once we actually pick back up with King in Black. The other thing is you guys constantly ask me where we get the music from in our videos. We use Epidemic Sound, and it really just kind of goes from there, right? We just sort of pick and choose based on what we want. If you guys want, I can have my editor compile a list of the tracks that we use for Epidemic Sound and post some of those down in the comments or in the description or something like that. But that's where we get our audio from. We're set up, we're really partnered with Epidemic Sound and use the music that's provided there. So in the last video, we basically talked about how Silver Surfer had kind of been sucked to this black hole and basically ended up at some point along the line where he meets Null for the very first time. What this does is it basically tells us that this journey the Silver Surfer went on through this black hole took him to the very beginning of all creation, right? The very beginning of all things, or seemingly the very beginning of this universe. Not really the beginning of the multiverse or anything, but the very beginnings of this universe. Now, given the way things are transpiring here, this looks as though he goes all the way back to the time and encounters Null before Null was defeated by the Celestials and cast back into his own dimension. That looks to be the case. But the important thing here is that Silver Surfer facing off against Null, that for those of us who are huge Silver Surfer fans, we always recognize the fact that the Silver Surfer's power has waxed and waned a lot over the years, right? And that's one of the things that we talked about really in different videos that we've made, that if you go back and you read the old Jim Starlin Silver Surfer style stories, that in those stories, he was wildly overpowered. Like he was just immensely powerful. He could time travel and do all kinds of crazy different things. Over the years, his powers have been decreased a lot. And a lot of that I think was just for the idea of just telling a particular story. But by whatever manner and whatever means, Marvel's really decreased the power of a lot of their characters over the years. That's kind of a common trend. If you read Marvel Comics back in the 70s and 80s, characters were a lot more ferocious, they were a lot more powerful. But if you read them now, they're a lot weaker than they used to be, which is kind of ironic here. You know, looking at that and how powerful the Surfer used to be, and looking at this and saying, okay, so maybe Donny Cates is taking the Surfer back to the way his power used to be. In the end, it still doesn't matter because Null overpowers him so quickly. This battle takes place in seconds, right? It's in mere seconds, right? Silver Surfer goes to launch an attack against Null. Null sends his living abyss towards the Silver Surfer and then basically ensnares him. Just like that. It's so quick. And this is actually a great display of Donny Cates to show us how powerful Null is when we first really saw a full-on appearance of Null going against somebody who was a spacefaring character like the Silver Surfer. Even though the Silver Surfer's powers have been reduced a lot in comparison to his older stories, he's still immensely powerful. And I think that, people know enough about the Surfer to know how powerful he is, even if they don't know the nuances of what he was capable of, each of his feats or abilities or, the crazy things he'd done over the years, stuff like that. Even if people don't necessarily know those things, they know enough to know he's exceedingly powerful. And so having him face off against Null, who overpowers the Surfer in mere moments, is a great display of Null's power. And this is what's kind of crazy about this, is that it's not enough to capture the Surfer. He in turn says, like, I am the god of all darkness, right? I am the god of everything. Fly as fast as you can, faster than light, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you are always going to arrive in the dark, right? There's no way you can overcome me. There's no way you can get past me. I am an immutable, indestructible force, right? And as this happens, the Silver Surfer, who's already weakened from his trip through the black hole, begins to get even weaker, right? Begins to get even more tired, right? Consistently more and more tired. Now, the thing to understand here is that while the Silver Surfer is quite literally fleeing for his life, with him being taken over by the living abyss, the stance of Null is, even if you make it through that black hole, when you get to the other side, you'll still be in my servitude. And that's exactly what happens. That with Silver Surfer being totally ensnared by Null and then brought back down to where Null's at, that he emerges as what's called the Void Knight. He's basically a servant of Null. And I'm just gonna say it right now, right? He looks amazing, right? The artwork in and of itself is a little more exotic than I'm used to. I'm by no means against it. I like the way that it looks, but it's a little more exotic than I'm used to. But the way Silver Surfer looks as the Void Knight, he looks amazing, right? He looks absolutely awesome here. And it's always one of those things where I always kind of wondered what Silver Surfer would look like if he was taken over by a symbiote. And this is the answer that we get. Right now, the crazy thing about this is that when he is essentially, like, his whole board and everything is restructured by Null, and he is by all standards of measurement a servant of Null, then immediately this voice comes out of nowhere and says, Harold, brace yourself, right? And just totally blows off, just incinerates the symbiote, the living abyss, directly off of Silver Surfer and allows him to return to his normal self. And then he basically tells him, like, this is going to hurt. And in this moment, when all that symbiote is burned off of him, then Silver Surfer returns back to his normal self, right? Goes back to Silver Surfer the way he's supposed to be. And then the Herald, when Silver Surfer goes back on the offense to face off against Null, this voice says, like, listen to me, Herald, like, you cannot defeat him. You cannot beat Null. If you try, you will perish. He's simply just too far beyond you. Strength, speed, durability, his command over the living abyss, you do not have the power to defeat this guy. So run, follow my voice, right? Run as fast as you possibly can. And that's what the Silver Surfer does, right? He books, right? Immediately takes off out of this world, right? This living abyss world that he was sitting on, the one that's basically really controlled by Null, and just bolts, right? Just grabs a surfboard and just flies as fast as they possibly can. And the indication that's given here is that he's reaching the speed of light, right? That's the indication that's given here. It's not explicitly stated. It's not like, and then I fly at 186,000 miles per second squared. That's not exactly what we're told. Instead, it's just like he's flying as fast as he possibly can, and he feels like the light in him, that kind of a thing, like, I feel like I'm moving with the light, that kind of a situation. But Null, basically kind of breaks off the chase, right? He stops for a moment and then says, okay, if that's how it's going to be, then that's how it's going to be. Now, here's the thing. Null basically tells his guards, stay here, keep an eye on this place, and then goes to chase after Norrin Radd. And on the surface, you would think that because Null is so far beyond Silver Surfer that there wouldn't really be any reason for him to chase him, right? It's like, okay, fine, whatever, he got away. But the reality is a Silver Surfer is immensely powerful. He's an exceedingly powerful character. And so it's one of these things where it's in the interest of Null to make the Silver Surfer his own agent, right? To take him over and to bring him into his subservience so that he can kind of continue his quest to blink out all the stars and destroy existence, that kind of a thing, right? So it really is in his best interest to do that. And that's why he basically guns after him. And as this guy is talking to him, right? Talking to the Silver Surfer, jumping back to Norrin, as this guy's talking to him, it's kind of like, he's like, faster, keep going faster. And he refers to him as Norrin. And this throws the Silver Surfer off. He's like, how do you know who I am? And he's like, yes, I know you're Norrin Radd from Zenlot, the Silver Surfer, the herald of a being called Galactus, right? The destroyer of worlds. But you are repentant, right? You are basically death. It weighs on you. And I know what you struggle with. I know that you wish for the sweet release of death. I know that you believe you deserve it, right? Because of all the worlds that have died at the hands of Galactus, worlds that you led him to, countless civilizations, innocent peoples who were simply living their existence and then obliterated by the devourer of worlds and his desire to satiate his hunger. I know that you have caused all this, and I know that guilt weighs on your mind, but understand that's not the way it is, right? That's the role that was imparted upon you, but you didn't do it out of malice. You didn't do it out of a desire to watch things die, right? You did it to save your world. That was your punishment for saving your world, if you want to call it such a thing. And while you are bringing Galactus to other worlds, Galactus in and of himself is not a violent being, right? He's not a hateful being. He plays a role in the universe, right? He's no different than a star going supernova and wiping out its solar system, or a black hole moving towards some kind of a galaxy and sucking everything in it. It's just a force of nature, right? It's just the way in which the universe functions. And so ultimately, Null ends up catching up to the Silver Surfer, and the Silver Surfer uses a portion, or really a fragment of his energy to basically blast out, to try to blast away from Null or really just kind of fly into him by flying into his dragon and then incinerating the whole thing. But remember, as he does this, he's using his power up, that he's consistently weak. And it's one of these things where it seems to really point to this idea that the longer he's away from his current time and in a universe of light, the more of his power cosmic that he drains, the weaker he becomes, because he needs to rest to effectively recharge it. But if he's constantly on the run and constantly using more power that he can bring back through recharging, then he just becomes progressively weaker. This and the fact that he's experiencing the taint of being possessed by Null, or being controlled by Null, is what starts to turn his body black. That's what turns him into Silver Surfer Black to a degree. And so basically, in the weakened state that he's in, he grabs his board, he says, just follow the voice, right? The board basically keeps taking it, right? It keeps sending him in this direction. And finally, they arrive to their destination, the being that's been talking to him this entire time. And this being turns out to be Ego the Living Planet. And the one thing it says to the Silver Surfer is, now that you're here, and now that we can combine our forces together, my question to you is, do you want to kill a god? All right, what's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are picking up with the conclusion, or really ending with the conclusion of Silver Surfer Black, which is a story you guys really, really seem to enjoy. I'll be honest, I had no idea you guys were going to like this story so much when I first started it. I was like, we're just going to do this just because of everything going on with Null. Might as well throw it in there, right? So we understand what's going on with the Silver Surfer. But I'm glad you guys dig it. I'm glad you guys really enjoy it. So having said that, so in the last video, we basically picked up with the idea that Silver Surfer basically ran into Ego the Living Planet, who was kind of this disembodied voice that was guiding the Silver Surfer away from Null, under the idea that Surfer simply just didn't have the power to defeat Null, right? And that's still true, right? He just doesn't have that ability to pull it off. The crazy thing about it, though, is that Ego existing at this point in time still shows us that Null has not necessarily conquered the entirety of the universe, right? And we know that even for the most part, his crusade didn't necessarily succeed in that way, that he was ultimately stopped by the Celestials and then banished to a different dimension, right? All that was covered when we first started covering like Null, the symbiote god, his origin, all that kind of good stuff. The important thing here is that with Silver Surfer conversing with Ego, what we end up finding out here is that Ego has a kind of infection inside of him, right? There's this thing that seemed to crash into him and has more or less been causing him immense agony ever since it first arrived. And so Surfer ends up traveling inside the body of Ego, which Ego doesn't initially tell him is a good idea, right? It's kind of like, you probably shouldn't do this, man, because I am a living planet. Like, I do have an immune system. And in your weakened state, that immune system may very well kill you, right? But the response of the server is, it doesn't matter, right? In this instance, like, I need your help in this. And if this is causing you immense pain, I will cure it, I will get rid of it, and then you and I will work together, right? So entering down inside the body of Ego, what he ends up fighting here is Galactus. He ends up fighting Galactus, and that's kind of a crazy thing, right? Because this is new stuff. This is stuff that's really kind of being made up on the spot with regards to Galactus. That whenever it is that you look at Marvel Comics, when it comes to the origin of Galactus, that he was originally Gallon in the universe that came before the current universe as it exists, and that you ended up seeing him just kind of being born into this almost energy-like state. He basically created a cocoon around himself, and that in turn he emerged from it, and then the first planet he consumed was Archaeopia. This is more or less new information being thrown in, but at the same time, it's kind of not, right? And that's what makes things a little wonky. That traditional origin of Galactus comes from what we call the 6th universe, right? And he was born into the 7th universe, which is the version of the universe that we saw that led up to Secret Wars in 2015, right? This could be looked at as a new universe, but it's one of these things where Marvel kind of confirmed it possibly is, but it's possibly not, because it's got a new name, but it's still the same numerical designation. So by all standards of measurement, this is the same universe that we've always been in, right? So it's basically Marvel changing the origin of, or at least a portion of the origin of Galactus, in the sense that when he first emerged inside this universe, that he crashed into Ego the Living Planet. And it's kind of nuts to know that like Null and Ego and Galactus were all sort of occupying the same sector of the universe around the same time. But ultimately, Silver Surfer travels directly inside this, kind of protective sphere of Galactus, Galactus with the intention of essentially killing him, right? Like once he emerges, like once he leaves, he kind of puts this great big huge chain around it. Then once he leaves, he intends to pull it and to get rid of it because Ego asks him, like, what are you gonna do with this? He's like, I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna take him into a star and drop him off, right? A white dwarf star, and like drop him off in there, and his energy is just gonna disperse. But as he gets there with the intention of killing Galactus, Uatu the Watcher pops up, and Uatu the Watcher basically stops him and says, you can't do this. And it's one of these things where he kind of points to this idea, you're from billions of years in the future, you're back here in the past, but understand, it's not going to change you. It's not as though killing Galactus is going to undo everything that's happened, and you're gonna go, the whole universe is gonna reset itself, and you're gonna go back to being on Zinla, and Galactus will have never come there, and you'll never have become the Silver Surfer, and you'll be able to live your life with Shalabal. Understand, every action has a consequence, and there's no knowing what the consequence of this action is going to be. And he kind of runs off these different alternate realities, right? He's like, there's one universe where you die alone on Zinla. There's another universe where you grow old with your wife and children. There's one universe, which we saw from the Thanos wins storyline, where basically he ends up dying against Thanos in the far-flung future while he's wielding Mjolnir, right? Any one of these is possible, and if he kills Galactus in his infancy, any one of them can come to fruition. So there's not a guarantee here, right? And that's the thing that Uatu says. You're not guaranteeing a better future here. You could make things infinitely worse. We saw that with the death of Galactus in the old stories of the Fantastic Four with the rise of Abraxas, right? The Galactus basically died, and it unleashed Abraxas across the multiverse, and he killed every version of Galactus across the multiverse that he could possibly find, right? He just literally almost wiped out everything, right? So Abraxas was wildly powerful. That's just one of the many possibilities that exist out there. And so ultimately Uatu's like, if you're still hell-bent on this idea of killing Galactus, then at least go talk to a person who's survived the death of a universe only to be born in the next one and has in effect made the same choice you have. And so Silver Surfer enters into this cube of Galactus, into this kind of stasis body more or less, and then comes across Gallon, right? Encounters Gallon and has a conversation with him. And when Gallon asks, like, who are you and why are you here? The response of the Surfer is, I mean to kill you. And when Galactus asks why, he says, it's because of all the horrors that you're going to commit later on as you progress. You're going to emerge from this cube, basically, this kind of stasis cell where you're gathering your energies. And then you're officially going to enter the universe as Galactus, and you're just going to consume worlds. And you're going to kill countless beings, right? Trillions and trillions and trillions of beings for billions of years across the cosmos because you have to feed, because you kind of maintain this sort of balance in the universe, or at least you claim you do, right? Silver Surfer almost kind of calls him into question. And so when Silver Surfer says, my job here, what I want to do is basically eliminate you so that all these horrors can basically come to an end, then the response of Galactus is, then aren't you the same as me in that case, right? If my existence here in this universe serves the purpose of maintaining a kind of balance between the light and the dark, that I consume worlds to sustain my essence in order to ensure that, like, whatever forces may come across this universe, that I as a cosmic being am constantly alive, right? That's kind of the role that I play. And you intend to kill me based on some kind of cosmic balance that you've created for yourself, then what's the difference between the two of us? And really, like, Silver Surfer doesn't really have an answer for that. And so the response of Gallon is, do as you feel you should, right? But if there's one thing that I've learned over the course of my existence, it's this: you cannot defeat the dark with darkness. It doesn't work that way, right? You cannot become as bad as the people you're fighting in order to win. You have to kind of maintain a higher ground. Now, I don't necessarily agree with that. I don't really agree with that philosophy, but there is truth to the statement of Uatu the Watcher. If Silver Surfer were to kill Gallon in his current form, which he's capable of doing, then in turn, he could lead to a worse future. The universe could be far worse off without Galactus than it is with Galactus. And so because of that being the case, that basically leads to the Surfer saying, okay, fine, then we're not going to do that, right? We're not going to play that game. He ends up basically taking the cube of Galactus and just flying it across the cosmos, where it'll eventually arrive at the planet of Archaeopia, where Galactus will emerge for the first time and then basically consume that world the way he's supposed to, right? Kind of ensuring the timeline continues the way that it's supposed to continue on. From there, he ends up traveling directly back to Ego, and he asks Ego for a favor. He's like, I need you to give me a portion of your power, right? Give me a portion of your ability because I'm going to need it for the thing that's coming. And he takes this soul bit of power, immerses it within himself, and then in turn travels to find Null, or at least Null finds him, right? Null ends up locating him directly on, directly where Ego is at. And so the two of them kind of set a trap to a degree. Now, one thing to understand is that because of the fact that he's been ripped through this black hole, because he's been put in the, thrown into the past here, along with his encounter with Null, the Silver Surfer is in effect dying, right? His body's basically falling apart on the atomic level. It's a slow process, but a process that's happening nonetheless. And so the last great deed the Silver Surfer wants to commit here is basically ending, or at least trying to end, the crusade of Null, the symbiote god. And so where Null comes flying in at Silver Surfer, Silver Surfer takes this portion of this energy and plants it in himself, and then basically starts going and fighting towards fighting with Null. Right now, in this moment when Null is flying towards Surfer, the move is put in by Ego to basically blast Null with this huge amount of energy, or all this magma, as hard as he can, which Null basically dodges out of the way, right? So that attack doesn't necessarily work. From there, it's almost this kind of cat and mouse game between the Silver Surfer and Null, where Null's chasing the Surfer's bobbing and weaving, and then taking these little pot shots at Null. It's one of these things where it's obvious the Silver Surfer cannot necessarily beat him. But as he keeps going through and encountering Null, and as he keeps using his power cosmic, which is being reduced over and over again because of these encounters, the all black of Null keeps consuming him more and more. The Silver Surfer, his body keeps falling apart more and more and more and more. And that's why you see his body basically shifting from being silver to becoming more of like a black, almost intangible color, all the while maintaining this energy inside his body. And so ultimately, he ends up summoning his board and then crafting an enormous sword. And he and Null finally battle one another in kind of a ritualistic combat type thing. But Null gets the upper hand because, again, Silver Surfer is just not on the same power as Null. And so as the two of them continue fighting, finally, Null ends up pinning him down, right? Ends up pinning him down and then basically trying to force a symbiote directly onto him. And ultimately, he keeps saying, like, your power belongs to me, right? Like, all this light that you have, all this ability you have, it's going to be mine. You are going to be my knight, because it's one of the things that we established in the last video. The Silver Surfer is immensely powerful, and if he can become a source of power for Null, then there's almost no telling what the two of them can pull off together. More than enough to kill Galactus, and certainly more than enough to conquer the universe. But the Silver Surfer has one last ace up his sleeve. Using what little power cosmic he has remaining, he in turn says, fine, then if what you want is all this energy, all this light that I have, then take it. And he uses it to spawn a miniature sun and basically grows it in the face of Null. And as we know, light, energy, things like that are kind of like a weakness for Null. It's one of the reasons why he likes having this universe, or this section of the universe, filled with darkness, because he wants to kind of fill the entire universe with darkness. There's no light, none of that stuff. And so using this basically sends Null flying across the cosmos, right? It also changes his appearance and makes him look the way that he does right now in the current day, but it sends him flying across the cosmos. The problem with this for the Silver Surfer is that it's not enough to kill Null, right? It's just enough to kind of push him at bay. But what he ends up doing is basically using his power, along with the power that he received from Ego, to craft these kind of life seeds, right? These small little galactic seeds, as they're called. And then he plants some of them, or really plants most of them, on this small little world, which he names Zen-La. And then from there, takes off, right? Like basically his energy just kind of dissipates, his physical form completely eradicates, and he kind of just dissipates and becomes one with all this, the universe itself in effect. And so what he ends up doing is, by virtue of this, one, Zen-La comes into existence, so he basically creates the world he hails from, right? So kind of a self-fulfilling circular prophecy, but his actions also lead to the recreation of the worlds, or at least the formations of the worlds that Galactus had previously consumed somewhere along the line, right? So while he is in effect creating the worlds that Galactus would later consume, in essence, he sees himself as committing a good deed, right? That while he's not really saving the lives of the people who were destroyed by Galactus, at the very least, he's giving birth to them, right? So it's almost kind of like, in some way, he's bringing them back to life where they had previously died, right? I don't know if that really makes any sense. It's really more of just kind of a personal, philosophical, and almost moral answer for the struggle the Silver Surfer's been going through over the course of all of his existence. But in essence, his physical form as we know it no longer exists. His mental essence, right? The energy that makes him who he is has dispersed across the galaxy and the universe and kind of given birth to everything. And so following that, what he ends up doing is he basically re-emerges from the black hole, but as a intangible all-black being. Now this happens at the same time that Stormbreaker basically emerges from the black hole, which is how like Beta Ray Bill and all those guys survived. It's why you didn't see Silver Surfer emerge with all of them when he was sucked into the black hole alongside everybody else, because this is the story he was experiencing. But at this moment right now in Marvel Comics, and even now going into like the King in Black with the appearance of the Silver Surfer, this is why he looks the way he does. He's completely covered in black along with a surfboard, and he's intangible. He doesn't actually have a physical form. All right, what's going on, guys? This is Rob, and initially I didn't plan to cover this soon, but once I got into issue number 27, I was like, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and just cover this first part now, and then we'll just cover it as it gets released. And so the next one won't be out until September 16th, right? So we have a little bit before the next issue gets released, but Venom Beyond basically comes in the aftermath of Venom Island, and Venom Island wasn't overly important, right? I mean, it had a couple things that were kind of important to it, but if anything, it was probably like an epilogue to Absolute Carnage. The cool thing about Venom Beyond is this is actually a really great jumping on point if you really want to, right? Like all you really have to do is search for like Dylan, like do a quick little thing on Dylan, and then that's it, right? That's really all you need. And so the really two big important things that came out of Venom Island is that one, Eddie Brock was offered membership to the Avengers, but doesn't really seem to have joined yet. And two, he basically told the Avengers about the coming of Null, right? So that sets up the whole like Null arriving on Earth event. So at the very least, the heroes are aware. Now, something that goes into Venom Beyond with this initial instance is we basically pick up with this guy basically fleeing for his life, right? Just essentially running. And ultimately he bumps into Eddie Brock. Now, the crazy thing about this is the guy, Eddie's like, dude, what's going on, man? Is everything cool? And the guy's like, yeah, man, something's chasing after me. And he's like, oh, that? Oh, here's the deal. You're a hard man to find. Like, I just had that guy go after you. I had my symbiote attack you to basically chase you here so that I could catch you, right? So literally setting up a trap. And it's pretty cool to see Eddie Brock using Venom in that capacity. The crazy thing about this, though, is that basically he tells this guy, you can lie to me or you can live, right? But you can't do both. So tell me the truth about what I want to know about a particular location, right? Eddie Brock's basically trying to track down a particular warehouse. Now from there, he ends up traveling with Dylan. And when he and Dylan arrive at this location, it's kind of this little bit of a joke in the sense that Dylan's like, it's like I don't understand, like, why are we looking for a warehouse, right? Like nothing cool ever happens in a warehouse. And Eddie's response is, no, man, warehouses are the coolest place to go to, right? If you're wanting to see some stuff happen, warehouses is where you go. The other part of this is that there's a kind of conversation with regards to trying to more or less fix Dylan. And the idea is that Eddie never really wanted this kind of life for Dylan. Now, a bit of an explanation here for those of you guys who are new to this whole thing. So one of the things we discovered in Absolute Carnage in the events leading up to it is that Dylan is the son of Eddie Brock, right? We discovered that in the Venom line of comics before the events of Absolute Carnage. But at that point in time when Dylan was first introduced, there seemed to be something about him, right? Donny Cates didn't initially come out and say what it was, but we knew there was kind of something going on with it. The reality of Dylan is, of course, he's the biological child of Eddie Brock and Eddie's really former wife, Anne Weying. And of course, Anne Weying was known as She-Venom at one point and had long since been dead. But before she died, she handed Dylan over to Eddie's father, and he'd been raised really in like an abusive way until Eddie discovered him and then took him under his wing. But the idea here is that Dylan is basically the result of a symbiote taken on a human form. He's kind of the opposite of what we normally expect. And the idea behind Dylan, and we'll get more into this when we cover the Web of Venom one-shot with regards to Dylan himself, is that he can actually control symbiotes, right? We know that from the events of Absolute Carnage, that a symbiote can basically be dominated and controlled by Dylan, whether it wants to be or not. So he has that kind of unique power going for him. He can sense symbiotes, different things like that. And so Eddie never really wanted him to have this kind of life. And so what they're doing is basically tracking down a location where a person can essentially undo this, or at the very least, give Dylan the kind of control over his powers that he's looking for to give him some semblance of a normal life. And so what we have going on while Venom and Dylan are traveling to this location, we have a character named Virus. Now, Virus is a character that we don't know anything about, but the cool thing is he almost looks like Punisher meets War Machine meets like Iron Man. And the cool thing about it is that if you look at the way his eyes are more or less spray painted on his face, it looks like the Spawn design, which is really cool, right? So whatever this guy is, because we don't really know anything about him, whoever this guy is basically chasing after Eddie Brock, right? He's constantly chasing Eddie. And the cool thing is that once they arrive at this warehouse, and then Eddie kind of freaks out and smashes down the door, you end up finding the Maker. Now, the strange thing about this is we know the two of them are kind of working together, but immediately the Venom symbiote starts hitting to Eddie along with Dylan and saying something's not right here, something's wrong. The symbiote himself should be able to detect the Maker, right? Like recognize him as an object that's there, as a being that's there. Dylan should be able to do the same thing. But the problem is that both the Venom symbiote and Dylan, as far as they're aware, there's nothing there, right? They can physically see him, but they can't actually detect him. It seems like something's off. And so whatever it is basically seems to kind of be cloaking or clouding the existence of Maker to a degree. And that's what's kind of nuts, is because you see this sort of conversation going on between Eddie Brock and the Maker, and it's kind of like this idea of hitting at like codexes and so on, what we saw during the events of Absolute Carnage. But at the end of the day, it always seemed like the Maker had this kind of nefarious plan against Eddie. And the reality is that what we know about the Maker is he's just trying to return back to his native universe, right? Trying to get back to the Ultimate Universe. We know there's also another plot going on with this character we don't have a whole lot of information on, but what we also end up learning here is that the reason why the Venom symbiote and Dylan cannot detect Maker is because Maker is wearing the Ultimate Universe version of the Venom suit. Now, for those of you guys who are unfamiliar with that, in the Ultimate Universe, unlike the main Marvel Universe, the symbiote was engineered. But the reason why the Ultimate Universe symbiote matters so much is because the main Marvel Universe symbiote, to a degree, was static insofar as it had a set of abilities, and those abilities couldn't really be modified. But with the Maker and having a engineered symbiote, it means it can be changed on a whim. You can do anything with it, right? You can adjust its powers, you can do all kinds of stuff. It's just adjusting code. And so because of that, it basically overpowers Eddie Brock and actually knocks him out of his own symbiote, which is a pretty cool display of power. And the Venom symbiote, of course, reconstitutes itself to Eddie, but then it's just kind of like, okay, what in the world is going on here, right? Like, we've got to find a way to be able to topple this guy, but the symbiote he has is a lot more powerful than our own. The funny thing is that in the middle of all this, Virus arrives, right? And Virus shows up and just starts attacking everybody, right? It's going after Venom, but it attacks what he perceives to be everybody who's in the way. And it's kind of cool because Virus basically has like anti-symbiote, weaponry to a degree. But the other thing here is that Eddie doesn't know who this is. And Virus keeps talking about how Eddie ruined his life, right? How he ruined his life, he screwed things up, and he's just trying to get back at him for this, right? So he really seems to be more of a revenge character. The other part is that Virus is basically using what amounts to a hodgepodge setup. All the technology he has, right? The pumpkin bombs and the Green Goblin's glider. This is all old stuff, right? These are things that he just seemed to have collected from like what amounts to superhero junkyards and different things like that. He's not professionally backed, right? He's not funded by any real money. He's just a guy who took some stuff and now he's doing things. So one, this shows that he's operating of his own accord. And two, it shows the guy knows what he's doing in terms of understanding how this technology and how this equipment works. And so in the middle of this great big huge conflict, he ends up basically throwing one of the pumpkin bombs at a portal that the Maker had set up. And the portal immediately activates. Now the Maker gets yanked through, but so does Dylan and Venom, right? And so the result of this is that you basically have the Maker who shows back up in the Ultimate Universe, but the whole place is trashed, right? Everything seems to have been totally destroyed. Now we know the Ultimate Universe had been back for a long time. We knew that from a few teasers that we got here and there, but it wasn't officially returned until Brian Michael Bendis wrote Spider-Man 2 and then left for DC Comics. So the Ultimate Universe has been there for a little while. Marvel has included it from time to time, and I think it's actually a pretty big deal here that Marvel's actually focusing on the Ultimate Universe. The idea was that in the aftermath of Bendis leaving, Marvel seems to have just kind of like clean slated everything that Bendis did. Any other work that Bendis had going on, Marvel either undid it or pretended like it didn't exist. But the fact that it's being put out here now as a thing that does exist and Marvel editorial seems to be okay with it really points to the fact that the Ultimate Universe is going to be returning in a big way. The other part of this is that with the portal having been activated before the Maker was yanked through, he basically said we're going to end up being scattered across different dimensions. You end up having Eddie Brock and Dylan who arrive in what seems to be a totally different reality than where the Maker ended up in. And we don't really know much about this place. In fact, it's not really even given to us as a numerical designation. Instead, we just kind of have this flag that's flying with a particular symbol, which looks reminiscent of the House of M, but it's basically one of these things where the Venom symbiote and really Eddie Brock kind of begin to comment on some of the things that can happen now, either by virtue of the events of absolute carnage, of what the Venom symbiote has learned along the way. The cool thing is that you end up having this scenario where you're basically explained that like the Venom symbiote can do a lot more than it used to, where the Venom symbiote was able to dodge Spider-Man's spider sense, and it had like all the abilities of Spider-Man with like a few enhancements, increased strength, different things like that. That now the Venom symbiote can do things like predict earthquakes. It can feel the presence of danger from like miles away. So like Spider-Man's spider sense totally amped up. It can basically see in the dark. It can breathe underwater. It can talk in space. It can heal almost any wound, right? So like the Venom symbiote's kind of been blown up in terms of its abilities. These abilities have kind of been expanded on. The ones that were established before have been added by some of the ones that we've listed now, because what you have here is the Venom symbiote basically telling Eddie, there's a hive mind on this planet, right? This planet seems to be ruled by symbiotes. I don't really know. I'm trying to understand what's going on here, but Dylan is almost kind of in the same boat, right? That it's almost confusing and it's almost a bit baffling because he has this massive influx of all this information from what seems to be this Venom hive mind all flowing into Dylan himself as well as the symbiote. Now, of course, as soon as they arrive, Virus is right back at it again, right? Virus is coming right back at them. And I love the way that Donny Cates does this, because the worst thing he could have done was to throw Virus away. Not really throw him away, but to say like, he doesn't appear here. He didn't follow them. The reason why this matters is because what it shows is that whatever vendetta this Virus guy has is intense, and he will chase after Eddie Brock no matter where he goes in order to find him. The other part of this is that there didn't really seem to be any indication that if a person passed through the portal, then unless they intended to go to a particular place, that they would end up somewhere in particular. Instead, he would just kind of be scattered indiscriminately, right? And so what this seems to indicate is that whether by his own intelligence or some technology that he has at his disposal, that Virus was able to kind of chart the portal more or less, or we can kind of assume the multiverse to a degree, and basically chase down Eddie Brock and then find out where he's at, right? And then locate him and then travel to that particular universe, which is no small feat. The only people that we've seen to be able to do that in Marvel Comics up to this point are multiversal characters like, the Molecule Man, Owen Reese, or maybe somebody like Protege, or somebody, who could basically copy anybody else's powers. It's kind of a big deal, right? This is kind of an ability reserved for super powerful beings or those with sufficient technology. And so this fight between the two is pretty cutthroat, because you basically end up having, Virus basically, seeming that he's he's either going to go after Eddie Brock's son or basically take out Eddie Brock first and then go after Dylan. Regardless of the circumstance, because Virus is basically out to kill Eddie, once Eddie gets out of the view of his son, then it's kind of like, okay, the battle's on. Like, you know, I won't kill anybody in front of my son, but I'll do it when he's not there, right? And so they're basically just kind of fighting to the death here. And again, this is what's kind of crazy is because of the fact that there's so much information coming in from like all these symbiotes that are basically around this world, that Venom can't really focus. It's almost like being surrounded by just a blaring horn and then trying to focus on yourself, right? It's difficult to do. Like this horn almost keeps you distracted all the time. It does allow the symbiote to basically pop some wings like we've seen it do before, and then grant him, you know, the ability to fly and kind of continue the attack going on with Virus. The other thing that we're kind of given here is the symbiote developing a sort of new power in the sense that what it can do is it can basically absorb the energies that are sent out, the attacks that are sent out by Virus, and then channel them back at him again, right? So kind of like the power of Bishop. Now, the reason why I call this video Venom's new god powers is because this is one of these circumstances we talked about so many times before in Marvel Comics where a character has an existing set of powers, and then those powers will be modified or new powers will be added to that character and then will never be given an upper limit. This is significant because Venom's ability to control energy and then throw it back at somebody is what puts beings like Vulcan, for example, into the Omega level category. If you can channel somebody's energy back at them, you can control that energy. And if you can control that energy, you can do all kinds of things with it. You can turn it into a different form of energy. You can use it to bolster yourself, to enhance yourself. Plus, the other part that's given here is that Eddie seems to be able to hold on to it, right? So if somebody like Iron Man shot Venom with the repulsor blast, then he could basically absorb that energy and then hold it and potentially use it to improve his own powers. That's why this is important. That's why I call it that, because this is the kind of beginning stages of having Eddie Brock's powers amplified. And what you're probably going to see is that as Null gets closer and as we get closer to the conflict where Null arrives on Earth, that major story arc that Marvel's going to do, you're going to see a situation whereby Eddie's powers are going to be amplified so they can match and basically go toe-to-toe with Null. And Null is in and of himself a godlike character. And so with that being the case, these are basically Eddie's new god powers. I don't really see these powers changing insofar as new powers being added, but I do see them being amped up. Not having to breathe in space, being able to talk in space, not having to breathe underwater, being able to take the energy of those and channel it back at them. That's matter manipulation. Franklin Richards does that just in the most extreme degree. I'm not saying that Venom's going to become like a universal reality warping character, but what I am saying is his powers are going to be amped up in a pretty extreme way. So again, that's what makes this so cool. And so with Dylan basically calling out for aid, in the middle of this whole thing, once Virus is basically dealt with, when Venom gets back there, you end up seeing a kind of Venomized Avengers team, right? And I say Venomized because they're all basically wearing Venom costumes, right? Like all the costumes they have the Venom marker on it, right? With his Thor, with his Captain America, Iron Man, Black Widow, which I think is especially ironic, right? Because the Black Widow spider is a type of spider, and now she's a Venom spider, whatever that is. Black Panther seems to be the exact same way. All the superheroes here are Venomized superheroes. Now, it's not the first time we've seen that, but Eddie initially tries to rationalize with them, right? Because in his mind, it may not necessarily be that they're in a different dimension so much as they've been sent forward through time. But with him talking to these guys and saying, look, Cap, Steve, like it's me, it's Eddie Brock, like you know who I am. They're like, we don't know who you are, right? But put the symbiote down and put your hands on your head. And with Eddie Brock, of course, saying like, no, like not really doing that, that leads to an assault. That basically leads to Virus launching an attack against Eddie. And then from there, you end up having Virus going against the Venomized superheroes. Now, this is going to be a testament to how powerful Virus is, because it's one thing to go against Venom. It's another to go through a group of superheroes that are complemented by the power of Venom. And I say complemented because when you have Black Panther, who presumably has the powers that were given to him by Bast, right? So enhanced strength, speed, agility, so on and so forth. Those powers are amplified by the Venom symbiote, assuming that we're talking about a 1-to-1 ratio between what the Venom symbiote powers are in the main Marvel universe and what the powers are here. You're talking about Captain America, who's basically just a guy, right? There's really nothing special about him getting the Venom symbiote. And then in turn, like Thor, that kind of a thing, his powers being augmented and amplified. You're really talking about some heavy hitters here who are even stronger for the symbiotes they have. And so with that being the case, you end up finding out that one of the ways in which Virus gets the upper hand, while you have Eddie Brock basically fleeing, one of the ways in which Virus gets the upper hand on these symbiotes is by using symbiote disruption technology, using a combination of what seems to be sound waves and fire and using them to blast Captain America. But what you end up learning here is that much like the Venom symbiote that we see in the main Marvel universe, these guys can reconstitute themselves. You know, you destroy them and it blows a piece of the symbiote off, but it just reforms, it restructures, which makes them wildly difficult to kill. The other part of this is that using anti-symbiote technology is illegal within this reality, right, on this Earth. And so, of course, Virus being overpowered is taken into custody. From there, you end up following Eddie and you end up following Dylan, and it's kind of like, okay, like what in the world is going on here, right? We're obviously not in our own universe, right? We're not in the universe that we came from. We're in some other place. What in the heck is happening here? And as they're making their way through, there's suddenly a giant blinding flashing light. Now we kind of switch back to what's called the Hive, which seems to be the base of operations for these various Avengers who are being led by a particular guy, basically known as the Codex. We don't really know who this guy is, and we're not really shown any information or shown any indication of who this guy is. Instead, he's basically the guy running the show. But then you end up having the helmet of Virus being removed. We don't find out who he is. Instead, it's just this guy basically saying, I have no idea who this guy is. I don't know who this, I've never ever heard of this guy. So the implication seems to be he's a totally new character in Marvel. He's not a character that we know of. He's not somebody who we've seen before, who was screwed over by Eddie and basically made his return. But the other cool thing here is that with Eddie and Dylan kind of on the run, they're met by what's basically the rebellion, right? A group of these individuals who are trying to face off and destroy these various symbiote forces, right? So obviously the symbiotes conquer the world at some point. We just don't know how far reaching this is. But what we end up basically seeing here is this rebellion is led by a new Agent Venom. The Agent Venom of this reality is a wholly new person. And I gotta tell you guys, this Agent Venom looks kind of cool. I'm a little on the fence about it though, if I'm being honest, because I liked the original Agent Venom costume, right? I liked the way the original costume looked. I love the original costume, but I'm also kind of a fan of this. I think it's kind of cool. I think it's a little too bulky, but I think it's kind of cool. And so with that being the case, Eddie's kind of like, okay, what's going on here? Who are you? What are you talking about with rebellion and all that kind of stuff? And they're like, well, first we need some questions answered, right? We need to know who you are. And he basically says like, my name's Eddie Brock and this is my son Dylan. And then this helmet basically comes off of Agent Venom. We end up finding, of course, these are basically humans that are rebelling against the symbiotes. And not only is this Agent Venom a human, it's actually the alternate reality version of Anne Weying. This is the former wife and mother of Dylan, who seems to have survived whatever it is that was going on here. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and I just woke up, right? And we got to run through this because I have a dentist appointment at 11 o'clock and it's currently 8:30, right? So we got to run our hind parts through this, but you guys get the enjoyment of hearing my voice first thing in the morning. Yes, you do. Okay, so we're picking up with Venom Beyond, and this is part 3. Now, in the second part, we kind of had this, we were sort of introduced to this guy named Virus, which, by the way, my voice will change as we go over the course of this video. You'll notice it by the time we get to the end. In the second, really in the first 2 parts, we were introduced to a character named Virus, who we didn't really know anything about. All we knew was that somewhere along the line, something Eddie Brock had done, it basically ruined his life, and the guy just had a vendetta for him and was chasing after him, right? So it's almost kind of like a reversal of the modern, or at least of the old school Spider-Man Venom kind of story, right? Where Venom just popped up one day and was like, you ruined my life, you know, and then him and Spider-Man fought. The other thing that happened here is that as they were trying to make their escape, they of course were dealing with the Maker, you know, the Ultimate Universe Reed Richards and all that kind of stuff, kind of the holdover from Hickman's Avengers and New Avengers and Secret Wars, and where Maker ended up returning back to his own universe in the Ultimate Universe. When Brock and his son ended up passing through the portal, ended up going through the portal, they ended up in this alternate reality. And one of the first things we learned right off the bat is that the people in this alternate reality are largely all symbiotes, right? Like symbiotes, you know, seem to have conquered the world. And so we didn't really know a whole lot about what was going on. All we knew is that there was someone, just a guy named Codex, right? And so what this does is it gives us a little more context here, and basically saying that this guy Codex is the uncontested ruler of the world, right? Every city, every state, every corner of this planet lies in the palm of his hand, right? And day by day, his grip constantly grows tighter. Now, the reason why this matters is because what it shows is that while he is the quote unquote uncontested ruler of the world, what it also means is that not everybody out there is a symbiote, right? Not everybody out there has been turned. And so we basically end up picking up with him and Otto Octavius. Of course, Otto Octavius being one of the people who have been turned, and then kind of asking the question, this Virus guy, have we managed to get the symbiote to bond to him? And notice how kind of disregarding this is, right? When Otto Octavius says, yeah, but the symbiote basically chooses its host, right? And this symbiote's not choosing this guy, right? It's just kind of studying him. It's examining him for some reason. And the response of Codex is, then kill the symbiote if it doesn't bond and try a new one. But in this day and age, a lot of work has been done to almost almost kind of humanized the Venom symbiotes. And so you can almost imagine that symbiote kind of like being scared of being killed, right? Like that kind of a thing. But the other part of this is that Kodak starts going over all this equipment that Virus had, right? And he says like, I need to know about all this stuff. Tell me about what this stuff is, right? Virus, like this suit of yours, right? They kind of tell him like, wake him up. Virus is kind of, panicking, saying, hey, like, let me out of here. I'll do whatever you want. But when Kodak starts going through and looking at this stuff, he's like, this is hodgepodge. You've got like ancient goblin technology here, right? So just super old school stuff. You've got War Machine components that have been decommissioned for years. This is all just junkyard stuff, right? And the response of this guy Virus is, it's all I could afford, right? Like I bought it off the Tinkerer and some black markets. And that's where we get a little more of an explanation here, right? The Codex basically says Tinker's been dead for a long time. So is Tony Stark, and so is Norman Osborn, right? I killed them all. Like they've all been dead for a long, long time. Presumably they refused to bond, or when this initial war kind of broke out, we can assume it's that, we can call it that they were some of the first to fall, right? But whatever the case is, they're basically dead. But when Virus says that he was hunting, or he was chasing after Eddie Brock and his son, that's when Codex begins to freak out and is like, tell me everything that's going on. Now from here, we switch back over to Eddie himself along with his son, and then with the Agent Venom Corps. And what you have here is his initial encounter with Anne Weying. Now remember, Anne Weying was kind of the wife at one point, or really was the wife of Eddie Brock at one point, and then she basically ended up killing herself in Marvel Comics, right? At some point later down the road. But the biggest moment about her is that she was She-Venom. And so where she's been gone for a long time, the fact that Eddie sees her is astonishing to him, right? Like, I thought you were dead. I thought you were gone. The response of Anne is like, I thought you were dead. You've got to be working for him, right? Eddie Brock isn't here anymore. So like, what's going on, right? Like, tell me your story. And that's when he kind of tells what I already told you guys, right? That he ended up falling into a wormhole, when he was chasing after the Maker and so on and so forth. And he says like, it sounds crazy, but she's like, prove it. How did you get that symbiote? And he basically tells a story, and he says like, in the world that I'm from, I went into a church when I was in a really bad way. I was gonna off myself. And then this symbiote seemingly came down from nowhere and then bonded to me. And my initial response was to get back at Peter Parker, because Peter Parker was the one that led to me being in that place, discredited me. And then the Venom symbiote felt cast off and abandoned by Peter, so we kind of had this mutual hatred of Spider-Man. And in that, we became Venom, and then we tried to kill Spider-Man. And then over the years, I've kind of seen the error of my ways, right? Like over the years, I've seen the error of my ways, and now I'm kind of being a good guy. And that's when he's kind of like, I don't really understand. And she's like, this is all because of you. And he's kind of like, what are you talking about? And she's like, on my world, in this world, when you went into that church, you pulled the trigger. And it's just kind of like, wow, like it was the craziest thing, because like, she's like, yeah, like you killed yourself. Like you actually went through with it. Now, of course, this seems to indicate the idea that she was pregnant with Dylan at the time. And so what we end up finding out is that in the aftermath of Eddie basically dying here, right, that Anne was pissed, right? She was angry that he just took himself away from her, right? That he basically left her in that way. They, of course, again, were like still married. They were still a couple, that kind of a thing. And so in her grief, she actually ended up going to that church where Eddie did himself in, and the symbiote was still there, right? The symbiote was still there and just waiting on somebody to arrive. And that's what happened. Now, we're not necessarily given the kind of gaps in between, right? Between the time that happened and what's going on here. But what we are told is that the reason why her symbiote doesn't look like the others, right? And the reason why those guys' symbiotes look different is because of the fact that her symbiote immediately started spawning, right? In the expectation, the preparation that something was basically coming. And that's what's kind of weird here, is because Donny Cates did a lot insofar as kind of adjusting the Venom history, right? The history of the symbiote and all that kind of stuff in Marvel Comics. But even if we say that the death of Eddie Brock took place in this alternate reality around the same time that it happened in the main Marvel universe, then there wouldn't really be a need for the symbiote to start spawning right off the bat, right? Because Null was not really considered to be an enemy that would be returning anytime soon. But if we're assuming that timelines basically happened at around the same time, meaning that Null's arrival, in the sense that he was basically kind of broken out of his multiversal tomb in the main Marvel universe, if that happened around the same time across all universes, and so, it's basically in this moment that it took place, then it would make sense that her symbiote started spawning, and that seems to have been what happened here. But again, it's a little murky when you're talking about things happening around the same time in alternate realities. But what she says is that along that timeline somewhere, that Rex Strickland was one of the first people, really the first person to be bonded to a symbiote, and that Rex Strickland and the guy President Thomas, who was kind of the co-creator, I guess really the main mind behind the Shadow Unit, well, they died in the war against Codex, that what it did is it left behind some symbiotes for other people to be bonded to, right? Basically for her to create her own kind of Agent Venom group, and that they basically used these old tunnels, right? These old tunnels that S.H.I.E.L.D. used to use to transport cargo around, you know, that kind of a thing. And so what we basically end up getting is the revelation of who these guys are. The first one we get is Peter Parker, right? Peter Parker is part of Agent Venom, the Agent Venom core, right? So Peter Parker's Venom in this alternate reality. The next one is Cletus Cassidy, which is crazy. The third one is like Agent Wade Wilson, right? So like Deadpool is basically Agent Venom in this alternate reality, which is kind of nuts. And then Andy Benton, whatever. So the crazy thing about this is that Eddie Brock gets pissed off about like Cletus Cassidy being on here. Now, the funny thing about this is that the response of Anne Weying is Cletus was the first one to join us. Yes, he's had a past, but with Rex's training and a lot of help from our science officer, he's one of the best agents we have. The reason why that's cool is because what it shows is Cletus Cassidy was Carnage somewhere along the line, which really kind of fleshes out the history of Anne Weying, that her history as Venom in this alternate reality was very similar to that of Eddie Brock, that somewhere along the line she most likely ended up fighting Peter Parker, that in that conflict the Venom symbiote kind of spit out a symbiote of its own, which came in the form of Carnage, which bonded itself to Cletus Cassidy. It most likely took Anne Weying as Venom and Peter Parker to team up to beat Cletus Cassidy, and then he's basically kind of been reformed, and now he's a good guy again. That's kind of what seems to be going on here. But the crazy thing about this is that the spider sense of Peter Parker starts going haywire, and it's like something's coming, like we have to move, right? We have to get out of here as fast as we can. And that's when we basically end up getting this kind of crazy symbiote hit squad, right? The Juggernaut, the Thing, Ben Grimm, you've got Omega Red, you've got Sabretooth, and you've got Wolverine. This is a nuts team. Like, just to throw it out there, this is a pretty hard-hitting team. What's also kind of crazy about this, I'm not even really impressed that like Wolverine or like Ben Grimm or any of those guys. I'm impressed that Juggernaut, right? That like somehow Codex managed to get a symbiote onto Juggernaut. Agent Venom basically goes and attacks the Agent Venom squad, basically attacks these guys. And this is actually a cool battle to see because for the most part, they're able to get the upper hand to a degree. And that's one of the big differences here is that it looks as though being bonded to a symbiote, especially with the character of Juggernaut, being bonded with a symbiote kind of means, you know, like one way or the other, right? Like, for example, Venom is able to overpower Juggernaut. Now, in no universe would anybody ever believe that Venom could overpower the Juggernaut, right? I mean, you're talking about a sheer force of nature, right? When the Juggernaut starts moving, his movement can't really be stopped, especially when you're talking about like Worldbreaker Hulk, for example, had to divert his movement. He couldn't punch Juggernaut out of the way. But like Venom being able to like knock Juggernaut off of his feet, I don't really believe that. And so it looks like maybe it's Kane Marco in illusion only, right? In symbiote form only, or maybe it's Kane Marco with like his look, but he, you know, he's got that same size. So maybe the symbiote just makes him look big, but he doesn't really have the Crimson Gem of Sidorak, right? It's just the way the symbiote makes him look. I don't really know, but I have a hard time reconciling Venom getting the upper hand on Eddie Brock. It's the same thing with other stuff, right? Like Ben Grimm being able to be, you know, to be knocked down and hit pretty hard, at least enough to almost subdue him by a Venom symbiote, right? Doesn't really work that way. But again, like every time shots are taken by these guys, right? Bullets are shot and so on and so forth, the guys themselves almost kind of seem to break down and then kind of reconstitute themselves. And so you actually end up getting Venom and Carnage teaming up to fight Juggernaut, which looks amazing if I'm being honest with you guys. Like, it looks absolutely amazing. Now, the biggest question you have to ask here is Dylan. Dylan, the son of Eddie Brock, has the ability to dominate the wills of symbiotes. Why doesn't he do that here? We don't really know. Instead, we get this amazing moment where Wade Wilson basically pops up and says, all right, guys, time for plan X. The X stands for explode. And so it's like, everybody run. They're like, what are you doing? He's like, I don't know, man, but I'm the only guy who's going to survive this. And then just like literally detonates himself, right? And seems to bring like a whole bunch of these guys down. Now from there, you switch back over to Otto Octavius and to Codex. And like finally, the Venom symbiote has bonded itself to this guy. And it's like, we've achieved full symbiosis in the sense that instead of years past, instead of previous instances where we saw the Venom symbiote bonding to a host, which basically meant enveloping that host, instead what you have here is the Venom symbiote bonding with the host on a genetic level. This person seems to be irrevocably bonded to the Venom symbiote. Now, it may be that you can undo that, but it doesn't really seem to be the case. Instead, once this guy pops up, you know, the response to Codex is, your name is Virus. Yes, well, we need to change that. And one of the things he says is like, Eddie paralyzed me, right? He took my legs. He's not taking my name. From now on, you can call me Scorpion. And that's when Virus refers to him as Mr. Gargan. This guy was Matt Gargan. Now, here's the thing. One, he looks ridiculously awesome as Scorpion, and he almost kind of looks like the Vindicator from Spawn, right? Like as the Scorpion, which really looks cool, right? I mean, I got it looks amazing, right? That's just the best thing I can say. He just looks absolutely amazing. And then number two, I love this idea, because here's the thing, I never really cared about Matt Gargan until he became Venom, right? Like until he took over the Venom symbiote during the events leading up to Dark Reign and during Dark Reign. I loved that. But basically he says like, swear allegiance to me and serve me as one of my henchmen here on this world and bring me Eddie Brock. And so from there you end up switching over to, back to the team more or less to, with Anne Wang and all them. And they basically get back to their base of operations. And we end up finding out that their science guy, right? Like their main science guy is Reed Richards, and he's kind of like, okay, so like one, I got to deal with another Reed Richards, but two, this guy looks like he's insane. And Anne's like, yeah, I mean, he is kind of off his rocker, but here's the thing. If it wasn't for him, we never would have made it this far. And so Eddie introduces himself, and then his son introduces himself. He's like, what's your name? He's like, my name's Dylan, sir, like Dylan Brock. And it's like, Dylan? And then it's like people are just like, what in the heck? And then like Anne Wang is just like, tell me, is he your son? And he's like, yeah, I mean, that's like, he's my son, like, what's the big deal? And the response of Anne is like, dude, it's him. On our world, Eddie, Dylan is Codex. Dylan is the one who conquered the world using all the Venom symbiotes. All right, what's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with Venom Beyond. Here's the thing, man. I love the way that Donny Cates writes this, right? Because I fired this book up, and I'd say within the span of 5 minutes, I was done, right? I just ripped through this book. And to me, that's a testament of how good a comic book is, right? If I can just if I find myself just ripping through it, and I feel like I'm done before I even started, that's just how good the comic book is written, right? So, this kind of gives us, at least as much as Donny Cates gives us anyway, the way in which the world fell under the rule of Venom's son. We're not given a whole ton of stuff here, and in reality we probably don't need to be, but the idea here is that at some point in the past, in this alternate reality, that there was, you basically had, Anne Wang, who of course was possessed by her Venom symbiote and more or less operating as what amounts to Agent Venom, alongside Spider-Man, who ended up defeating Dr. Octopus, right, in some campaign that was called Octopi Wall Street. It was kind of goofy, but Anne Wang basically reveals that she's pregnant here. Now, this is what's kind of bonkers, is Donny Cates doesn't necessarily seem to have given us the indication that Eddie Brock is the one who got her pregnant. It's just simply that Eddie Brock, Eddie Brock and her were married at one point in a relationship. If we follow a reasonable timeline here, we don't definitively know when it was that Eddie Brock shot himself. We're not told here in this particular comic that like 3 days after Eddie Brock shot himself, we're not really told that. Instead, it's just Eddie Brock ended up killing himself in the bell tower, and then Anne went there and she ended up getting the Venom symbiote, right? So we don't really know how much time has passed. I would expect that under most circumstances, whenever a woman realizes she's pregnant, it's usually because as she goes through her womanly times that she realizes that she's not doing the things she's supposed to be doing, and as a result of that, we can largely assume that at most a month has passed since Eddie Brock died. By whatever manner and whatever means, if we assume that Eddie Brock is the one who got her pregnant, then that makes sense. We could also kind of assume that it's like a miraculous conception, right? That like the symbiote ultimately just ended up creating an offspring inside of her. Again, we're not given a definitive answer here. We just kind of have to swing for the fences, because when she's sitting down with Peter Parker and she tells Peter Parker that she's pregnant, when he asks who the father is, she's like, I don't know. Now, the third option here is that Anne's just really promiscuous, and like any number of guys out there could be the dad, right? We just don't know, right? It's like an episode of Maury Povich, right? You bring like 20 guys on there, none of them are the father, right? You have no idea which one it is, so that's also an option too, right? But whatever it is, she ended up being pregnant, and of course that was Dylan, right? She ended up being, getting pregnant and having Dylan. The crazy thing about this is Peter Parker basically talks about, hey, like, it's gonna be tough being a single mom. I was kind of raised there, but if you ever need any help, I'm here. And her response is, I'm not a single mom, right? I have Venom, and so like between the two of us, we can raise this kid to become, a productive member of society, right? We'll just be fun, we'll be just fine. And so what you end up finding out here is that as time passed and Dylan grew up and got to the age that he is now in the main Marvel universe, that he grew up as any kind of a normal kid does, right? He had his good moments, his bad moments, right? Kids misbehave, they push boundaries, different things like that, and so he did what any normal kid does. But then one day she came home and all those different drawings were on the walls, right? The drawings of like the Grendel. And that's kind of the telltale signature of like Null the symbiote god. And so what she basically shows here is that at some point along the line, that Null ended up taking over Dylan, right? Now this, I believe, is shown in a one-shot comic that focuses on Null basically getting his hands on Dylan and influencing him and actually teaching him how to use his powers, or at least teaching him the base on how his powers work. And then the rest was kind of left to Dylan from there. But one of the things to keep in mind, for those of you guys who are a little behind here, Null the symbiote god was Donny Cates' invention. And what he basically did is he introduced introduced this idea that where Brian Michael Bendis had previously given us this explanation of the symbiotes in the sense that Venom was not a one-off, right? The Venom actually comes from a planet of symbiotes, and those symbiotes are ideally space knights, right? So they basically bond themselves to a host and they go forward as protectors of the universe, that sometimes a symbiote can be corrupted. And that's what happened. That in the original Secret Wars, Peter Parker came in contact with a symbiote and he was supposed to be a space knight of sorts, right? Like a protector using the symbiote. The result was that once he was told by Reed Richards in the old Web of Spider-Man comics that the symbiote was an actual sentient being and that the things that Peter was doing were basically because the symbiote was acting of its own accord, that Peter cast it off. And in doing so, that corrupted the Venom symbiote. And that's how it ended up becoming, quote unquote, a bad guy. And then basically bonded itself to Eddie Brock later on. And that's the whole history of Venom in the main Marvel universe. The idea was that when Donny Cates came along, Donny Cates said, everything that Brian Michael Bendis said with the Planet of the Symbiotes is still intact, but I'm adding on to it. And he created Null. And Null was the person who created the symbiotes in the first place. He created them as basically his henchmen. And that once Null was ultimately defeated and kind of cast back into the void, or at least, kind of locked within his own planet, more or less, and surrounded by all these symbiotes, the symbiotes then in turn became more or less autonomous. And that's when they formed their idea of becoming protectors as opposed to henchmen of Null. With Null basically re-emerging in the aftermath of absolute carnage, that Null began to exercise his control over the symbiotes yet again. That's really where this comes from, in the sense that Null basically reached out from his place within the multiverse and has influenced this version of Dylan and basically taken him over, right? In the sense that like Dylan now kind of operates seemingly as an agent of Null. And the result of this is that he ended up taking a piece of his mom's symbiote and then used it to create his own symbiote. Following that, he ended up taking off to a different location, and this is kind of us reading between the lines, or at least from what Anne's telling us, that he ended up going to basically the bell tower and then in turn started spawning off all these different symbiotes and then controlling them and then rejecting them. And this was designed for the purpose of him basically creating symbiotes and then kind of usurping his control over those symbiotes and sending them forward. In response to this growing symbiote threat, President Flash Thompson ended up creating Anne Weying and the Agent Venom force, more or less. And in doing that, the idea was to take on the forces of Dylan. The issue here is that by the time they realized that Dylan was literally a credible threat, it was simply too late. That with these symbiotes he had created, he had basically forced them onto the superheroes and some of the supervillains and turned them into his symbiote henchmen. And so he literally laid waste to virtually any other superhero and villain that was left, right? Killed pretty much all the superheroes and all the supervillains on Earth. Following that, and with the death of President Flash Thompson, Dylan essentially made himself a dictator, right? He made himself absolute ruler of the Earth and then sent his symbiotes around the world and started basically taking over everybody around there, right? Like the average person. And that's kind of what Anne says, is that Dylan killed the world, that he essentially conquered the world by using Venom symbiotes. And that's why this is just a Venomized world, right? All the heroes, all the villains are all symbiotes. Now, some of these heroes are actually heroes who have been taken over by symbiotes. Some of these heroes are just Venom symbiotes looking like heroes, right? Like, kind of appearing as these individuals. It's kind of a mishmash of these different things. But the long and short of this is that the concern of Anne is that Dylan could essentially fall down the same way. And this comes in a couple different forms. The first form this takes is her asking Eddie, does Dylan have these powers? Now, keep in mind, this is a highly emotional situation for Anne because one, like she lost her son, right? She lost her son to the power of Null, and there doesn't really seem to be a way to bring him back. The other part of this is that she is kind of emotionally tied to Eddie Brock. This is not her Eddie Brock, but this is in a lot of ways kind of the Eddie she could have had, right? In a lot of ways, they're a mirror for the life that she lost. And so that's when she asked the question, like, does your son have that same power? And the response of Eddie is, yes, he can do that, but he can't really be taken over by symbiotes. It creates a kind of feedback loop, and ultimately it causes him pain. But two, he's not an evil guy. He's not a bad kid. He's not a villain in the way that your son was. It sucks to say that, but he's not that way. Now, the issue with this is that Dylan overhears everything, right? Like the main Marvel Universe Dylan overhears them all. And for him, it's kind of crushing, right? It's crushing to hear that this alternate reality version of himself became such a horrible person, right? That, essentially took over the world. And that there's a concern that he could become that exact same kind of person, right? It's like if you were met with an alternate reality counterpart of yourself who was just a horrible human being. And the concern of everybody that you knew is that you would become that person, right? There's a part of you that screams out, I'm not that guy. I'm not going to be that person. But Dylan has never really met his mom, right? He never really met Anne. She gave birth to him, but like she ran off to Eddie Brock's dad and dropped the kid off there when he was a baby and then went and did herself in, right? And so he's never actually met his mom. And this one woman that he sees, that is the closest he ever came to meeting his mom, has essentially rejected him. This is emotionally crushing for really all parties involved here. The caveat to this is that as they're sitting down and as Anne just kind of says, look, I can't really do this. This is too much. And as she begins to leave, she's met by Venom Pool. And he's like, you guys have to go. And it's like, why? And it's like, because they tracked us here. Like they tracked you guys to your base of operations, right? Like you guys gotta get out of here as fast as you possibly can because they're sending someone here to take you out. And as soon as she, as soon as Anne calls in the SOS, then suddenly you have Scorpion who pops in. Now remember, Matt Gargan was operating as Virus at the start of this story, right? He is the main Marvel Universe version of Matt Gargan, who has basically been taken over by a symbiote of sorts that was given to him by, or at least imposed on him by Codex in order to track down Eddie and then bring him to Dylan, and then of course kill everybody else. And the issue with this is like as soon as they show up, all hell breaks loose. The caveat to this is that Eddie Brock is aware that the weakness of symbiotes comes in the form of like sonics or huge amounts of electricity or fire. And so what he ends up doing is grabbing like these live electric lines, just grabs them and reads like those are electrical currents, right? Like no one can survive any of that kind of energy. His response is, yeah, that's what we're counting on. So he basically channels it through himself and shoots it out in what the Venom symbiote creates as a hand cannon and basically takes out Mac, right? Takes out Matt Gargan. Then he calls on his son, do your thing. And Dylan seizes the symbiote off of Scorpion, takes total control of it, and then basically Matt Gargan reverts back to his normal self, right? This is a genius maneuver, but it's also exceedingly dangerous because the more that Dylan uses his powers, the more susceptible to Null he becomes. And that would allow Null to reach in. Now, one thing, if I'm being honest with you guys, one thing that I think is really kind of going on here is wouldn't it be interesting if Donny Cates followed the Jonathan Hickman Avengers New Avengers Molecule Man concept, right? In the sense that during Avengers and New Avengers, most of you guys know, there was one Molecule Man in every reality. And that origin of Molecule Man was the exact same, but he was designed to be a bomb that the Beyonders were going to detonate all at the same time and destroy the multiverse, right? But wouldn't it be interesting if it were the same concept with Dylan, that every universe has its own version of Dylan, and Dylan is unique among, in every single universe in the sense that while his origin's not the exact same, although it may be in some way, that he has these powers, the ability to dominate the wills of symbiotes. He is in effect a kind of indirect heir to Null, right? He possesses essentially the same powers that Null does, even if not on such a grandiose scale. And that by having that kind of power, it allows Null to basically take over Dylan, which allows him to control the symbiotes across every world. Wouldn't that be interesting, right? Every world and every universe. But as far as Matt Gargan goes, of course, when the symbiote's torn off of him and Eddie realizes it's Matt Gargan, then we kind of get a little bit of an explanation here, right? And the idea is that during Absolute Carnage, that as you guys remember, Matt Gargan's spine was almost totally ripped out and he was basically paralyzed. And Eddie left him there. Right, and Eddie just left him there. You gotta go, right? He ended up taking off and leaving him there, and that's why Matt Gargan holds so much animosity, because he's like, you don't get to just walk away from the fact that you left me paralyzed like that. Now, admittedly, Matt Gargan was going to let like an innocent kid die, right? So, at the end of the day, Eddie Brock's like, I was kind of right for what I did. But the response of Mac is, you basically left me there that way. I could have recovered if I'd had a symbiote or something like that, but I couldn't, right? Like you just left me paralyzed there and walked away. And so the response of Eddie, and this is really interesting, the response of Eddie is, fine, then we'll make you a deal, right? I'm going to make you a deal here. My son just killed the symbiote that was attached to you from Codex, right? So what we're going to do is you're going to take us to Codex. And then seemingly the bargain is, I will give you a symbiote or something like that and you'll regain your ability to walk. I don't really know what the bargain is, but the idea is you are going to take us to Codex. And so seemingly Dylan is going to meet his alternate reality counterpart, and who even knows what's going to come out of that conflict? I have no earthly clue, because maybe we'll get even more of an origin story about Codex, right? And that's why it's kind of tentative here. Maybe we'll get a lot more information, because we still got 2 issues, I think, until this whole thing's done. All right, what's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are picking back up again with Venom Beyond, right? And this is basically the start of the King in Black, and you guys will see what I'm talking about once we get towards the end of this, but this is basically where King in Black begins, right? So I'm really excited about this, and I think that what we might do sometime this week as part of a lead up to the whole King in Black thing is we might take all of Donny Cates' Venom run and just kind of condense it down into a full story. We'll call it like part 1, or like the King in Black lead up, or something along those lines, but something to indicate this is all the stuff that you need to know going into like the King in Black. But this basically picks up again with this alternate reality that we're in, Earth 1051, whereby you have Dylan, this alternate reality version of this alternate reality version of the son of Eddie Brock, who basically conquered the world, and where Matt Gargan had been sent to the forces of Eddie for the purpose of basically taking them down, that he also operates as a kind of spy of sorts, right? That Dylan can see through his symbiotes. But what we ended up seeing was that, like the previous video, Scorpion was essentially defeated. And so this all kind of coincides with Dr. Octopus showing up to Dylan, right? Codex. We'll call him Codex for the sake of keeping this video simple, and instead of talking about two different versions of Dylan. But he runs up on Codex and he basically tells him that they've reverse engineered the armor that Scorpion wore when he was initially going after Eddie Brock and using the name Virus. And that because this armor is based on the War Machine Mark III model that was created by Tony Stark for James Rhodes, it includes what's basically automated environment scanning technology, which essentially means that it scans the environment and then records the environment. And this kind of confirms the statement of Scorpion to Codex when he was initially captured, that he came from an alternate reality. But what's more important about this is that when it comes to alternate realities in Marvel Comics, you have what's kind of what's been referred to historically as a kind of quantum frequency, basically meaning that each individual universe has its own range, more or less, right? So the way I like to use it is if we talked about music, right? So we say like the main Marvel universe is the key of C, and the Ultimate Universe might be like might be like C sharp or something like that. But if the main Marvel Universe is in the key of C, then what this means is that in order to access the main Marvel Universe, your quantum signal or your ability to create a portal means you have to resonate at the key of C as well, right? So that's what this suit basically does. This suit will, at least accessing this suit and being able to reverse engineer it, would allow Otto Octavius to, in effect, recreate a portal that would allow them to access the main Marvel Universe. And with his intelligence, it would only take him about 2 weeks to do. And so the idea is get to work on it, right? Because it means there'd be more worlds for Dylan to conquer, essentially. At that point, you switch over to the underground laboratory of Reed Richards in this alternate reality, the crazy Reed Richards, who's basically kind of talking to Scorpion, to Matt Gargan. And he really just kind of reiterates everything that we were already told. And it's kind of nuts because there was an Iron Man in this universe. And of course, much like the main Marvel Universe, Reed Richards and Iron Man were friends, meaning that he's well versed in Stark's technology. The problem with this is that he's also insane. And so his response is, yes, I can rebuild that gate, but it'll take me like 5 years to do, right? It'll take me like 5 years to do that because their resources are exceedingly limited. If they had like all the resources available out there, then sure, they'd be able to do it. But between his insanity and the lack of resources, they simply just can't. And so you have this moment here where they talk about the idea of going back, and then the response of Dylan is, but I don't want to. The reason why is because Dylan never knew his mom, right? He never knew Anne Wayne. And so being in this alternate reality where he meets her for the first time, it makes sense he doesn't want to go back, right? It makes sense that he doesn't want to leave anymore, that he wants to stay here. He never knew his mom, right? And so he's always wanted to get to know his mom. He's now in a situation where he can. Why would he want to give that up? It's everything he ever wanted. And so with that being the case, it's almost like he's kind of being forced, right? Pulled, ripped away from this life that he wants so dearly. And so with that being the case, Anne just kind of realizes that it's turning into a kind of sentimental moment. And Anne has still not gotten over the fact that her son in this universe, this reality's version of Dylan, became a bad guy, right? He became Codex. He conquered the world and killed pretty much everybody she cared about and turned them into symbiotes. And so she basically like tells everybody, get out, right? Everybody's got to go. Everybody go rest. Tomorrow we're taking this war to my son, right? Now it all kind of comes to a head when you've got, Anne doing her thing because she can't sleep. And then Dylan shows up. And the two of them have this very, kind of sentimental moment. And the reason for that is because whenever Codex came across her symbiote or tried to contact her symbiote, she would burn. But with Dylan from the main Marvel Universe, that doesn't happen. And the reason for that is because much like we've seen with like something like the Infinity Gauntlet, which only works in its native universe, Dylan, Codex, can only control symbiotes in his own universe. And so any symbiote or any being that's attached to symbiotes outside of this universe, Codex cannot control. And that's the reason why when Dylan approaches Anne Wayne, because he's from the main Marvel Universe, he does not affect her symbiote in the same way. He can hug her, he can interact with her, he can treat her like a mom. And that's kind of what he says, right? He says like, when this is all said and done, like, I don't really want to leave. I don't really want to go. But if we do have to go back to my universe, then come with me, right? Like, come with us. Be my mom in that universe. It's a very touching moment, right? This is especially touching if you know the history of Anne Wayne, how tragic her story's been over the years, or at least was until they killed her off. It's a very, very intriguing thing to see here, and it's really, really cool. And so what this does is kind of, really inspire a kind of renewed vigor inside of Anne, in the sense that she realizes she can't run away from who her son's become, right? She can't run away from the fact that her son has become Codex, that her son has done terrible things. It's not necessarily to say that she has, but that's kind of the impression that's being put off here, is that historically speaking, when it comes to her son Codex, sure, she's been fighting the good fight, but she's also been dreading the time at which she would actually have to take him down. In this moment, realizing the man her son could have become, and if he can be saved, the man he can still become, then there's all the incentive in the world to kind of leave that fear and that anxiety behind and travel headfast into facing off against this guy. And that's exactly what they do. The other part of this is that Codex comes to the realization, of course, the one that we already realized, that he cannot control the symbiotes from alternate realities either. Much like Peter Parker and Venom, he also can't detect them. And so that's kind of the funny thing, is that for him, whenever he tries to reach out and detect the symbiote of Eddie Brock, the Venom symbiote that's attached to him, he can't pick up on it, right? Because it's not from his universe. And so as they're kind of in the middle of all this, and as Otto Octavius is continuing to work on this portal of sorts, there's a kind of an alarm that comes in, and it's basically a unmanned aircraft that's basically heading towards their location. And when Otto Octavius says that there's no life forms on board, that's when it dawns on Codex, no, there's life forms there, but it's the Venom symbiote, right? The one that I can't pick up. And this thing comes cruising in and just boom, smashes right inside the ceiling of this place, right? From there, and Wayne's like, everybody get in, and they all go flooding into that place, right? Attacking everybody they can. Now, right off the bat, Donny Cates gives us Codex versus Venom. And it's a cool thing to see, because this is basically like Spider-Man fighting Venom, right? Spider-Man cannot detect the Venom symbiote, and that's one of the things that makes Venom so deadly for Spider-Man. Much like this here, Codex cannot control the Venom symbiote. And so he's facing off against a very powerful person relative to himself, whose symbiote he cannot dominate. And this fight ends incredibly fast, right? And that's one of the big differences here. That's kind of the big weakness of Codex, is that you would look at him and you would say, okay, but a person who was able to conquer the world using symbiotes, surely he'd be able to overtake Venom. But there's a big difference here. Eddie Brock has fought time and time again as Venom with the symbiote, facing off against a multitude of enemies. The Codex seemingly has not. That I wouldn't go as far as to say that he rested on his laurels while the world was being conquered, but there's a difference between fighting some heavy-hitting superheroes by yourself and fighting a whole bunch of heavy-hitting superheroes with hundreds of symbiotes at your side. It really kind of diminishes what your accomplishments are. It diminishes what it is that he could actually do, because for the most part, he didn't really do it on his own. And so in response to that, he basically calls in the entirety of the Avengers team. They all come pouring in, right? All the symbiote Avengers guys. And then while that's going on, Gargan basically sneaks off, grabs his virus suit, and in the moment when you have Eddie Brock, who seizes control of Codex for the purpose of defeating him, what he ends up intending to do is actually have his symbiote bond itself directly to Codex, and then in turn show him this life that he could have had, right? A kind of shared memory. But that's when Virus makes his attack, right? Matt Gargan shows up at the most inconvenient time and starts attacking, Eddie Brock, and basically says, like, you're going to take me back to prison once we get back there, and that's not going to happen. Either I'm going to have my vengeance here, or I'm not going to have it at all. But in the midst of his whole attack, suddenly he's shot in the back by Reed Richards, who would basically use the technology of Tony Stark to take down the War Machine suit, right? So Gargan's completely out of the picture. What this does is it leads to Eddie Brock being able to subdue Codex yet again, and then Codex actually starts reaching out directly to Dylan, right? And what this does is it allows a kind of shared memory state, in the sense of it's all the things that Dylan can basically pass through his mother, and all the things she can pass through to him in terms of the life that he always wanted to have with her, the life she always wanted to have with him, and then Eddie Brock's memories of the life he had with his son, bonding them all together. And when that happens, Codex gets a vision of what his life could have looked like. They all kind of do, to be honest. Like, it's really Eddie, and it's Dylan, and it's Anne Weying, and it's Codex, all kind of experiencing this joint memory of how life could have been, how fantastic it could have been. But because of the decisions of Codex, it never happened. That and the fact that Eddie Brock took his own life, those never came to fruition. And so because of that, Codex is completely overwhelmed by the experience, but in turn basically gets rid of all the symbiotes, right? He just stops his influence over them and stops, and kind of comes back to his normal self. Now, the other part of this seems to be that Null had an exceedingly strong grip on Dylan, on Codex. And so when this whole sort of shared memory took place, it actually released him from the influence of Null and kind of returned him back to his normal self. But regardless of how you slice it, he's basically back to being a good guy now. The problem is that he falls into what's essentially a catatonic state, right? So you jump forward by about a year or so, and this is a pretty significant moment, that in all this time that they've been here, you have Dylan, you have Eddie Brock, and you have Anne, who have all just basically been spending time together as a family, the way that they always imagined themselves doing this. That is basically a pretty chill world. And the response of all this, I mean, I'm sure you probably have some small-time criminals, but nothing too crazy, right? Nothing too outrageous. Instead, it's basically just them kind of enjoying their lives. And so because of that, there's always kind of looming on the horizon this idea that they're all going to have to go back, right? That they're going to have to go back to their universe. And so about a few months after that, with Dr. Octopus having had the absolute tar beat out of him by Reed, to the point that he actually started giving him information on how to build this thing, that the portal is effectively finished. But Anne is actually going to stay behind, because with her son, her son Dylan, I guess formerly Codex, now Dylan, kind of back in a catatonic state, but also demonstrating that he basically, came back to being a good guy, right? That he's more or less cured, for lack of a better word, that she's going to wait until he reawakens and then try to nurse him back into, you know, kind of having a normal life here. But for Dylan himself and for Eddie, of course, they go back to the main Marvel universe where the King in Black and everything kicks off. And this is what's really kind of interesting here. It looks like a year has actually passed in the main Marvel universe as well. And the reason why this matters is because with this 1 year time jump in that period, Null seems to have come back, right? Null returned. He returned in the main Marvel universe. And the reason why we know this is because when they get back there, all the stars are gone. There's nothing out there but absolute blackness. That Null has officially returned and has already begun the process of conquering the main Marvel universe. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with Null. We're back with King in Black #1. Now, here's the thing. This is a one-shot. So the King in Black event is very much like Swords of X in the sense that we get a one-shot to open it up, and then we get all the tie-ins. And again, one of the things we talked about during the I guess, 10 of Swords, if that's what you want to call it, is very much reminiscent of the 1990s comics, right? Those of you guys who remember something like Age of Apocalypse, for example, I think we got Age of Apocalypse Alpha, and then just a whole bunch of renamed comics, right? So Marvel basically just retitled all their comics for 6 months, and then we got Age of Apocalypse Omega. That's basically what's happening here, albeit not Alpha and Omega, it's just a one-shot opening story. But this story is amazing, right? So if you guys are going to the comic book stores and you're buying King in Black, make sure that you guys buy the comic that actually has the King in Black cover on it, right? The King in Black banner. It's the only one that ties into the King in Black event. And of course, you can find reading orders all over the place and everything. But this initially picks up with Eddie Brock. Now, here's one of the funny things about this, right? This is where things get a little wonky here. And I'm not really sure how he got from here to there. But if you guys remember the ending of the Venom story, Eddie Brock and his son returned to Earth when there were no lights. Here, the sky's still bright and everything. Now, we'll find out why the sky went dark, but it's one of these things that kind of looks like a bit of a continuity error on behalf of Donny Cates and all them. But I don't mind because Donny Cates is amazing. He does not disappoint in this story. So what we end up getting is kind of like Eddie Brock, of course, still being possessed by the Venom symbiote. This starts to realize that the King in Black, that Null, the symbiote god, is on his way there. Now, he's informed the Avengers. He's told all of them about what's going on, the arrival of Null, you know, what it means, the power he possesses, and all that kind of good stuff. So the Avengers have basically been prepping for this, right? They've been planning for this whole thing. So the call goes out to all the Avengers, right? All hands on deck. And Eddie Brock goes to grab Dylan. Now, once Dylan wakes up, he begins to realize, okay, you know, he can feel that Null's on his way. And so it's time for them to basically get out of there. Now, switching over to Captain America, She-Hulk, Carol Danvers, Iron Man, the current Avengers roster, Tony Stark has basically taken some remnants of Kree and Shi'ar warships and then basically weaponized them, right? Turn them into essentially detonatable bombs, right? Bombs that can be remote detonated from the planet Earth. Now, but when all these kind of bat forces of Null start showing up, that all these different vessels start exploding, right? They literally start going off, and Tony Stark starts to celebrate. The problem with this is that you in turn have Eddie Brock, who basically hits to Iron Man and says, we killed about 100 of them, but like there's countless of these things showing up here, right? It looks like millions and millions of these things showing up here, seemingly one for everybody on Earth, you would presume. So 7 billion at the very most, if not any number less than that, which is still way more than 100. And he's like, you know, we only stopped 100 of them. Like, he can't be stopped. Now, one other thing that I want to point out here, and it seems to only really affect Eddie at the moment, is that all these bats being destroyed seems to take a toll on him, but it could also be because of the fact that Eddie's using his powers to monitor everything out there, right? So it could just be a kind of mental strain, but I did want to draw attention to that because all these bat forces start pouring down onto the city and basically like exploding, right? Like as they pour down, they basically explode into their symbiote forms and literally kind of fill the world with like an ocean of symbiotes, right? It's basically what it looks like. But you actually end up having Venom, Eddie Brock, taking his son Dylan to a bunker that was built for Peter Parker by Ezekiel. Now, a little bit of an explanation here, right? And we cover all this in my video series on Dan Slott's Spider-Man run, so you're welcome to check that out, you know, especially Spider-Verse, different things like that. But the idea is that somewhere along the line, you had a guy named Ezekiel, and then of course, Ezekiel became aware of the fact that the Inheritors were hunting down Spider-Man, right, all across the multiverse. And so this bunker was built for Peter Parker to protect him if he needed to stay hidden. And of course, Peter was actually confined there for some time, and I think Ezekiel actually used it as a base of operations for some time. Now, Ezekiel is a character that I believe was introduced during J. Michael Straczynski's run before he wrote Spider-Man One More Day, which is one of those things where everybody loved the run until they didn't. But, you know, that's kind of a nice little nod to like the yesteryear of Spider-Man stories, like just old school stuff kind of being brought back. But the meat and potatoes here is that this bunker should protect Dylan from Null and anybody else out there that's trying to get to him. One, because it's difficult to know it's there, and two, because of the fact that it's just so well guarded, right? It's just so difficult to penetrate. And so with that being the case, Dylan actually wants to go, and he kind of has this genius moment. He's like, look, I have the same powers as Null, right? So maybe I can seize control of Null's army, like take it away from him. But in reality here, and this is something that's not really voiced by Eddie Brock, I doubt that would happen. And the reason why is because Dylan is still relatively new to his powers, right? So it's like a person who just discovered telepathy versus a person who's been practicing telepathy for like 50 years. It's just, they're far more prodigious in the use of their powers. And so for somebody like Dylan, yes, his powers are comparable to Null's insofar as he can control symbiotes, but he's not as capable of using his powers in the same way Null is. And so there's a much better chance that Dylan would be defeated and possibly consumed, taken over by Null, than he would to actually win. And because of that, Eddie says, no, like you need to stay here. I made you a promise that I would keep you safe, that I would do everything I could to keep you protected. That's what we're doing. From there, you end up having Eddie Brock, who's chimed in by Captain America saying plan B, right? And plan B is exactly what we just described, right? The idea that all these symbiotes come pouring down. Well, while that's happening, the Avengers are largely waiting on Thor, right? They're hoping for Thor to get there. You've got Doctor Strange, you've got Namor, you've got Iron Fist, you have all this great big huge roster of people who have ever been Avengers who are here. But Thor is also one of these guys where having the ability to control the lightning and fire and lightning being one of the weaknesses of symbiotes would go a long way towards being able to stem this conflict. But currently, Thor's not here. What they get is something better in their stead, right? While everything is popping off, right? While everything is popping off, you have this like speech bubble. And you guys know speech bubbles usually mean telepathy. So this voice pops in and says, Iron Man, Captain America, please excuse the intrusion into your minds. This is Charles Xavier. If you require backup, please stand by. My X-Men have arrived. So you have Cable who shows up here, Cyclops, right? I think you have even Phantom X, which is kind of weird. You've got Nightcrawler, right? You've got Storm, Jean Grey, a full contingent of the X-Men arrive. And it's one of these things where Xavier's kind of like, I know you guys are waiting on Thor, but surely like a woman who can control the thunder and the lightning would be pretty much just as good. Now, the other part of this is that with Plan B basically commencing, that Eddie Brock actually ends up going to the throne that was used by Carnage. And Carnage used this during the Absolute Carnage event to control the army that he created. And the hope of Eddie Brock is that he can basically use the throne to extend his reach all the way out to the symbiotes here on Earth that have been brought here by Null, and then basically take over control of those symbiotes, right? So using the throne to do what Dylan could do, but on a more grandiose scale, right? On a more fine-tuned scale. The problem with this is Eddie Brock is having a wildly difficult time punching through this kind of control that Null has over his symbiotes. At the same time, Doctor Strange is facing off as best he can, only for us to realize just how powerful Null is in the sense that all these little symbiote monster things that he has, right? All these little dragons are just punching right through Doctor Strange's shields. There's no way for him to stop them, right? But just in this small moment, right, when they have a chance, when like Doctor Strange falls and Eddie Brock is like, okay, I'm pushing through, right? I'm pushing through to the other side and I should be able to take over this. Eddie comes to this massive realization that all hope is lost. And the reason why, when he punches through, he realized it's not just the dragons and it's not just Null. Null's first enemies were the Celestials. When Null arrived here, he bonded to the Celestials and took them over. Null, the symbiote god, has conquered the celestial race in the Marvel universe, son. Man, dude, it's nuts. It's like all these Celestials come pouring down. And at that point, the Avengers, the X-Men, whole nine yards, start crapping their pants. What else could you do? At that point, like one of the holes open up and Null comes walking out. And he's just like, so who are you guys? Right? Like, who are you supposed to be? Are you guys like the force that's here to assemble to take me out? Now, while all this was going on, they were waiting for like this big heavy hitter to show up, right? It's not Thor, but they were waiting for this big heavy hitter to show up, right? Finally, this heavy hitter finally arrives, right? Now, I was sitting here looking at this and I was like, man, I really hope this is who I think it is. And it turned out to be exactly who I thought it was, right? Like literally Iron Man chimes into Captain America and says, okay, the guy's here, right? Like he's gonna be here in 10 seconds. He's here and he's waiting your orders. Does he have permission to engage? And the response of Captain America is permission granted, only for us to find out it's the Sentry, man. It's Robert Reynolds, son, man, it's Robert Reynolds. The Sentry has finally returned. And I was like, okay, this guy comes flying through, whoosh, comes flying through, punches a hole through a symbiote's head, right? It's like, damn, son, dude, he like punches a hole through the symbiote's head. Dude, he goes flying for Null. Null's like, no way, right? So like, he comes, he's like, Robert Reynolds grabs Null, flies him into the air, and he's like, hi, my name's Bob. You can call me the Sentry. This will be over in a second. Null's like, no, son, son, man, let me tell you something. Dude, he grabs a hold of Robert Reynolds. He goes to rip him in half. He's like, come feel me. Dude, he rips him in half, right? Pulls the void right out of the Sentry, right? Pulls the void right out of the Sentry, right? And he's just like, child, I am Null, right? I'm the Lord of the Abyss, God of the symbiotes. The darkness inside of you, that darkness bows to me. I am the void. Like, literally just crushes the Sentry in one fell swoop. And it's like, well, there you go. Any chance you had is gone, right? Like that's basically it. Like, you will all fall like the rest, right? I've met your armies, little ones. Meet mine. So he literally just like takes control of the symbiotes and pours them all over the various superheroes. And all the superheroes are completely conquered by the symbiotes. From there, he's just like, let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of the stars out there. So he in turn takes all those dragon forces, merges them together, and then wraps them around the world and blocks out all the light. And it's just like, damn, right? So like, Storm is like the only one left standing, right? Like, Storm's like the only one left standing. So Storm goes out like a hero, man, right? She's like, okay, look, here's the thing. If I'm gonna fall to this weird looking guy who looks like a failed 80s rock star, then like, I'm going to go out with a bang, right? Like, I'm gonna go out with a bang, right? Just summons every ounce of lightning she possibly can, just starts shocking the piss out of these things, right? Just electrocuting these things all over the place. Null basically summons his symbiotes again. They go wrapping up into the, into the spire over top of right where Storm is, and just like snatch her up. Storm is basically gone. This one person who can control the lightning, and that was the only real weakness of these symbiote dragon things, is now done. And Xavier's pissed. So you end up having this thing where Eddie's like, okay, Iron Man, here's what we're gonna do, right? Null showed up here, said, give me Brock, and I will kill you as painless as possible. Now, the reality is Null intends to destroy the world, but Eddie Brock's stance here is, no. If I hand myself over, then like, maybe I could say, look, I will hand myself over to you, my symbiote over to you, you'll be complete, and then like, just leave Earth, right? Just leave us alone, just let us live. It's a hope against hope, right? It's a terrible idea, but it's a hope against hope, right? So what ends up happening is you get this really touching moment, right? Where like Eddie Brock and his Venom, his symbiote have this conversation, and the symbiote's like, look, Eddie, like, you need to know, and doesn't really finish his sentence, but largely it looks like the symbiote was getting ready to say, like, because of you, Eddie, I've become better, right? Like, I was lost and I was kind of villainous and I was all over the place. I didn't really know what my greater purpose in the world was, what it meant to be in this space. But since I've been a part of you, you've made me better and I've made you better. We truly have become great heroes, right? We don't really get that much being said, but it's really cool because they're like, okay, let's go meet our maker, right? So they basically kind of broadcast their signal, right? Like, the Venom symbiote taps into Null's forces, which basically tells Null exactly where he is, right? It's just firing up a flare in the sky, essentially. And so Null locates Venom, goes and grabs him. He snatches up Eddie Brock and brings him to him. And Eddie's just like, okay, you can take me, that's fine, but leave the world, right? Just leave the world alone, take me and we'll call it in. He's like, wait a minute, I remember you. You're the one who beat my dragon. Like, I thought you died. Well, that's kind of weird, but no, I'm not here for you. I should have specified which Brock I wanted. I don't want you, I want your son. I want Dylan Brock. And when Eddie starts to realize what's going on, he's just like, no, that's not gonna happen, right? Like, your fight is with us, right? Like, leave my son out of it. And the response of Null, he rips the symbiote off of Eddie and it's just like, I will take your symbiote away from you. I will make it mine again. And then I'll take your son, and drops Eddie Brock from the top of the sky all the way down to the ground. All right, what's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with the King in Black from Marvel Comics. Something that I do want to clarify, though, I was incorrect in the first King in Black video that I made that it was simply just a one-shot. The reading order I'd looked at before did not show King in Black parts 2 through 5, so I thought it was simply just a one-shot opening comic, and that was basically it. It turns out that King in Black is an actual main series, right? So it's issues 1 through 5, King in Black 1 through 5, and then a whole bunch of tie-ins for it. So I do want to correct that. I was incorrect about that. A lot of you guys pointed that out in the comments. So thank you for that. I would not have known had you guys not mentioned it. But this one kind of opens up. This is the Venom tie-in, right? This one opens up basically with Eddie Brock kind of falling to his death at the end of the first King in Black story when Null just stripped him of his symbiote and then dropped him. But what this does is it initially starts out with Rex Strickland. Now, Rex Strickland was the first of the individuals out there to be bonded to the Grendel, right? So just kind of a reminder of the timeline here. If we go on the way things used to be before Donny Cates' Venom run, all you had was a Venom symbiote symbiote that bonded to Eddie Brock. Over the years, a lot has been done to change things, and Donny Cates has introduced a lot of information that we didn't previously have. And what Donny Cates introduced was the character of Null, who by this point you guys should know as kind of the guy who created the symbiotes, but then also the Grindel. And the Grindel was kind of a step above your regular symbiote, right? So you have like the one that bonds to Eddie Brock, which makes him Venom, or like the Carnage symbiote that bonds to Cletus Cassidy, which makes him Carnage, so on and so forth. The Grindel's kind of a step above that, right? So if there were a hierarchy here, he'd be between Venom and like Null, or something along those lines. And even within that, you have your own little hierarchy insofar as like where the Venom symbiotes rank, and we might create a video like that, right? Like ranking the Venom symbiotes from strongest to weakest. But the idea is that Rex Strickland and his team were basically bonded to what was the Grindel symbiote. So they were a little more powerful than Venom normally is. There was a point where really in the beginning of Donny Cates' run, when he first started on Venom, where Eddie was contacted by Rex Strickland and then sent on a mission. Now we ended up learning that Rex had actually bonded, or really the symbiote had kind of replaced Rex after Rex had died. So he's kind of a walking, talking symbiote. But Eddie was sent on a mission to basically save, you know, those guys who were out there, those other symbiotes. What we never really saw was what was going on in the background while Eddie was doing that, involving Rex. And what Rex really does is he kind of talks about the nature of Eddie. Now, this is important because this kind of monologue that Rex Strickland offers in the form of a diary entry kind of overlays everything that we see going on in this comic, right? And so one of the things that he sort of hits at here is that sending Eddie on this mission was almost as much of a test as it was just the need for help. And the reason why the test aspect came in is because with Rex Strickland and his Grindel, he became aware of the nature of Null, Null's existence, the power he possessed, and the fact that Null would return to Earth one day. And so looking at that, it was kind of like, okay, if Eddie can't do something as simple as like face off against these Grindels and basically stop them, then what hope could he possibly have against somebody like Null? But as you saw with Rex kind of talking about Eddie Brock and so on and so forth, one of the things that he talks about is Flash Thompson as Agent Venom. And that Flash Thompson as Agent Venom was a far more effective Venom than Eddie Brock was. Now, a lot of that was because of the military training and history that Flash Thompson had, and the fact that he was basically a government-sanctioned symbiote, kind of operating out there doing his own thing, but he was a lot more effective. He understood the necessity of nuance. He understood getting in there and kind of practicing espionage, stealth tactics, different things like that. He's not like Eddie, right? Eddie is a guy who just goes running in, guns blazing, right? Even if he doesn't need to, and even when he shouldn't, it's all he really knows, right? He's just kind of a blunt object, just attacking whatever's in front of him. That's why a lot of fans really liked Flash Thompson as Agent Venom more than Eddie Brock, because you got to see somebody use the Venom symbiote in a way that you normally never really see, which is why I say we should probably cover that story, if for no other reason than the fact that it could really kind of permeate and attach itself to this story, kind of bookend, and show us how the other, how the symbiotes can be used. But at the end of the day, Rex kind of, he hopes the best for Eddie Brock, but he's not 100% sure that Eddie Brock can really even succeed, because looking at everything that's going on, individuals possessed by the Grindel symbiote and all that kind of stuff, the return of Null, his fear is that Eddie will fail, right? Eddie will fail to rise to this occasion, and in the end, he'll end up dying just like everybody else. And that's kind of the thing that we get here, because we transition to the moment when Null drops Eddie Brock. And with a quickness, Eddie was taken over exceedingly fast. And that's one of the big struggles that we're kind of left to solve here with regards to the King in Black story. Because what you're talking about is a being so astronomically powerful, he was able to overtake the Celestials. That's no small feat, right? Being able to run up on a celestial being, these guys create life, they create, stars and galaxies. They're on par with Galactus in terms of power. And so being able to subjugate a multitude of Celestials is not a small thing here. So then you have like Eddie Brock with a Venom symbiote. And it's kind of like, how could he possibly hope to stand against Null in the first place? And that's the first thing that Donny Cates showed us, right? Null ripped the symbiote off of Eddie Brock, dropped Eddie Brock to his death, and the symbiote actually begs and pleads, right? It's like, no, like, do not take me from Eddie. He absolutely needs me. This is really one of the best developments that came from the work of Donny Cates, and even some of the people that came before him with regards to the Venom stories, is it gave the Venom symbiote more humanity. Instead of it just being this symbiote that bonded to Eddie Brock and it was pissed off that Spider-Man rejected it and they're just going to get revenge by doing bad things, and then eventually he teams up with Spider-Man to fight Carnage. Instead of something like that, the Venom symbiote actually has a mind of its own. It has desires, it has ambitions. It wants to stay a good guy. It doesn't want to be, kind of enveloped into the fold of Null and kind of taken to a place of subservience. It wants to keep being a good guy alongside Eddie. And that's cool. That's a really, really amazing concept. But ultimately, the Venom symbiote is seemingly absorbed by Null back into his essence, and then in turn, Eddie's just kind of left to fall to his death. Now, this is probably one of the most beautiful moments of this story, right? And this is why Donny Cates smashes it when it comes to his handling of Venom. So here's the thing, this is what's so cool about this. Stories like this, these are the kind of stories that we reference when we do character explanation videos or something like that, about how like a character is totally reworked. So like when we talked about Magneto, for example, we talked about how like with Uncanny X-Men issue number 200, Magneto totally changed and became a good guy. This is the equivalent of that, right? It's a little long, a little more long form insofar as the transition of Eddie Brock becoming a good guy. It certainly, happened a lot longer than the transition of Magneto, but the principle's still the same, right? If in 10 years we do a video, kind of an updated video on Venom Explained, we'll reference this, right? And we'll say like, once Donny Cates took over the title, he totally changed up Eddie Brock and the Venom symbiote and kind of revamped them into a whole new form and so on and so forth. This is what we're talking about here, right? So you guys are kind of seeing this happen in real time. But for Eddie Brock himself, he kind of looks at this and literally starts to pray. And that's something that we don't really see of Eddie, because Eddie's not an overly religious man, and just kind of says, look, like, I'm praying to whatever God is up there listening. I'm not really worried about me. I'm probably just going to fall to my death. This will be the end. But what I'm asking here is that you basically keep an eye on my kid, right? Make sure my son is okay. That Dylan does not deserve to inherit my darkness, right? This kind of horrific circumstance that I've been living in my entire life, this desire for revenge and all this anger and wrath that I've been filled with over the course of my life, right? This thing that's dominated me, right? This thing that's controlled every waking hour, everything that makes me who I am. Do not let my son inherit it. Now, one thing that I do want to point out, pretty much everything from the time that Null drops Eddie Brock until we get to the end of this comic happens in the span of 32 seconds. 32 seconds, and that's all you get. And I love stories like that, right? Where like all these things happen in the span of 32 seconds. While Eddie Brock's falling to his death, these symbiotes of Null are they're getting to work, right? Like they're attacking New York. The Avengers are all being just kind of taken over by the symbiotes, right? Spider-Man's doing what he can, Captain America's doing what he can, but they're literally fighting a living army of beings that are almost kind of like a walking, talking liquid. It's very difficult to overcome that, especially when they're empowered by a guy who's a multiversal force of power, right? It's not a simple thing. And so as Eddie Brock continues to fall, he begins to realize the entirety of New York is basically lost, right? It's essentially conquered. Now from there, you switch over to Dylan, right? Again, this is still in the span of this 32 seconds. You switch over to Dylan, and Dylan, kind of has a radio of sorts and manages to hijack or somehow attach himself to the frequency that Iron Man and all the Avengers are on. And Iron Man's kind of like, how in the world did you possibly get this? He's like, well, I got it from some person. Spider-Man, he gets pissed off at Spider-Man because he thinks he's the one that gave it to Dylan. But at the end of the day, Iron Man's like, look, you got to keep this radio channel clear, right? Like, this is how the Avengers are talking to each other. We need to know what's going on. We can't have some kid, hijacking the airways, wanting to know what happened to his dad. We've got it under control. We're doing the best we can here. If you've got a TV, watch that instead. And then cuts off Dylan. And Dylan starts to get pissed off because when that happens, he literally tries to reach out with his abilities to tap into Null and kind of see what's happening. But then the actual Venom symbiote itself, which is still part of Null, actually pushes out Dylan and says, no, you cannot access this. You cannot access Null. If you access Null, he'll know where you are, right? He'll figure out where it is that you're at and he'll come for you, right? So no, like get out of the brain of Null and just forcefully ejects him. And for Dylan's part, when he was talking to the symbiote, he felt fear, right? He felt fear and absolute panic. And that's when he's kind of like, my connection was severed. What did they not like? What didn't it want me to see? And that's when he looks up at the TV and he sees Null ripping off the symbiote of Eddie Brock. Now, of course, he's seeing this after it's already happened, but he's seeing like the symbiote being ripped off Eddie and then Eddie being thrown to his death. And so as Eddie continues to fall, there's actually a helicopter that's trying to outrun one of these giant, these grindles, right? One of these giant, symbiote bats, whatever you want to call them, symbiote dragons. Eddie kind of warns him like, you can't outfly this thing, right? Like you've got to just, you literally have to land somewhere and just run for your life. But by that point, the dragon gets a hold of the helicopter basically ends up crashing down. And then Eddie, kind of caught in the explosion, gets sent flying. Now, the funny thing about this is that the very fact that he was sent flying through here starts bouncing off these, the kind of walls and things like that. It's probably broken every single bone in his body, or at least most of them, but he'll survive. And the reason why is because he goes crash landing onto a car, which is covered in symbiote goo. Okay, What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are covering King in Black Part 2. Yes, we are. We're in King in Black, the official second issue of King in Black. I guess it's not really Part 2, because we had what? Like the Venom tie-in, then we had the Incredible Hulk tie-in. I still need to do Iron Man and Doctor Doom, because I feel like that one's insanely good. But we're covering Part 2 of King in Black, right? Issue number 2. And this basically picks up with Eddie Brock, like, falling presumably to his death, or at least it looked like his death, right? We had that amazing issue in Venom, where the whole thing took place over the span of something like, what is it, like 33 seconds or something like that? It's like this it was amazing the way that it was done. So Eddie Brock crash lands down into the ground, right? Like literally hitting all these different things along the way. He crash landed down to the ground. Spider-Man comes swinging into the rescue, right? Now, here's the thing. Spider-Man is like one of the last heroes standing here in New York, right? There's a few others, and we'll find out who they are. But for the most part, most heroes are basically gone. And the initial thought of Spider-Man is like Eddie Brock is dead. And he tried to race back here and get to Eddie as fast as he could, but he couldn't, right? Now, here's the important thing to understand about this. This is one of the coolest things, right? And it's not heavily mentioned here, and it's only really something you pick up on if you've been reading for a reasonable amount of time. But this whole scene is beautiful and amazing, right? Because these guys have been enemies over the years, right? They've been pretty extreme enemies over the years. Eddie Brock first showed up, well, not really first showed up, but when he first became Venom, he was like Peter Parker's sworn enemy. He's like, I'm gonna do everything I can to kill you and destroy your life. And he went after Peter Parker's family, the whole 9 yards, right? It was just asymmetrical war on Peter. And now you have a scenario where Eddie Brock looks like he's about to die, and Peter feels totally ashamed of himself that he couldn't make it here in time, right? Screaming for help, calling for help. Now, Eddie Brock wakes up and then basically tells Peter, like, Dylan, right? Promise me that you'll look after Dylan. Now, for Noel himself, he kind of makes this sort of funny remark, and it's like, honestly, how hard is it to kill one man? Well, not hard if you do it properly, Noel, because all you had to do was like tear his head off, or rip his heart out of his body, or rip him in half, or tear his arms and legs off, or any number of the things that you could have done besides just dropping him to his death. Here's the funny thing about this, like, obviously it's like, this is for the sake of the story, but it's one of these funny things where, like, you have villains in comic books who get frustrated over the fact that they can't kill a character, all the while glossing over any one of the infinite number of easy ways to do it, right? Like, any one of the infinite number of easy ways to kill these guys. And so it's kind of a funny little thing to me, but ultimately, like, the spider sense of Peter Parker kicks in when he's suddenly met by an optic blast from Cyclops. And that's when he realizes all these heroes that were fighting here in New York, they were not killed by Null, they were conscripted into Null's army. Now, we largely assumed this is exactly what was going to happen because we saw Venom Beyond, right? And we saw this alternate reality where Dylan basically became a person who conquered Earth and essentially turned all the superheroes to his side by forcing symbiotes on them. And in some cases, if they were already dead, turning the symbiotes into those guys. But the long and short of this is that we kind of saw this coming, right? And so Peter Parker basically tries to get out of there as fast as he can, but for the most part, he kind of seems trapped. When out of nowhere, right? Out of nowhere comes Johnny Storm, right? Now, here's the funny thing. My initial thought to this, my initial thought was, oh my God, that's right. Johnny Storm has a built-in immunity to symbiotes because he can flame on, right? Like that was my immediate thought. And I was like, oh no, wait a minute. These Grendels are not like Venom, right? They're stronger than that. You can't just torch them with fire and call it a day. Otherwise, all you would do is have the superheroes running around with aerosol cans and lighters, right? Just spraying down everything in front of them. And that would be it, right? The story would be over like that. It'd be over lickety split. But it's so cool here because Johnny Storm could easily be kind of just written in here. It's like the saving grace. And he has had those moments, right? You guys remember in Jonathan Hickman's Fantastic Four when like the portal opens up, like literally the portal to the negative zone opens up, and like it opens up inside the Fantastic Four Baxter building, and like everybody's panicking, they're freaking out. Like Johnny goes in there, he's like, close the portal behind me, right? So they shut the portal behind him. He turns around, faces like this horde of like a billion members of the Annihilation Wave, and it's just like, flame on, right? And then like it cuts, like it just ends. And it's like, dude, it's like the greatest cliffhanger ever in the history of comics. It's like this amazing moment. But nonetheless, Johnny Storm has had those moments, and where he realizes that, yeah, he can't really just blast the symbiotes with his fire and kind of bring them to an end. He goes so far as to say, then fine, I'll let off my Nova Blast. When that happened, Peter Parker's like, let's go, right? Because when the Nova Blast goes off from Johnny Storm, if you're in the vicinity, you are dead. And there's no arguing that point. It's literally the sun exploding is what it is, right? He reaches, I think, at or or near the temperature of the sun when he does his Nova Blast, right? Just lets everything off. Now, the downside of this is when that happens, it's basically expending all of his energy at one time. Of course, he passes out. And that's something that Peter Parker says. Like, if you do this, you're going to pass out and they're going to take you. He's like, yeah, I know, but it can buy you time, right? It can buy you time to get out of here. And so that's exactly what Peter does, right? He webs up Eddie Brock, he gets them out of there, and then he takes them over to the home base, the laboratory of the Fantastic Four in the Baxter Building. Now, here's the thing. We basically end up picking up here with Valkyrie. Now, for those of you guys who don't know what's going on with the character of Valkyrie, Jane Foster now plays that role. And what Marvel did here in the aftermath of Jason Aaron's run on Thor, I love Jane Foster Thor. I don't really care if you didn't like it. I loved it, right? And your opinion's not going to change mine. But I love the whole story there. But what they ended up doing is because Odin's son was going to go back to being Thor, just like I always said he would be, because it's comics and everything old goes back to the way, everything goes back to the way that it used to be, right? The status quo is always maintained. That this led to Marvel kind of shuffling Jane Foster out, right? She got shuffled off to the cornfields in her own comic that was never really advertised all that well, and she's basically been Valkyrie ever since. What does she do? She basically shepherds those from the land of the living to the land of the dead. And the reason why this matters is because she has this kind of power or ability, more or less, to know how close somebody is to death. And where Peter Parker asks, how close is Eddie Brock to dying? She's like, well, you know, I can tell you enough to say, you better hurry up, right? Because like he's basically almost done with all his living. So it's like, okay. So you basically end up having Peter Parker who goes and he grabs Dylan. Now, as soon as he gets into this room where Dylan's being hidden, as soon as Dylan sees Spider-Man, he's like, okay. Like basically like he asks the question, is my dad dead? You know, is my dad basically dead and gone? And Peter's response is, no, like not when I left him, but you know, we need to get you and we need to get out of here. Now, something to understand, this is kind of an interesting thing here. Peter can't really look Dylan in the eye. And it's a small thing to notice. It's a very, very small thing, easy to overlook, but this is shame, right? A person who can't look you in the eye whenever they've done something wrong is a person who's shamed or feeling guilt for what it is that they did wrong. Peter believes he did something wrong by not being able to save the life of Eddie Brock. Again, tying into this history between the two and how significant it is. But once we end up having Peter grab Dylan and then head back to the Fantastic Four's base of operations, there's a handful of heroes here, right? We've got Reed Richards, we've got Susan Storm. We don't really know where Franklin and Valeria are. Presumably they're being kept somewhere safe. You've got Black Panther here, you've got Blade, right? You've got Charles Xavier and Magneto who are showing up in the form of holograms, and you literally have Blade asking them like, open your gates, right? So we can basically go there, and you have no idea how many people you can save. The smart thing here for Xavier and Magneto to do is to actually keep their gates closed. And the reason why, I know on the surface it seems kind of callous and kind of cruel, but in times like this, you can't let the wrong people in. And when I say the wrong people, all it's going to take is for one symbiote that nobody knows about to be bonded to a person, and they're not even aware of it, right? It's just stowed away on a backpack or something like that. And then suddenly the entirety of Krakoa is basically being taken over by symbiotes, right? Noel knows exactly how to get there. He goes in, just busts into the place, and they're all taken over, right? So the smartest thing to do in any situation like this is to shut your doors and to say, no, you can't get in, right? I'm sorry about your luck. It sucks that things are going south, but we can't take the risk of losing our people because of what's going on out there. Sorry about your luck. Hopefully you find a better way to take care of it. Now, the X-Men don't necessarily leave the other superheroes hanging. They're like, we can formulate a plan together, but we're not going to open our doors and let you in because we're going to let the wrong person in and everything is going to come to an end. The other part of this is that Black Panther starts asking questions, says, okay, with everything going on here, like, yes, Wakanda's obviously going to fight, but what do we have in terms of like huge weapons of power, right? Do we have the Infinity Stones, the Cosmic Cube, the Ultimate Nullifier? What do we have on hand that can bring an end to Null? Now, the response of Blade is, do we really need that kind of firepower? And Valkyrie kind of chimes in and is like, you know what, Blade, here's the deal, man. We're talking about a guy who existed before existence existed, right? And then like he killed some Celestials. He was locked away for a little while. Now he's back and he's taken over the Celestials. So he's powerful enough to conquer Celestials. He's here on our world and we're losing by not even a little bit. So yeah, I kind of think the idea of talking about the Infinity Gauntlet or the Cosmic Cube or the Ultimate Nullifier is kind of a good idea, because at this point, what else do we have left? It's literally been less than 30 minutes and we've all pretty much been conquered, right? In the span of 30 minutes, pretty much all the superheroes on Earth have been totally taken over. Now, this is when we get the introduction of Namor the Submariner. Now, this is a cool thing here because Susan Storm is the one that called him in. Now, Reed kind of pulls her aside and says, hey, can we kind of talk privately for a second? And the reason why is because Namor and Susan Storm kind of have a history where they pretty much just bumped uglies a few times, right? Like she kind of cheated on Reed a few times. At least Marvel heavily alluded to it. There were a couple times when Marvel was like, no, no, she never actually did. But if you go back and you read the original source material, she pretty much did, right? I mean, that's basically what happened. At the very least, there was the idea of her leaving Reed for Namor. But Namor showing up here is kind of like, look, like, here's the thing. My entire race has been fighting in the shadows for millennia, right? Like, we've been fighting all these crazy enemies that are out there. You're losing this war and you're losing it by a lot, right? So if you want to succeed, you're going to need my help, right? Now, my people are here and my guys are here. Does anybody here have anything that even remotely resembles a plan? And Tony Stark chimes in and says, I do, but it's gonna be crazy, right? It's gonna be a crazy, ridiculous plan. So he's like, I've got this plan and I've got a few others that I'm trying to work on here. But what we need to understand here is that Eddie Brock is the only one that's going to be able to save us. And I need to get one of the dragons from Null, right? Now here's the thing. If you're a superhero in this room and you're like, does anybody here have a plan? And Iron Man's like, yeah, man, but I'm gonna need a dragon. It's kind of like, okay, cool. Let's go see if we can find a dragon. And like, you don't really question the plans of Iron Man, right? Tony Stark is a futurist. He's always thinking in the future. And depending on the circumstance, he's actually smarter than anybody else in this room. Again, it depends on what situation that we're talking about here. But because he thinks about things in a far more interesting way and in a far more nuanced way, thinking more about the future than thinking about today, it really puts him a cut ahead of everybody else. And so one of the things that happens is we have this group called the Black Tide, which are basically like, what is it? The things from Aquaman? I don't remember exactly what they're called. Like, in before DC fans are like, see, Marvel steals from DC. In before those guys, because you know they're gonna post in the comment section. But yeah, like, it's basically these enemies that are out there that Iron Man knew about that Namor the Submariner didn't think he did. But these guys are powered by like dark magic. But the idea is to rally them to their cause. At the same time, you have Blade, who travels to Chernobyl in Ukraine, and then basically tells like Dracula, we need your help. You switch to the bar with no name in New York, and you have the mayor of New York, Wilson Fisk, the Kingpin, who comes walking in and is like, does anybody want to make some money, right? It's all hands on deck. It's basically like, there's no more villains in this whole situation. There's no heroes, no villains. It's just survivors. That's all this is. And we're all gonna have to like put these problems aside and work in unison if we're gonna pull this off. Now, for Iron Man's part, he ends up taking off and literally flying into New York and then traveling to one of the dragons, right? Now, the reason why the dragon is being used is because these beings seem to have the closest connection to Null than any other of the other symbiotes that are out there, right? So it effectively makes them the strongest, quote unquote. And so Iron Man basically gets in there and says, okay, cool. You know, I'm gonna have to essentially rewrite this guy's DNA, right? I'm gonna have to treat it like a computer program, right? If I have a computer program that's not working the way that I want it to, then I just rewrite the code and then get it to do what I want it to do. That's what he's talking about here, right? Rewriting the DNA of this entire thing to make it subservient to the heroes and really to kind of follow the direction of Iron Man as opposed to following the directions of Null. The problem with this is that while he uses Extremis and he gets in there and starts, you know, kind of manipulating this guy's DNA, starts tapping into it, what he starts to realize is that these are all connected through a hive mind. Now, we already knew that, right? We as the reader already knew that a hive mind is what connects all these things under Null, but they're all experiencing constant pain, right? Pain, anguish, suffering. It's just millions of voices all screaming at the same time to the point that it actually starts to overwhelm Iron Man. Now, ultimately, it does not. And it basically leads to him traveling back to where Eddie Brock is and then taking the symbiote and then pouring it onto Eddie, right? Taking this Grendel, putting it on Eddie Brock with the belief that once it bonds to Eddie, that Eddie can maintain himself. And if he's able to maintain himself, he can in turn travel directly to Null and then essentially create a back door that allows the superheroes to get in and find some way to conquer Null. The problem with this is that as soon as the Grendel starts bonding to Eddie, things start popping off, right? His vitals are just spiking. It looks like he's going into cardiac arrest. It's too much for his body to handle. And it's one of these things where we don't know if it's because of the injuries he sustained or if it just simply is too much for him, right? The nature of the Grendel itself is something that Eddie Brock simply can't handle on his own. Now, the whole time this is going on, right? The whole time this is happening, Dylan is trying to get the attention of the heroes, right? They're like, we got to find a way to pull it off, right? We got to find a way to get this thing off. We got to find a way to pull it off. And Dylan's like, guys, hold on. Everybody, I need you to move. And they're like, no, we're trying to get this off. The whole time they're ignoring Dylan, right? And he's just like, hey, and he like screams and he's like, I said move, and then like blast the symbiote, like blast the Grendel off of Eddie Brock, like literally disintegrates it in one touch. Now, we knew that was the power of Dylan, right? Dylan had the ability to destroy or control symbiotes, right? We know he has that power. He's very similar to Null in that way. None of the other superheroes knew. And because they're adults, of course, they don't listen to kids because adults feel like they know more than kids. And in a lot of ways they do, but kids have something that most adults don't have, which is imagination. And so this basically leads to them realizing, oh my God, this kid can be our secret weapon, right? We're obviously not gonna have him march out in New York and start blasting symbiotes with his hand. Null would scoop him up in an instant, right? But he is our secret weapon. If we can formulate a plan around him, then we can basically find a way to win. The problem with this is they start hearing this noise, right? There's just a kind of this explosion. You have this, kind of deep, and then it's just beep. And that's when you realize Eddie Brock has flatlined. All the other superheroes here and Dylan realize that Eddie Brock has basically just died. Don't stop believing. Hold on to that feeling. Good morning, Rob Core. How's your day? What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and I love Journey. But we are covering the Iron Man Doctor Doom tie-in for The King in Black. And this story is amazing. This story is hilarious, and I absolutely love it, right? It's great to kind of have this reprieve, right? I mean, there's some serious notes in here, but it's also just a really, really, really good story. So initially this picks up at some point in the past, right? This isn't really important insofar as what happens as much as the meaning behind it, but it's one of these things where for like his birthday, as a little kid, Tony Stark is given a piece of prime real estate by his dad. He buys this place called the Johnston and Bernstein building, this like prime Manhattan real estate. Now, Tony Stark ends up selling it when he's like 13 years old for $6 million, and his dad's like, cool, like good job, you made a profit, so that's kind of interesting. But the funny thing about this is that when Tony gets the gift, he just kind of pawns it off and is like, thanks, Dad. He's like, no, son, Santa got it for you. And he's like, it's okay, like I know how all this stuff works. And his dad gives him this really good piece of advice, and he says, there are times in this life when you don't really want to suck the magic out of things, right? Just let the magic, let the magic be what it is. Even if you know the truth behind it, sometimes it's just more fun to buy into the illusion. And the reason why is because when you lose that magic, the world will turn cold and gray, and the spice of life will basically be gone. And that's kind of where Iron Man is here at the moment, right? Not insofar as he's lost the magic or anything like that, but because what he's facing is basically the death of Eddie Brock, in the sense that it was his actions that led to Eddie dying, right? The fact that he went and got that Grendel symbiote, he brought it back, believing that Eddie could basically use it, he could tap into Null. It appeared to be more than Eddie could handle, and Eddie Brock seems to have basically been killed because of it, right? He literally flatlined in the story. And so because of that, Tony Stark's kind of coping with the struggle of this, right? That he was directly responsible for the death of a hero. More so than that, the death of Eddie Brock basically seems to be the death of everything else, right? That Eddie seemed to be the only one who could really stand against it. And then suddenly out of nowhere, he's met by the arrival of Doctor Doom. Now, we're not really given an explanation as to why Doctor Doom is here, but given the nature of his character, we can largely surmise that he was watching everything unfold in Latveria and then seeing what it was that Iron Man did and knowing Iron Man the way he does basically comes here. The important thing to understand is that there is a kind of history there between Iron Man and Doctor Doom, specifically the concept of infamous Iron Man, right? That in the aftermath of Civil War II, when Tony Stark was killed, that Doctor Doom basically took over the role of Iron Man. He's like, there needs to be an Iron Man out there, right? So I'm going to take over that role. It was kind of his way of redeeming himself, right? Going from like the traditional villain to trying to become a good guy. And it was a great story. It was not the most financially successful story Marvel wrote, but it was a great story. I loved infamous Iron Man. But because of that, there's a little bit of history here, and there's a lot of respect between the two. And so with that being the case, it's kind of him, not so much, kind of nursing him back to health, but asking him some important questions. If it were me who had died, right, you would grab the Grendel symbiote, you'd bonded it to me, would you mourn me in the same way? And it's one of these things where it's kind of like, I don't know if I really understand what it is that you're getting at here. But before they're really able to get, too far into this discussion, suddenly like Iron Man picks up on what looks like some object flying in the sky, right? Something flying in the sky. And he's kind of like, what in the world? And like, of course, Doctor Doom kind of picks up on it too. And he's like, is that? And Doctor Doom's like, no. Iron Man's like, it's December, right? Like, I don't even really remember if it's December anymore, right? Everything kind of blurs together, and of course, Doctor Doom understands what it is that Iron Man's asking here. And he's like, no, what you're asking is absurd, right? Like, it's not even Christmas Eve, right? He's like, but like, Iron Man's like, but look at the thing though, man. Like, it looks like it really is, like it looks like that's really the case, and like they're both trying to deny the truth, but the reality is it's Santa. It really is Santa Claus. The problem with this is that Santa Claus has been venomized. Santa Claus has been taken over by Null, and this is amazing, right? He's like, sleigh bell sting in perdition, it's amazing, right? Like a venomized Santa Claus. And it's one of these things where like Doctor Doom has like the best response ever, right? He's like, it cannot be your hallowed gift giver, right? 'Tis merely some soulless perversion of the chimneyed one. I love Dr. Doom's. I love the way he talks. But Iron Man's like, no, man, like we can't let this happen, right? Like, yes, things are kind of crazy right now. Yes, Null has shown up on Earth. He's pretty much conquered everybody in New York, but we cannot let him ruin the holidays. We cannot let him enslave Santa Claus to his whims, right? So like, they literally go hunting after him. Now, this is the funniest thing. Like, Dr. Doom shows up here, and then like Iron Man's like, dude, watch out, watch for the reindeer, right? Like, keep an eye on those things. And they spit venom at Dr. Doom, right? Now, of course, they get burned off because of, you know, Dr. Doom being mystic and so on and so forth. And then like Santa Claus throws an explosive present at him, right? Which sends him flying into a building. And it's kind of wild, right? Because in the middle of all this, Iron Man's like, Jesus, like, this is insane, right? Like, first I killed Eddie Brock, and now I've got to kill Santa Claus. And this is kind of a cool little moment here. Dr. Doom sort of muses on the nature of Eddie, right? He says like, Eddie Brock was weak, that he was an addict in many ways, a slave to the symbiote. And it's one of these things where Iron Man's kind of like, I don't know if that's really the case. The world would have been a much worse place had we not had Eddie. Eddie Brock became Venom. Venom pushed Spider-Man to new heights, because before Venom, Spider-Man hadn't really faced a villain like that. And so Spider-Man had to push himself to greater heights. And so in turn, that made Spider-Man better. Spider-Man becoming better made the world's superheroes better. And then there's even stories where Eddie Brock was a hero, where he fought alongside the various heroes who were out there, and basically was the reason why they survived, right? So had Eddie not been there, the world would have been a far more screwed up place than it is, right? Had it not been for Eddie, they never even would have known that Null was coming in the first place, right? So it's one of these interesting situations where Eddie has an important role here. And so what you end up getting is Dr. Doom kind of telling Iron Man, like, I'm here to simply tell you that Eddie Brock dying was worth the sacrifice. And the question of Iron Man is like, why was it worth losing Eddie? And the response of Dr. Doom is because it gave us you. Because in your actions and in your desire to prove that Eddie's death was an accident, that you're not somebody who's clumsy or a buffoon, that what you've done, whether it was by your own direct action or your unintentional action, was that you've effectively merged the Venom symbiote with your extremis armor. You've created a new Venomized suit. And so what this does is it'll allow you to go forward in this battle against Null using a kind of technology that you'd never really utilized before. You can call it a Null Buster suit if you want to. I don't know if I would call it that yet, because he'll probably end up having something like that later on, but it's Iron Man's new Venom suit. We're seeing a paradigm shift in terms of how Iron Man's armor works, because now it's a living synthetic organism that he is essentially enslaved and bonded to his suit. It's cool because it's not like extremis, right, or anything like that. It's kind of a modified version of it. But jumping back into the fray, he basically ends up grabbing Santa Claus, right? And it's like, okay, like, we got to regain control of this sleigh and we got to take out Santa. And then he's like, experience my pain, dear. That's what he calls his reindeer, his pain deer. This is just good old-fashioned fun. And this is what comics are supposed to be, right? The people who take themselves too seriously will be like, this is not how comics are supposed to be. They're supposed to be 100% serious 100% of the time and never deviate and never have fun. Screw that, right? I love comics that are fun, and just sometimes they're goofy. And it's great to have, like, especially now, right, with the world being the way it is, we're edging to the end of 2020, thank God, right? We need some humor in this world. And having Dr. Doom team up with Iron Man, who has a modified Venomized Iron Man suit, facing off against a Venomized Santa Claus, is cool, right? It's the kind of humor that we needed, and it's great, right? So ultimately, where Iron Man tries to seize control of the sleigh, this basically leads to essentially Santa Claus falling out of it and just plummeting down into a vehicle, right? And it's kind of like, okay, so Iron Man's like, did I kill Santa Claus just now, right? Like, did I have that? Did I just kill him right now? It's kind of a crazy thing. Like, I think I just killed Santa Claus. Now, the other thing that we end up learning here, and this is something cool, the other thing that we end up learning here is that the suit of Iron Man functions almost identical to a Venom symbiote, or any kind of symbiote, in the sense that pieces of his suit had broken off. Because of the fact that it's tied to the symbiote, it actually returns to him. And that's cool, right? Like, literally pieces of his suit kind of liquefy and bond back to him again, right? Which is really awesome. Now, Santa Claus, of course, is not dead. He just explodes out of this car screaming obscenities at everybody. You know, and he's like, don't you believe in me, you know, and that kind of a thing, you know. And it's kind of nuts. He says, like, you know, nothing's gonna go back to normal, right? Like, this Christmas and for all time forward, every Christmas will be a black Christmas, right? And then, like, just goes on the attack against, you know, Iron Man and Dr. Doom. Now, of course, Iron Man gets the upper hand, and then in turn, what he actually ends up doing is, it seems like he lets off this kind of repulsor blast that actually blows the symbiote directly off of Santa Claus, right? Like, knocks the symbiote off of him. So now Iron Man looks like he has a kind of modified modified version of Dylan's abilities. Probably not in the same extreme, right? He can't really control symbiotes. He can't destroy them on a whim, but he has the ability to kind of knock them off, right? To basically blow them off of an individual and kind of remove them in that way, right? So the ability to remove a symbiote from somebody else. Now, this is something that's noticed by Dr. Doom, right? This is something that's noticed by him. And it's like, this is cool, man, right? This is interesting. But it's kind of a funny line because Dr. Doom's like, you have eradicated Nicholas, the jolliest of men. But ultimately, of course, you know, Santa Claus isn't dead, and he basically ends up kind of coming to, right? You know, he kind of comes back, and he looks at Tony. He's like, you know, Tony Stark, you were always such a good boy, and Victor, one of the naughtiest to have ever lived. And so he's just kind of like, I'm out of here. So he ends up leaving. Now, one of the things that they realize when they basically snatched his license up is they realize that he's not really Santa Claus. He's just a guy named Mike Dunwoody, right? Who just kind of lives out there in I think New Jersey, you know, is where he's from Paramus, New Jersey. And that's it. He's just an average Joe. But then suddenly, like, they kind of start asking questions. One of the funny things is that Dr. Doom wants the suit of Iron Man, right? So he can use it for his own ends to kind of destroy Null. And Iron Man's like, that's not going to happen, right? I don't trust you. He's like, don't dismiss my viability. And he's like, no, it's really just because you're a villain, if anything else. But that's not really going to happen. But as they're walking along and they're kind of leaving, Dr. Doom has this thought. He's like, you know, and literally he says, like, something perplexes me, right? Michael Dunwoody referred to both of us by our real names. And Iron Man's like, well, neither of us really has a secret identity. But then Dr. Doom's like, but in tandem, he so arrogantly quantified this some moral value of our respective deeds. And Iron Man's like, also not really hard, you know? And then Dr. Doom's like, but, and then Iron Man's like, are you telling me you believe in Santa, Dr. Doom? He's like, preposterous. I'm merely conducting an intellectual investigation of what just occurred. Dr. Doom believes in Santa. That needs to be said. But this is why I love this, right? It's a fun story, you know? And so ultimately they're just kind of like, okay, you know, maybe it was Santa, maybe it wasn't. But what it does do is it actually kind of gives Iron Man the sort of reprieve that he needed, right? To kind of regain his confidence a bit and to kind of get past the fact that his actions led to the death of Eddie Brock. Yes, they did. But moping over the fact that Eddie's dead is not going to do anybody any good. There'll be time for that, right? There'll be time for Iron Man to sit down and come to grips with the fact that he killed Eddie. In the moment, they need the mind of Tony Stark. They need him, right? They need him at his absolute best. He's got to get back into the battle again. But the story does leave off on a pretty cool moment where Dr. Doom ponders whether or not Santa Claus could be a sorcerer supreme. You got a friend in me. Yeah, you got a friend in me. I'm Wendy Newman. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Comics Explained. We are covering Venom. Yes, we are. The follow-up to what it is that directly happened to Eddie Brock, right? Because in the last video that we did, I left you guys on like this insane cliffhanger, right? And like Venom died, and I was like, Eddie Brock is dead. With that being said, guys, and just bounced, and you guys were like, no! It was kind of amazing. But in this video, we find out what actually happened to Eddie Brock, right? So the cool thing about this is we would largely assume that Eddie Brock had died, but the way that Donny Cates plays this is amazing. And this is why Donny Cates, this is why I'm really liking Donny Cates. When he first took over Venom, and even when he wrote Thanos and things like that, it was kind of hard to get a gauge of what kind of writer Donny Cates was. You knew he was a great writer, but you didn't know the nuances behind his writing style. And what we're kind of learning here is Donny Cates is almost kind of like this perfect blend between like Jonathan Hickman and Scott Snyder and Jeff Johns, where he plants these little seeds, these little tidbits of things that might become important later on, and they actually do, right? So in this instance, Eddie Brock, when his body basically dies, right, when he's effectively killed, that he just kind of comes falling down into this place called the Abyss, right? Now, this happens immediately as soon as he hits the vehicle, right? So this is before he dies at the end of the last video, that he was technically, quote unquote, dead before that happened, that his body just kind of fallen, you know, into this sort of underbelly, right? This sort of abyss. And he kind of talks about these things, right? Like, you know, he's fallen before and there's only darkness and things like that he can see his physical form, you know, that it's kind of in the world above him, but it's almost like on a spiritual level, he's kind of losing himself. And Donny Cates almost kind of plays it fast and loose with the idea of like what happens when a person dies, because Marvel doesn't really give us any sort of consistent explanation on that, right? Like if you go and you read the old Chris Claremont X-Men stories, for example, you get a depiction of what the realm of Mistress Death actually looks like, right? Where it's basically just all these really tall pillars and each one represents somebody's afterlife. But then you have like the realm of Mephisto, where you have, you know, one of the versions of hell that's basically kept by the various hell lords. And then you have like the realm of Hela, right? Which is called hell in and of itself, you know, and that's where people who are dead go. And you have all these different indications and depictions of like where the soul goes when a person dies. But for Eddie here, you know, in the midst of this place that he's in, it's not really recognizable to him. But then he kind of hears this disembodied voice and it's just like, Brock, right? It's just, you know, and it just literally jars him, right? Like that. And he's just like, wake up. And it's really cool. You know, he addresses him as like a soldier. He's like, wake up, soldier, you know, and he's like, Null's minions, like they have you, man. Like, and this is when it's really given to us, where we end up finding out that where he's at right now is he's part of the hive, right? He's part of the collective hive of Null, the symbiote god. That yes, his physical body's dead, but his essence has kind of moved on. And there's a reason why this happens. And it's really, really cool. But, you know, one of the things that this disembodied voice basically tells him is if you're going to move, right? If like what you need to do, you need to make yourself stop, right? Like if you're going to break out of this hive, or at least try to, you know, maintain your sanity in this hive and keep from being consumed by like all the symbiotes, you know, basically Null himself, then you have to maintain your own self. And the only way to do that is to stop yourself from falling. And the only way to stop yourself from falling is to brace for impact and land. And that's exactly what he does, right? He does the superhero landing, right? He does the superhero landing. And then suddenly he's met by a guy he doesn't recognize. Now, if you're familiar with Donny Cates's Venom run, you do know who this guy is, right? And it took me a minute to remember. I was like, who in the heck is this? And I was like, that's right. And it turns out to be Rex Strickland, right? Now, Rex Strickland, for those of you guys who are a little fuzzy here on his character, Rex Strickland was one of the guys who was kind of bonded to a Venom symbiote during the days of the Vietnam War. I think it was the Vietnam War. But he was basically one of the first people in the history of the world to be bonded with a Venom symbiote. He only had it for a few years, and then ultimately Rex Strickland ended up dying, as far as I'm aware, and instead his symbiote basically replicated him, right? It took his place. The rest of Rex Strickland's team ended up dying, but all that was kind of lead up to the notion or the introduction of the idea of the Grendel and like Null and all that kind of stuff. We've got videos on it if you guys want to go check it all out, kind of get yourself fully refreshed on the nature of the character. But what he basically says here, where Eddie Brock kind of asked the question, like, why am I here, right? Because he sees like a handful of people running and he jumps in to try to save them, but they're like ghosts, right? He literally just passes right through them. He can't really touch them. He can't interact with them. So it's really more him that's the ghost. And there's even like a giant dragon that comes like flying down and seems to know that Eddie's there, right? And Eddie like goes to attack it. I don't know what he was going to do by punching a dragon, but the dragon just kind of flies, right? It just kind of blows right through him and almost kind of, it gives him the feeling that like he's being ripped apart. And so what he ends up doing, or at least what he's told by Rex here, is that the reason why he's in this place is because of the Codex. Because if you guys remember that one of the things that Donny Cates established is that every time a symbiote bonds itself to a host, that when the symbiote leaves that host, it leaves behind a kind of codex inside that host. And so what this is, to make this a lot easier to understand, this is just one small aspect of Eddie Brock's consciousness, essentially, right? If you could break his consciousness down to like an almost biotechnological organism, it would be the codex. And that's where it is now, right? His consciousness has been absorbed into Null by virtue of the codex because he was a symbiote at one point in time. And it's one of these things where it almost seems to point to this idea that whenever a person who is a host for a symbiote dies, that they almost kind of join this black abyss, right? It's almost like the afterlife, like where speedsters join the Speed Force. This is where symbiote hosts go. Now, it's not absolute, it's not concrete, because we see people here who have basically been absorbed by Null when they were consumed by symbiotes, but it all almost kind of lends credence to it, right? It's not like somebody out there was shot in the head and some mugging gone wrong, and then now they're part of Null, right? Like every single person that you see here, every single body that you see here is a person who was contacted with a symbiote and then absorbed into Null. Well, the question becomes, if that's the case, if Rex Strickland is here because of his shred of consciousness surviving through the codex and being absorbed by Null, and if Eddie Brock is here because his portion of his consciousness was absorbed through the codex and now is part of Null, then why isn't anybody else moving around and talking, right? Why are they the only ones who are really aware of what's going on and everybody else just looks like characters out of the Matrix? The reason why is because of the fact that they had been bonded with symbiotes for so long. Their connection is stronger than everybody else's. One thing to keep in mind here, everybody here that you see strung up, right? Ben Grimm, Captain America, Vision, all these different characters, that they were bonded with symbiotes for moments, right? Like it was literally, seconds. Or if they were bonded with a symbiote over the course of their publication history, it was only for like a single event, right? Or for a few moments in time. Whereas Rex Strickland had his symbiote for years, and Eddie Brock had his symbiote for years still, right? For even longer than that. And so it's kind of a crazy thing where, where Eddie doesn't fully grasp the reality of what's going on, that this kind of realm that they're in is almost a mirror. They're almost really in the real world, but the reality is it's almost like an illusion, right? It's almost like a mirror of the real world. They can't really react with anything. They can't really touch anything. They can just kind of exist in that place. And that's it. They just sort of exist and they stay there, and there really doesn't seem to be any true escape. And it's one of the things that Eddie kind of asks, well then like, why can't I go back to the real world, right? I mean, if my consciousness is alive here, then why can't I simply just leave this place and go back? Like, he's like, do you not know? Like, are you, he's like, dude, you don't know. And it's like, Eddie Brock, you're dead, man. Like, you're literally laying dead on a hospital bed, and like your kid's crying over you. Like, and it's one of the things where Eddie freaks, right? Eddie absolutely freaks out when he hears that. And this is one of the cool things, right? This is one of the best things about this, because Donny Cates, I'm gonna say this, I don't care what anybody out there says. Donny Cates' handling of Venom is probably the single best handling of the Venom character in the history of Marvel Comics, right? And I don't really even believe there's anybody who can argue that point adequately, right? They might be able to make a couple good points here and there, but nobody could actually maintain that point for the long haul and say, actually, Agent Venom's run was much better. No, this run is far more complex. It's a lot more nuanced. Agent Venom's great, but it's no Donny Cates Venom run, right? It's just not on this same level. But it's kind of crazy here, because what you end up getting is Eddie Brock just kind of freaking out and saying, like, over the course of my whole life, I've had to give things up, I've lost things, I've had things taken from me. Like, I'm literally a man of sacrifice and loss, and I'm not gonna let them take this, right? Like, I'm not gonna let them take my death. Like, if I'm gonna die, it's gonna be on my terms. And so his whole idea here is, okay, if we can walk around inside this void, right, this abyss, this living abyss where Null reigns supreme, then if I'm here, that means my symbiote's here. So it's like, I'm gonna find my symbiote, and working together, we can bust out of this place, right? We can literally break away from the hive mind and just kind of show up. Now, the reality, and this is one of the big differences here, until Eddie Brock's consciousness merges with his physical body, it would basically be his consciousness hitching a ride alongside the symbiote. The symbiote would appear and it would look like Eddie Brock, but it wouldn't really be his physical form, assuming that even happens. And the reason why I say assuming is because Rex says, okay, like, I believe you on this, man, and I believe that you can do it, right? I mean, you're a hard-hitting guy, I kind of misjudged you a little bit, but here's the problem that you have. Finding your symbiote is not going to be the problem. Getting to it and freeing it, that's the problem. Because we find out that when Null took the symbiote of Eddie, when he took the actual Venom symbiote, he didn't just disperse it among the, everything else in the abyss. Instead, he keeps it close. He holds on to it, right? So Eddie's literally gonna have to find a way to get to Null and then steal his symbiote back. And that's when he's kind of like, okay, well, I mean, how am I supposed to get up there by myself? And the response of Rex is, no, you don't have to do it by yourself, man, right? You don't have to do it by yourself. I'm gonna go with you. But here's the more important thing. Yes, I recruited you for this mission and to help me go back and take these symbiotes. Like, yes, I recruited you as a kind of agent. That's what I wanted you to be. But the reality is that you were not an agent, Eddie Brock. You were never really an agent. You were a guy who came across a symbiote one day and did some things, and you've been bonded with it for a long time, but you were not the kind of man I was looking for. Fortunately, inside this place, I did find the man that I was looking for, only for us to find out that Agent Venom, Flash Thompson, has returned. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are picking back up with the King in Black, but this time we're focusing on a new Carnage. Now, this story focuses largely on Spider-Gwen, or Ghost Spider, or Gwenom, or whatever you want to call her. Technically, it's Gwenom versus Carnage. But here's the thing. We haven't really done much about the character of Spider-Gwen, and if you guys are interested, we can cover her. It would likely come after the events of King in Black. Either that, or I would have to find a day to dedicate it explicitly to her. But she's one of these characters who was resoundingly popular when she first showed up because of the design of her spider suit. Like, everybody cosplayed as Spider-Gwen. You guys probably remember that from back in like 2014, I think, 2013. It was during the events of Spider-Verse. A lot of you guys probably know exactly what I'm talking about. But she's been not hugely popular, but pretty popular ever since, right? I mean, among the various versions of Spider-Man, she's the most popular outside of Peter Parker, Venom, people like that. But nonetheless, this basically kind of comes off the heels of a few different things. For the character of Spider-Gwen, she's effectively exiled outside of her own universe, right? She spent a little while traveling the multiverse, and that goes through a combination of things: the trial of Spider-Gwen, the events of Spider-Geddon. It comes after a few different things, but in effect, she's in the main Marvel universe, and she's been operating here for quite some time. The reality is that Marvel have been looking for a way to do that for a little while. They never really seem to fully flesh out her universe. They just kind of focus on the characters that we were familiar with from the main Marvel universe, and just gave us like different depictions of those characters. So like Matt Murdock's a bad guy, different things like that. But the overall gist here is that she's currently operating in in the universe, but for the most part isn't fully aware of everything that goes on here. For example, when this initially picks up, she's kind of talking about the idea of being in the city of New York with like Null having essentially taken over. And she's not really familiar with everything regarding the whole history of like Venom, Eddie Brock, Flash Thompson, the nature of the symbiotes themselves, because how symbiotes function in her universe is a little bit different than how they function here. By and large, we can kind of assume there's similarities there because Null is a multiversal being as opposed to a universal being. So he's not just confined to the main Marvel universe. He kind of operates throughout the entirety of the multiverse. But the whole thing here is that she's not really familiar with like Null, and she's not familiar with the idea that like the symbiotes exist because Null created them. The only real experience she has is really kind of what she knows here, which is there was a guy named Venom. Venom, the symbiote, was bonded to Peter Parker at one point, and then it left him. It joined Eddie Brock. Eventually, Eddie Brock lost it. It joined Flash Thompson. Now it's back with Eddie. Done. That's really all she knows. That's really all she has in terms of familiarity. She's not even really familiar with the power of the Venom symbiotes themselves. Now, something to understand here is that where she's kind of making her way through the alley and there's a guy screaming for help, one of the important distinctions is the Venom symbiote versus the Grendel symbiote. So a Grendel symbiote's kind of like an amped up version of a Venom symbiote. You know, if it was like a Venom symbiote times 4, I'm just throwing out an arbitrary number here. We don't really get like a mathematical calculation for the Grendels versus the symbiotes in terms of strength and durability and all that kind of stuff. But basically it's an amped up version. And so where she goes in, and she has dealt with the Venom symbiote before, where she goes in and tries to save this guy, ultimately it doesn't work because of the fact that her webbing isn't strong enough to pull this guy out, that the symbiote itself actually keeps this guy in place and then eventually transforms him. And so because she's kind of going up against a force that she's not really familiar with insofar as it's able to overcome her webbing, which is exceedingly durable, it kind of throws her off. And with this guy having been transformed, all she can do is basically run. And that's one of the big distinctions between like Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy, or Spider-Gwen from the Earth 65 universe, is that in that universe, Peter Parker actually becomes a crazy guy, right? Like in her universe, Peter Parker's just like a crazy dude. But in the main Marvel universe, Peter Parker is Spider-Man. He's the superhero that we all know and love. And so one of the big differences is that Spider-Gwen is not exactly like Peter Parker, and she wasn't meant to be, right? She wasn't meant to be this female clone of Peter. It wasn't supposed to be that way. Peter is for the most part a guy who just kind of keeps fighting and fighting and fighting. He does the honorable thing. He does whatever he has to. Spider-Gwen is a little more nuanced in the sense that she's kind of like, okay, let's get while the getting's good. And she's not really a coward. She doesn't run away from everything, but she's more inclined to leave a scene than Peter Parker would be. You can call that a strength, a weakness, whatever you want to, but it's interesting. But these are all things that we would learn over the course of the Spider-Gwen comics if you guys are interested in seeing those. Again, I don't really know if you guys care. I think she's cool. I think her early stories were a little weak, but I think she got a lot better as time went on. But nonetheless, you know, with everything having happened, she basically runs back to where her roommates are, right? Kind of staying with her roommates because she's attending Empire State University. She's hanging out with her roommates, and they kind of have this discussion like, hey, like, you know, you don't need to go out there by yourself and do your thing, right? I mean, we could all do, you know, like resource runs and stuff like that. Of course, seemingly they don't really know that she's Spider-Woman. I'm not going to swear to that. I'm not 100% caught up on her character, at least on the nuances in terms of things like this. But regardless, one of them kind of makes a statement that you never make when it comes to any situation like this, right? How bad could it actually be, right? When she's talking about like how terrible it is out there, those dragons are everywhere. She doesn't really know where the Avengers are, but she assumes they'll save them because that's what the Avengers do, not knowing the Avengers have been conquered, right, and subdued by Null. Of course, when a person says, how bad could it possibly be? Or like, what's the worst that could happen? Then like, that thing happens. And and one of these dragons comes blasting in, comes flying in, smashes through the apartment, and all hell breaks loose. Now, Spider-Gwen does what she can, because remember, at this point, she's bonded with a symbiote, and so it allows her to sort of bring her suit up on a whim. It's one of the cool things that came out of the Gwenomized event, where Spider-Gwen got the Venom symbiote. It was cool. I thought it was a really, really, really cool story. That's what I'm referring to when I talk about how her writing and how her character got a lot better as time went on. But ultimately, there's nothing she can do here, right? She tries to lead the symbiote away, but in the process, her friends are basically engulfed by this symbiote and subdued, and then again turn into forces of Null. With that having happened, there's only so much she can do, right? She basically just kind of bails out. She gets out before she's taken over herself, and then she's just trying to make her way through the city and find some measure of a safe refuge. And so what you end up getting is her basically, you know, latching on to one of the dragons, which is actually really, really cool. Her literally just flying a symbiote dragon around the city, but like latches onto one of the dragons. Of course, it crashes into a wall, and then she ends up falling. Now, when this happens, she goes to grab her teleporter necklace. Now, her teleporter necklace is the only real means by which she can teleport back to her own dimension. There are other things, right? I mean, we could use a little bit of common sense here when it comes to Marvel Comics. Doctor Strange could get her back. Somebody like Reed Richards could get her back with a portal or something along those lines. Like, there's a whole bunch of different ways she could go home. But for her own individual character storyline, her teleporter necklace is really the only way for her to teleport home. But she won't do it unless it's an absolute emergency. And this counts as one. So she's like, time to go. And like she goes to hit her necklace, but when she does, the unexpected happens. And the reason why is because what we end up doing is jumping back to the Earth 65 universe, the home universe of Spider-Gwen, and we basically pick up with Mary Jane Watson. Now, the reason why Mary Jane Watson matters here is because in the early stories, Spider-Gwen was part of a band called the Mary Janes, which, as you can imagine, was formed by Mary Jane Watson. And so because of that, it was a cool little bit of a story here where you kind of got them, they were friends and they had a little bit of beef, and then they were friends again, then they beefed and they were friends again. Your typical girl stuff, right? Girls do stuff like that, right? When girls hold grudges, they hold grudges forever. And so because of that, it was a little bit of off and on stuff. But Mary Jane Watson and really the Mary Janes are important because they were the first, or really the most significant moment of Spider-Gwen revealing her identity to other people. It was a very significant moment because it was one of these things where her career as Spider-Gwen, combined with trying to be part of a band, ended up bumping up against each other. And her bandmates largely believed she was just flaky, or she didn't really care, or she had just kind of lost interest and was going through the paces, and they felt disrespected. They felt abandoned in a lot of ways. And so her kind of coming out and saying, okay, look, I'm not being flaky, I'm not abandoning you guys, it's just like, I'm a superhero, Spider-Gwen, ta-da! And like that was that was a cool little moment. But because of that, what it also did is it potentially made Mary Jane Watson a target. And the way in which this happens is with Earth 65's version of Miles Warren, also known as the Jackal. And the reason why she's a target here is because with Spider-Gwen kind of being frequently coming into conflict with the Jackal had this idea of basically grabbing these spiders, right? That or at least some kind of isotope-based spiders that Spider-Gwen had a bond with at some point. And because of the fact that he was able to extract those a bit from her, he in turn wants to bond them to Mary Jane. And the belief is that if he does that, he can kind of bridge the gap, and at the very least maybe transform her into his own servant or something along those lines. But when this happens, as soon as that takes place, you end up having, Spider-Gwen hitting her teleportation device, and Mary Jane Watson is suddenly teleported to Spider-Gwen instead of Spider-Gwen teleported back to her own dimension. And so it really is, in effect, because of this kind of bond that Spider-Gwen has with her spiders, that in effect, Mary Jane Watson is kind of pulled out through those spiders, right? Because that's the means by which Mary Jane Watson can teleport. And so she literally just flies out of Mary Jane Watson, right? Like some perverse version of giving birth, and just kind of goes crashing down into the ground. And as soon as that happens, Noel picks up on it. Noel's like, what in the world is going on here? It's interesting because he's just kind of like, what are you? Right? You're not from this universe, but you're not from me either, right? You exist, but at the same time, you're not a source of me. And he's like, it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, I take everything that is symbiote related, right? Whether it's synthetic or not. And so ultimately, he ends up subduing Mary Jane Watson. And when he does, she full on becomes his dutiful servant, right? And and at that point, she kind of rechristens herself in becoming Carnage. Now, it'd be very easy to look at this and say, this is stupid. If anything, I'm excited for this. Here's the biggest gripe I had with the Spider-Gwen comics. The single biggest gripe I had is they never did much to expand Spider-Gwen's own universe, right? I mean, they did a few things here and there, but it was a whole universe, and she was super popular. They could have done a lot to expand it. And granted, you don't want to expand too much too fast because it feels like it's too much to take in, and people get turned off by the sheer overwhelming amount of what's happening. But like over the course of the last 6 or 7 years, they could have done more than they did, and so it's kind of cool. I'm digging the idea of like the Earth 65 version of Mary Jane Watson becoming Carnage. It fits in perfectly with the Spider-Gwen mythos. Rob Core. Rob Core. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and I realized about 5 minutes ago that you can replace Batman with Rob Core in the old Adam West Batman theme song, and it's amazing. But how's everybody doing? Right? How's everybody doing? So we are covering the Guardians of the Galaxy tie-in for the King in Black. And it kind of makes sense, right? The King in Black event's touching everything. And I was kind of wondering when we were going to get to this, right? And in fact, it was actually one of you guys who suggested that I cover it, because at first I was kind of like, is it going to expand beyond the universe? And I haven't been paying attention to Guardians of the Galaxy for a while. I've been glossing over it, but I haven't really been like reading it with any real measure of thought. And one of you guys suggested it, so I was like, okay, cool, we'll check it out. And it's cool because we're only 10 issues in, right? This is the 10th 10th issue. So if you guys want to see me cover Guardians, let me know. We have a lot of comics that we need to get caught up on, right? Like Spider-Gwen and like Guardians of the Galaxy and all kinds of other stuff. I feel like in the face of everything that's been going on with Hickman's X-Men, a lot of the other stuff that's been going on at Marvel has kind of been left to the wayside, right? We've been focusing on like Thor, we focused on Immortal Hulk for a little while. We had Maestro, Juggernaut, X-Men, and that was kind of it. And like we kind of left a lot of stuff to the wayside. So let me know if you guys want me to cover anything else. We'll probably dedicate a day to kind of getting caught back up on comics. But the important thing to go on here, really the important thing to explain here is that on the Guardians of the Galaxy team, as it stands right now, you've got Marvel Boy, you've got Hercules, you've got Richard Rider, you've got some familiar faces, but the face that we're missing here is Peter Quill. And there's actually a reason for that. But the big takeaway from this is that in the aftermath of Null invading the main Marvel universe and essentially setting his sights on Earth, this led to him spreading his influence throughout the rest of the universe itself. Now, we can largely assume that because Null showed up on Earth with Celestials, he visited other planets before he came to Earth, or at the very least just like sought them out immediately and then took them out and then showed up on Earth. We know Earth was like his main target, right? Because, you know, the Marvel universe, Marvel Comics. You know, the idea here is that with him having more or less conquered the world, that he looks to be kind of expanding his sphere of influence out more and more. And the way to do this, and really the smartest way to do this, is to go after the homeworlds of the various races that exist out there, right? The powerhouse races. For those of you guys who don't know, in Marvel Comics, when it comes to their cosmic landscape, you have like maybe 4 or 5 different races that are kind of above everybody else, right? I mean, you've got all kinds of races out there, right? You got hundreds of thousands of different races that are out there, if not millions or trillions or whatever, but you only have like empires, right? Like a handful of empires, right? So you've got the Badoon, who are basically really great at making guns. You've got the Shi'ar, which are an amalgamation of different races that have all sworn loyalty to the Shi'ar Empire. You've got the Kree race, you got the Skrull race, you've got the human race on Earth, but you've got different groups out there that function in different purposes. And what Null seems to have been doing is going after these various empires. And we find this out from a couple of different things. The first is that where Richard Rider kind of looks to Hercules and is like, do you know of any god like this, right? Like, you're familiar with gods. And the response of Hercules is, never heard of him. I've got no idea who this guy is, right? So they're kind of left to their own. They end up switching over to Super Skrull, right? Now, Super Skrull is a Skrull that basically has the powers of the Fantastic Four. He was irrelevant for decades. And when I say decades, I mean decades and decades and decades. It wasn't really until Hickman took over Fantastic Four that he became relevant again. But he was important back during the days of like Roy Thomas and John Byrne when they were doing Fantastic Four. But beyond that, he just hadn't really been an important character. But one of the big things that we kind of learn here is that the Kree Skrull Alliance world, right? So presumably the base by which they're both operating out of essentially went dark some period ago. And they haven't really heard anything from them. They, you know, nothing gets in, nothing gets out. And so presumably you ended up having Null who conquered that world. Not only that, they're basically following his dragons that we've seen on Earth, but seem to be capable of traveling through space, only for us to find out that they're heading towards Spartax. And the way we find this is we end up being met by the arrival of Victoria, the sister of Peter Quill and the daughter of Jason. So Victoria was introduced in Marvel Comics back with Legendary Star-Lord #1 back in 2014. And while she is the sister of Peter Quill and the daughter of Jason, she's not really legitimate, right? She's the illegitimate daughter of Jason of Spartax, but she was introduced as a possible heir, or at least somebody who could basically step closer in line with the royal family, with the imperial family itself. She was of course sent off to basically prove her worth, the kind of things you would expect for somebody who showed up and said, hey, I'm your daughter, you know, that kind of thing. But in the aftermath of the event whereby Jason of Spartax was frozen in amber in a fight between Carol Danvers, Jason, and Thane, as well as the events that led to Peter Quill being basically missing in action, which we'll cover here in a little bit, she ended up becoming the Empress, right? The person who's currently ruling the planet of Spartax in his stead. Now, again, we can cover that stuff. I feel like that kind of thing needs a little more explanation that we really, you know, more than we really have time for here. But we can cover it in videos if you guys are interested. Just let me know down in the comment section. But she basically comes running in and says, yes, like the forces of Null are basically showing up on Spartax. And so what we end up doing is picking up on that planet about 4 standard hours later. And what you have is just a massive evacuation, right? You've got 9 billion people on this planet and they're just evacuating them as best they can. And the reason why is it really seems to kind of happen off panel between the pages. And it really kind of seems to come by way of Moondragon herself, right? Of Heather Douglas, the daughter of Drax, a long-standing member of Marvel Comics. Those of you guys who have been reading Marvel Comics for a long time, you know exactly who she is. For those of you guys who've never heard of Moondragon, 1, I can almost guarantee we're going to see her in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And 2, she's the daughter of Drax before Drax became Drax, right? Back when he was just a regular human, when he was a normal human being. His name was Arthur. Ultimately, he was killed alongside his wife, and then Heather was basically taken by the father of Thanos, and her telepathic abilities were developed. But what they also seem to have picked up on is that the forces of Null are not something that's easily overcome, right? You don't just show up on a world where Null is currently, laying, kind of attacking, and then have like some battle cruisers and fire some shots, and like the day saves 6 hours later. Doesn't really work that way, right? It's just one of these things where he's effectively just like conquering this world as fast as he can, because he's got this dragon flying around up there, and the dragon just keeps dropping these giant piles of goo, which in turn infect the planet. Very similar to what we saw on Earth at the very beginning of the King in Black event. The big takeaway from this, though, is that initially, where you end up having Heather hit up by Nova and kind of asking like where are we at? How are we doing? Heather's response is, we're at 2 billion. And he's like, 2 billion evacuated? That's not enough. She's like, no. We've evacuated 30,000. 2 billion are dead, right? People are dying fast. They're dying so incredibly quickly. And that's what's so insane about this is, it's one of these things you kind of have to put it into perspective. When you look at the idea of what's going on here, just in this little tidbit of a story that we're seeing in relation to like a lot of the other events that are going on, the King in Black event is huge, right? Do I think that it's going to stand the test of time as being an event that's as grandiose in scale as like Annihilation or Annihilation Conquest? No, because those stories just felt different, right? There was just a feeling that Dan Abnett brought to those stories that just nobody else could really duplicate, right? I mean, it felt like it was a spacefaring escapade. This feels like it's an Earth-based event that happens to involve the rest of space, right? So it's just a totally different feeling that goes on. But the long and short of this is that there's not really much they can do here except try to keep evacuating as best as they possibly can. The other part of that is you've got Rocket Raccoon who kind of chimes in and is like, look, we're doing what we can, but there's only so much we can do here. We just got to get people out of here as fast as we can. But then suddenly, like a few minutes later, you effectively got this kind of portal that opens up, this kind of screaming sound. This portal that opens up, Rocket Raccoon sniffs and realizes it's Peter Quill. And when he races over to him, he actually finds Peter standing there. Now, this is a little bit of exposition to go on here, right? Because we don't really get much explanation in the way of where Peter's been over the course of this story, right? That what you get here is like Rocket Raccoon, like, damn man, I thought you were dead. And everybody's like, yeah man, like I thought you were dead. Like, oh my God, I can't believe you're alive. And he basically takes his element gun, which is capable of firing what are in effect the various elements. He shoots it at the dragon and then just fires off this colossal amount of energy. It's not enough to destroy the dragon, but it's certainly enough to get its attention. Now, the reason why this is happening and the reason why this matters is because prior to the events leading up to this, you had the return of the Olympian gods, right? But the Olympian gods showing up here, it basically led to them kind of going on a mad spree throughout the universe, right? And so what it led to was Peter, the Guardians, various people showing up and essentially confronting the Olympians. But in the process, Peter basically stayed behind to kind of detonate this bomb, but had in effect been yanked over to a different dimension. And the result was that he spent about 180 years inside that dimension, living out a life with some friends that he made. And so he's kind of jumped back here now. So as far as his mind is aware, as far as his mind functions, he's been alive for 180 years, which means it's 180 years worth of memories. And so that's why it's very easy to forget things. And that's why he doesn't really remember. I mean, he remembers like Rocket Raccoon and the other Guardians, but it takes a little while for his memory to kind of rejog itself, right? Because it's like, hey, what's going on, Richard Rider? I haven't seen you in like 180 years, right? I mean, let me tell you something, guys. I have a hard time telling you what I ate 2 weeks ago, let alone I can't even tell you what I had for dinner last Tuesday, right? Like, imagine 180 years passing. I mean, I know you guys are the same way, right? Don't lie, right? Somebody in the comments is going to be like, I always remember what I eat, right? It's probably going to end up being, one of you guys who ask for videos all the time, because I've seen those requests about empty hand. Don't think I haven't noticed. I've seen those requests, y'all. I know how you guys are. See, now that we made that video for Wilder, because you just wouldn't stop asking for it, now you guys are just like batching up in groups of like 10 or 15 people and like requesting something, and then all of you like that person's request, and so like now I have to do it. Y'all ain't fooling anybody, right? Y'all can't pull the wool over my eyes. I know how y'all are teaming up. I know what y'all are doing now, but nonetheless, it's one of these cool little things, because it takes a little bit of kind of rejogging and sort of bringing him back. I mean, the reality of this is, even when you have Heather Douglas who shows up here, it's kind of like, wow, this is kind of wild. But then she starts to kind of tap into and connect to Null to a degree. Now, she doesn't do it directly. She does it by way of the dragon, which is kind of an agent of Null. Trying to telepathically link her mind with Null directly would be complete disaster. She'd be totally overwhelmed and probably just put in a catatonic state or just outright killed. But the reason why Star-Lord's gun is able to fire in this way where it previously never could is because the gun is effectively powered by the energy of the Olympian gods, right? He kind of siphoned that energy off, and now it fires out through his gun. What it also does is it allows him to become the true Star-Lord. This is really just Marvel Comics blending the existing Star-Lord mythos with the way it originally functioned way back when he was first introduced in the old black and white comics. That's really all that is, right? I mean, that's really all that's happening here. It's expanding the mythos, right? And probably bringing it closer in line with the MCU, because we'll probably end up seeing Star-Lord using more of like his quote unquote celestial power that we saw in like Guardians of the Galaxy 2, which was, I don't think was a very good plot point. But nonetheless, you know, that's kind of what it is that's going on now. And so that's why when they say, okay, we need to take this attack directly to this dragon, they're able to do that. And they basically end up penetrating its hide using the weapon of Star-Lord and effectively break inside of it, right? They actually enter inside this thing. And when they do, we see exactly what we would expect, which is a facsimile of Null. And that's one of the ways in which this guy functions. That Null seems to kind of function off and on. It's not an absolute. It's not a hard and fast rule, like universally across the board, it works this way no matter what. But what he seems to do here is take kind of a portion of his own essence and put it into these individual dragons or what have you. And then that essence of himself just kind of controls it, right? Kind of flies around, does its bidding, that kind of a thing, and functions accordingly. The more direct explanation here is that entering into the dragon is kind of entering into the quote unquote spirit of Null, right? So kind of almost this sort of ethereal trip where you sort of transcend the physical form and you kind of communicate with Null directly. The important thing here is that if Null in his real and true tangible form was here, this fight would be over in an instant. It would be over so fast it wouldn't even last. And that's one of the crazy things, is because with the power that Peter Quill now has, being able to channel the energy of the Olympian gods and in effect becoming a god himself, that draws the attention of Null, right? Peter is nowhere near the same level that Null is, but it is a level of power that Null can acquire and boost his power accordingly, because we know that in this current form that he's in, Null is almost kind of like a collector of powerful beings, right? And it makes sense. If you're a person who's looking to conquer the universe, you want the most powerful allies you can get to your side. We've seen that time and time again in Marvel Comics. Onslaught did it with X-Men, Nate Gray, and Franklin Richards back in the 90s. We've seen Thanos do it with various people when he had like the Black Order to his side and all that kind of stuff. We've seen Apocalypse do it when he ensnares various people to become his four horsemen. You see it over and over and over again in Marvel, right? The big difference here is that when Peter Quill basically really comes into contact with Null for the very first time, that there's this kind of desire to basically conquer him, right? To kind of take over him. And in fact, he almost takes over the entirety of the Guardians of the Galaxy team, ensnares them all. Heather Douglas, Richard Rider, every single one of them. And even goes on as to say, like, you guys will lose everything. Like, you will become part of my horde. You'll become part of my forces and you will fight on my behalf. But the person he's not able to overcome is Star-Lord. Powered by this kind of Star-Lord based energy, which we don't really still have a full explanation on, he's literally powered by what he calls the Master of the Sun. Like, that's kind of what he refers to himself as, that he kind of presents himself as the antithesis to Null, which is a cool concept. Is kind of interesting. I imagine we might see something done with that later. I largely believe the defeat of Null will come down to like Eddie Brock and Venom, because it is a Venom based story. So it makes the most sense that's what would happen, that Eddie Brock would like get his symbiote back or something along those lines would happen. I'm kind of curious. I mean, I don't really even know. I can't even really ballpark how this is going to end. It's one of the cool things about Donny Cates' ideas. He just throws in curveballs everywhere, right? So you're like, I've got this figured out. And Donny Cates is like, no, you don't either, because here's the new thing that happened. And it's like, what? Like, it's kind of bonkers in that way, right? But because of the power that he possesses and his elemental gun, he's able to basically break free of Null. And that's really one of the only times we've seen that, right? That we've seen somebody break free of Null's influence and then actually fire this elemental gun in the heart of the dragon and destroy it entirely, right? So this is the first real offensive move that we've seen anybody pull off during the events of the King in Black. It's the first time that somebody has managed to defeat some aspect of Null. It's new territory and it's cool to see. That's why I say it's kind of a big deal, and it's something that we might end up seeing more of. The problem with this is that they ultimately try to get Peter Quill to stay, but his answer is, I can't, right? That's not going to happen. And when they ask him why, he says, because I essentially stole the power of the Olympian gods. And because I stole their power, because I killed Hephaestus in the process, because I have their energy and their power now, they're going to be coming for it, right? They're coming back and they're coming for me. And so I have to go back to this dimension that I was at and effectively save my friends. It's a cool idea. What's going on in Guardians of the Galaxy right now is actually amazing. From what I've skimmed and what I've seen, again, I haven't really read it with any real measure of seriousness. It looks cool. And it makes sense because Al Ewing's the one writing it, right? Al Ewing is just kind of a wizard when it comes to comic books. Sometimes what he does doesn't really make sense in the beginning, but give it enough time and it will. The guy's kind of nuts, right? But it's a cool little tidbit here, right? I mean, the big takeaway is that one, Peter Quill is basically in a god state at the moment. And then two, he's the first person to successfully overpower Null. So, I mean, what do we do here? We give everybody the power of God. There we go. Story over. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and apparently a lot of you guys didn't know that I have the Pop Culture Explained channel and that we're actually on TikTok as well, because we had a video, we had the video that we were talking about with WandaVision. We took a segment of it, put it on TikTok, and it went viral. It got something like 80,000 views, at least at the moment that we're recording this right now, and the comments were full of people like, this sounds like Rob from Comics Explained. Are you Rob from Comics Explained? So yeah, guys, keep in mind, we have the Pop Culture Explained channel. I think right now we just crossed, I think we crossed 10,000 subscribers. I think we're at almost 10,500 now. And the TikTok's blowing up as well, right? At Pop Culture Explained on TikTok. But it's cool, man. I love doing the Pop Culture Explained channel. It's literally everything I hoped it would be. It's amazing. Plus all the WandaVision theories are fun. But we're covering the King in Black Part 3. Man, let me tell you something. Okay, here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. This story is legit. I don't know if you guys heard, but Donny Cates and Ryan Stegman are leaving Venom with issue number 200. They're gonna be done. And I was so disappointed because this is one of those things where I kind of wish they just write it forever, right? It's kind of disappointing to know they're gonna be leaving, but it's okay, right? All good things must come to an end, as disappointing as it may be. So what this does is this initially picks up kind of in the aftermath, right? And we get this sort of monologue, right? Now, for those of you guys who know who this monologue is coming from, please do not tell anybody because it's not coming from Thor. It's cool, but please don't tell anybody. Dude, the reveal at the end is amazing. It's absolutely amazing. But this monologue kind of tells us that, like, in the universe, there's always like a light and a dark, right? There's always opposing forces, good versus evil, light versus dark, right versus wrong. And it's one of these things that's kind of iconic of this particular character, right? Offering these just amazing monologues. And one of the things that it talks about is that on this singular world out there in this infinitely expanding universe is a young kid who lost his dad, right? A single fatherless boy. And he, of course, is referring to Dylan. But while that's going on, one of the things to keep in mind is they're literally, like, the superheroes who are there basically have their backs against the wall. Remember, like, Eddie Brock was believed to have been their ace in the hole, right? The hope was that Eddie Brock would be able to overcome Null. Dylan does possess the ability to do it, but nobody really knows if Dylan's powers are expanded enough or if he's strong enough to be able to overcome Null. So if he goes out there, who knows how things may go, right? But the other thing that we also know from going on from the story with Iron Man and Doctor Doom is that Tony Stark now has a symbiote armor. He's got a new suit of armor that's based off a combination of Extremis and symbiote tech, right? So he can basically manipulate and seemingly control the various symbiotes of Null, or at the very least influence them. We don't really know the full limitations of it, but we'll actually find out in the story some of the stuff that he can do. And so while that's going on, you end up having Reed Richards, who's doing a little bit of investigation on his own, in the sense that there's a character called Wraith. He doesn't really matter, but he basically gave Eddie Brock this kind of encrypted drive that has all this information and basically points to where Dylan's powers are coming from, right? So we may cover that. If you guys really want to see it, we can, but I don't really think it's important that we do. Wraith is a character who pops up from time to time. He was in like Annihilation Conquest, I think, or like Annihilation. He's one of these guys that shows up every once in a while, and Marvel just kind of uses him for exposition, and then that's it, right? So he doesn't really serve any useful purpose. But while all that's going on, they're kind of investigating, they're trying to figure things out. What's left of the superhuman community? You've got Iron Man, you've got Magneto, you've got Charles Xavier. So basically, Iron Man and then the mutants on Krakoa. You've got Namor the Submariner, you've got Carol Danvers, you've got Susan Storm, who are all basically talking to Reed. And the reality is they're only some of the few that are left, right? You've got Susan Storm alongside Blade, and she's of course using her force field to hold off these symbiote guys as best she can. That Blade's got his vampire army that's fighting these guys off as best they can. But at the end of the day, it's only really a stopgap measure, because this is really just a battle of attrition. That's all it is, right? The forces of Null number in the millions, if not the billions at this point, because the symbiotes are just bonding to so many people all over the world. And so fighting against such overwhelming odds pushes people's powers to the extreme. As strong as Susan Storm is with her force field, she can't hold it forever. Now, if I'm being honest with you guys, I feel like this is a little bit of inconsistency with her character, right? Because if we read Jonathan Hickman's Fantastic Four, you guys remember that in that story, she held her force field up against the power of the Celestials. These are basically guys bonded to symbiotes, right? So it stands to reason if we take that ability, her ability to withstand the power of Celestials, and bring it here, then she should be well within her ability to hold these guys back, for a pretty lengthy amount of time too. But it's just one of these things where sometimes those inconsistencies kind of fly under the radar, right? And so the result of this is that you end up having Tony Stark, who chimes in and says, okay, look, like, Dylan's gonna have to go out there and do his thing, but don't worry, I have a plan. I've got a way through this, right? I've got a way for us to be able to pull this off. Now, that's kind of the crazy thing here, is because once they get out there, it's kind of what you expect to see from the superheroes, right? You got Spider-Man out here, you've got Wolverine out here, you you've got all these guys who are out here, and their goal isn't necessarily to kill all these people, right? Because of the fact that they're basically innocent people bonded to symbiotes, so they're not destroyed. It's not like the What If Secret Wars story from back in 1980 wherever, where you end up finding out that like after it was all said and done, that the symbiote had actually consumed Peter Parker, and all that was left was just the symbiote and his bones, right? It's not like that. That it's just bonded to these people, and once they find a way to separate the symbiote away from these individuals, then they can return them back to the way they were before. You get this really, really amazing moment here, right, where Captain America comes running in with the intention of trying to take out Dylan, and he throws his shield, and Dylan just catches it in midair, and he's like, I'm gonna need to borrow this. And it's amazing. It's this really amazing moment because you got this little kid Dylan running around with like Captain America's shield, right? And he just like blasts the symbiote off Captain America, right? And it's one of these things where he reaches out to Null and he's like, Null, I know you're out there. I know you're watching this. Let me know if you can feel this. And if you can, I hope it hurts. And like blows the symbiote off of Captain America, right? So like right there, he makes his presence known to Null, and Null's like, there you are. Like, I've been looking for you all this time. There you are, right? So immediately finds this kid, and that's when it all pops off. Because as soon as he realizes Dylan's there, he immediately goes after him. And while Captain America has returned back to his normal self, Dylan is not able to hold off against the power of Null, right? He's not able to pull this off. It's not able to happen. And so because of that, in this moment when Null is basically getting ready to subdue Dylan, this lightning comes flying out of nowhere. It's like, right? This lightning comes flying out of nowhere, and then here comes Thor. And it's like, oh my God. It's like the most Thor entrance ever. Thor showing up here is one of these things where he's like, how do I help? And Dylan's like, just have my back. Now, the crazy thing is that while this happens, we get another monologue from like this mystery guy. And this mystery guy is like, again, like every good out there, there's an evil, right? For every source out there, there's this opposite. And because of the fact that Thor has the power of lightning, he literally uses it and just starts blowing the symbiotes off of all these different guys, or at least alongside Dylan, right? Like Thor's the one that kind of incapacitates them with his lightning, and then Dylan's the one who blows the symbiotes off of them, right? But basically bringing back all these different superheroes that we've seen fall to the power of Null. But the crazy thing is that as that happens and those symbiotes are basically destroyed, you end up having Null who finally makes his presence known, who finally comes down. And this is a big deal, right? Because with Null, he only ever really like comes in and deals with things personally if things are popping off in a really bad way, right? Like if he's losing the upper hand is the only time he really does it, right? So Null comes like showing up here and immediately starts talking trash, right? Because at a previous point in time, Thor had destroyed one of the Grendel dragons of Null, which is how Null became aware of who Thor was. Now, they've never really encountered each other properly before. They've never actually met. This is the first time they're actually meeting each other. But the crazy thing is Null starts going on this rant about, I'm a god from the void and all that kind of stuff, a king of the abyss and so on. And he's like, I am, and Thor's like, quiet, right? Like, I'm the last person that you're ever going to impress with your pitiful, stupid titles, so you may as well stop now, right? Like, you're a god, you're a king, that's cool, so am I. And like the two of them just go crashing headlong into each other. The crazy thing about that is, again, we're talking about Null. This is a guy who subdued Celestials. He's not your villain of the week, right? So as powerful as Thor is, he's subdued immediately. And what this shows us is that with regards to the power of Null, he transcends the abilities of a Skyfather, right? Like the Thor Force, the equivalent of the Odin Force for Thor, that kind of a thing. How this translates to whether or not Null will be able to defeat Odin, don't really know, right? We don't have an answer to that. Somebody would have to write that comic in order to give us an answer. Otherwise, we're just cooking the books, right? We're just making up things and so on, and I'm not really a huge fan of that. But it's one of these crazy situations because with Thor basically being subdued, Null actually kind of ignores Dylan for a second and then continues to take out Thor. And the reason for that, the reason why this is so important is because Thor's a credible threat to Null, right? Thor's the first time that we've seen somebody show up and actually start giving Null a run for his money. And that's what really worries him, that behind the siege, behind the facade of, I'm Null and all that kind of stuff, there's fear there, right? There's fear. Like he's afraid of the fact that Thor could take him out, right? Because Thor has Mjolnir, he's got the Thor Force, right? Like he's kind of afraid of that. But ultimately, you end up having Null who kind of gets the upper hand here. And that's kind of the crazy thing is because in this process, Null basically dons the Necro Sword, right? Like he literally creates the Necro Sword, but it happens after this amazing moment, right? So with Thor going after Null, he comes charging at him with like the full brunt of his hammer and literally knocks the jaw off Null's face. Like he literally knocks off the bottom half of his jaw, knocks the jaw off his face. And it's like, holy hell, right? Like it's one of these things like if it bleeds, we can kill it, right? Arnold Schwarzenegger from Predator. That's basically what this is. And so in response to that, Null's like, fine, enough. If that's the kind of game you want to play, then I can play that game. And he activates the Celestials, right? And says, okay, like we're waking the Celestials up. It's time to start using them. While that happens, he draws the Necro Sword. And in this moment, when Thor's back is turned, Null stabs him through the back, right? He just Bah! He just stabs him right through the back. So like Thor, just like that, seemingly taken out. And in that moment, all hell, like it all just seems lost, right? Reed's like, okay, I have no idea what we're gonna do now. Thor's down. We have some of the superheroes who are back, but they weren't enough to take out Null, hence the reason why they were captured in the first place. Like the Celestials are activated now. What do we do here? Cue Iron Man, right? Iron Man comes swooping in with his literally with his suit. And it's one of these things where he's like, because this is a blend between the symbiotes and extremis, I can basically create my own symbiotes now, right? And that's what he does. He creates like this giant dragon. He's like, I can just create my own thing, right? This symbiote does whatever I command it to, right? It does whatever it is that I want it to. And so he's like, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come in there as fast as I can. But at the end of the day, like I'm just gonna take over one of these Celestials, right? I'm gonna take over a Celestial armor using my symbiote suit, and then I'm basically gonna beat up the other Celestial. Iron Man basically creates his own Celestial Buster armor. That's crazy, right? Like it's the craziest thing, right? To literally take over an entire Celestial and then use them for your own ends, right? Like you guys see how ridiculously epic this story is, dude. It's nuts. I told you guys, Donny Cates, man, this guy is a wizard. When it comes to writing stories, this guy is nuts. It's absolutely bonkers. But that's kind of the crazy thing, is that with Thor incapacitated, kind of, you know, essentially down for the count, that you end up having Null, who basically tries to make his move for Dylan, right? In that moment, you have Thor, who sends the Ravens out, and he says he's like, go and find them, right? Like fly as fast as you can and go and find him. And that's the person who's narrating, right? Because this guy comes in and like we get this monologue is amazing, right? He says, for every darkness there is a light, an opposite, an equal. There is another, an opposite of Null, a god of light, the source of Dylan's power. But while Null's dome still stands, it cannot break through. But I can. And we find out the mystery person that's basically doing this monologue is none other than the Silver Surfer. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are picking back up again with the King in Black. This time we're focusing on Venom, but I do have a question for you guys. Right now, we're covering Miles Morales Spider-Man here on Comics Explained, and we don't really have a schedule for him, right? It's just kind of fitting him in wherever we really have space on the channel. It used to be that we had like different days dedicated to different things, so that people who wanted to see Miles Morales comics could come in on a certain day, people who wanted to see Spider-Man could come in on a certain day, things like that. And I've thought about returning to that as opposed to the kind of hodgepodge uploading schedule that we have at the moment. So let me know if you guys are interested in seeing that return, where like we dedicate a single day to Miles Morales. Like Sunday would be Miles Morales Comics Day. And also, a lot of you guys have asked for Agent Venom. Is that still something you guys want to see, right? Do you guys still want to see a series on Agent Venom? Because we can dedicate like Saturday to Agent Venom or something along those lines, right? So just let me know if that's something you guys are interested in seeing down in the comment section. But this basically picks up kind of really between like the last video that we did, the main King in Black story, and this tie-in right here, right? This Venom story. And it really picks up with Spider-Man talking to Dylan, the son of Eddie Brock, in the aftermath of Dylan basically losing his dad, losing Eddie Brock. And one of the things that Spider-Man says here, and this is one of the reasons why I feel like Donny Cates would have an amazing Spider-Man run. One of the things that Spider-Man says here to Dylan is that he understands he knows what it's like to lose, right? To feel so desperately that you're right, but to fail all the same. You know, like he understands, you know, what it means, what it feels like to lose someone. But he also understands how hard life can be after that, right? That, you know, it almost seems like the world has it out for you because you'll lose the people who are the closest to you, but the world just keeps spinning. And the world hardly even notices you lost that person in the first place. That for Dylan, it feels like the world is crashing down, right? It feels like his entire world has just come to a screeching halt. But the reality is the world keeps going. Right? There are people who wake up in the morning and they go through their morning routine and they get in their car and they deal with rush hour traffic. They get to work, they do their job, they go home, they watch their favorite TV show, or they spend time with their kids, all the while totally oblivious of the fact that Dylan lost his dad. And the reality is that people like me or you who have experienced loss in that way, you know, a close individual to us, and in my case, my parents, we understand what that feels like. And that's why having, you know, kind of reading Spider-Man or having, you know, reading a point where Spider-Man has this conversation with Dylan is an interesting thing, because Spider-Man kind of goes on, he doesn't really make it all, you know, melancholy and sad. Instead, he kind of says, for so many people who are out there, it's much easier to just lay down and to just let all those hits, let the world hitting you just wash over, right? Because the toughness and the difficulty of the world keeps going on, and the world will keep coming at you with hits. And for some people, it's easy to just lay down and to just let it happen and just let them get beat up. But he says for people like Dylan, you know, and really Spider-Man himself, they have the power to change it. Now, I would extrapolate that. I would expand that out, and I would say that applies to everybody. That we know that a lot of us know what it's like to experience loss, to experience, losing something that's significant to us, and it puts us in a place where we feel like the world comes crashing down around us. But I would say each and every one of us has that inherent ability to stand up, right? It's like Rocky Balboa said. Sylvester Stallone said in the Rocky Balboa movie, it's not about how hard you can hit, it's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. That's the message that Spider-Man is giving to Dylan here, that you've experienced a huge loss. And yes, Reed Richards and those guys will tell you you're a one shot for success, and they'll put all that weight and all that pressure on your shoulders and say, only you can really bring an end to all this. But the reality is there is no wrong here. There's just what's right for you. And if what's right for you is to just roll over and to just let those hits wash right over you, then do that. But if what works for you is getting out there and fighting the good fight and taking all your rage and all your anger out on destroying this villain, then do that too. And that's exactly what Dylan does. And this is a fantastic thing to bring into the story, because it really gives a lot of context to the segment we saw in the last video, where Dylan goes out there and just starts blasting the symbiotes off of all of these different individuals who have been captured by Null. Because it's not necessarily, Dylan doing this and then falling down the dark side, right? It's not like he's Anakin Skywalker, right? Succumbing to his evil and falling down the dark side, and eventually he's going to become a Sith Lord. It's not like that, right? It's him basically saying, like, if the world is going to feel my pain, then at least I'll do some good with it, right? And I'll take out this villain and I'll save all these different heroes who are out there. Now, while that's going on, switching over to Eddie Brock, there's an interesting kind of connection here. And the reason why is because as Null is losing these individuals who have been bonded to him, right? Captain America and the various X-Men who were there and so on and so forth, that Eddie Brock actually feels it. Notice that Flash Thompson, Agent Venom, and Rex Strickland do not experience this in the same way. And this is really kind of Donny Cates saying, like, there is a unique connection between Eddie Brock and Null the symbiote god, right? There's a unique connection between these two. And it's really kind of his way of saying, like, in the end, it's all going to come down to Eddie. But one of the things is when he's asked, like, what's going on here, Eddie's response is, like, Null is being hurt. Like somebody out there is hurting Null. Now, you also get this funny moment, right? I mean, what would a Venom comic be without Agent Venom having some kind of comedic element? And so it's one of these things where Eddie Brock believed that, like, Flash Thompson was just gone forever. That when he was effectively killed off, that he was gone, that he was never going to come back. And so where Flash says, hey man, like, understand that when you absorb my codex, I mean, sure, you absorbed that part of me, but my essence was still alive. This place, this kind of hive, is essentially the afterlife for individuals who were bonded to a symbiote, right? It's effectively where they go when they die, or at least that seems to be the case. And in fact, Donny Cates is actually going to expand on this here in a minute, but it's kind of like this way station, right? It's where they go when they end up passing on. And so Flash Thompson was there when Eddie Brock went to Flash's grave. And Eddie asked him that. He's like, were you there? Like, were you able to see me when I went to your grave? And he's like, yeah, man, when you were talking about how, like, I was the best Venom ever, and I was better than you, and I was the greatest hero ever in the history of anybody who's ever been Venom. And Eddie's like, well, I mean, I wouldn't get all carried away. And he's like, yeah, man, I heard all that, man. I heard how I was just a much better Venom than you are. But it's a little bit of humor here, right? A little bit of comedy kind of going back. And that's one of the things that's so great about this is I would love to see, like, a legitimate actual team up, like a team up comic between, like, Eddie Brock as Venom and Flash Thompson as Agent Venom, right? Like, I mean, like an actual ongoing series, like a buddy cop series. I would love to see that, right? I think it would be absolutely amazing, though, with that kind of a story. Let me know if you guys would want to see something like that, because I feel like that would be legit, right? I feel like that'd be absolutely awesome. I'm actually going to post that question in the community section of the YouTube channel. Those of you guys who don't know, I've taken to the community section more frequently, which is basically a way for me to, like, talk to you guys directly, to do polls, different things like that. And so I think I'm going to ask that question in the community section on my YouTube channel. Like, should we get an Agent Venom Flash Thompson and Eddie Brock Venom team up book, like a buddy cop book? And I feel like people are going to be like, yes, we should definitely get that. But one of the things that they really begin to pick up on is that all these individuals who have basically been ensnared by Null, who have kind of been held in this particular place, are effectively being freed. That Dylan is freeing them from Null's capture, right? From Null's control. And they're just kind of getting back out there into the world. One of the other things that begins to happen is there's this giant red rift that basically opens up. And initially they're a little skeptical. They don't really know exactly what this thing is. But that's when they begin to realize that this place that they're in is not really the afterlife for people who have been infected with the Venom symbiote or bonded to the the Venom symbiote. Instead, it's essentially a way station, that they're kind of trapped here by Null. So under normal circumstances, what would happen is like, Flash Thompson, for example, when he was essentially killed, that he would just go on to the afterlife. But because Null controls all these symbiotes, to be bonded with a symbiote means to come under the influence of Null. But Null's influence is weakening, right? This kind of place where he's keeping them trapped in is weakening. And so this portal opening up is basically their gateway to the afterlife. The issue that they have here is they're kind of begging the question, is it one of these things where it leads them to like heaven, to the actual afterlife, or does it lead them to somewhere worse, right? Does it lead them to like yet another stage of Null's captivity? And what they end up realizing once they pass through is it leads them to another stage of Null's captivity. It really leads them to basically the center of it all, right? The central nervous system of where Null operates from, right? That is kind of like the God Hive is what they refer to it as, right? The place whereby Null seems to have the most control, kind of Null's base of operations, so to speak. But they also start to realize a few things that are going on here, that when you have these various symbiotes who have been released from the various superheroes out there, that because they bonded to these superheroes and then they were released by Dylan, it now means they're free of Null's control. And so what Null's forces are doing is capturing these symbiotes, and then presumably they're going to go back under Null's control. But this is basically a way for Donny Cates to say that like Null's ability to dominate these symbiotes is not all encompassing, that a symbiote can be freed from Null's influence. Now we already knew that to a degree just by virtue of the different stories and the kind of history that Donny Cates had given us about like the Venom symbiote that was bonded to Eddie, but it's a whole other thing to see it on such a grandiose level, to know that like the symbiote that was bonded to Eddie is not the only one. Anybody out there bonded to a symbiote, once they're freed, that symbiote becomes autonomous, it becomes self-aware, and it functions of its own accord. And so what they end up doing is coming up with this kind of plan where the idea is to effectively free all these symbiotes that are now self-aware, that are being held captive by Null, and then use them to free themselves from this place and then get back out there. Now, initially, Eddie's the one that wants to go and do it, but the response of Flash is no, right? When all this popped off, and essentially kind of referencing the beginning of Donny Cates' run, he's like, when you first met Rex Strickland and Rex Strickland sent you on that mission and so on and so forth, it was supposed to be me who was supposed to go. I never had the chance to fulfill that mission because I was basically gone by that point. And so it was basically Flash stepping in and saying, I'm going to be the one to pull this off, right? This is my mission. It was always supposed to be mine. I'm the one who was supposed to free those symbiotes. I wasn't able to do it, so I'm going to free these instead. And so he basically dons the full-on, like, Agent Anti-Venom armor. And I gotta be honest with you guys, he looks legit. I mean, tell me this isn't amazing, right? Like the Agent Anti-Venom armor with like Flash Thompson's design, because the last time we saw Anti-Venom, I'm pretty sure it was Eddie Brock. So like I don't think we've really seen like Flash Thompson as Agent Anti-Venom, which is amazing. Like it looks amazing. It looks so cool. It's one of these things where Eddie's like, okay, like, this is kind of like the final request of Flash Thompson before he passes on to whatever his life is supposed to be. And I'm not going to deny a dying man's last request. So he's like, okay, fine. If this is what you want to be, then go do your thing. And it's kind of a funny situation here because, Flash Thompson tells Eddie the one thing that made him weaker than Flash Thompson himself, right? And what he basically says is, you always questioned yourself. You always questioned whether or not you were an actual hero. And that's one of the reasons why people loved Agent Venom so much, is because you kind of had that little beginning segment where Flash Thompson questioned himself and wasn't really sure whether or not he was the best person for the job. But as time went on, he really came into his own. That was the evolution of his character, the way that Rick Remender wrote him. He was just coming into his own and eventually becoming the hero that fans just grew to love. And that's what he tells Eddie, tells Eddie his weaknesses. You question yourself all the time, every step of the way. You never allow yourself to just accept the fact that you're a hero now. Sure, you've made mistakes, but so have I. I literally spent my high school years beating the hell out of Peter Parker. Like, I was a dick, and then I went into the military, I lost my legs, I learned to be humble, and then I accepted the fact that just because we start our life out on a certain path does not mean we're predestined to remain on that path. We can change our fate. We can become something better than what we are. And that's where Eddie really begins to accept the fact that, yeah, man, he is a hero, right? Like, sure, he's made mistakes. Yes, he was the arch nemesis of Peter Parker for a long, long time. Yes, he tried to kill Spider-Man. Yes, he's killed people in the past. But just because he's done these terrible things does not mean that he's destined to always be a bad guy. That he is, by all standards of measurement, a hero, right? He was willing to sacrifice his life to save the world. And so because of that allows him to kind of evolve and basically say, okay, fine, you be the soldier and I'll be the hero. And so the result of that is you have Agent Venom, right? Flash Thompson, who just goes running in, right? Who just goes flying into this whole thing. It's like the coolest thing ever, right? It's like Flash Thompson, Agent Venom on full display. It's the coolest thing. He goes running in, guns blazing, shooting up all these symbiotes, and then one of them manages to knock the guns out of his hand, and he's like, okay, fine, then we'll do the Hail Mary. Like, he pulls a grenade, throws it, and then blows up this kind of nervous system area, and then of course he's basically ensnared by all these symbiotes, and where you would think that he was gonna die, because the response of Rex Strickland is, oh my god, they're gonna kill him. The response of Eddie is, no, like they're not going to kill him. All these different symbiotes bond directly to Flash Thompson, and he emerges as just this gigantic symbiote dragon. It's his new powers, right? The next stage of Flash Thompson. And it even looks awesome. He's like an Agent anti-venom dragon. It's amazing. Like it's it looks legit. And stuff like this is why the storytelling of Donny Cates in Venom is so landmark and so incredible, because he broke the symbiotes out of Null's control. He downloaded all the codexes into himself, and now he's up there fighting, right? Now, this is a very important thing, because what this looks like Donny Cates is hitting at is Flash Thompson's gonna come back, that he's not gonna stay dead, right? He's gonna re-emerge and come back out into the real world. Whether that's true or not, I don't really know. And we'll just kind of have to wait until the end of King in Black to find out, because it may be that he just legitimately dies, right? He just passes on to the afterlife, and the story of Flash Thompson as Agent Venom is officially over, right? We'll just never see him again until some other writer decides to just bring him back for some reason. But while all that's going on, you end up having Eddie Brock, who is kind of talking to Rex Strickland and saying, okay, like, this is our chance, right? We don't have a whole lot of time before Null figures out what's going on here, but like, we'll bond to these symbiotes that are rescued, and we'll get the heck out of this place. Only for Eddie to turn around and realize Rex Strickland has totally been taken over by Null, the symbiote god. Null's returned. He's aware of what it is that Flash Thompson and Eddie are doing, and he gets Eddie Brock in his clutches with every intention of killing him in this final place. All right, what's going on, guys? This is Rob, and I have my morning voice on. Yes, I do. How's everybody doing? You guys having a good morning this morning? I'd like to welcome you all to Comics Explained. On this channel, we're going to be explaining comic books in a way that makes them easy for you to understand. Everything the light touches is our kingdom, Simba. So what's up, guys? We're covering part 2 of Venom versus Carnage, and now that my sultry voice has massaged your ears adequately, here's the thing about this, and this is what's so cool. I wasn't really sure if it was going to be the case going into the second issue, but I have a feeling that this modification to Mary Jane Watson is going to stay, right? The fact that Mary Jane Watson from the Venom universe has become Carnage is going to be a mainstay thing, and she's going to become the arch nemesis of Gwen Stacy. And it makes the most sense, because usually arch nemesis in some form or fashion, at least if you follow the old school format when it came to comics, were in some way related to or a close friend of the main superhero character, you know, as part of that story. And so what we end up having here is Mary Jane Watson going directly after Gwen Stacy, right? And attacking her on every front that she possibly can. But one thing to notice about this is that it's not necessarily some basic run-of-the-mill villain thing, right? Like, now that I'm a villain, I'm going to kill you, and then I'm going to become the new, you know, Spider-Gwen or something like that. Instead, there's a lot of personal animosity here. And that's one of the reasons why I say I think this is going to work. I think this is going to work, because one of the things that really comes to bear with Mary Jane Watson, I am not used to saying Mary Jane Watson Carnage. I'm not used to saying that. But one of the things that kind of goes on here is that when you initially have Gwen Stacy trying to appeal to the friendship the two of them shared, because they were bandmates for a long, long time, Carnage rejects it, right? Mary Jane Watson rejects it. And the reason why is because while they have been friends since the 6th grade, all she really recalls are the instances when Spider-Gwen, I don't know, we can kind of call her Spider-Gwen. All she really recalls are the instances when Gwenom basically let her down, right? Gwen Stacy, Spider-Gwen, Gwenom, whatever you want to call her. They're all interchangeable names at this point. But all she really recalls are the times when Gwenom just let her down, right? In the sense that when Peter Parker died in her arms, died in the arms of Spider-Gwen, and then basically like she just left everybody, right? She just took off and left everybody, right? Allowed her friends to be kidnapped by a madman. Now, the reality of this situation, and this is kind of the issue that goes on here, is what you have are two different recollections of a particular series of events. The problem with this is that Mary Jane Watson doesn't really seem to recall, or is refusing to recall, things as they truly happen. Which is to say, we as the reader know what went on, right? That Gwen Stacy's Spider-Gwen, right? She's a superhero, and she kind of has this torn allegiance between saving the city of New York, doing what she can to fight off villains like Matt Murdock, and then at the same time to also like maintain her friendships and her allegiances. And this is one of those things that really made her character popular. For those of you guys who never really read Spider-Gwen, it's one of the things that made her character the most popular, because when you looked at Spider-Man, the struggle of Spider-Man did come somewhat in the early days, but he also revealed his identity to the people who were important to him somewhat relatively fast. It wasn't done right off the bat, but there was a kind of balancing act that was struck there. The way that Stan Lee and Steve Ditko and even later writers handled that balancing act was that it was always on a knife's edge, but somehow Peter was always able to sort of maintain this balance to a degree. He did run into a few hiccups and a few bumps every now and then, but one of the big things that went on with Spider-Gwen is that she was never really able to maintain that balance. She was never really able to keep that kind of work-life balance intact, right? Like, it was just these times where she would have to go be Spider-Gwen in the most inconvenient circumstances. This was especially prominent when it came to the Mary Janes, right? The band that she was in that was led by Mary Jane Watson. And that's the thing that kind of happens here. We are given a few little Easter eggs, or not really Easter eggs, but a few little revelations. For example, that the little tiny spiders that normally make up Spider-Gwen's suit are now part of Mary Jane Watson's suit. She can rematerialize things and change things. So like she turns a guitar into like a giant axe, right? That kind of a thing. And we also end up learning that the spiders that make up the Carnage suit cannot be controlled by Gwen Stacy, right? So that's one of those other instances where I think that Mary Jane being Carnage is going to be something here to stay, right? But regardless of the situation, what ends up happening here is that Mary Jane ends up getting the upper hand on Gwen Stacy. And when she does, she effectively sends her to meet Noel. And when she travels to meet Noel, this is kind of an interesting encounter because she's not from this universe. And this is one of those things where it seems a little wonky the way that Noel is being done, because he's kind of being shown inconsistently in Marvel Comics, right? He's a person who existed before the current universe took form, but then you read back and it's also he existed before anything took form. He was just kind of existing in this giant void of empty space. And then somewhere along the line, the Celestials popped up. They started creating life. It pissed him off. They got into a fight, and then Noel was banished from the universe. And he just kind of, eventually returned, and then he was locked inside the symbiote planet. Done, right? It's a pretty simple and straightforward idea behind his character, but he's kind of given to us as both a multiversal and a universal character. Now, it could just be that he just hasn't stumbled across Gwen Stacy's universe yet, that he's conquered other universes. There are other places under his control, something along those lines. We're not really given a whole lot of information insofar as like the grand scheme and everything he'd done in the time that he was actually operating out in existence and so on. But regardless, the idea here is that when he really appears before Gwen Stacy, that he finds her curious, right? He's like, I don't know who you are, right? Like, you're not from this place. So why am I not able to control you? Now, the reality is her suit is a synthetic suit, right? It's not an actual symbiote suit. And that really seems to be the reason why Noel cannot actually pick up on her, because by all standards of measurement, she looks like somebody possessed by a symbiote. But the symbiote that she has is not one that Noel created. And so that's why he's a little like, this is a little strange. So then it turns into playing a few mind games. And when she kind of asked the question, like, how is it that Mary Jane got so twisted and so screwed up? What did you do to her? The response of Noel is, I didn't do anything. I just brought out how she felt, right? I just gave her like this kind of release for all this emotional anger that she had pent up. And he starts showing her these images from her universe that even before Gwen Stacy ever became Spider-Gwen, that you ended up having, of course, her and Mary Jane kind of working on the idea of a band. And it was really more of Gwen Stacy kind of getting lost in the idea and almost kind of blowing off Mary Jane, where Mary Jane's just like, we're going to be the best band around. We're going to be famous. We can even play for prom, and just sort of, she's being tuned out by Gwen Stacy. Gwen Stacy's just caught up in the idea. And so it's one of those things where it was like, even when Gwen Stacy was there, she wasn't really there. That became even more prominent when she became Spider-Gwen. That not only was she not there mentally, she wasn't there physically, right? In the times when like they needed her because she was the drummer and she was the person that was gonna, make sure the band stayed on beat and all that kind of good stuff, right? The role of the drummer in a band. That she was out fighting villains like the Lizard and things along those lines. And it is a little unfair to kind of approach that situation and say, you need to be here for the band. But the reality is that at that time, Mary Jane Watson didn't know that Spider-Gwen was Gwen Stacy, right? She didn't know who she was. And so she didn't know that she was leading this kind of dual life, right? She didn't really understand that's what was going on. And that's one of the things that Noel kind of hits on, that he sort of pulled out of Mary Jane by having her become Carnage, or at least seeing her become Carnage, is her becoming this kind of twisted up version of herself, is because she's just filled with so much anger and so much rage. But if anything, it's more of a feeling of betrayal. That's the feeling that Mary Jane Watson feels, that she feels betrayed by her best friend. That in the time when they were supposed to work together for the band, and in the time that they were supposed to hang out, when they were working on this great big huge project, they had the potential to be, super special because of the band that they were working on and things like that, that it was always Gwen Stacy seemingly overshadowing Mary Jane Watson in more ways than one, right? Always seeming to draw the attention to herself. Like whenever she'd face somebody and then she'd come back and she'd be late. It was one of those things where it was just like, I wanted to make sure you guys know I could just come and go as I please, and you operate on my time. Like that kind of attitude, right? That a lot of people seem to get carried away with when they get famous. And so the result of that is there's a lot of anger here. That's really where it comes from. And that's what makes the idea of the Spider-Gwen story so cool, right? The Gwenom, Spider-Gwen, whatever. That's what makes the story so interesting, is there's so much interpersonal involvement between the characters that when you see the villains, it's not like it's one of these things of, you know, well, I just got these powers through some weird fluke and I've always been down on my luck, so I'm just gonna go rob banks. It's nothing that basic. You know, the idea of the connection between Carnage and Gwenom is a close one. It's not like Spider-Man and Cletus Cassidy, where Cletus Cassidy is just a crazy guy who just wants to inflict, you know, as much pain and death and carnage on people that he possibly can. That Mary Jane Watson as Carnage legitimately has so much pent-up hatred and anger towards Gwen Stacy that has driven her to the point that, one, she's lost her mind, two, she's allowed herself to be possessed by a multiversal symbiote god, and three, she's trying to kill her best friend. I don't know about you guys, but that sounds like a lot of anger to me. It's the interpersonal stories that take place, the connection between the characters that take place in the Spider-Gwen stories that make them so good, right? That's what makes her character so cool. That and like the costume, right? The outfit that she has, which is really amazing. Now, there is a moment where she does manage to connect with Mary Jane on a personal level, right? There's this really, really brief moment here when she tells her that the Carnage suit is an extension of the suit that Gwenom wears. And because it's synthetic, the suit is constantly consuming, right? Constantly feeding. And that she doesn't really have the ability to keep the suit at bay the same way Gwen Stacy does. And the suit will consume her. It will eat her. It'll kill her, right? It'll destroy her physical body. And while there is this brief moment where Mary Jane's like, what? You know, like, no, like, I don't want to die. Like the Carnage suit takes right back over again. And so it's one of these things where I wouldn't go as far as to say that it looks like you've got a kind of like rogue Carol Danvers situation going on where like one consciousness is trying to dominate the other. I don't really think it's anything like that, but it is one of these things where for a brief moment, she was able to talk her down, and then her anger took back over again, and it's like, no, you're lying. You're just trying to take away my ability to be special, right? That kind of a thing. And so, of course, this basically leads to the fight essentially ending, and then you have, or at least ending temporarily, you have Mary Jane who takes off to kind of take her place next to Null, and kind of makes this argument that Null is going to make me, you know, the most special person there ever was, right? And I've got houses to rock, and I've got people to kill, all kinds of crazy stuff. But I'm sure, you know, of course, we have one issue left, right? This is only a 3-issue series. I don't really know exactly how it's going to wrap up, but again, my money is on the idea that Mary Jane Watson is going to somehow be teleported back to the Earth 65 universe, and she's going to end up becoming Carnage. She's going to end up becoming the main villain of Spider-Gwen. And it makes perfect sense, right? Given the evolution of the relationship between the two, the evolution of their characters, it makes perfect sense that's what would happen. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and just a little bit of an update. I'm actually going out of town this weekend, starting on Friday, I think it is. Myself and Mariah are going out of town for Valentine's Day weekend. So I've been looking for comics that I want to cover to kind of make up for stuff that we didn't finish and different things like that. And I know it sounds weird and kind of out in left field, but we're going to do more of the Alien comics, because I don't know about you guys, but I kind of get tired of doing Marvel and DC. And I love the idea of covering a story that basically talks about what happens after all the xenomorphs from like the Alien versus Predator series, after all the xenomorphs conquer Earth, because they did. They basically took over the world in the Alien comics. You guys will find a link down to the Alien videos in the description for like Nightmare Asylum, Earth War, Female War, all that kind of stuff. Like Ripley and Hicks and everybody, it's all just like popping off. It's the craziest thing. It's amazing. Like it's an amazing, I'm getting excited just thinking about it. And here's the thing. All right, so getting into Black Panther, here's the thing, man, let me tell you something. Here's the thing, man. Black Panther is one of these characters that if he's written poorly, it's bad. But if he's written correctly, it's some of the best comic book storytelling in existence, right? Now here's the thing, Jeffrey Thorne is writing this. He's the guy who took over after Ta-Nehisi Coates, and I was a little skeptical, I'm not gonna lie. I was like, I don't know. I mean, Ta-Nehisi Coates' run was amazing, right? The Intergalactic Empire of Wakanda. It was cool. Like, he had a really, really great run. And so then I get into this issue. Dude, Jeffrey Thorne knocked it out of the park. Dude, this guy absolutely killed it. So here's the thing. This initially opens up with a lot of the Black Panther stories where you get a kind of monologue or inner discussion to a degree, but it focuses on a combination of Storm and Black Panther. Now, a lot of this was based on the idea that that really Black Panther himself is kind of racing off to face off against the forces of Null within Wakanda, and that Storm herself has basically been overtaken, right? Now, one of the things to keep in mind is that when it comes to Black Panther, despite his marriage to Storm, at the end of the day, his role as a king comes first. So I wouldn't wouldn't go as far as to say he would leave Storm to die, but I will go as far as to say that if he has to make the choice between saving the world or saving Wakanda, that he'll save Wakanda if he believes he can keep it safe from whatever is out there in the world. And that's what's going on here right now, right? That Null has shown up on Earth. He's basically conquering the world, and Black Panther's like, Wakanda. Like he immediately just like starts fighting alongside his own forces back home. Now, the biggest problem with this is that it's one of these things where the different energy shields and so on and stuff they have just aren't working. That nothing they have really seems to be able to keep the forces of Null at bay. And so at the end of the day, it just comes down to good old-fashioned hand-to-hand combat. Now, here's a cool kind of a little tidbit that we get here, right? This will be kind of a running theme throughout this, but we get this line, right? And we have this scenario where like T'Challa's talking to his dad in the past, but he kind of asks, he says, you know, T'Challa, take heed of what I say, right? He says, every problem that you may face, every obstacle in your way is susceptible to proper planning. Plan, my son, plan well, with a sober mind, with an icy eye. Duty, knowledge, honor, loyalty, justice, these are the claws of the Panther clan. Bast tells us victory lies in the mind behind the claw. The Black Panther must be that mind. But what of the claws, father? T'Challa responds. And he says, oh my son, we must always be that as well. And this is important because this hits at the idea that when it comes to being Black Panther, that yes, there is a superhero aspect to it, and there's T'Challa doing things, and there's powers and stuff that come along with it. But it's one of these things where as the Black Panther, T'Challa is Wakanda. And the important thing to understand behind that is his people's willingness to rally behind him is 100% contingent on how they view him. And so if they see the Black Panther is somebody who's weak in mind and body and spirit, they won't follow him. And in fact, they'll actually rebel against him. But if the Black Panther is someone who is strong, if he's always first in, last out, then people know they can count on him. If he will fight alongside them, they know that he'll give his life for them, which means they can honor that, they can respect that, and they'll give their all when it comes to any battle. And that's where T'Challa has always stood strong as a Black Panther. He was never the one to run from a fight. He was always the one to put his people first, even if it meant damning the world. We've seen that happen multiple times over the course of Marvel Comics. And so it's this kind of amazing moment because he literally like arrives and rallies alongside all his soldiers, right? And he's like, warriors, you know, he's like, don your sheaths, rally to me. It's epic as hell. He's like, we cannot save the fallen, but by Bast's teeth, no more of you will fall. And that right there just rallies what's left of all these soldiers, and they manage to fight a lot of these guys off. But here's the problem, is keeping the forces at Null at bay is starkly different from defeating the forces of Null. And so in this great big huge war, you know, if we can call it that, they've won only a battle, and it'll only be a few minutes before the forces of Null begin to remuster, regather, and they're back on the assault again. And so what we end up doing is we switch over to Shuri. Now, one thing to understand about Shuri in Marvel Comics is that I'm not the biggest fan of what they're doing here. And the reason why is because they're bringing her closer in line with the version of Shuri that we saw in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. But to be honest with you guys, I was not the biggest fan of Shuri in the MCU. There's elements of her that I love. The fact that she's all about memes and she's technologically capable and all that kind of stuff. And by all standards of measurement, even seems to be light years ahead of Iron Man. But I loved Shuri in Marvel Comics because she was battle hardened. She was hardcore. Granted, a lot of that didn't really happen until Doom War. T'Challa lost the ability to become Black Panther. She took his place, and then T'Challa went on to become the King of the Dead. So a lot of that didn't really happen until you got to the tail end of Hickman's run, or at least some of the events that were coming into the tail end of Hickman's run. So it kind of makes sense to a degree, but I'd really love to see a blend of the two. Now, we kind of get this part with her to a degree. She is out there fighting, but in a lot of ways, it's kind of like she's using technology, different things like that. And it makes sense because she doesn't really have the Panther powers in the traditional sense. I really do enjoy the Shuri of yesteryear, right? This just hardcore, battle-hardened chick, right? It was amazing the way that she played out. But using the technology available to her alongside Okoye, she's basically watching everything go down, right? And she's kind of picking up on these small little things where she's trying to mathematically understand the best way to topple, or at least for the forces of Wakanda to come out on top. And one of the things she realizes is that because the symbiotes intend to basically spread themselves as opposed to arbitrarily killing, then as the numbers of Wakandans decrease, the number of the forces of Null increase, right? So it's like fighting a zombie infection. For every member of Wakanda that falls, the forces of Null increase by that number of people. And so it's almost like this war of attrition, right? It's just constantly going, constantly going. And so if they don't find a way to end it soon, it's all going to come crashing down. Now, it's one of these things where T'Challa kind of enters in and says, yes, like that's essentially what it is, right? But there is another way, because the discussion of Shuri is we have to abandon ship, right? We can't stay here. If we stay here, we're all going to fall and we're all going to die. Now understand, Shuri does not pitch the idea of bailing out on Wakanda lightly. This is not something that she's just like, oh my God, things are popping off. Run! Flee for your life! That's not really what she does, right? She doesn't really throw it out there in that way. It's just one of these things where it's like, we don't, like, from a mathematical perspective, from my knowledge of science and alchemy, understanding all that kind of stuff, we just don't really have any way to overcome this. But notice that as Shuri, in the time that T'Challa has returned to being Black Panther, there's a lot of tools and things that he has at his disposal that she doesn't have. And one of the things that made T'Challa so capable is holding all these pieces and having the mind to use them in the right way makes a person wildly capable. And that's why he comes in and he's like, no, there is another way, right? There's another way for us to basically win. Now, of course, he's greeted by Shuri, who's like, yeah, you survived, you know, and Okoye is like, my king, you know, I'm glad you're alive, right? You know, he's basically asked, while he's talking to Okoye and he's just like right into the business of everything and trying to figure out what they have to do and saying, we need to get all those survivors here to the royal city, into the royal chambers to keep them protected from the forces of Null and all that kind of stuff. Shuri starts to pick up on something and she starts to realize Storm's not there. And she asks, where's Storm? And T'Challa turns around and just kind of says, Aurora's no longer a factor. Now, the look of shock on the face of Okoye and the look on Shuri, they know what it means. But here's the thing to understand. If you're new to the Black Panther mythos, it's not like T'Challa's just like, Storm's dead, screw it, I got better things to do anyway. It's a crushing experience to know that the woman that he loves is not, that she's basically been conquered by Null. But in this moment, and given what we talked about in the beginning, that little bit of a monologue where he was talking to his dad and things like that, that it's focus on the task at hand. Do not allow your mind to get lost in what you could have done, how you could have achieved things, all that kind of stuff. Focus on the task. And that's one of the beauty of the Black Panther stories, right? Because I don't know if you guys are anywhere like me, but here's the thing, like, I struggle with that, right? And I know there's some merit to the statement, you know, if you look at your past and you don't cringe, you never really lived. And that's kind of a joking thing, but like, for real and for true, all of us are haunted by decisions we've made over the course of our lives, things that we should have done that we didn't do, things that we did that we shouldn't have done. And in a lot of ways, it just seems to turn us upside down, right? And it just rips us inside out. And that kind of anxiety and that kind of adherence to decisions that were made in the past that aren't really relevant anymore unless they have a direct effect on what's happening right now seems to anchor us to this place where we're not really able to move forward. But the beauty of the Black Panther mythos and with T'Challa himself, the kind of words of wisdom he got from his father is, if you live in the past, you'll never ever go anywhere, right? You'll just be stuck there. Do not allow your mind to be locked down into this one situation. Focus on what needs to be done. Separate yourself from the things that hold you back. As hard as it might be, as emotionally crushing and devastating as it might be, you have to, because it'll be the only way for you to achieve your goal, especially when you're in a time when you have to fight, when you have to find a way to keep going, when you're being faced on all sides by death and sadness and misery. You have to find a way to keep going, and looking at a way to guarantee victory is the only way to do that. It's so important when it comes to the Black Panther mythos, because what he ends up doing is actually pulling up one of their cameras and showing that like one of the dragons of Null is swooping in, and then amplifies it by 1,000% and has all these people who are basically being spewed on by this dragon who's dumping all these symbiotes everywhere. People are converting into the forces of Null, and that's when he says, this is the fate that awaits us, right? The shield will not protect us. The shield will not hold forever, but we also cannot abandon Wakanda. We have to stay here because you have to trust me. I know a way to save our country. I know a way to keep us alive and to keep the forces of Null at bay, seemingly indefinitely. And so what you end up getting is the situation where he kind of sends them off into various schemes, right? He tells Shuri, go to the vault, right? Go to the vault and do your thing inside the vault. You know, once the plan's kind of told to them, because it's not really told to us directly, but he's like, go to the vault, do your thing. And then he in turn tells Okoye that she's going to pilot something called the claws of Bast, right? The hand of Bast. And let me tell you something, man, the hand of Bast, dude, it's amazing. It's like this ridiculously amazing thing. I hope we get it in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, because it is beast, right? But in that moment, Okoye brings down the shield, right? She steps into the room, she brings up the light, she starts donning or she picks up this kind of artifact, and then you have T'Challa, who actually goes to a box in kind of the throne room area and pulls out what is basically the sonic wave device of Ulysses' claw. On the surface, we look at that and it might just be like, okay, so that's his plan as a sonic device. He's literally gonna blast the symbiotes with sonics. Well, sure, it could defeat Venom, but against the forces of Null, it's not gonna do anything. And you would be 100% right for believing that. But don't concern concern yourself with that, because it's actually not really what he's planning. He's planning for something much grander. And so what we end up doing here is switching over to the Jabari people, and you've got them just fleeing for their lives, right? All these null forces are just coming in. They're just trying to live, man. They're just fleeing for their lives. I don't mean it's funny that like they're dying. It's not funny that they're dying, but like they're just running all over the place. And then suddenly one of the forces there are met by the arrival of Shuri. But the cool thing here is she's appearing everywhere. That she's got these kind of little dolls, so to speak. There's really more magic and science blended together in the form of alchemy, but she can basically cast her presence in multiple places and fight in multiple places. And the reason why this is so important is because having Shuri there, the sister of Black Panther there, helps to rally those forces. Sure, it's not as great as having T'Challa there, but they also recognize if he's not there, it's probably because he's working on something else, which Shuri also solidifies. The problem with this, and the thing about this, is that Shuri out there fighting was only ever meant to be a temporary measure. That when she went out there and got engaged in this conflict, she knew that a time would likely come when she would be taken over by Null, and that's exactly what happens. And so when that takes place, Black Panther, T'Challa, chimes in directly to Okoye and says, "Are you monitoring everything? Shuri's fallen." And she's like, "Yes." Is it time? And he's like, "Yes. Deploy the Hand of Bast." Dude, the Hand of Bast comes out. It's the most beast ever, man. It's the most beast thing ever. She's literally piloting this giant hard light, like, panther, man. It's amazing. Dude, this thing is so cool. It's the coolest thing I've ever seen in the Black Panther mythos. It's like a battle of the dragon zords, right? She just comes jumping out and like attacks the dragon, piloting this just giant panther. Dude, it's just like, it's hard light, man. It is so cool. It's like there's just this energy construct, and it's like, damn, I really hope we get to see something like that. Yeah, here's the thing, man. The Black Panther comics right now, man, dude, these comics slap. It's amazing. These comics absolutely slap. I'm sorry, I'm so excited, people. I'm sorry, I'm so excited. But it is an exciting moment. It is an exciting moment in the Black Panther comics, man. It is lit, dude. It's like, this thing is so lit. But of course, when that happens, while Black Panther's doing his thing, suddenly here comes Shuri busting into his room. And the way this seemed to work is that Null kind of worked, or at least got his way to her, directly through the doll she was controlling. That because they were more or less facsimiles of her, destroying those meant he could access her. Now, we're not really given the details as to how, but we do know that Null is one of these guys who kind of operates on a higher level with regards to telepathy, telekinesis, some measure of reality warping, things like that. So how it was he managed to get a symbiote in there, we don't fully know, because we're not fully aware exactly how her artifacts work. And in all honesty, it's not super important, because even when I was reading it, I was like, I can just go with it, and it works, right? Because she comes busting in as an agent of Null and then starts attacking T'Challa. Now, it's one of these things where when he's using the device of Ulysses' Claw, she kind of comes in, you know, almost sort of pokes fun at him and is like, is this really the weapon that you're using? Is this really your weapon of choice here? So what we end up doing is we sidetrack for a second and we go back to this conversation that T'Challa had with his dad when he was younger. And T'Challa's dad is almost kind of chastising him. And he's like, you ran away from the martial arts training, from the martial training you were supposed to be doing today. Is that really what happened? And T'Challa says, yes. He says, the test was unfair. The teacher changed the rules. And his father's like, did he really? And he says, yes. You know, he says, what rules were those? And he said, it was to be a single combat. Instead, there were 5 people who were there. 3 of them were Jabari. They were all older than me, and one of them had a club. And his father says, and they defeated you? And he says, yes. He says, they beat me, father. They hurt me. They cheated. And he says, you fought your best though, right? One of the boys even had to go to the healers, did he not? And the response to T'Challa is, I lost. I am the prince. One day I will be king. I cannot allow. And his father stops him. And he says, do you know the tale of Bast and the Anansi drum? And he says, yes. He says, of course. And so this is when the story gets really cool, right? He says, it is known that Bast was always jealous of her younger brother Anansi, the maker of secrets and stories. Bast is the goddess of many things, but also she's curious as a cat. She was forever sneaking into Anansi's workshop, spying on his creations. One day, Anansi had enough. He played a trick on his sister. Anansi wove a great drum made of silk and stars and stories. Dazzled by the sight of it, Bast could not help herself. She pounced upon the drum, hoping to learn what Anansi had hidden there, but the drum was not a drum. Bast soon found herself trapped inside. The more she struggled, the more she was covered in the threads of spider silk. Soon, she was wrapped all over it, stuck inside Anansi's drum. Bast thrashed and screamed, but Anansi's silk was strong. As powerful as she was, Bast nearly gave up. But then she realized Anansi's web had not covered her entire body. One claw on one paw had been left free. And so that's when you get into the craziness of this, right? The craziness, that's when things get bonkers. Because when Shuri was making fun of T'Challa with him having this thing, he's like, no, I mean, that's not the case. This is not designed to be used as some kind of a weapon, some kind of a sonic device, and that's where it ends. That's not the basis behind this. He says, you are a very powerful being, Null. You have all kinds of abilities at your disposal. This is true, but you also have vulnerabilities, electromagnetism, high frequency vibration. Wakanda mastered both of those centuries ago, and Null kind of blows him off. You know, Null operating through his sister kind of blows him off, which I guess really at this point is just Black Panther versus Null, right? That's basically what it is, right? Null possessing his sister and then facing off against Black Panther. And he's like, it doesn't matter, right? I'm going to destroy you and consume you the same way I consumed your sister. And he says, I think not, right? The barrier failed as a shield. That's true. But the shield itself will make as an excellent amplifier. And then he does the coolest thing ever, without a shred of fear, without a shred of worry. He just points this claw at the sky and just says, goodbye, Null. And that's when you pick back up with the story, right? That Bast had stopped screaming, that Bast had stopped twisting, Bast stopped thrashing. With her one claw, she began to scratch Anansi's web, cutting through it bit by bit until she was free. And so literally using this amplifier, he just basically amplifies the power of the shield, which between its electromagnetic properties and the sonic vibrations of Ulysses' weapon, basically creates a giant electromagnetic sound barrier that Null can't get through, that Null cannot penetrate, that all the symbiotes consumed inside of Wakanda are affected by this barrier, and every single person who was bonded to a symbiote is freed. The symbiotes in that space are totally destroyed. As insane as it sounds, as absolutely crazy and amazing as it sounds, Black Panther has not only overpowered Null, the symbiote god, he's also turned Wakanda into the only safe refuge on the face of the planet. Robcore. Let me tell y'all something. Let me tell y'all something, man. Let me tell y'all something. Y'all remember when we did Jonathan Hickman's Avengers and New Avengers? And like, I was standing up, like I got out of my seat. I'm holding my microphone in my hand right now. I don't even know if you can hear it. I got up out of my seat and I was like, man, let me tell y'all something. You guys remember that? Do you guys remember that? When it was just like, damn, son. That's what this is, guys. That's what this is. That is what this is. That's what this is, right? That's what this is. Let me get back here. Let me get back in my chair. Let me get back in my chair before we start having church in this place. This story is nuts. Let me tell you something, man. If God was writing comic books right now, this is what it would look like right now. It is, man, it's amazing, man. I hope y'all feel the hype. I hope y'all feel the excitement. Okay, so we pick up with Dylan, who's now inside of Null, the symbiote god. Right, we pick up with Dylan, who's now part of Null, the symbiote god. And this initially is like Null talking to him. Null's just kind of like, hey, like don't be afraid, you know, all that kind of stuff. The issue is that while Null is talking to Dylan, you have this third voice that comes out of nowhere. Now, initially, my thought was, oh my God, it's Flash Thompson, right? Like Flash Thompson's talking to Dylan, which would be cool. It's not Flash Thompson, right? I'm not gonna tell you who it is, but well, I will tell you who it is. I'll tell you here in a little bit, but it's not Flash Thompson, right? It's not Flash Thompson. So here's a crazy thing. The voice is kind of talking to him and it's like, Dylan, like you have to listen to me, right? Like you have to remain calm and you have to listen to me. Now, while all that's going on, you got Null who's kind of talking to this kid and saying like, calm down, right? Like I'm not here to hurt you, you know, I understand that you have kind of been made to destroy me, right? Like that's the whole idea behind you. You know, you were born into this world, you're essentially a living symbiote, but you have been molded and you have been crafted by the people out there on your world to believe that you can destroy me. But understand, child, I am not someone so easily destroyed, right? I cannot be undone by the heroes of Earth. Do you need me to prove my point? I've conquered your planet. I've taken over all of your superheroes. There's no one left to stand against me. There is, but he's like, there's nobody left to stand against me. Now, at the same time, this third voice says, look, like I'm a friend, right? Like I don't know how much longer I can hold this connection, but I need you to listen to me. I can get you out of here, right? So this person's obviously a friend chiming into Dylan and trying to help him out. And it's one of these things where this person knows something that Null doesn't, right? They're like, Null made a mistake bringing you here. In his hubris and in his arrogance, he made a mistake bringing you here, right? And you can use that to your advantage. You can focus and you can basically control his powers by using your own. Because if Null is the one who created the All Black and Null is basically the person who controls all the symbiotes, then it makes sense that if Dylan can manipulate symbiotes, that Dylan can in turn control the symbiotes through Null. Because Null's basically given the ability to do so. Like, Null has essentially put him in a position to where he can take control of the wheel. That's basically what he's done. And so it's kind of like, okay, like he tells the voice in his head to shut up, right? To just like leave him alone. And Null finally approaches him and says like, I will give you the darkness. I will give you the all black. Join me, and then like, and we'll burn this world to the ground, and we'll move on into the universe, and we'll conquer everything else, right? And my initial thought was, oh my God, Dylan's gonna side with him. Like, oh my God, because here's the thing, in the alternate reality he did, in the alternate reality Venom story he did, so I was like, oh my God, he's gonna side with Null. And I was like, why in the world would he, right? Like, why would he side with Null? And ultimately, like, he goes to take Null's hand, and then he's like, you killed my dad, and then like immediately just like seizes control of Null, and then just starts control, like literally freeing all the different superheroes who were under control of the symbiotes. Man, let me tell you something, right? Like Cyclops, Susan Storm, Johnny Storm, Thor, right? Like God of Thunder Thor. He's literally releasing all these guys. Now it's causing him a great deal of anguish and pain, right? Because it's just so incredibly tough to do. To literally harness the mind of a multiversal god, it's not an easy thing, right? I mean, it takes a little more than 15 minutes of meditation. You understand what I'm saying? So it's just kind of, it's kind of nuts. But then he ultimately ends up freeing Doctor Strange. And that's where things shift. Because remember, Doctor Strange can elevate himself to like Super Strange, right? To basically turn himself into a god. And that's what he does, right? Like he takes his staff and he's like, okay, you know, if Null wants to be a god, if Null wants to kind of prounce around here and say he's God, then that's fine. Then I can play at that game as well, right? And then using his staff, grants himself the powers of Watum and basically makes himself like this super high echelon god, right? Now, from that, at that point, he literally this disembodied voice starts anchoring to everybody else through Dylan, right? Like anchoring into Human Torch and Thor and Doctor Strange and all those guys. And it's kind of like, okay, we're all initiating one giant push at the same time. So Susan Storm uses her force fields, Doctor Strange uses his powers, you've got the Human Torch, you got Cyclops, the whole 9 yards. Like they're literally launching this multifaceted attack on Null the symbiote gods and all the forces who were there. And all hell is breaking loose, right? Like absolute pandemonium is unfolding here, right? Like is going bananas. And it's crazy, right? So then you have Thor and you have Storm who combine their power over the lightning and then use that, you know, to basically attack Null. So like all of them are launching an attack against Null at the same time, right? Because when they're freed, like they're freed out in the real world, right? Like Dylan's still inside Null. And that's kind of the crazy thing is because once Null begins to kind of recover for a second, he's like, do you really believe that you can defeat me, kid? Like, do you think you've won? Like, how could you possibly believe that after seeing everything that I've done here, right? Sure, you freed a handful of your superheroes. I've enslaved celestials, right? I've enslaved cosmic gods with the power to create life. Who are you guys to stand in the face of me? Now, this is when this person makes their presence known, right? This is when this person makes his presence known. Like, actually, that's where I come in, right? They say, I don't believe we've been introduced. My name is Jean Grey. It's Jean Grey, son. Jean Grey of the X-Men. And I was like, man, what a person to bring in. I was like, man, it's crazy, right? Like it's crazy. It's crazy, this whole thing, right? So at that point, she taps into the mind of Null, right? Because remember, Jean Grey's an Omega level telepath. She can do that. She basically taps into the mind of Null and she's like, there has to be some kind of weakness to this guy. There's got to be something we can exploit. And Jean Grey's approaching this from the perspective of like, maybe he had some kids. Maybe he's like the way he is because like he really loved a girl once. She didn't love it back, you know? So like he took the red pill and then got all pissy because he believes he deserves he can have any woman he wants, you know? And it's like, no, I'm sorry, Null. That's not the case, right? When she goes through and starts analyzing him, she starts to realize that there is no inherent weakness to this guy. Not that she can determine, right? This guy hails from like the darkness, but then she starts to realize the darkness existed long before Null did, right? Like the darkness was there long before he was. He just somehow came into existence. He's learned how to manipulate the darkness. He's learned how to control the All Black, but it's not as though he was the only thing there. There was a force of light that existed out there before he did. And this force of light faced off against Null in the early days of their existence, right? That Null used his power to kind of try to quash this light, right? This source of light. And the source of light created its own soldiers to face off against Null, but it was still relatively new. It didn't quite know what it was actually capable of. And so it ended up spreading its forces too thin. And the result was that where it could have defeated Null, instead, it ended up as a stalemate. And the two of them more or less ended up killing each other. And that's where you have like the soldier of light versus Null crashing on that planet that belonged to Gore the God Butcher during Jason Aaron's run on Thor, where he takes the all black sword and then goes forward and does his own thing. But that's where she says like the light, it was sentient, it was alive, right? Like it gave this army unimaginable power, but it simply wasn't enough, right? And so this source of light left this soldier after, you know, Gore took the, you know, all black and left. But like somehow or another, you know, it's basically been floating out there in the universe trying to find a worthy host all this time. And the whole idea behind it finding a host is to destroy Null, is to use that power to defeat Null. And that's what she realizes, it's basically a symbiote. His opposite, this source of light, is in effect a symbiote. It bonds itself to a host, and then it gives that host a huge amount of power. And so she's like, the light, it's on its way here. Like it's coming here right now, but it can't get through Earth. And so while Jean Grey's trying to cope with this insanely overwhelming amount of power and this realization, this disembodied voice chimes in and says, Jean, do not worry, I am here, right? The Silver Surfer has arrived, man. The Silver Surfer is here. Right, the Silver Surfer's arrived. The Silver Surfer shows up here and says like, I see this light trying to get into Earth, trying to bond itself to a host on Earth. It cannot get through, but I can, right? Because it cannot penetrate the darkness of Null. So it's like, I can, right? So literally the Silver Surfer bonds with the light and then blows a hole through like the forces, like the atmosphere of the Earth, right? Where like Null's symbiotes are like covering the world, all that kind of stuff. Manages to blow a hole through. Null loses his shit because he's like, no, right? This light comes flying in. And then when Silver Surfer arrives, the light leaves him. And he's like, oh no, you're not looking for me. Okay, then fine, go and find your chosen warrior, right? Switch over to Reed Richards. And when you basically pick up with this energy source that arrives to Reed Richards, then he's like, okay, like I'm doing all these readings, I'm conducting all these experiments. I recognize this. I know this source of light. We call it the God of Light because we didn't previously really understand what this was. But after doing all these energy readings, I know exactly what it is. And he's just kind of like, we've been calling it by the wrong name. The actual name of this energy source is the Enigma Force. The Enigma Force, man, dude. Because at that point, it's just kind of like literally, it's like finally, like the nature of the Enigma Force has been completely solved. Which literally, Donny Cates just gave us the origin of the Enigma Force, right? Which is kind of nuts. But like the energy source basically leaves Reed and then bonds itself to its proper host, which is Eddie Brock. Guys, Eddie Brock just became Captain Universe. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and I want to cover the Planet of the Symbiotes, at least the second issue, the first part of the second issue, as part of King in Black. Okay, here's something to specify with regards to Planet of the Symbiotes. This is one of Marvel's attempts at an old throwback comic, and it's actually not bad. It's really good. It's really good. The one with American Kaiju, this is basically, you know, Marvel's version of Godzilla. It's cool, it's interesting, but the Planet of the Symbiotes really is just an anthology series, right? It's just a book that collects a series of smaller stories, which I think is a genius idea, mostly because of the fact that it gives us the ability to see characters that we don't normally get to see or that we haven't seen in a long time, and then like an attempt to see whether or not, you know, we're interested in seeing anything more from them. The first issue, I would say the big standout star of the first issue was probably Scream. I've never cared about Scream, so I didn't really much care about the fact that she was in that book. I was like, moving on, and that was basically it. But American Kaiju, here's the thing, Todd Ziller, American Kaiju was a great concept that was terribly executed, right? So the idea here with American Kaiju, to kind of backstep this a little bit. In fact, there really isn't a whole lot that goes on in this comic, so we can just kind of peruse through the comic or peruse through this story as I'm kind of giving you guys some backstory here. So the idea behind this is that for those of you guys who remember when Marvel launched the original, not really the original, the 2015 Secret Wars event. In the aftermath of that, we got all new, all different Marvel, which was not all new and it was not all different. It was basically the same thing with a few couple change-ups, right? So Marvel basically turned a branding initiative into a BuzzFeed article, just complete and total clickbait. And so the result of this is that a lot of us were pissed, but then other people were mad because they didn't like the way that Marvel handled a lot of their stories. But at the outset of that, we basically got all new, all different Avengers. And what you had here was that instead of you having advanced idea mechanics, you had Avengers idea mechanics. And that was designed to build on the idea that Robert DaCosta, who was previously an X-Man, had basically bought advanced idea mechanics and taken it over towards the end of Jonathan Hickman's Avengers and New Avengers. And it was really Hickman just kind of wrapping up all these loose threads and kind of bringing all the various groups that existed out there, superheroes especially, in an attempt to like find a way to stop the incursions, and it didn't work. Just talking about that makes me want to go back and cover Avengers and New Avengers again, but we just finished remastering it and we're never going to remaster it again. So now I just have to go back and read it again, right? I cannot remaster a remaster. That's just one step too far, right? That's just you're just surfing for views. That's all that is. You're just surfing for YouTube money. But nonetheless, the idea was that with this particular team functioning the way that it was, there was yet another attempt at Marvel to bring back the Super Soldier program. Now, Marvel does that occasionally originally. You go back to the old like Abraham Erskine Captain America comics, and you have the idea that like, Steve Rogers was injected with the super soldier serum, and then Abraham Erskine died with the formula before it could be passed on to anybody else, and so the formula itself was essentially lost. After that, you just had like a whole host of attempts to duplicate the super soldier serum or make something similar to it. So like that's where the Sentry Robert Reynolds comes from. That's how you got all the Weapons Plus weapon programs, right? So like Weapons 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all the way up to like Weapon X or Weapon 10 with Wolverine, and even the ones beyond that, Phantom X, the Stevra-Cuckoos, who are just clones of Emma Frost, different things like that. The problem that the all-new Avengers ran into was that with all the knowledge of Abraham Erskine gone, and even the people who came after Abraham Erskine, so like Carol Hines and Professor Thornton and Abraham Cornelius, who were the three individuals that were the most responsible for turning Wolverine from Logan into Wolverine and the Weapon X project, and even as part of Weapons Plus, Canada's Department K, all that kind of stuff. Because all that information was gone, what the all-new Avengers basically had to do was kind of Frankenstein together a super soldier serum of sorts. And so what they ended up doing was combining the knowledge they did have of the super soldier serum, what limited knowledge they did have, alongside the mutant growth hormone, Pym particles, and the Connors formula, which turned Doc Connors into the Lizard, and then basically injecting this crazy cocktail into Todd Ziegler, which turned him into this Godzilla-esque character. Now, one of the reasons why you never really saw anything come after that, or really come out of his character, is you did have the storyline in issue number 9, which ran into issues 10, and I think even as far back as issue number 7, is that he did go on a mission to like rescue Rick Jones, right, the friends of the Incredible Hulk, and so on and so forth. But for the most part, there was a lot of disdain towards all new, all different Marvel from a lot of older fans who felt betrayed, and a lot of newer fans who had no idea what the heck was going on because it just felt so far removed from what they expected to see in Marvel Comics, especially those coming from the movies who expected like the movie adaptation in comics, and then taking their lead from a lot of fans who didn't really like all new, all different Marvel. It turned people off to the concept. And so it was kind of like, okay, this thing exists, moving on, and just sort of running on to the next thing. Now, I personally didn't have a whole lot of grudge with all new, all different Marvel. I really didn't have a lot of beef with it. It was just kind of a thing that was there, and so I enjoyed it. It was fun. It had great moments and it had bad moments, just like every single comic book era in the history of comic books in general. But that was kind of the story of Todd Ziller. Right now, in terms of this, right, like what's going on here and why he's in this place, it's pretty simple and pretty straightforward, right? He was basically just released by the federal government because he's one of the few beings that looks like he can stand against the power of the dragons of Null. Now, a lot of this comes down to like the nature of the powers he possesses, right? So because he's essentially kind of a Frankenstein of these different elements of Marvel's science division, more or less, he has kind of like the healing ability of the Lizard. He's got the ability, or at least he does grow in size, like we see with Hank, with Pym particles, when Hank Pym or Scott Lang or any one of those guys ends up becoming like Giant Man, more or less. But he's also got powers that are similar but not exact to Abomination and the Hulk, right? So he has like the strength level of the Hulk along with like the aggression and rage of Abomination, but it's not limitless strength, right? It's not like the angrier he gets, the stronger he gets. It doesn't necessarily include that thing, just because of the fact that he was exposed to gamma radiation treatments, right? So he doesn't really have the same exact principles of the Incredible Hulk. But just by sheer size and strength alone, he's more than enough to go against these dragons. Now, at the end of the day, it doesn't really make a whole lot of difference here because we know that like the guy who's leading all this Null is powerful enough to conscript, celestials into his bidding, right? So anybody who can conscript celestials, these cosmic gods that create life, is certainly going to be far more powerful than a hybrid of Giant Man and the Incredible Hulk and Abomination and somebody who's on mutant growth hormone to like amplify their powers even further, right? So, the guy's strong, he's wildly capable, but he's basically just Marvel's version of Godzilla. Now, I doubt you're gonna see anything more from him out of this, right? You may see a little bit more over the course of King in Black, but this little book here is not written by Donny Cates. So it's not as though Donny Cates sees American Kaiju Todd Ziller as somebody akin that can actually like show up consistently over the course of the Venom run. And even if he did, the Venom run's coming to an end, right? We know it's coming to a close with like maybe a story arc after the end of King in Black, and then that's basically it. That's it for Donny Cates' run. What he works on next, I don't know. I don't care. I'll read it regardless. But yeah, this is basically the idea behind Todd Ziller. I mean, he is like super hyper patriotic, which you guys can tell just by looking at what's going on here. He's like a hyper patriot, right? So he's like, America never makes any mistakes or anything like that. America's always, the way to go. He's very similar to Frank Simpson to Nuke in that way. But again, there's not a whole lot going with this story. It's literally literally just like, it's like a 7-issue story where it's like, we have Marvel's version of Godzilla who's just in New York tearing some stuff up, and he feels a little bit bad that he's destroying things that belong to people, but it's all in greater service, it's all in service of a greater whole because he's just destroying the symbiote dragons of Null, and that's cool. I will say this, his design is amazing, and one of the big shames is you never really see anything come out of him. It'd be different if this was back in like the 1970s when like Fin Fang Foom was like a great big huge deal. Then sure, if you had been created back then, you'd see a lot of prominence with his character, but for the most part, you don't really see anything going on with him, right? He's just kind of here and he's doing some things, and then that's basically it, and then the story basically just kind of ends, right? It's like ending ... and that's basically it. We might see a follow-up, I'm not really sure, but I doubt it, right? Because he ends up just kind of reverting back into his human form, and then that's effectively it. Okay, so I asked a lot of you guys if you wanted us to continue doing any of like the tie-ins for the King in Black, because one thing to keep in mind, the conclusion for King in Black and the conclusion for, I guess really the Venom part of King in Black, those were pushed back by like 2 or 3 weeks by Marvel, right? So it's out of my hands. Like a lot of you guys have been like, when are you gonna cover King in Black again? I have to wait for those stories to come out, guys. I can't cover them before they come out because I haven't read them yet. So I asked you guys if you wanted me to cover tie-ins. A lot of you guys are like, sure, right? I mean, it's a great way to kind of keep King in Black going while we're just waiting for the other stuff to come out. So in this one, we're covering the Captain America one-shot that comes during King in Black. And this is amazing, right? This one-shot's really good because it kind of deals with the struggle of Captain America right now. Initially, this focuses on the Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes, and Sam Wilson essentially facing off against, some of Null's forces. There's a little bit to see here, but the reality when it comes to Falcon and the Winter Soldier is we're getting this because of the show. That's really the biggest reason why you see them here. Otherwise, it would focus almost exclusively on Steve Rogers, and you'll understand why once we actually get to his character. But for the most part, they're just kind of fighting out on the fringes, right? And what this means, for those guys who don't know, the way the King in Black event is unfolded is you have Null, the symbiote god, the person who created like all the symbiotes that more or less exist across the Marvel multiverse, who's arrived here on Earth for the purpose of taking it over and essentially ensnaring it and just calling it another conquered world and another conquered universe. And so what you have is basically the fringe battles where you've got people who are helping civilians get out of New York and trying to avoid whatever threats happen to be in this immediate area. Then you've got those who are trying to face off against Null directly, right? And so what you have with Winter Soldier and Sam Wilson is they're facing off or I guess they're really doing the fringe conflict, right? So kind of taking these little pot shots at these small little forces that Null has and trying to get people out of danger, right? Trying to get them away. The reason why you have this is because these guys don't really have any unique or special abilities, right? Bucky Barnes is a really cool fighter. Sam Wilson flies, and that's really all you have, right? I mean, there's really not much doing there. So in terms of it being powerful enough to like possess Celestials and bend them to his will, a guy who by all standards of measurement seems in some form or fashion to even be beyond Galactus, yeah, you're not going to have a whole lot doing here in terms of like Bucky Barnes and Sam Wilson. They're not going to win the fight, you know what I mean? And so while they're facing off against these guys, they are kind of being overwhelmed initially, but then here comes Steve Rogers to save the day. Now, the important thing to understand here is that Steve Rogers was one of the first superheroes that was taken by Null and conscripted into his forces and possessed by a symbiote. But because of the actions of Eddie Brock, Venom's son, Dylan, basically freeing Captain America alongside a handful of others, Steve Rogers is back into the fray again. The cool thing about this is that even though his mind and body have been freed from Null, he still has the influence of Null in him, in the sense that there's still a tether there, and Null is still able to basically talk to him, right, to mess with his mind. And that's one of the things that he struggles with, right? Null kind of says things all the time that where Steve Rogers sort of muses to himself about how he doesn't really have any extraordinary abilities, but his ability to rally people, right, his ability to organize war fronts and to move people in this kind of forward direction to constantly win the battle is a kind of ability that very few people have. And so people see him with respect, right? That when Captain America arrives on the scenes, their hearts bolster a little bit. And it's like, okay, we can win this, right? Captain America's here. That he's really in a lot of ways there for moral support. And I don't really say that to kind of tear him down, like Captain America's a cheerleader for the Avengers because his powers suck. I don't really mean to say that. I simply mean to say that he is such a presence on the field that when there is some disorganization and disarray, Captain America knows how to fix it, right? He knows how to reorganize everybody and get back into the conflict again. And so a big boost of confidence comes with him arriving here. But as he muses with this, Null chimes in and says, but do they realize how much of a liar you are? Like, do they know how you see them, children running from the real battle? In Times Square, the real heroes may be dying, but they're not dying facing me, not picking off the fringe, right? And it's one of these things where this almost kind of seems to be an attitude that Captain America has. And that's one of the things that makes Null such a tricky individual. is that when Null chimes in and Null tells you these things, in a lot of ways, it's hard to know whether it's an actual thought you have in your subconscious or if it's him just telling you this stuff. You know, and he kind of says like this mission, like what Bucky Barnes and Sam Wilson are doing, it's a cowardly little mission that they're on, which I imagine is why you were so eager to join them, isn't it? Right? We both know what you are. And it's really Null just kind of saying, you're a coward. And it's one of these things where he starts kind of screwing with his mind to a degree. He says like, why don't I borrow you for a moment, Captain America? Your philosophical whining is holding up the inevitable. Stop acting as if this is the first time you've lost control. Accept that you will hurt the ones you love over and over and over again. If you stopped screaming into the void for a moment, you'd realize this is hardly your fault. You cannot help being a perfect vehicle for violence and betrayal. After all, would this be happening if you hadn't joined the fight in the first place? Finally, I think we're getting to the truth of it. The reason why this line is really given by Null when it comes to Steve Rogers is because this has happened more than once, right? If you go back and you read Captain America Volume 3 from the late 1990s, he was possessed by Nightmare, and Nightmare almost conquered the world because of Captain America. You read a story like Secret Empire and an Avengers standoff where Red Skull gets a hold of a cosmic cube and he uses it to alter the history of Steve Rogers, where Steve Rogers has been a Hydra agent this entire time and then successfully conquers North America, right? You look at the events of like Civil War, when Steve Rogers was so swept up in whether or not he was right, he never really took the time to think how it was splitting the superhero community apart. And then once he did, he stood down. But time and time again, there have been instances when Steve Rogers leads people into a fight and they all die. Age of Ultron is another example, right? The Steve Rogers was one of the first people on the battlefield when Ultron basically took control of Vision and then started replicating himself in the present day while operating from the future. Captain America led the charge. The Fantastic Four, almost, like a whole host of the X-Men, so many superheroes died during that conflict. And Steve Rogers was the one who led the charge. Now, does this mean to say that Steve Rogers is negligent or somehow inept as a superhero? No, that's not what that's designed to mean. Steve Rogers, at the end of the day, really is only human, and he cannot see what's coming later on down the road. He does what he does because he believes it's the right thing to do, and even if only on some level, because it's always worked before. But there have been multiple instances where because of his actions, superheroes have been killed, or they've been captured, or the battle's gone south, or something like that. And that's what Null ties into. That's what Null feeds on, that self-doubt, those instances when it's kind of like, am I really doing the right thing? That's what he feeds on. And that's really one of the things that Steve Rogers kind of chimes on here, that if Steve Rogers is this sort of nerve center of the superhero community, he knows everybody's strengths, he knows everybody's weaknesses, and that's how he's able to function in the way that he is in terms of galvanizing people towards a particular goal, or being this individual that everybody can rally around. Then what happens when that guy who knows so much about the superhero community becomes a bad guy? And he kind of, reminisces on this when he was possessed by Null, right? He says like, for a brief moment, Null is silent again, but there is no relief. All I have is shaken horror. The uncertainty almost was. It's one of these things where he almost kind of looks to Bucky, right? Where Bucky's kind of like, okay, me and Sam Wilson are gonna go do this thing. And he's like, no, I'm gonna go take care of this, right? Just kind of this effort to demonstrate that he's not really as fearful as he feels. And when Bucky says like, if you're not ready to be out here, Steve, tell me now. His whole stance is, there's no good answer to that, right? Bucky knows part of it. All three of us know what happens when Captain America isn't ready, but I'm not sure that they aren't in any more danger because of the man wearing the suit. One of the things to keep in mind here, when Bucky Barnes became Captain America, he wasn't ready for it. When Sam Wilson became Captain America, he wasn't ready for it, right? Sam Wilson, even like with the AmeriCops, right? The fact that he like allowed his emotions to get the better of his judgment and pummeled those guys created this image that Captain America stands against authority, right? The Captain America is a revolutionary. He's a rebel. He's inciting rebellion and insurrection against the US government. That's the image that was painted of Sam Wilson. And it was the position the US government used to strip him from the position of Captain America, which is when they sent John Walker, US agent, to take the shield from him. Now, of course, that whole thing was instigated by Steve Rogers when he was a Hydra agent, but the fact remains, like, each one of these guys has donned the Captain America suit, the Captain America role, and all the authority and respect that goes with it. And in more than one instance, they have demonstrated that there have been times when the role got the better of them. And that's when Null starts to chime back in, right? Captain America kind of says, like, suit up, right? I got this. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm okay. And he says, I lied to them. And in turn, Null says, you lied to yourself. You are disgustingly dramatic. Do you think that if you put on a theater of saving these worthless creatures, you'll somehow become what they think you are? The man who does what needs doing. You perform a role for them, even when no one applauds. How many times have you said those words? Do you believe them? I've got you. I've got you. Don't worry. Everything's going to be okay. Do you know that no amount of repetition makes your triteness a reality? Did you forget already how little it takes to slither in, to control you, to make you a lie? You're a fool. How dare you tell anyone you've got them when you can't even control yourself? This is how Null takes control of people. This is one of the reasons why the creation of Null by Donny Cates is so amazing, because when you see villains out there, you see the different villains that people face off against, right? You've got Dr. Octopus, who takes over the body of Peter Parker. He becomes Superior Spider-Man. It's like he gets a bit of a redemption story, but the plots and the schemes and the mechanisms of those guys, you can set your watch by them. It's only when you come across a villain that's truly interesting, that truly has personality and knows how to get inside you in the worst ways, that they really become intriguing. Magneto is a perfect example of that. You see these characters like this that have so much character and so much depth. William Stryker, some religious fundamentalist who believed it was his mission from God to kill mutants, has some of the best character development in the history of Marvel Comics. That's when things get so cool. That's when they get so intriguing. And so as this continues on, and despite the fact that Captain America's traumatic experience being possessed by Null, the knowledge of knowing that with Null having his knowledge, that he could in turn take over and pretty much destroy the entire super community from the inside out by knowing all their strengths and weaknesses, when he tells Sam Wilson, like, it's okay, everything's cool, Sam Wilson sees right through it. And this makes sense, right? Because where you look at Sam Wilson, you see him as a person who became Captain America. If you see it within that singular lens, that singular prism, then no, then it's just kind of like, well, this is just being done for the sake of a story. But one thing to understand, Sam Wilson's been Captain America's friends for years, right? He's been his friend for years and years and years and years. They were sidekicks for a long time. And in some ways, Sam Wilson knows Steve Rogers better than he knows himself. He knows him better than Bucky Barnes does, even though Bucky Barnes and Captain America have a friendship that predates that between Steve Rogers and Sam Wilson, that in the times when Bucky was basically believed to have been dead, you had Sam Wilson stepping in to kind of fill that role and play the sidekick slash friend of Steve Rogers all that time. And so initially Sam's like, okay, I can kind of accept this for the moment, but the reality is neither of them's really buying it, right? Like neither of them is really buying into this idea that like everything is okay with Steve Rogers. And so that's one of the crazy things is Steve says, it's easy to pretend the reason I don't speak up is because we have so little time. And that's when Null chimes in again. You should have told them the truth, right? But how do you tell your buddies how hard you've fallen? Don't worry, Captain Rogers, I will tell them for you. And that's one of the crazy things is Null's forces immediately come descending down to sort of seize on Captain America, Sam Wilson, and Bucky Barnes, knowing that in this moment that Steve Rogers is going to do something that he almost never does, that he's seemingly going to hesitate and he's almost going to panic. But he counters this and he says, no, I don't have time to panic or make decisions. Null's been throwing this kind of thing inside my head, throwing these images inside my head, right? Making me see things that aren't necessarily there. But what I'm seeing here is real. This dragon going after Sam Wilson is a real and tangible thing. And so he kind of muses. He says, instead of sitting there trying to figure out what I should do or panicking or anything like that, I just go into action, right? Like I grab sound grenades, I ignore the sounds of Null, right? I drop grenades as automatically as I pick them up. The symbiote mass recoils from the vibrations. I don't look below me, right? Even as Null's snarling taunts grow in my ears, I keep moving. In order for Steve Rogers to operate at his most effective, he almost has to be on autopilot here. And that's when Null finally chimes back in again and says, how many times must you fall before you understand? You slip and everything falls apart. Everything goes to pieces. And it's almost as though he kind of makes fun of him, right? He says like, if you didn't insist on being on the front line leading the battle, I never would have gotten my hooks in. What a hero you are, Steve Rogers, leading your friends into their own demise, leading your friends into their own death to be captured, to be tortured by me, subdued, and drawn into my forces. What a hero you are. And that's the crazy thing is at the end of the day, Steve Rogers really is doing the right thing here, right? He's fighting the good fight against these guys. But that's what makes this story of Captain America so wildly intriguing, is because Null is presented to us here as self-doubt, anxiety, fear, all the negative emotions that paralyze us as people, that shut us down. In those moments when we look to a situation and we're not entirely certain of what to do, and that fear starts to creep in, that small little voice in the back of your head, well, what if this goes wrong? What if this is the wrong call? What if this is a mistake? Imagine what your life is going to look like. Imagine how terrible everything is going going to be. That's what Null is, right? He represents that fear, that doubt, that anxiety, those moments when you just want to stop and just sit down and do nothing because the fear of doing something and doing the wrong thing is almost crippling. And the great thing about this is what's so significant about this, is that Captain America does the only thing he can do, and he reaches out, right? He reaches out to Sam Wilson and to Bucky Barnes, and he says, like, I can't, right? I can't reach for the shield. I can't keep going anymore. And they're like, yes, you can, right? Like, that you're Captain America, man. We've all been down this road. We've all been down this path. Sam even goes as far as to say, like, whatever you're about to say, ask yourself, is it what you want to say, or is it what he'd want you to say? And the question Steve asks is, how did you know? Right? How did you know I was struggling in this way? And they're all like, because we've all struggled in that way. And that's true, right? That's the important thing to understand here. Bucky Barnes was literally tortured and brainwashed constantly by the Russians and used as an assassin, killing however many untold numbers of people, not because he wanted to, but because he was made to, right? They've all got their own demons. Sam Wilson has his own demons. Everybody has skeletons in the closet, but you can't let that cripple you, right? You can't let the mistakes that you've made in the past determine what decisions you're going to make in the future. To a degree, they do, sure. But just because you screwed up before does not guarantee that you're going to screw up again. And that's the important thing to get here. That's why this story is so great. That yes, Captain America led the charge, and the risk he took in leading that charge against Null's forces when this whole conflict went off is that he would be captured, and his knowledge of the superhero community would be used against the superhero community. But everybody knew that was the risk. It's not as though he was the only one who knew. Everybody knew what they were doing, and they understood the risk that they were taking. Not only could something like that happen, they could die, but the risk of being destroyed or the risk of being manipulated and tricked by Captain America who had been possessed was worth destroying Null, or the possibility of defeating and destroying Null. That's the price you pay as you become a hero. And so with Steve Rogers able to kind of regain himself, right, relying on his friends to kind of bolster him back up again, then as Captain America, back to business as usual, right? So he helps to save basically a handful of people. He destroys some of the symbiotes in the tunnel and is like, okay guys, like this is it, right? Like this is it. And it's one of the cool things because he basically says, like, we've all gone through enough hell that it's easy for them to go back and forth. It's a comfort, at least for me, right? Bucky said my convictions had to be louder, stronger, but their belief in me drives back the darkness just as much. And he says, I don't know what monster will try to slip through the cracks of self-doubt next, use us for their own cause. All I know is this, it's time to get back into the fight. And that's the conviction and the nature of Steve Rogers. That yes, there's self-doubt. Steve Rogers struggles just like everybody else. He's not some guy that has this immutable, unshakable conviction on the right thing to do, and he knows the right thing to do every time, and he never doubts the decisions that he makes. That he's a man who doubts himself just as much as anybody else does. But what makes Captain America so different than your average Joe running around who's muscle clad and so on is that he understands that while there is self-doubt, what's more important than that is conquering that self-doubt and looking at that and saying, one, where's it coming from? And two, is it right? And if doubting myself in that way is the right thing to do, then I'll take time to answer those questions. But if doubting myself comes from fear and is unfounded, then the hell with it. We got more important things to do. All right, what's going on, guys? This is Rob, and I'll be honest with you guys, I have not really been reading the Savage Avengers, and I know a lot of you guys have suggested it. A lot of you guys have said that, like, Savage Avengers is a really good story. I read the first arc, City of Sickles, because I usually try to give every single story that comes out, like, one single story arc to see whether or not I like it, but then I kind of dropped off after that, and a lot of you guys said it was amazing, and you're like, you need to cover Savage Avengers, or at least read more of it, and so we're going to cover the King in Black tie-in for Savage Avengers. Here's the funny thing about this, though. In this story, Iceman becomes God. Like, he becomes a god. Like, it's kind of nuts, right? Just like reaching this insane level of power. And it really looks like he's like this one-man army, right? It's just kind of nuts, right? We'll talk about that once we get to it. The funny thing about this is that what you end up having here is Conan the Barbarian, who's basically thrown in jail. For those of you guys who don't know, the Savage Avengers largely focuses on Conan the Barbarian with a few other people. The roster's kind of shifting around a little bit, so I wouldn't say it's a rotating ensemble cast, but at the moment it kind of is, right? But he's basically thrown in jail because he apparently attacked a police dog. But the funny thing about this is that, him being thrown in jail also lands him in jail with Deadpool, because Deadpool's already there. And as most of you guys know, not the biggest Deadpool fan in the world, Deadpool in this story is amazing. He's hilarious in Savage Avengers. But the funny thing about this is that Deadpool, he initially goes to steal the keys from a cop, which he's successful in doing. Ultimately, he ends up stealing his personal keys instead of the keys to basically unlock the cell. His hand is like smashed, and then when it heals, Conan realizes, oh my god, this guy has a healing factor. And so he's like, your hand heals just like Logan's does. And he's like, Logan, yeah, I know him. Like, I know that guy, right? I only ever hear of him when he needs like some sales or something like that, right? Like when he needs his comics to sell, he comes and talks to me. But nonetheless, he's like, okay, Logan is the guy that I want to talk to, right? Like, I need to speak to Logan again, right? Because Logan and Conan have met previously and kind of teamed up, but not really in the past. But it's one of these things where he's kind of like, okay, so you heal. What I want to do is like, I want to get basically like the claws that Logan has, right? Like those retractable blades. And he's like, snicked. So it's kind of funny to see Conan talking in his old language, being excited about like getting something that's equivalent to Wolverine. And so he's like, okay, so I have a plan to get us out of here. And Deadpool's like, all right, well, what's your plan? And he's like, you heal, right? And he's like, yeah. He's like, cool, that's what I need, because we need you to get the keys from the guard, and the guard's outside the cell. So we need to get you outside the cell. So I'm gonna be as fast as I possibly can. And he basically mashes Deadpool through the bars of the prison cell and spits him out the other side. Now here's the thing, if you're a guy who's locked up in prison and you want people to know that you're not someone to be trifled with, squeeze them through prison bars and people will be like, okay, so this guy's obviously not to be messed with, because, you know, like literally all these guys are puking their guts up. One guy's like, oh my God, like it's it's pretty crazy. It's kind of nuts. Now, of course, Deadpool ends up, you know, basically getting out and then goes after one of the guards and then throws the keys to Conan, and Conan basically breaks them out. Now, that's when they're met by the arrival of Nightflyer. Nightflyer has existed before. He originally appeared back in Captain America 213, where he kind of got into this little bit of a skirmish with Steve Rogers and then was ultimately killed, not really by Steve Rogers, but was basically killed in an assassination attempt gone wrong. And then ultimately he was resurrected and then faced off against the Incredible Hulk and then was killed again. The reality of having this guy here is that this is one of those times when Marvel just kind of pulls out a character and then reworks them because they can, right? Because Nightflyer is obscure enough of a name that no one's really going to ask any questions, right? Like nobody reading Savage Avengers right now is going to see Nightflyer and then just be like, wait, haven't I heard of him before? I mean, I guess I did, right? But like aside from like super old school characters, nobody new is going to ask that question. So Marvel can just kind of, you know, create a new Nightflyer and nobody's going to be any the wiser, right? So the funny thing about this, Nightflyer is an amazing character. This guy Stanley, he's awesome, and I love the way that he's depicted here. So he's like, you know, I'm the Nightflyer, like you had to have heard of me. He's like, I'll lead you to a like basically a place where essentially a safe house, and then we'll get to a score. And so Conan's like, okay, like I'm leaving, but you know, if you want to tell me about like the tales of this treasure, then like I'm down with that. You know, because Conan's all about money. And here's a funny thing. Here's a funny thing here, right? So like as they're making their way out of here, they end up going by what is basically the evidence stash, and Deadpool finds his swords, which, you know, he's been missing for a little while. And then Conan gets like a machete and a shotgun, right? And he was like, I'm leaving this jail richer than when I entered. And Nightflyer's like, that's how you know you did jail right, man. You leave better off than you were when you went in. Now, of course, all this coincides with the actual King in Black event, so you're probably wondering, like, what does any of this have to do with the King in Black? So the reality is they don't really have any intention of facing off against Null. There's gonna be this amazing moment where things pop off. But the reality is that as they're kind of leaving, they're attacked by some of the dragons of Null. One of them recognizes Conan and is like, do you remember me? Remember who I am? And basically snatches up Conan and then absorbs him, right? And that's when we end up learning here that at a previous point in time during the original City of Sickles storyline, that there came a point whereby Conan, quote unquote, freed a symbiote. And so the way this kind of story is told by the symbiote itself is that millennia ago, it had crash landed on Earth, right? It had somehow arrived on this world. We're not really told as to how it happened. We're just told that it did. But ultimately, it just kind of changed hands, where it was sold, it was stolen, it was bartered for other things, until it came in the possession of a guy who was using the symbiote as a way to sell other goods, right? That he would basically say, like, this is an ancient genie. You know, if I have a genie here, imagine all the other wares and the valuables that I have in this place. Of course, this is thousands of years ago, but what ends up happening is there is a man who shows up here, that's simply referred to as Mekri Ra, who's at that point in time depicted as the Sorcerer Supreme. This is one of those interesting moments where Marvel basically introduces a person who played the role of Stephen Strange before Stephen Strange. And we know even with like the Ancient One's only a few thousand years old or a few hundred years old. He's not, or at least he wasn't all that old in relation to like the history of the world and the people who existed. And that's an important distinction to understand when it comes to the Sorcerer Supreme. We know that there was like the original Sorcerer Supreme of Earth, that person of course being Agamotto. But as far as I'm aware, Marvel's never really given us a chronological history of the various Sorcerer Supremes who have existed across the history of the Marvel Universe, right across Earth. We simply kind of go with Agamotto, then you just kind of jump forward a huge number of years, and then you focus on the Ancient One, and then it goes to Stephen Strange. And there may have been intermittent stories where like they they're kind of thrown in. In my defense, I'm not ultra well versed on the history of Stephen Strange and all the various Sorcerer Supremes that may or may not have been introduced over the course of his lifespan. I'm not certain that's ever really happened with Marvel. But the important thing here, even leaving that out, the important thing here is that this guy was fascinated by what he thought was a genie. Now, ultimately, he realizes pretty quickly, while he doesn't know that it's an actual symbiote, that it's not really a genie in the traditional sense, right? It doesn't really perform magic, but it is a symbiote by all standards of measurement, right? It bonds itself to hosts, different things like that. And so what ends up happening is somewhere along the line, this guy is basically met by the arrival of Kulan Gath. Now, Kulan Gath is really one of the sorcerers who exists in Marvel Comics and is essentially the arch nemesis of Conan the Barbarian. It's one of these things where he's always trying to chase him down and always trying to destroy him. Ultimately, when Kulan Gath ends up getting a hold of the symbiote and kills the Sorcerer Supreme in the process, he basically subjects it to like torture and experimentation, all kinds of different things. There's one point where he actually tried to eat it in order to obtain its power. Now, a lot of this is because at the time, Kulan Gath was relatively primitive in comparison to like people as they exist now. But ultimately, what ended up happening is that where the symbiote kind of just passed from one place to the next, and then ultimately ended up in the city of Sickles, that Conan, when he had freed it, had basically done it a service. And so the idea is that because of what's going on here, that the symbiote itself harbors a vendetta against Kulan Gath and ultimately wants to help Conan kind of achieve that goal. And so it basically reforms or has bonded itself to Conan's sword, so Conan can kind of use the power of the symbiote in combination with his own weapon and then go forward from there. Now, it's kind of a cool little reference here because we know that like the first real revelation of Null existing came by way of the all-black Necro sword. So this is not really that. It's not the all-black Necro sword as we know it, but it's a cool little tribute to the idea of it. And so what you end up getting here is Conan just kind of re-emerging while possessing this symbiote and then saying, like, telling all the dragons that are out there to leave. Now, most likely they did because from their perspective, it was a symbiote giving them a command, and so they ended up leaving anyway, not really because Conan did it. But then Deadpool's kind of like, okay, so like we probably need to leave here because as far as I'm aware, we're not really out of the range of the snipers. And then it's like, pow, it's a shot, and then he's like, potatoes, and then he literally got sniped in the head. And so initially they were going to leave Deadpool behind, right? Nightflyer's like, dude, leave him, man. And Conan's like, no, right? He helped us to get out. He's done his part. His fate will be the same as ours, right? So they end up basically racing off and then go to what is in effect the bar with no name. And from here, it's just kind of arranging the business venture and getting things sorted out. Not a whole lot doing there, right? Just kind of a couple things here and there. But ultimately, when they get to the location of where the heist is going to be, we find out it's the Hellfire Club. Now, the Hellfire Club, they've got hands in everything, but the important thing to understand, the Hellfire Club as it used to exist when it was originally created under Chris Claremont doesn't really exist that way anymore. That the Hellfire Club and all the various mutants involved are essentially an extension of Krakoa, right? So it's kind of been reworked. The original building itself is more or less abandoned, right? There really isn't anybody who operates out of there anymore. All the mutants that normally would have been here all basically, delve or exist in the realm of Krakoa. But the funny thing about this is that Krakoa, despite everything going on there with the mutant population, would largely be a foolish place to keep everything. And so what they've been doing is all the black market money that Krakoa makes, that they literally just use this place as a slush fund and a safe house for all the money they have. Now, the reality is it's also kind of a dumb decision too. I mean, they've got a gate there, but it's also kind of a dumb decision because it's like, what if somebody does exactly what they're doing here, which is showing up here and then basically trying to rob the joint? And so when that happens, immediately the gate opens and like you literally have Deadpool and you've got Nightflyer and you've got Conan, who are met by the arrival of Callisto, Iceman, and Bishop. Now, the reason why you see these three guys here, and when the fight initially breaks out, things kind of pop off. It's a pretty straightforward little skirmish here, but the reason why you see these three guys here is because of the fact that like the rest of the X-Men, as we know, were sent to fight in New York against the forces of Null, and they all basically were captured. Cyclops, Storm, all those guys were effectively captured there. And so what you get is this amazing moment here where Conan's been around for an exceedingly long time, and he's faced off against a multitude of different threats. And as soon as he sees Iceman, he's like, you're not a man, you're a member of the Frost Giants, right? Like you are in effect a Frost Giant, a godly being. Now, Iceman has no idea who he's talking about when he tells him like you're descended from Ymir, the original Frost Giant. And ultimately it's one of these things where like he just attacks him and says like, tell the Frost Giant Ymir that like I'll see him in hell, right? Something crazy and kind of bonkers like that. But that's an important distinction to understand here, because for the most part, the fight ends pretty quickly. And the reason why is because there's a timetable here and they've got more important things to worry about. And so there is what is in effect a kind of ceasefire in the sense that like the the mutants kind of get the upper hand, but it's really more of like, okay, like cool our horses, right? Like let's cool our jets, find out what's going on. And it's really just Callisto and Bishop and Iceman saying, look, like, you know, we're leading the X-Men now because all the other ones are basically captured, you know, in the fight against Null. So ultimately they're like, you know, we can let you guys go and we can, you know, we can all team up and face off against Null, or we can just take you guys back to Krakoa, and then whatever fate resides you, or whatever fate, you know, goes on there, right? We can just kill you, whatever it is. So they kind of force their hand. And so ultimately the group more or less teams up, right? And they end up going to face off against the forces of Null. Now, here's the cool thing that happens here. As soon as they arrive there, you immediately have Cyclops who shows up, right? Or really just kind of appears. And when they try to talk him down, of course, the control that Null has over Cyclops, because he's not one of the individuals who was freed by Dylan, is really just too strong. And so there's no way they can just kind of talk him down from being who he is, right? From being possessed by Null. The other crazy thing that happens is Storm enters the fray. Now, the funny thing is that Callisto realizes Storm's there, and then she's looking at Deadpool, who has two swords, and she's like, you idiot, you're holding lightning rods, and like she kicks him out of the way. Deadpool gets electrocuted by Storm, so she's just like, get away from me. And so Storm shows up, but you also get this amazing moment here where Null basically establishes that Storm's the most powerful host he has, right? He says, of all my new avatars, this one is the most powerful. Here's the thing to understand, guys. A lot of folks are sleeping on Storm. They see her as like a girl who manipulates weather. Here's the important thing to understand. While Storm has more recently been established to be an Omega level mutant under Jonathan Hickman, even before that, we all basically knew she was. I mean, there is a kind of like definitive statement, Storm is Omega level, when Marvel confirms it, but like you can oftentimes look at a mutant and just know that they basically are. You know, the designation of a character being Omega level by Marvel Comics is really more just an official status, but you just kind of have to look at what they're capable of, right? Like look at the full gamut, the weakest points of their powers and the highest points of their powers, and then just kind of make a differentiation from there. But the cool thing about this is that you end up having Conan talking directly to Iceman here. Because of everything going down, they're like, okay, the mission's scrubbed, right? We got to go. Like we are in no position to take these guys on. They're way beyond us. And that's when Conan's like, look, I know you've never heard of Amir, you don't believe you're a frost giant, but understand, like, you are not a man, right? I mean, sure, there's some mutant kind going on there, but you have the blood of frost giants in you. And the frost giants that I know are superly overpowered, right? These guys are insane. So literally Iceman is just like, okay, cool, let's do this. Amps up the full totality of his power, right? Like the full brunt of his power, just like amplifies it all, becomes like this godly level character, right? Like when they're like, okay, Iceman, we gotta go. And Conan's like, no, man, like you need to fight like you're a frost giant, right? Like you've got frost giant blood in your veins. You've got the blood of gods in your veins. It's time to start acting like it. Then like literally Bishop is like, Iceman, we got to go. And Iceman's like, nope, we're staying here. Like I'm staying here and I'm fighting this. And it's nuts, right? The way that it's described here is they say like for the first time in recorded history, New York became the coldest place on the planet. Like literally channels the full totality of his power and takes on every single one of these symbiote dragons. And it's not like there's two. I mean, there's something like 8 or 9 of these things. Now keep in mind, these dragons were a handful for even like Thor or somebody out there who was struggling to take them on. Iceman just increases his size several times over and literally it's crazy to see. We've never really seen Iceman do this. The only time we ever saw Iceman kind of elevate himself to this level is when Emma Frost took control of his body and then was like, oh my God, this guy's Omega level, right? Like it's Iceman at his most, really at the highest we've ever seen him. And here's the crazy thing about this, it's not even at his most extreme, but the possibility being here, and we don't know if it's actually true, right? It's just a statement by Jerry Dugan. It might be something they explore later on, but if Iceman really does have frost giant blood in his body, then Iceman really is a god. Like he really is descended from gods, which would explain why his power is so extreme, but only ever appears in small moments because he just never pushes it to that extreme. But the crazy thing is that you end up having the rest of the characters, the rest of the Savage Avengers as they exist along with the X-Men, kind of going back to the safe house while Iceman's still fighting this fight. And when that happens, it's just kind of like, okay, like we need to kind of get back out there. But ultimately Conan's like, I still want to speak with Logan, right? So Logan, of course, shows up here and meets with Conan, and it's kind of like, okay, like what did you want to talk to me about, right? Like what did you want me for? And he's like, no, I'm just here out of respect. I wanted you to know this place is now mine, right? This base for the Hellfire Club, this is now my house, right? I'm taking this place over. This is going to be my base of operations. We're going to operate out of here, right? Formerly it was controlled by your guys, but no more. And if anybody has any questions about that, then let them know what I'm capable of, and let them know to expect a massive fight when they get here. And so it's like, I'm just letting you know, right? This is like, I am the new king here. So it's an interesting thing because it's really more of just kind of Jerry Dugan doing this for the purpose of just being like, here's Conan's new base of operations. But something else to understand here, Conan's going forward with the possession of a symbiote. Like Conan is going to have a symbiote as part of his weapons cache. So like, that's really going to change and elevate his power. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are covering the Beta Ray Bill tie-in for the King in Black. It's kind of a tie-in, but kind of not. Marvel's actually launching a Beta Ray Bill miniseries. It's going to be like a 5-issue limited series. Now, here's the thing to understand going into this. This is what we call a proving ground story. For those of you guys who have, that's not really a technical name, but for those of you guys who are new to comics, whenever Marvel and DC bring in somebody, usually somebody who does indie comics, they give them like a proving ground story, right? So in DC Comics, Daniel Warren Johnson wrote Wonder Woman, Dead Earth. And he actually drew it too. And then in Marvel, he's doing this with Beta Ray Bill. Now, they do this because they just want to see if a writer is basically capable of drawing and writing, or possibly just writing, or possibly just drawing a particular comic that is not a huge landmark comic, right? So you wouldn't really see Marvel give a proving ground comic like the Fantastic Four to someone like Daniel Warren Johnson, right? And if they did, it would be an out of continuity story that if it was poorly received due to the writing and the art or whatever, Marvel could just kind of throw it away, right? Now, having said that, I'm not the biggest fan of Daniel Warren Johnson's art. His writing's fantastic. His writing is amazing, but the art's a little too wonky for me, right? A little too off for me. But having said that, so the cool thing about this is Daniel Warren Johnson kind of touches back on the origin of Beta Ray Bill just a smidge. Now, just from what we see over the course of this comic, most likely he'll be doing it intermittently over the course of the whole comic itself. I mean, if you want to know like the full-on origin of Beta Ray Bill, I mean, I guess we could do that. I don't remember if we have a Beta Ray Bill explained video. Like, I don't know if we ever explained Beta Ray Bill, right? If we didn't, then we definitely need to. But the long and short of this is that Beta Ray Bill's planet was basically destroyed by Surtur. And so that's why when this comic opens up, you have one of the Corbinites using a giant telescope basically and asking, what do you see? And what's coming? And they say fire, right? So basically Surtur's on his way to wipe out Beta Ray Bill's world. Now, having said that, one of the things that happens here is you basically have the Corbinites that are, at least the science division as they're kind of established, or the police force more or less, essentially the government, visiting a woman and then telling her her child has been chosen. Right now, the reason why this matters, for those of you guys who are unfamiliar with Beta Ray Bill, the reason why this matters is because what you had was Beta Ray Bill being selected to essentially undergo a process that turned him into a cyborg. And so he was effectively established as the protector of the Corbinite race when they fled their planet and then took off into space trying to find a new place to live. Now, in the original introduction that we were given by Walt Simonson, and then later on in some other appearances that we saw in Marvel Comics, that's when he came into contact with Thor, right? That he, the spaceship Scuttlebutt, which he uses to, as well, at least that was the vessel that was being used to kind of pilot his race and so on. When it came across Earth, Nick Fury realized there was a vessel there, contacted Thor, asked him to go visit. Him and Beta Ray Bill got into a fight. Bill lifted the hammer, Mjolnir, and then, of course, that led to Odin basically giving him Stormbreaker. So that's how all that stuff kind of unfolds. A quick, super simple synopsis of Beta Ray Bill. The important thing here is that Beta Ray Bill's Stormbreaker has been broken, right? It was broken by Thor during the first story arc by Donny Cates, when you had like the Black Winter and all that kind of stuff. Now, this is an important thing to understand here when it comes to Bill, and this is why Daniel Warren Johnson's handling of this character is so cool, is because it almost deals with a kind of PTSD for Beta Ray Bill. An important thing to grasp here is that Stormbreaker was part and parcel to Bill. Being able to lift Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor, while Bill didn't realize the significance of it when he immediately did it, that once he was basically, at least once he spoke with Odin, and Odin kind of told him the enchantment of Mjolnir and the nature of it, it really kind of established the idea that Beta Ray Bill really is just one of the greatest warriors throughout the entirety of the universe. Over the course of the various stories that we've seen him involved in Marvel Comics, that belief and that identity that Bill developed for himself became even more and more significant, right? To the point that like him and Thor were effectively blood brothers. So what we're dealing with here is we're dealing with the idea that one, Beta Ray Bill's hammer is gone, right? Stormbreaker's gone. And then two, it was destroyed by his closest friend. And so there's a lot of feelings of betrayal and even probably depression that's kind of feeding into Beta Ray Bill in the aftermath of this. The other part of this though is that a romance has kind of been brooding, or kind of been growing between Sif and Beta Ray Bill, which good for you, Bill. Sif's pretty hot. But nonetheless, a romance has kind of been growing between the two, right? And a lot of it comes out of mutual respect. Now, a lot of this is due to the events of the Donny Cates Thor story called Prey. If you're not currently reading that story, which we're on issue number 5, Prey is amazing. amazing. I'm so excited to cover that story. It's a ridiculously good Thor story. The important thing here is that a lot of respect has happened between Sif and Bill. Now, it wasn't just the Prey storyline that led to that, right? Remember, Bill's been fighting alongside Thor for years and years and years and years and years. And Sif is not blind to that, right? I mean, Thor, Beta Ray Bill has proven himself as a capable warrior over and over again. And so with this force that's essentially arriving here, Bill's kind of like, okay, then let's marshal the forces, right? Because Bill's basically the one, he's essentially a steward for Asgard right now, right? That you have Thor on Earth who was fighting during the King in Black event and was essentially taken by Null, right? And so as the steward, he's basically the guy kind of keeping an eye on the kingdom while the king is away. And so with that being the case, like once this force basically makes itself apparent, it turns out to be Fin Fang Foom. Now, before you guys turn the video off, because I know some people are going to be like, man. Okay, Fin Fang Foom is one of these guys, right? I don't really know why Daniel Warren Johnson chose Fin Fang Foom, but he's basically a throwaway character. He used to be awesome back in the day. Like back in the day when he first showed up, he was awesome, right? It's just Marvel has just kind of reduced him down to the villain of the week kind of thing, right? He shows up, fights somebody, and then leaves. And he's kind of a villain / anti-hero depending on the story. He's never really been a good guy. Like he's never really been a hero. But the reality is that he was taken by Null and just kind of brought here, and then all hell's breaking loose. Now the reality of this is the fight's pretty straightforward, right? There's not a whole lot going on here. He calls on the help of Scuttlebutt, using its weapons on board the ship to attack Fin Fang Foom to kind of bolster the forces of the Asgardians, and Fin Fang Foom kind of gets the upper hand on all of them, right? And some stuff happens, so people fight, and it's not the greatest thing ever. That's kind of the nature of Fin Fang Foom when you see him fight. What's important is what comes after this. And so ultimately, where Fin Fang Foom's able to kind of overtake these guys and essentially like sending the Asgardians cowering in fear, right? Just totally trashing Asgard. Do not let the fact that it's Fin Fang Foom and he hasn't been relevant in 15 years. Do not let that fact lose you on the fact that he's literally single-handedly destroying Asgard, right? Like Fin Fang Foom is trashing Asgard. We've only ever seen that happen a couple of times. Now, this is happening because Thor's not here, if I'm being honest with you guys. If this was a time when like Odin was here, Odin would be like, no, and then he would just destroy Fin Fang Foom, and he'd be like, dude, he'd be like, man, like you've interrupted my breakfast, right? Like that's the thing about Odin, man, right? Odin would crush Fin Fang Foom and be back to his castle in time for cornflakes. Fin Fang Foom, in the grand scheme of things, is not by any standard of measurement a colossal villain that like sends heroes cowering in fear. The cool thing is, while he is able to get the upper hand on Bill and all of them, which the fact that Bill's losing here is because he doesn't have Stormbreaker. Thor shows up with his hammer and then basically overtakes the day, right? Overtakes everything, and then is kind of considered the champion by the Asgardians, who welcome him back, and Beta Ray Bill's kind of left hanging. Now, that's where the downward spiral begins, right? Because Beta Ray Bill is the one who marshaled these forces. He's the one who fought, in the most hard way. But Thor is the king of Asgard. And it's one of these things where when he shows up, because of the name recognition, because of the fact that he is the king, he's always kind of been the greatest warrior of Asgard after Odin stepped down as like a fighter and basically became a king, that when Thor wins, and it's just kind of like, cool, Thor saved us, right? And everybody just kind of goes and hangs out with Thor. So it's almost like all the accomplishments of Bill throughout all of this are largely just being ignored. And that's something that kind of bothers him, right? Because Thor doesn't really do anything to step up and say, hey, had it not been for Beta Ray Bill marshaling all of you guys, you would have been destroyed, right? Like I came in here and kind of mopped up, but like the glory belongs to Bill. None of that happens. Thor's like, yes, ladies, it's because of me that the day is saved, and we must go to my chambers. And that's basically how Thor's acting at the moment, right? Which, I mean, that's the spoils of being a king, right? That's just the way it goes when you're king. But you have Pip the Troll, who kind of shows up out of nowhere, right? It's kind of like, hey, I heard there was a party, and Bill's like, not right now, dude. So he ends up kind of leaving. He does almost kind of get a reward, right? That he's met by Sif. And Sif just kind of like, where are you going? Like, why are you leaving? And he's like, well, I'm just not. And she's like, well, then you owe me 2 drinks now, right? So like, she leads him off to the room, right? And it's like, man, Beta Ray Bill, dude, Beta Ray Bill's about to get some action, son. And then as soon as he gets in there, she asks like, how does this work? And he's like, well, what do you mean? And she's like, your humanoid form. And that's when the reality dawns on Beta Ray Bill that Sif didn't want him the way he looks now. Sif wanted him when he hits Stormbreaker on the ground and goes back to his normal humanoid form, right? Where he's not really human looking, but looks like his race did before he underwent all these different, enhancements by way of the cybernetic implants and whatnot. And so that's crushing for Bill, right? Because it's kind of like, okay, so like, you know, as I look now, I'm not really attractive enough like to get with you. You want me to like look the way that I normally do, right? And she's kind of taken aback. She's like, I mean, like, don't you change back at night or something like that? And he's like, no, like ever since Stormbreaker was destroyed, there's no way for me to go back to my normal self. And during Prey, sure, I was able to use Mjolnir and go back to my normal self for a moment, but like I don't possess that hammer, right? I don't possess Mjolnir. It's not for me, right? Stormbreaker is the hammer for me, and Thor destroyed it. So I'm basically stuck in this form. And then she's just kind of like, oh. So basically it's like, okay, well, like we're not gonna bang. Like that's kind of what it is. So literally Beta Ray Bill just experienced sexual rejection from Sif. Ask any man out there who's experienced that, and if he tells you, man, it's no big deal, he's full of crap. Like any man who's ever been rejected in that moment is crushed. I promise you. As sure as the sun will rise, he may not show you, but he's totally crushed, right? That's just the way it goes. And so from there, it's one of these things where you kind of do a momentary flashback, right? To Beta Ray Bill when he was a little kid, and he was about to undergo this surgical process in order to become the hero of the Corbinites. And he's very, like, he's a little kid, right? He's horrified of what's about to happen, right? He's terrified. He has no idea what's going to come out of this, right? All he knows is he's going to experience these kind of enhancements, and that's basically it. But as a child, this is when he's met with Scuttlebutt. And so it's one of these things where the Scuttlebutt AI, which you think Walt Simonson could have chosen a better name, but the Scuttlebutt AI has basically been his partner ever since he was a little kid. It's the only real friend he's had over the course of his life until he met Thor. And now that Thor destroyed his hammer, that friendship's kind of broken on multiple levels. And so Scuttlebutt's his fallback. And so he's like, you know, what will happen to me? And Scuttlebutt's like, I don't really know what's going to happen, but no matter what, I will be with you through it all, right? No matter what happens, I will be with you every step of the way. And that's true. The Scuttlebutt AI has always been there for Beta Ray Bill, has always been a part of Beta Ray Bill's life. It's the one thing he can always count on. And so because of that, he's just kind of like, prep the engines, we're out of here, right? And this is when Thor shows up and it's just kind of like, where are you going? And Bill's like, I'm trying to get away from here, man. Like, I thought we were friends. Like, we're not friends. Like, apparently we're not friends at all. Like, I thought we were brothers in this way. One, like, I marshaled the forces of Asgard. I'm the one that brought all these guys together to face off against Fin Fang Foom. And then, like, at the end of the day, like, despite no matter how hard we fought and those that we lost, you come in with your hammer and your lightning, you defeat Fin Fang Foom, and all of my accomplishments totally overlooked, right? Just completely and totally ignored, right? And then on top of all that, the reason why I lost to Fin Fang Foom and couldn't properly protect Asgard is because you broke my hammer, right? You destroyed Stormbreaker. Now the response of Thor to the first point is I can't control I can't control that, right? It's who I am. Like, I am the king of Asgard. So if I save the day, people are going to assume that I'm the reason why the day's saved, and they're going to ignore your accomplishments. That's what happens when the king shows up and the king defeats the main bad guy, that the people who fought alongside him the entire time are largely just kind of ignored in that way, right? It's just the way that kind of thing works. And so to the second point, Thor doesn't really even make one, right? Like, Beta Ray Bill doesn't give him a chance. He's like, ever since I came to Asgard, I'm reminded of my own failures, right? I'm reminded of the things that I've done wrong, the mistakes that I've made. So I need to leave this place. Like, I need to go and find myself, right? I need to find a hammer, right? I need to find Odin, and I need him to make me a new hammer. Now, as far as we're aware, Odin's gone, right? So like, I don't know if Odin really does exist out there. Who knows? Maybe we'll find out over the course of this. And this might be one of those stories where Marvel uses it as a way to bring Odin back, right? But whatever the case is, he's like, I need to have a new hammer forged for me, right? Something like Stormbreaker. Not exactly, but something similar. Because he wants to kind of go back to being normal, right? He wants to go back to being the person that he knew that he used to be, right? And that's one of the most important things to take away from all this, is that Beta Ray Bill looks at himself and is just kind of like, I'm an ugly person, like I'm an ugly thing, right? He's disgusted with the person that he sees, because everything that makes him who he is and that he uses to define himself is basically gone, right? Having success in his campaigns and saving Asgard, completely overlooked because Thor saved the day. The hammer Stormbreaker, right? His identity is tied into that hammer, is gone. He's experiencing an existential crisis. He doesn't know who he is, where he's going, or what he's about. And the current, I guess, basis behind the story is to go figure that out. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and it's here. It is here, right? Man, let me tell you something. The ending, really, like, not really even the ending of Venom, right? Just like, we're here at the end of the King in Black, right? Not officially, right? This is Venom number 34. This is the last Venom story before King in Black ends. The very last Venom story comes out after this, dude, but this story is lit. All right, this story it's so good, right? It's so amazing. Okay, so to get you guys caught up, those of you guys who are a little bit behind here, right? To get you guys caught up, we're basically picking up up here with Flash Thompson. Right now, one of the things that was established here is that everybody who's ever been a host for a symbiote that was in some form or fashion tied to Null. So in the case of Flash Thompson, he was actually a host for the Venom symbiote itself, that essentially a codex is left behind in your body. And so when you die, your essence, so to speak, kind of goes to the realm of Null, right? And so that's why Flash Thompson is more or less alive, not in a literal form, but kind of in the sense that like his memory is basically what it is, was kind of reformed in the world of Null, in the sense that he kind of was able to take on like a dragon form. It's a little weird, it's a little wonky. Watch the last video and it'll all make sense. But you basically got Flash Thompson, kind of Agent Anti-Venom, who's like just this giant dragon form, fighting off the dragons of Null. And then you have Null himself going after Eddie Brock. Now, again, this really kind of takes place in the realm of Null. It's not really here in the real world, but it's one of these things where Eddie's constantly kind of been on this move to try to find ways to defeat Null, to take out Null. And initially, the only real opportunity they had when they were in Null's realm was to basically like free the different symbiotes that had been liberated, right? Or at least been captured, right? To kind of free them and allow them to go forward and almost kind of try to turn the tables against Null. But that was caught on super fast, and Null immediately shows up and then goes to attack Eddie Brock. And so when that happens, Eddie's able to fight him off, at least for a moment or two, or at least create a distraction. But Null, at the end of the day, kind of continues to get the upper hand, and we expect that, right? Null's astronomically powerful. He's a guy with the ability to like ensnare celestials into his all black and all that kind of stuff. And so he basically tells Eddie, like, I've conquered your world, right? And then I'm going to destroy your world. There's nothing you can do to stop me, right? Like there really isn't, at least not for Eddie himself. And so when that happens, he starts bonding Eddie to a symbiote, right? And it's just kind of like, you know, this symbiote will take over you. I'm tired of playing these games. I'm tired of chasing after you and you somehow trying to get the upper hand on me. I'm going to do what I should have done in the beginning. My symbiote is going to take you over. And when it does, you are going to become one of my servants. And then when that happens, he just drops Eddie and allows the symbiote to take hold. Here's the funny thing about this, right? Like Eddie kind of has this amazing monologue when he says it, right? He says, every moment in my life repeats itself. When I walked into that church, the world fell black around me. And then I was beaten time and time again, like when I was a child. And now those sins, that darkness that lived inside me, that have now rained down on the earth like they did on me all those years ago, it will start again with the world, with my son. It's all part of the cycle, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. And as he's going through this monologue, and as he's really kind of musing this idea that his life struggle is almost kind of a reflection of what's happening out there, right? In the sense of like the world is falling apart, the world's being conquered by what seems to be this insurmountable force that nobody can stand against. Suddenly a voice chimes in. Eddie, are you there? Can you hear me? It's the Venom symbiote, man. Like the Venom symbiote found Eddie, right? Like it was originally taken by Null, and it's just kind of been biding its time, waiting to find Eddie, and it broke free, right? So like now the Venom symbiote's bonded back to Eddie Brock's memory, and as soon as that happens, it bolts, and Null's just like, no! Null's so pissed, right? Because he thought it was destroyed. Like he thought that symbiote was kind of destroyed, captured, whatever. Now, the immediate question that's answered by Donny Cates in writing this is, how is it that the symbiote can bond itself to Eddie if Eddie's physical body is out there in the real world? And this is answered by saying like, it's basically just a memory, right? That's the nature of a codex. The codex is the memory of the person who was the host of the symbiote at one point in time. And so outside the realm of Null and in the real world, this codex of Eddie Brock would be intangible, right? It wouldn't really be able to interact with anything. But inside the realm of Null, and because of the fact that it's a symbiote, it basically bonds itself to the memory, right? So it's like bonding yourself to an intangible thing. And then in turn, it just kind of like breaks out into the real world and says like, we have to go to the real world. We have to find your physical body. We have to fight Null out there. And so basically they leave the realm of Null due to the power of the symbiote and then emerge out into the real world. And when that happens, Eddie Brock takes on this massive form. And when I say massive, I mean like enormous, right? He's got to be like 500 or 600 feet tall, right? He's huge. Now, size does not always equal strength, right? And so while he is huge and everything, in relation to Null, he's still fairly weak. And that's the crazy thing, because Flash Thompson comes flying in and is like, dude, is that you? And he's like, yeah, man, it's me, dude. And he's like, okay, do you need some help? He's like, nope, I got this, right? I have this on my own. Eddie goes immediately after Null and he tells Flash, he asks him like, do you remember what happened to Cletus when he got a dragon symbiote? And the response of Flash is like, I wasn't alive for that, right? Like I was dead when that happened. I wasn't here for that. And Eddie's like, go find out, right? Like, is like, believe me, you want to go find out what happened? I got this, right? So he kind of sends Flash Thompson on his own mission. At that point, Eddie immediately goes after Null. And for the most part, like the symbiote's telling him like, no, like do not go after Null. And we don't get an initial reason why, right? The reality kind of seems to be that the symbiote's like, you're not in a position to face off against Null yet. But the truth is that something's coming, right? The God of Light is coming. And we remember this from the last video, right? We remember this from the last video. Remember this from the last video. The God of Light is coming. And it comes swooping in, right? And the symbiote's like, look, right? Like this is it, Eddie. Like this is what we were warned about, right? The God of Light is finally here. Like I felt him, right? He's kind of like us, but different. His light is approaching, blinding, screaming, roaring, like just like literally just ripping right through there, right? And then as soon as that happens, it bonds itself to the memory of Eddie, and then the memory of Eddie is yanked away from the symbiote, and he's kind of like, do not leave me again, right? And the symbiote's like, no, I will find you, right? I always find you. I will find you, Eddie Brock. And then like the memory of Eddie is ripped apart, right? It's literally torn apart. And then at that moment, you switch back over to the body of Eddie that's in the possession of Reed Richards and all these other guys. And you jump back to the ending of the last video that we did, where you basically end up learning that this force of energy had always been misunderstood by the superheroes, right? That this energy source has recognized by Reed Richards. They've seen it a million times before. They've just been calling it by the wrong name. That the Enigma force has finally been solved. This is Eddie Brock becoming Captain Universe, and it's the craziest thing ever, son. Like literally it bonds itself, because the Captain Universe basically like talks to Eddie, right? It talks to him and says like, you've been chosen to be the protector of your world and the savior of the universe, right? So what form do you want, Eddie Brock? Tell me the form that you want to choose, right? It's crazy, because he's like, there's only ever been one answer to that question. But before we find out what that answer is, we switch over to Flash Thompson. So Agent Anti-Venom Flash Thompson is just like flying, through the cemetery, finding out what happened to Cletus Cassidy when he was bonded to a dragon symbiote. And it's just kind of nuts, because when he's in Arlington, he talks about how like this power is kind of different, right? It's ancient, it's strange, and somehow it's a little bit familiar. This dragon goes diving down into one of the graves, and then it basically has like Flash Thompson talking about like he doesn't really know what he is. He doesn't know if it'll be enough to beat back the Void, but all he knows is that he's back, right? That win or lose, good or bad, light or dark, that everything is about to change. And what we end up having here is Flash Thompson's hand reaching out from the grave. Flash Thompson's coming back, y'all. Agent Venom is coming back, son, and I have no idea what it means. Y'all didn't really think I was gonna make you guys wait a day for the ending of King in Black, did you? I know that it's only a day, but with stories like this, man, it can feel like an eternity, right? That day can feel like an eternity. So I'm not gonna make you guys wait, right? Like we gotta post this up as our second video. So here's the thing, right? The ending of King in Black is great. It is great. And I will say this story is probably one of the best Venom stories that I think I've ever read, and probably the single best Venom story ever. This story took Venom from a character that just exists and has done some things to a character that I genuinely care about, and I'm super interested to see. Right, so the way this kicks off, the way this starts out, like initially starts off with the Silver Surfer, only because of the fact that we saw the Silver Surfer arrive back on Earth and basically, intend to go toe-to-toe with Null. Now, a lot of this comes from the fact that Silver Surfer and Null had fought against each other. We covered that in the Silver Surfer Black story, the first time that he actually met Null, and it was actually kind of sent back in time to the early days of the universe. But when he shows up here, it's really more of just biding time. And there's a bit of a funny discussion here, because the King in Black's like, we've met before, haven't we? And he's like, yes, indeed we have, right? And I still remain unimpressed. And because of the conflict the two initially shared, and the fact the Surfer was able to put up such a strong fight against Null, Null's like, you know what? I respect you. I mean, I'm still gonna kill you, but like, I respect you, right? Like, I will remember you. You won't just be a person that will just kind of be disregarded as just one of the many people that I've killed over the course of my existence and just don't really care anything about. The cool thing about this is that like the response of Surfer is, I mean, I may very well die here, but at the very least, I won't do it alone, right? And so you basically end up having all these superheroes, right? And essentially like the Avengers and the X-Men banding together to face off against Null. The funny thing about this is before they can even get into the fight, Eddie Brock shows up, right? Like Venom as Captain Universe. Like Venom became Captain Universe in the last issue, and it's the craziest thing, right? Because from there, it's like, here's one thing to understand, right? Here's the thing to understand about Captain Universe and about the Enigma Force. So the Enigma Force grants its user a wide array of different abilities, but more often than not, and really Captain Universe is just kind of a plot device in the sense that the only time you see Captain Universe is when things are really popping off. Now, it doesn't mean that Captain Universe sucks, but there are limitations, right? Captain Universe is not a character that could compete with like the Molecule Man Owen Reese or anything along those lines. Some anybody with the power to alter reality on like a universal scale or even a multiversal scale. Captain Universe just isn't that powerful, right? Captain Universe is a powerful being able to channel cosmic energies, things along those lines. But the important thing here is that Eddie Brock is on a whole new level of power, and by all standards of measurement appears to be equal to Null, and we'll find out why. But it's kind of nuts because Null initially looks at Eddie and says so this is it? This is what you brought to me? Like, this is the champion that's been selected by the light of the universe, a being that I've killed multiple times. This is the champion that you chose? Could you have chosen a worse person? The reality is that it was the best person to choose. And the reason why is because Eddie has a personal vendetta against Null, but also having faced against him multiple times and lost, he knows how to win. But here's the craziest thing that happens here. Eddie Brock does two things. He basically summons the hammer of Mjolnir away from Thor. Now here's the thing. It's one thing to be able to lift Thor's hammer. We've seen that happen before, time and time again. It's another to summon it away from Thor. We've never seen that before. We've never really seen someone summon Thor's hammer away from him, right? Like where Thor is wielding it and someone's like, to me Mjolnir, and they just take it away from him. That's nuts, right? And that's supposed to be impossible. It's supposed to be an impossible feat to be able to summon his hammer away from him. I cannot stress that enough. The second thing that Venom does is he actually takes the surfboard of the Silver Surfer, which is also thought to be impossible because the surfboard answers to the surfer and the surfer only. There are individuals who can overpower the board and who can keep the board from returning to the Silver Surfer, but to just take it away from him like that, that's huge. And he basically ends up merging the hammer of Mjolnir and the surfboard of Surfer, which has been kind of been modified into a sword. He merges them together and creates a whole new weapon, right? This like cosmic battle axe, and it's amazing, dude. It looks legit. Like, dude, as soon as I saw that, I was like, oh my god, dude, this thing is lit. It was cool. It is super cool, right? And so he's just like, this is it, right? This is us. Like, it's just me and Null. And what follows is one of the most spectacular ass weapons in the history of comics. This is insane, right? It's absolutely amazing the way this goes down. Initially, the X-Men and everybody's just like, okay, so I just want to point out here that we just watched Venom take Thor's hammer away from him and then take the surfboard of the Silver Surfer and then merge them into a singular weapon. Did we see that happen? And everybody's like, yeah, man, we kind of saw that happen. And everybody's just kind of like, Venom's got this, y'all. They just leave it to Venom, right? And literally this guy, man, let me tell you something, man, this guy's cutting swaths, right? His swaths are cutting swaths. He's cutting swaths through everything, right? Just swaths all over the place, just cutting them all over the place, right? Man, it's not even in hell would you see a massacre like this, right? I mean, he's running through all these dragons, just slicing them up, just slicing their heads off, right? Just ripping them to pieces. Null's terrified for his life, right? I mean, this guy's just fleeing for his life. Like, it's the craziest thing, because then like Eddie Brock runs up on him and he's like, no more, right? No more swords, no more dragons, no more none of that stuff. And Noel doesn't understand how in the world he's able to do this. And Eddie's like, don't worry about how I'm able to do it, man. Just know that I can, right? And literally Noel's just panicking, right? Just panicking. And it's one of these things where like literally he asks him, he comes to Eddie and he's like, you know nothing of darkness, right? But if you want to know of darkness, I will show you darkness, right? It's man, Noel is like, dude, man, okay, like whatever, this guy's got power, who cares, man, whatever, like we'll let him do his thing, right? But at the end of the day, like, I am Noel, I'm king of the All Black, I'm not worried about some guy with a scythe who has like a glowing logo on his chest which looks lit. Like, I'm not worried about that guy, right? So like literally summons one of his Celestials. He's like, you know what, I'll let the Celestial take care of this for me, right? I'll let the Celestial deal with this. No, son. Eddie Brock goes flying up on this thing, uses a scythe and cuts his head clean off, right? Noel is just kind of like, holy shit. Like, Noel's like, dude, Eddie Brock grabs Noel, he was not prepared. And I'm sorry, I'm so excited, people. But it is an exciting moment in the story, right? It is an exciting moment in the story, man. It's nuts, because he tells him, he's like, I remember everything, right? I remember all the pain, all the anguish that I've been through, all the times that I died. I remember every single symbiote that was killed. I remember every single ounce of just horror and struggle that I've been through since you shown up on this world and started unleashing your holy hell on everybody. Noel is in his pants, right? It's it, right? Eddie Brock takes that axe and just like sticks it right inside Noel, right? right? Just jams it right inside his chest and then strips him of his all black, right? Like strips him of his power, right? Just like takes his power away from him and then just drops him, right? And instead of just like leaving him to hit the ground, well, he just like comes racing down on top of him and he's like, oh, no. He's like, no, son, we ain't done yet, son. Like, it's an ass whooping, son. Like, it's nuts, man. It's just, it's wild. It's wild, right? So like the whole time Noel's like, man, you can't do this, man. You can't do this. And Eddie's like, oh, yes, I can. Yes, I can. He's like, Noel's like, dude, even if you kill me, that's like, it's not going to end, right? The darkness will always live on, and the darkness lives on in your son. Wrong answer, son. Wrong, man. He had to bring Dylan in. He had to say something about Eddie Brock's son, right? So like Eddie Brock snatches him up and is like, you want to talk about my son? Let's go talk. So like literally he says that, let's go talk. So he snatches him up and then flies him into space, right? Flies him into space and then just drops him off in the sun. He's like, you may very well be right? That with all this happening, that the darkness may live on in my son. But in the end, like the light will always be there to slow it down. So he's just like, this is for Dylan, and just throws him into the sun, right? Just throws Noel the symbiote god into the sun and incinerates him, right? Just watches him burn to pieces. And then from there, like he ends up taking off back to Earth. Now, here's the crazy thing that happens, right? The Captain Universe entity, the Enigma Force, chimes into Eddie Brock and he says like, do you feel it, right? And Eddie's like, yes, right? Like I hear like all these voices, right? They're calling out to me, but I can't really understand them. I don't really know what's going on. And the Enigma Force is like, you've done it, right? These voices are singing. You destroyed Noel. You freed all the symbiotes. The hive mind is now freed, right? Like it's free and capable of doing its own thing. Switch back to New York, right? You've got like Blade fighting all these vampires. Vampires are like, yeah, man, we're free from the symbiote, and like we're surrounding Blade, right? So like Blade's gonna die, right? And they're, he's like they literally chime in. They're like, like the Avengers chime in. They're like, hey, Blade, do you need some help? He's like, no, I'm good, man. And the vampires are like, what could you possibly know that makes you think you're good? And he's like, what do I know? I know what time it is, right? Sun rises, blah, vampires are all basically destroyed. But like when Eddie Brock shows back up again, the axe of course lands back on the ground. You've got the Silver Surfer and Thor who kind of summon their own respective weapons to them, and of course the battle axe ends up splitting. So the Silver Surfer gets his board back, and Thor gets Mjolnir back. But when Eddie Brock shows back up here, it's a bit of a crazy thing, because with the whole thing essentially being over and everything being done, you have Dylan who's struggling with all this, right? Because he can because of the fact that Noel is essentially a part of him, he can actually feel Noel burning in the sun. And Eddie's response is, I know it sucks, I know it's rough, but bear with me for a second, this is going to hurt. And he reaches inside Dylan and pulls out the portion of Noel that exists inside of him, right? Because he's essentially kind of a living symbiote to a degree. He pulls it out, right? Like he pulls the darkness directly out of Dylan and then effectively incinerates it, right? Like basically destroys it. And so following that, what ends up happening is that you have the Enigma Force that is just kind of like, good job, Eddie. Like you've basically, like you are no longer just Eddie Brock, right? You're no longer the Venom that you used to be. You've become something completely different, something else, something new, right? And so finally, the traditional Venom symbiote bonds itself back to Eddie Brock, and then probably what's the best conceivable ending to this story, that you have the symbiote talking to Eddie and saying like, I found you, right? Like, can you feel it? Do you know what's happened here? And Eddie doesn't fully understand. He doesn't fully grasp what it is that's taken place, but all the symbiotes that are there are looking to Eddie now, right? And Eddie's like, stay here, right? I'll be right back. I need to understand what's going on. And the symbiote tells him, you destroyed Noel. You killed Noel. All these voices are speaking to you, and you can't understand them. They're the voices of the symbiotes. They're speaking to you in your ancient language, in your ancient tongue, that only a long-standing member of the symbiote race can truly understand. But you freed your kind. You're the hive mind now, right? You're the god of the symbiotes. You are the new king in black. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and after long last, we finally have the conclusion of Venom. Marvel's delayed this for like a month, right? It was supposed to come out the same time that the King in Black ended, and then Marvel just kept delaying it over and over and over again. So it was like, okay, fine. And then I was like, we'll just wait and see. So this is the reason why we haven't done a King in Black, like a full-on Donny Cates Venom run full story yet, because we were honestly waiting for the story to end. And here's a kicker to this. This beast is 80 pages long. It's a gigantic conclusion to the end of Venom. So what this does, and we kind of get a little bit of a cursory glance here, not a whole lot doing. The first little bit that we get is really just kind of Venom running over a lot of what we already know, right? Which is, once upon a time I was a villain, and then I was an anti-hero, then I became a hero, then I defeated Noel, and I got the powers of God, and now we're here. And that's basically it. That's more or less Venom's entire career summed up in the span of 10 seconds. But one of the cool things to come out of this is, remember, Noel the symbiote Symbiote God was the one that had full control over all the symbiotes across space and time. With Null having been defeated, that passed to Eddie Brock. And so now Eddie Brock has total control of all the symbiotes across space. Now, one of the things that it kind of hits at here is that his involvement, and not even really hits at it, just kind of solidifies, his involvement through the universe is immense, right? When it comes to the various superheroes that we see in Marvel Comics, you look at superhero teams like the Guardians of the Galaxy, you look at the Avengers, and even individuals, Captain America, different things like that. There's a lot of limitations there, mostly because the powers they have are not exceedingly vast. I guess Peter Quill's powers are right now, like he's basically a God mode character, but with regards to most everybody else, their powers are not exceedingly advanced. And even when you look at characters like Franklin Richards or the Molecule Man Owen Reese, while they are exceedingly powerful, their ability to engage in things that can kind of fix the universe are limited to what it is that they're aware of going on at that point in time. Now, by and large, for cosmic level reality warping characters, having a kind of cosmic awareness sort of goes hand in hand with that. But what Eddie Brock is basically doing here is healing the universe and really helping a lot of aspects of the universe. So on the planet Fallow, for example, he's basically helping to rebuild the empire of this place, following Null basically tearing it down and leading to the ruin of this kingdom. One of the other things that's kind of hit on here, which is really, really cool, is this talks about a fissure, which can kind of go either way. I would say it's probably the fissure that was used by Null to enter into space, but as far as I'm aware, that fissure that was opened during Thanos' Imperative that led to like the arrival of the Cancerverse, while it was technically closed, I'm pretty sure it was reopened again. And so I think he's kind of closing it back off. And then of course you also end up having him meeting with the Avengers and meeting with Asgard and so on and so forth. But the funny thing about this is, despite all these things that he's doing, Eddie Brock is not actually there. Instead, Eddie Brock is having the Venom or the symbiotes act in his stead, that oftentimes they're taking on the appearance of him. And then in turn, they're just kind of going through and engaging in different acts. The other thing about this is that Eddie Brock's aged up and he's an older guy now, right? A little bit of time has passed here since the events of the conclusion of King in Black and Eddie Brock at the moment. And there's two major things going on. The first is that in his older age, it's very difficult for him to be able to basically function and control the hive mind, essentially control the species operating across the universe, and depending on the circumstance, because he kind of talks about different dimensions and so on. And Marvel's been using dimension and universe interchangeably recently, so we can either say it's dimensions inside a universe or we can say it's other universes. But regardless, controlling a hive of this size is a very difficult thing for him to do. And so it takes a huge physical toll on him. The other part of that is Dylan is in his teenage years. And it's one of the things that he says, right? Like the just the difficulty of me focusing on the hive and trying to control all these different symbiotes and so on, and having an entire army at my fingertips. And even though I can see through 1 billion eyes and touch 1 trillion souls, fight infinite wars, there's no force powerful enough in the universe to control a teenager. And that's really what it is, right? I mean, that's the thing about teenagers. It's just one of these things, right? Teenagers, they push boundaries, they test limits, all that kind of stuff, just kind of the growing process. And so because of that, there's kind of a cool little bit of a conversation that goes on here, that one of the things that happens is that the other, right? It's one of the things that Eddie refers to as a symbiote, actually transforms into a kind of animal and accompanies Dylan. Now, this is kind of a two-part process. The first part of this is because the other wants to make sure that Dylan's protected. And the second part of this is because of the fact that Dylan is curious, and this thing's curious about Dylan. They're just trying to kind of get to know each other better. It's just forming a little bit of a relationship here, which is kind of a cool thing. Now, one of the other little tidbits that goes on here, and this is an exceedingly important moment, is Dylan actually asks the symbiote what its name is. And that's something that we've never really gotten before. The closest we ever got to anything like this was when we learned the name of the actual symbiote race is called the Clintar. But for this guy, we don't really know what his name is. And it's kind of smart for Donny Cates to not really give him a definitive name, because then it's etched in stone forever. Instead, the way this plays out is he kind of tells Dylan, you can't really pronounce my name in the human tongue. And the way that we symbiotes work is we don't really take names. Instead, the way we identify or differentiate one from the other is we latch onto a host, and then we become a reflection of that host's emotional state, which really kind of begs the question, if one symbiote latches on to like a psychopath and another symbiote latches on to another psychopath, are they basically twins? I don't know how those kinds of things work, but the important thing here is that that's how they differentiate each other. And so what he actually does is he kind of allows a sort of vibrational frequency to impact through Dylan and to actually give Dylan his name, which is a touching moment, because it's one of these things where only Dylan would really be able to experience that, and really Eddie Brock, because they're the only ones that can really resonate with symbiotes in that way. Now, following that, you actually end up switching over to a kind of luncheon between Peter Parker and Eddie Brock. There's a little bit going on here. There's kind of a funny thing going on. There's one point where Spider-Man asks him, like, how are you doing? And Eddie Brock's like, oh, I'm doing good. And he's like, no, Captain America does good. You are doing well. Kudos, Donny Cates. That's from 30 Rock. So it's one of those little funny things, little funny moments. But at the end of the day, Peter Parker is kind of approaching this from a little bit of a strange situation. And the reason why is because the power that Eddie has to be able to operate on a universal scale, that's not one that's quite readily given to symbiotes. And in fact, no one really had that power until Null was introduced and now Eddie Brock. Even when Peter Parker had the symbiote, it just didn't quite work that way. The other part of this is that Peter largely attributes everything that's happened with Null to himself, because he kind of looks back to the original Secret Wars event back that we read in 1984 and kind of says, if it wasn't for me, this symbiote never would have been brought back to Earth in the first place. Now, of course, the response to Eddie is, look, man, they've been around for 1,000 years, man. Like, they fought in Vietnam, like old characters were based on them. Like, they were here long before you brought that symbiote back. At the time the story was written in 1984, it was the only symbiote on Earth. But by virtue of retcons, changing history in Marvel Comics, we know that they've been operating on Earth for quite some time. So the funny thing is, Peter's a little bit pissed off, right? Because Eddie's known this for a long time, and he's kind of like, I mean, you couldn't have told me I've been carrying this weight on all this time, and you couldn't have told me that, like, it was unnecessary for me to do it. And Eddie's like, but I'm telling you now. So it's like, you know, a small little thing. Now, in the middle of that, where you have Eddie who kind of goes into a trance, right? And he essentially has like one of his other symbiote duplicates kind of talking to the Avengers, which we'll jump to here in a minute. Somebody runs in to rob the place. And as soon as they do, right, they're like, all right, everybody, reach for the ceiling and keep reaching until you reach it. Then he sees Spider-Man. He's like, oh, come on. I love the way that Donny Cates writes Venom, man. Like, this guy's writing is just spectacular. It's one of the best things. And so following that, Eddie Brock basically takes off by turning himself into bats, right? Which is kind of a cool little thing. And then you switch over to the conversation he's having with the Avengers. Now, this is stupendously important. So the way this works is he kind of gives the Avengers the rundown over everything, right? He says, like, I can see through the eyes of every symbiote that has ever existed. Not every symbiote that currently exists, but every one that's ever existed. And he's meeting with virtually all the superhero teams, right? He's meeting with the Avengers, he's meeting with the X-Men and Krakoa, he's meeting with the Guardians of the Galaxy, he's meeting with all these guys. It's one of these things where he kind of says, of all these different creatures that exist out there that have ever been bonded to a symbiote, and of all these different iterations of symbiotes that exist out there, there's only one being out there who has basically escaped me. Only one person out there that I cannot find. And he says, the Maker. Now, this is when things get nuts. He says, you know, it's kind of Reed from a different dimension, driven insane, yada, yada, yada. And he said, ultimately, he ended up traveling back to what he called the ultimate universe. And he says, that's why I'm coming to all of you, because I believe that he's coming back because he's in contact with the Council of Reeds. Yes! The Council of Reeds is back. I'm so excited about this. I loved the Council of Reeds. Oh my God. But he says basically the whole idea behind this is to essentially, he has to fix his universe, right? He has to basically fix the ultimate universe in order to be able to officially join the Council of Reeds. Now, one of the things about the ultimate universe is the last time we saw that prior to its return was its destruction in the launch of Secret Wars, right? The issue number 0 that officially set the whole Secret Wars event in motion when you saw the final incursion between the main Marvel universe and the Ultimate Universe. Following that, the Ultimate Universe came back in Spider-Man 2 by Brian Michael Bendis, the last story he wrote before he defected to DC and screwed up Superman. And then now we have the Ultimate Universe, which just kind of been appearing here and there, but we don't have a whole lot about it. We know the Maker's from there, the Maker went back there. It's only appeared a few times in Marvel Comics. And so because of that, what it looks like is happening here is the Ultimate Universe is kind of like an unstable universe. It exists, but it's almost like it's consistently on the verge of collapse. It's kind of hard to describe because we're not really given a good description of it. The only real assumption Eddie Brock can come to is that the only way for the Maker to fix his universe is to basically replace our universe with his. Now, exactly what forms this takes, we're not really sure. We have Eddie Brock talking about things like invasion, and so it may be one of these things where like the Ultimate Universe invades the main Marvel universe, and then that's basically it. It just kind of takes over. Like me coming in, kicking you out of your house, and then moving in myself. That's kind of what this seems like. It could be one of these things where the entire structure or foundation of the universe is basically wiped away, or at least taken, and then given to the Ultimate Universe to stabilize it, which would basically destroy the main Marvel universe in the process. The important thing to understand here is that what we're getting is basically a possibility of the universe being wiped out and replaced with the Ultimate Universe. Now, I know, you guys are kind of like, I mean, come on, you know, universal thing again. Hush. This is one of those things we get to see the Ultimate Universe come back. I don't want to hear it. I'm excited about it, right? Like I am hyped about it, right? I don't want to hear no jargon. I don't want to hear no complaining or whining. Like I'm excited about this, man. This is awesome, right? I love this idea of like the Ultimate Universe returning and being a credible threat to the main main Marvel universe, because the only time it ever was during Secret Wars. Captain America extends an invitation to Eddie Brock and says, hey man, you've been instrumental in helping us basically save the world, and in fact save the universe. We want to officially induct you on the Avengers team. Now, this is huge. This is a big moment, because remember, it's Earth's mightiest heroes, right? Not just Earth's most capable people. And so because of that, like, Eddie Brock has been one of these guys where he's consistently been a villain. And this is kind of Donny Cates just full on giving us this sort of conclusion to the redemption story of Eddie Brock. Eddie Brock was this guy who started out as a villain. He had a vendetta against Peter Parker. He wanted to kill Peter Parker. Over time, he and Peter had to work together to face off against villains like Carnage. And this led to Eddie Brock basically redeeming himself. It led to him becoming a good guy. This is the conclusion of that. He is in such a position as a good guy now to where he's being offered a position among the ranks of the Avengers. The problem with this is he says, I could, but I'm not going to. Because the reality is, I one, have much bigger things I need to focus on, and two, you need somebody more capable than me, right? In my old age, I don't know if I can hack it, man. Like, I'm an old timer, right? I mean, I know you're old, Cap, but like, you look young. Captain America's younger, right? And so he's kind of like, okay, look, I have somebody else that can take my place on the Avengers team. I have somebody else that can take my place here. And Captain America says, who are you thinking, Home Slice? Who are you thinking bringing onto the team, son? Who do you want to take your place on the Avengers team? They better be good. They better be on your level. He's like, oh no, it's good, man. He's like, I think you know him, and I think you know him pretty damn well. His name is Cactus Jack. That's not true. I don't know why I said that. It's Anti-Venom, right? It's Flash Thompson. This is cool, man. It's well, really, Agent Anti-Venom now is officially what it's called. But Flash Thompson is the guy that Eddie Brock wants to bring onto the team in order to officially induct him as an Avenger. This is amazing. Okay, speaking of that, we actually switch over to Flash Thompson, and here's a cool thing. This book is probably just going to be like a springboard for Flash Thompson's own comic book series, his own solo series. And if that's what we're getting, I'm going to tell you right now, just based off what we're seeing here, I'm down, right? Because he basically ends up going into like this local shop, right? And there's just a guy taking orders and some chick making her order. And one of the things he kind of muses about is that he hasn't really been gone for all that long, but everything already looks so different, right? Remember, the last time that we saw Flash Thompson, he was resurrected from the dead during the King in Black story. And so you kind of have this situation where he's just kind of talking to people and getting to know people and really just trying to get himself back to a place of being comfortable. But it's also pretty easy for him too, because he has no real paper trail. As far as the world's aware, he's dead, so he can effectively become anybody. The problem with this is that while he's talking to this one chick, this bullet comes flying out of nowhere, right? And like kills the guy behind the counter, right? Kills the cashier. Now at that point, you have what are called guardsmen who show up. Now, of course, Flash Thompson turns into his Anti-Venom costume, right? And just starts going to work on these guys. But here's the thing about the guardsmen, right? They have effectively been tasked with hunting down symbiotes. We don't know exactly who's doing it, right? I mean, the only thing that they say is we're guardsmen. We're sanctioned to take out symbiotes or unauthorized aliens that we track down. So presumably they're probably agents of like SWORD. Maybe they have something to do with SHIELD. Maybe they're just like straight federal agents from some unidentified intelligence agency. It doesn't really matter. But the whole point about this is that guy, that cashier behind the desk, he's not a human. He's a symbiote. And come to find out, what had happened here is following the defeat of Null the symbiote god, not every single symbiote seemed to go directly with Eddie Brock. Some of them seem to kind of either be cut off or go their own way. This one in particular says he has had a kind of terminal illness before his other came, and that he'll be dead in a month without it, right? And so it's one of these weird little situations, but one of the guys goes to kill him, goes to kill this kind of symbiote posing as a human, and Flash Thompson jumps in and basically saves the day. After that, because people are aware of the fact that Agent Anti-Venom's back, and they seem to kind of know his identity because some people got pictures of his faces, at this point, it's just him kind of going forward and trying to figure out what he's going to do with himself, right? He doesn't really know who he's going to be. He doesn't really know exactly what role he's going to play. All he knows is the King in Black changed everything, right? It just seemed to change everything as far as he was aware of. He's been brought back from the dead. He's got no name. He's got no home. He's got no family. He's got nothing, right? It's just him by himself out there in the world, which is in a lot of ways the perfect fresh start for somebody like Flash Thompson, because he can make a lot out of it. And so from there, you switch over to the last little tidbit of a story here, right? And this focuses on Dylan, and this is one of the coolest things. So of course, you get to Midtown High School, makes sense, that's where all the great characters go to school at, and Dylan is ultimately being picked on by a high school bully named Kenny McFarlane Jr., obviously named after Todd McFarlane. And of course, it's one of these weird things when it comes to bullies, right? They're basically just people who haven't grasped their place in the bigger picture yet. And Dylan has this kind of situation where he helps this kid to understand it, right? This kid's like, well, you know, I didn't see there, you know? And it's one of these things where he's like, this hallway's for seniors. And Dylan's like, well, I mean, how many years have you been a senior, right? I mean, you know, like, Must be some kind of record, right? I mean, you know, it makes sense, get him while you can, right? You're not getting him on the field and anywhere else from where I can tell, right? So Dylan starts laying into this kid, right? Like headbutts him, busts his nose, right? Like he gets slammed into a locker, then he just kicks him in the face and ends up knocking him out the window, right? Outside into the grass, right? Kenny's all bloody, begging for his life, right? Rapidly coming to understand his place in the bigger picture. Dylan's just pummeling this kid and then goes to grab a shard of glass and then goes to stab him and kill him, only for us to find out that it's just kind of a hallucination, right? He's just imagining it. Instead, he does exactly what he's been told to do by the school. He's doing what he's been told to do by his dad, which is just let himself get beat up. And that's what happens, right? Kenny absolutely starts pummeling this guy. Now, of course, because this is a public school, as we know, innocents get punished equally with the guilty. So this is one of those things where he's kind of taken to the principal's office and the principal's like, you know, we're all kind of worried about you, son. Like, we're worried about you. Like, you seem to be so angry. Why are you always so interested in fighting? And the response to Dylan is, because I've been fighting my entire life, right? That's all I really know. All I really know is facing off against enemies and fighting different enemies. Now, it's also kind of a good thing for him. Dealing with conflict is what builds character. It's what teaches you resilience. Otherwise, you'll get into the world and you'll be rife with anxiety and you'll never know how to cope with anything. And so it's one of these things where as he kind of leaves the school and is just sort of walking around, right, with the symbiote, more or less, he's kind of having this conversation with himself, right? And ultimately, it's one of these things where he's experiencing an existential crisis, right? Because Dylan doesn't know anything about himself, right? He doesn't know his place in this world, right? All he knows is he was born and then he was dropped off by his mom basically to live with his grandfather who treated him like crap. He was rescued by his dad who he didn't really know anything about. And then almost immediately after that happened, here comes Null trying to conquer the universe and take Dylan with him. So all he's known is struggle and strife. He's never known a moment's peace. Now, struggle and strife is how you build character. Nobody ever became anybody great by living in an era of peace. And so because of that, Dylan ends up coming across this kind of alleyway where you basically got Jack-o'-lantern who's just, you know, just robbing some chick or something like that. Jack-o'-lantern is a ridiculous character, right? Like he's never really been like a serious character. He was kind of cool back in the day, but he's one of these guys where if you see him in a movie, that's how you know they're scrounging the bottom of the barrel for characters. But it is a great outing for Dylan because it's one of these instances where Dylan actually comes face to face with what it means in some degree to be an actual superhero, in the sense that the symbiote basically protects him, and then in turn, of course, Dylan is injured, but in the process, the symbiote basically snatches him up, heals him, and then takes him away after he's shot by Jack-o'-lantern. Of course, Jack-o'-lantern's dealt with by Venom in no uncertain terms. He literally just pummels this guy, seemingly beats him to death. I don't know if he actually does kill him, but there's a splatter of blood, a scream. You guys know what that usually means. And so following that, you end up on a rooftop where the symbiote brings Dylan back to Eddie Brock. And opposed to Eddie being upset at Dylan for engaging in superhero escapades, he kind of tells him, it was only ever a matter of time before something like this happened. I didn't know if your motivation would be to follow in my footsteps. I didn't know if your motivation would be because you actually want to make the world a better place. I don't really know what your intention is here, but regardless of what it is, you're looking to kind of graduate out into the greater tribe, so to speak, and to undertake this kind of superhero role. So if that's going to be the case, then understand it needs to be done in a way to where you're being safe and you're being responsible. And there's no safer place in the whole galaxy or even the whole universe than with this symbiote. It'll give its life to keep you safe. And so that's when you basically get Dylan, who dons the Venom symbiote and effectively becomes the new Venom. And what a perfect setting for this, right? What a perfect way to kind of end this, to sort of conclude the story of Eddie Brock and then to have Dylan become the new symbiote. The biggest question that you kind of have to ask here is, how long is this going to last? One of the big issues that you run into this, for those of you guys who are new to comics, one of the big issues you run into with stuff like this is this will be Donny Cates' run, and it'll go down as probably the single greatest Venom run in the history of Marvel Comics, or if not definitively the greatest Venom run in the history of Marvel Comics. But then the next writer will come in, and the next writer will decide what they like and what they don't like. And so it could be one of these things where Dylan's just like, hey, I'm gonna go see what's out there, and just disappears into the multiverse, and we never see or hear from him again, and Eddie Brock goes back to being Venom again. Who really knows, right? It's just kind of different writers' takes on different characters. So again, it's cool for what it is, and that's why I think with stories like this, as epic as it is, as interesting as it is, you kind of have to look at it in a bit of a bubble, kind of an isolated chamber, and say, okay, this will likely change, but it's awesome that we had it. So having said that, guys, we're gonna bring this to an end. Thank you guys for watching.